After narrowly escaping becoming a clueless, cuckolded fool, Yang Fan was reborn. He'd had enough of the pathetic life he'd lived before. This time, he'd earn money, kick back, relax, and live life to the fullest. Successful men wear watches, mature men wear jade pendants. Yang Fan vowed to become a truly mature man. Chapter 1. Close Call with a Lemon. Xiao Yang, let me tell you, the 38,000 dowry can't be reduced by a single cent. In a private room at a restaurant, a heavily made-up middle-aged woman lectured Yang Fan nonstop. Yang Fan, his face bitter, replied, "Annie, I just took out a loan to buy a house this year. My family has already emptied their savings to support me. Could you possibly lower the dowry a bit?" The woman slammed the table, stood up, and looked down at him. "Lower it? 38,000, and you want it lower? Go ask around. Who doesn't demand this much for a daughter these days? I'll be straight with you, not only can't the money be reduced, but the house must also be co-titled with Huai's name." Yang Fan turned to the beautiful girl sitting across from him. "Hui, you know my situation. I really can't come up with this much money. Can you talk to your mom and see if she'll accept less? After we get married, I promise I'll make it up to you tenfold." The girl took a delicate sip from her water glass. "My mom says the money is a matter of attitude. If you can't even bring this amount, you definitely won't treat me well in the future." Yang Fan rubbed his face. "I really have no money left. After buying the house, I have less than 60,000 yuan. I still need money for the wedding and house renovation. I simply can't afford 38,000. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly. "Don't your parents have a shop back in the village? Sell it, and you'll have the money." Yang Fan immediately shot back. "Annie, that's my parents' retirement fund. If they sell it, they'll have no income for the rest of their lives. I don't care. The 38,000 must be paid in full. Pay up, and we'll get married. If you can't, I'd rather have Hui abort the child than let her stay with you." With that, the woman grabbed the girl and stormed out. Auntie, Hui, please talk to your mom." Ignoring Yang Fan's pleas, the mother and daughter walked out without looking back, got into a taxi by the roadside, and disappeared into the vast night. Yang Fan sighed, returning to the private room. Staring at the 7 or 8 dishes on the table, barely touched, he chewed a few bites tastelessly before calling the waiter to pack it up. After settling the bill, he carried 2 bags of leftovers to his 6-hand Mazda, bought for 10,000 yuan. Yang Fan was 31 this year, an engineer at an air conditioning manufacturing plant, earning a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Given his age and income, he wasn't outstanding among his peers, but he was doing reasonably well. He had even taken out a mortgage on a 90-square-meter apartment in the provincial capital last year. His life, while not particularly exciting, was supposed to be quite satisfying. However, at the beginning of this year, the goddess he had secretly loved for years suddenly reached out to him. Her name was Yu Wenhui, his college-era white moonlight. She completely changed her aloof attitude toward Yang Fan, becoming attentive and caring. They quickly started dating and moved in together. Last month, Yu Wenhui told him she was pregnant and insisted they get married soon. The idea of marrying his white moonlight naturally thrilled Yang Fan. He immediately bought a pile of gifts and went to Yu Wenhui's home to formally propose. But the moment he arrived, her mother demanded a 38,000 dowry, the house co-titled in her daughter's name, plus additional costs for the 5 golds and the wedding banquet. He was willing to co-title the house, buy the 5 golds, and host the banquet. But the 38,000 dowry? He simply couldn't afford it. To help him buy the house, not only had his parents spent their life savings, but his married older brother and sister had each lent him 100,000 yuan. His family had no more money. Yang Fan took out his phone and sent Yu Wenhui a WeChat message. "Hui, can you talk to your mom about the dowry? Maybe she can give me some time. I'll work hard and definitely pay her back once I've saved enough in a couple of years." "Soon," Yu Wenhui replied. "Mom says the money must be paid within a month. Otherwise, she'll make me abort the child and set me up with someone else." Yang Fan quickly messaged back, "Don't abort the baby. I'll find a way for the dowry." Yu Wenhui replied emotionlessly, "Then hurry up." Yang Fan scratched his head hard, then started the car and drove toward his rental apartment. At a red light, his best friend, Lu Shaolin, sent him a video clip and a voice message. He listened to the voice message first. "Ah Fan, that woman Yu Wenhui is no good. Videos of her fooling around with other guys have been posted all over the domestic forums. Break up with her quickly." Yang Fan's mind went blank. Immediately after, Lu Shaolin sent 2 more videos. With trembling hands, Yang Fan opened one. The screen instantly displayed a scene so explicit it made his face flush. The woman in the video was unmistakably Yu Wenhui. The wanton, lascivious figure in the video was completely different from the demure, ladylike Yu Wenhui who had always been in front of Yang Fan. Anyone else who knew her might doubt the video's authenticity. But Yang Fan knew it wasn't fake or doctored, because a distinctive red mole on a certain part of her body was too obvious to ignore. Gritting his teeth, Yang Fan opened the second video. He hadn't even watched half of it when his eyes burned with fury. There was a dialogue in the video. The man said, "We haven't used any protection these past few days. What if you get pregnant?" Huaqiangbei gasped, replying, "It's fine. Even if I am, you don't have to support it. I'll find a sucker for my admirers to raise a son for me." Yang Fan slammed his fist on the steering wheel, cursing viciously. "F your mother." He finally understood. He finally got it. Why the ice-cold goddess suddenly turned her attention to him. She was trying to pawn off a lemon on him. And not just any lemona big one with a baby inside. No wonder she refused to budge on the dowry, no matter what he said. She had already decided he would be the provider, determined to squeeze him dry by every means possible. It was laughable. He had actually planned to go back, borrow money from relatives and friends once more, and somehow scrape together the 38,000 to 80,000 dowry. Thankfully, Liu Shaolin had tipped him off. If he had paid the money and gotten married, his life would have been ruined. Yang Fan called Liu Shaolin back. "Bro, thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Then, he opened the chat with Yu Wenhui, held down the voice message button, and proceeded to curse her ancestors for the next 18 generations. At that moment, a sharp horn blared from behind his car. Thinking the car behind was urging him to move, Yang Fan looked up. The light was still red. He muttered under his breath, "What's the rush? Dying to be reborn?" Then he continued, cursing Yu Wenhui. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the increasingly loud horn, an out-of-control dump truck rolled over the Mazda. Yang Fan's mouth was still cursing, "You bitch, you dog," daring to demand 38,000 to 80,000 dowry F. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Back to Youth. Yang Fan never expected that a sudden car accident would send him back to life. Red brick houses, old jujube trees, a big yellow dog, and parents whose bodies were still healthy. After pinching his thigh many times and checking the calendar over and over, he finally confirmed it. He had returned to the long-lost year of 2008. This was a year he had just finished the college entrance exam. This was the year he had just turned 18. In his previous life, he was an ordinary rural youth. He studied diligently in school and worked hard on the job. He never slacked off for a single day. Yet, after striving for over a decade, he was still at the bottom of society. Every day, he watched online as others flaunted their luxury cars and mansions, living in opulence. Meanwhile, he could only huddle in a rental apartment, eating cheap takeout bought in bulk, silently calculating how much more he needed for a down payment. He had to save money. He had to buy a house. He wanted to establish a home in the city, to give his future children a good environment to grow up in. For this, he denied himself food and clothing. He had never bought himself a single piece of clothing over 300 yuan. Even so, he had to work for a full 10 years, and only with his family's help did he manage to take out a mortgage on a house. Now, thinking back, it was utterly absurd. A person is born, spends over a decade studying, then over a decade working just to spend decades paying off a mortgage? What kind of ridiculous life is that? Yet, he had lived that kind of life for over a decade in his previous life. In that mundanity and endurance, he had wasted the most vibrant and creative years of his life. Returning to his youthful days, with infinite possibilities ahead, he never wanted to live that life again, not even a single day. Yang Fan clenched his fist and swore. This time, he would strive to earn money, leap over the dragon gate like a carp, and thoroughly enjoy this dazzling world. "Xiao Fan, get ready for dinner." A familiar call from the kitchen interrupted his thoughts. Immediately after, a middle-aged woman appeared, wearing an apron and holding a spatula. She smiled and said, "Your dad is spraying pesticides in our field. Go call him back for dinner and pick up 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. He's been exhausted these past few days." Yang Fan replied, "Got it," and turned to leave. After a few steps, the woman called after him, "Silly kid, you're going the wrong way. Your dad is in the field next to the Western sugarcane plot." Yang Fan chuckled sheepishly, turned around, and headed west. Since his rebirth yesterday, he had forgotten many things. He honestly couldn't remember where his family's field was. The Yang family was a typical rural household. 5 members in total. His father, Yang Jinkai, 46, farmed a home year-round and occasionally raised several fat pigs. His mother, Li Xiaoying, 45, managed the household and helped Yang Jinkai whenever she had free time. His eldest sister, Yang Xiaoqin, 26, was already married with a daughter. His second brother, Yang Yuan, 23, had gone to Dongguan after high school to work in mold making. They also had 2 elders above them. Yang Fan's grandparents were still alive and in decent health, but they lived in the south of the village, living with his third uncle's family. They rarely came over unless there was something important. Following the faintly remembered route, Yang Fan searched for a while before finally spotting Yang Jinkai in the middle of a rice field, spraying pesticides. He shouted loudly, "Dad, dinner's ready. Come home and eat." Wearing a mask, Yang Jinkai pointed to a small patch of seedlings ahead, signaling he would finish soon. Then he waved, telling Yang Fan to go back first. "Dad, I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait for you." Yang Fan casually sat down under the shade of a nearby tree. The sun blazed fiercely. He looked at the lush rice field before him, yet felt an inexplicable comfort in his heart. As a 16th-generation farmer, Yang Fan officially owned 1 mu of paddy field and 1 mu of dry land. The field Yang Jinkai was currently spraying was the paddy field allocated to Yang Fan by the village after he was registered at birth. Because it was next to a pond, it was considered prime land in the village, coveted by many. But Yang Jinkai got lucky. When drawing lots, he drew it. Because of this, when Yang Fan was a month old, Yang Jinkai specially gave 2 extra red eggs to every household in the village. At the time, Yang Jinkai said, "My son is naturally blessed. He'll definitely achieve something great in the future." Unfortunately, that blessing clearly wasn't strong enough. Although Yang Fan studied diligently, went to university, grew up safely, and got a job, his situation wasn't much better than other rural kids who made out. Compared to his peers who left early to work and learn a trade, he was just a few years late in becoming a wage slave. He had once calculated 6 years of elementary school, 6 years of middle and high school, 4 years of university, 16 years of education in total. Yet, his salary couldn't even match that of his childhood friend who dropped out before finishing middle school and worked installing windows and doors on construction sites. He was a legitimate graduate from a key university, working in the same industry for 10 years. Yet, right before his rebirth, his monthly salary was only 10,000 yuan. With bonuses and year-end awards, his annual take-home pay was just over 130,000 yuan. In the provincial capital, this salary was neither high nor low. It was more than enough to support himself, but extremely difficult for starting a family, supporting a wife and children. Without his family's help in his previous life, he would have needed at least 5 more years of work to save enough for a house down payment. How pathetic. A university graduate, working diligently for over 10 years, couldn't even afford to take out a mortgage on a house by himself. And the core reason for all this was his university major, air conditioning and refrigeration at the School of Mechanical Engineering, commonly known as mechanical dog. Throughout China's decades of rapid economic development, no matter what field you were in, medicine, finance, civil engineering, electrical engineering, etc., as long as you were diligent and hardworking, you could almost always have a good future. But if you studied mechanical engineering, you had fallen into a bottomless pit. Except for the tiny fraction at the very top of the pyramid, the only way for others to have a good career path was to start their own business. There were almost no other options. And when it came to entrepreneurship, technical skills were far less important than being adept at social maneuvering. But people who studied mechanical engineering were often terrible at that. This led to a phenomenon. In the mechanical industry, those with excellent technical skills often didn't do well, while those who did well were mostly smooth-talking old hands who knew how to play the game. This phenomenon further exacerbated the industry's disregard for technical expertise and the frustrating situation of amateurs directing experts. Yang Fan made up his mind. He would rather die than be a mechanical dog again. In a couple of days, when he applied for college, he absolutely had to change his major. Soon, Yang Jinkai finished spraying. He rinsed the residue from the sprayer, removed his mask, and walked over. "What's there to wait for? You all go ahead and eat." Yang Fan slung the sprayer over his shoulder and replied, "Waiting a bit doesn't matter. It's better if we eat together." The midday sun was blazing. Father and son walked home, one after the other. Chapter 3. Reluctance to study mechanics after finishing lunch at home. Li Xiaoying tidied up the dishes and once again posed the question she had been tirelessly repeating over the past few days. "Xiao Fan, tell me, can you truly get accepted?" Yang Fan sipped his tea, responding with a hint of exasperation, "Mom, please rest assured. I have assured you countless times that I will undoubtedly secure a place in a prestigious university." Though the results of the college entrance examination would only be released the following day, he was confident of his total score of 523. In 2008, the admission threshold for science students in Nanjing province was set at 512, and he had surpassed it by 11 points. With a plethora of universities within the province to choose from, he could attend any of them at his discretion. In his previous life, he had enrolled in Nanjing University of Technology, pursuing a degree in a prestigious field. This time around, however, he intended to make a different choice. He aspired to apply to Hongqing University. As the capital of Nanjing Province, Hongqing University stood as the sole 211 university in the region. More importantly, it offered programs at the second-tier level, and his score perfectly aligned with the admission criteria for such programs. Choosing to attend a second-tier program at a 211 university was far more advantageous than enrolling in a regular first-tier institution. After enduring numerous challenges in the real world over the years following his graduation, he had come to understand this vital principle. Not to mention, the distinction between a second-tier and a first-tier diploma from the same university was negligible. The resources available at a 211 university were incomparable to those of ordinary institutions. Although Yang Fan did not intend to rely on his diploma for future sustenance, he was eager to mingle with a more accomplished cohort of classmates and alumni at a better university. Furthermore, he possessed the foresight to know that he would undoubtedly embark on an entrepreneurial venture during his university years. Hongqing University even boasted an entrepreneurial incubation center for students, providing not only rent and utility fee exemptions, but also various monetary incentives for aspiring entrepreneurs. Thus, he resolved to apply to Hongqing University. As for his major, he chose the marketing specialization within the School of Economic Management. The rationale was straightforward. It was a versatile field with manageable coursework that eased the path to graduation. Additionally, the prospect of a higher female enrollment was enticing. In his previous life, he had studied air conditioning and refrigeration, a field devoid of female peers. With only one classmate who was not only shorter but also heavier than him, resembling a female version of Zhang Fei in her demeanor. In this new life, he was determined to pursue a degree in a discipline abundant with female students. Upon expressing his thoughts, Yang Jinkai was the first to voice his dissent. Marketing? That sounds like an unreliable field. It won't sustain you. Why pursue such a thing? Think carefully and choose a legitimate profession. Something practical that guarantees you a stable livelihood. Yang Fan stroked his chin, inquiring, "Father, what do you consider a reliable profession?" I spoke with teacher Duan from the neighboring village, and he mentioned that private cars will undoubtedly become increasingly ubiquitous. If I study something related to automobiles, there is certainly a promising future ahead. Li Xiaoying interjected. Xiaofan has spent so many years in school just to learn how to fix cars. That work is both dirty and exhausting. It's not suitable. Who said anything about fixing cars? It's called automotive engineering. Upon completion, one becomes an engineer, earning a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Father, I have no interest in that. Then let us pursue the field of air conditioning. For nowadays, every household in the city is equipped with air conditioning units, and even the better-off families in our village have installed them. This profession promises a prosperous future upon graduation. Yang Jinkai's words echoed almost identically to those from a previous life. In that life, Yang Fan had indeed enrolled in the Southern Jiang Province Institute of Technology at his suggestion, majoring in air conditioning and refrigeration, thereby becoming a hapless cog in the machinery of life. To some extent, one cannot claim that Yang Jinkai's perspective is erroneous. Equipping one's children with a skill can indeed provide them with a stable means of sustenance in society. However, every coin has two sides. Sometimes, stability equates to mediocrity. Particularly in the mechanical industry, earning a living is not overly challenging, yet to thrive and truly flourish requires significantly more effort than in other fields. Having lived through it once, Yang Fan would never again subject himself to making a living solely through technical skills. His mind teemed with invaluable ideas, regardless of which he managed to actualize. A life of affluence was merely a heartbeat away. Pouring a glass of water for Yang Jinkai, he remarked, "Father, my intention in attending university is neither to acquire a skill nor to secure a basic livelihood." Yang Jinkai, taken aback, retorted, "Then what is your purpose?" "To broaden my horizons and to better myself." "Nonsense. Let me tell you, abandon such thoughts. Once a boy steps out of school, responsibilities weigh upon his shoulders. At that juncture, you will need to start a family, to support a wife and children. All of this requires money. Without technical skills or stable employment, how do you expect your family to survive on mere air?" Yang Fan smiled, replying, "After so many years of education, I refuse to believe I cannot support myself, nor provide for my wife and children." Yang Jinkai scoffed, "What of your extensive education? Have you not seen the news? This year is marked by a financial crisis. How many graduates from prestigious universities are struggling to find work? Do you truly believe you are superior to them?" "Indeed, I am stronger than they," Yang Fan asserted. "Father, let me be candid. You need not worry about my university applications. I will apply myself and earn my own tuition. He drained his cup of tea and gently set it upon the table, a resolution he had contemplated the previous night. Yang Jinkai, being quite stubborn, had longed for his son to master a skill, and convincing him would require considerable effort. Thus, Yang Fan decided to take matters into his own hands, demonstrating his independence to Yang Jinkai. Hearing these words, Yang Jinkai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated his once obedient son to suddenly possess such lofty aspirations. Initially, he presumed Yang Fan was merely acting out of defiance. Yet, upon observing his son's calm demeanor, he realized that Yang Fan was serious, not merely indulging in youthful folly. This was indeed his genuine belief. Yang Jinkai let out a long sigh. As a father, witnessing his son's ambition undoubtedly filled him with pride and contentment. However, Yang Fan had just graduated high school, lacking experience in the world and an understanding of its harsher realities. The notion of him earning his own tuition seemed rather unrealistic. With a complex expression, Yang Jinkai remarked, "Let us discuss your academic pursuits once the grades are released. Do not worry about the tuition fees, as long as you are willing to study. Even if it means traveling all the way to America, I shall support you. That is my responsibility." Yang Fan stood up and declared, "Dad, I am serious. Once the results are out, I will head to Guangdong province. Just prepare a little money for my journey." Upon hearing his insistence to venture out and earn his tuition, Li Xiaoying hurriedly responded, "But that is not feasible. You, a child who has rarely ventured far, what if you get lost traveling such a distance? Mother, you need not fret. I am now an adult, and I won't get lost. I will first visit my second brother, and then I shall find a proper job for myself." That is still not acceptable. Yang Fan had grown up beside her, aside from attending high school in the county. He had hardly left home. The thought of him traveling over 1,000 miles to Guangdong left her deeply concerned. However, Yang Jinkai waved his hand dismissively. "Let him go. A young man should seek his fortunes in the world. It would be good for him to broaden his horizons." Chapter 4. The eldest sister visits at noon on June 23, 2008. Yang Fan returned from the internet cafe in town. He had just finished checking his college entrance examination scores alongside Li Xiaoying. The results were as follows: Chinese 105, Mathematics 110, English 92, Comprehensive Science 216, with a total score of 523, exactly the same as in his previous life. Li Xiaoying beamed with joy, exclaiming, "With over 500 points, based on last year's cutoff, you are certainly on track for a first-tier university. Our family will finally have a college student." Upon arriving home, they found a fair-skinned young woman seated on the long bench in the main hall. It was Yang Fan's eldest sister, Yang Xiaoqin. "Mother, little third, you're back. How did you fare?" Upon seeing them, Yang Xiaoqin eagerly stood up, particularly concerned about Yang Fan's examination results. Li Xiaoying grasped her hand, radiating happiness. 523 points. You should have surpassed the first-tier line. Yang Xiaoqin joyfully leapt in place. "That is wonderful. Mother, let us inform our relatives and begin preparations for a celebration." Yang Fan chuckled. "Sister, I haven't even submitted my application yet. Even after I do, the admission letters won't arrive until the end of July. Look at me. I'm so excited I'm getting confused." Yang Xiaoqin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued, "Little third, I heard from mother that you plan to work in Guangdong province." She had married and settled in Zhangjiapo, which was just 5 miles away, allowing her to frequently return home to assist with family chores. Li Xiaoying had called her the previous night to discuss Yang Fan's intention to earn his tuition. This morning, after tidying up her own household matters, she rushed over immediately. Yang Fan nodded. "Yes, sister, I have already discussed it with Mom and Dad. I will earn my own tuition fees from now on." Yang Xiaoqin playfully tapped his forehead. "The family is not lacking in funds for your education. Why endure such hardship? Listen to your sister and stay at home. If you find yourself bored, go find your brother-in-law. He is currently making furniture for someone, and you could help him out." Yang Xiaoqin's husband, Zhang Bo, was 2 years her senior and a skilled carpenter. They had been happily married for 6 years and had a 5-year-old daughter. "I am rather clumsy. I wouldn't want to burden my brother-in-law," Yang Fan replied as he moved a standing fan from his room, plugged it in, and directed the breeze toward Yang Xiaoqin. He shared a close bond with his sister and brother-in-law. "In the years spent in middle school, the clothing I wore, the phone I used, and even my pocket money were all provided by my elder sister." Yang Xiaoqin brushed the dust off Yang Fan's shoulders and then retrieved a stack of 100 yuan bills from her vintage handbag. This 3,000 yuan is a token of goodwill from me and your brother-in-law. Keep it for your university expenses, she said. Before Yang Fan could respond, Li Xiuying had already grasped Yang Xiaoqin's hand, pulling it back. Why should you spend any money? The family isn't lacking for what he needs. Quickly take the money back. Your own household will need funds this year, she insisted. Undeterred, Yang Xiaoqin forcefully stuffed the money into Yang Fan's pocket and remarked, originally, we intended to cover the tuition for the third child this year. However, with the house being built, our savings have nearly depleted. After this year, we will continue to pay for the third child's education. How can a married daughter be expected to finance her brother's schooling? It would be a source of ridicule. Xiaoqin, please take the money back. Mom, the third child is my biological brother. This is our responsibility, Yang Xiaoqin replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. When we got married, you and Dad didn't ask for a single penny in bride price, and you supported us so much. Li Xiuying sighed, interrupting, all right, you're all grown up now. No need to shed tears so easily. Let Xiaofan keep the money. If you need funds for the house, don't hesitate to borrow from us. Understood, Yang Xiaoqin replied, her expression brightening with a smile. Before marriage, she and Zhang Bo had been in a free-spirited romance. At that time, Zhang Bo was an orphan, a carpenter's apprentice living in abject poverty. No family within 10 miles would consider marrying their daughter to him. Upon learning of their relationship, Yang Jinkai and Li Xiuying had expressed their discontent on several occasions. Yet, Yang Xiaoqin remained resolute, declaring she would marry no one but Zhang Bo. Recognizing his integrity and diligence, Yang Jinkai ultimately consented to the union. At their wedding, there was no bride price. And even the new quilts and the pig slaughtered for the banquet were delivered by Yang Jinkai in a cart during the night. In their village, for decades, no other family had married off their daughter in such a manner. Many mocked Yang Jinkai and his wife, claiming they were blinded by foolishness for marrying off a perfectly fine daughter while incurring expenses. Yet, Yang Jinkai simply said, as long as the person is good, poverty is not to be feared, poverty does not take root. This sentiment has been cherished by the young couple ever since. Seeing Yang Fan accept the money, Yang Xiaoqin contentedly declared, Mom, I'm heading back. Li Xiuying responded, you silly girl, having come this far, don't you know to eat before you go? I've had 2 steamed sweet potatoes from the pot. I'm full, she replied. Yang Fan interjected, sister, bring Xiao Shiyun over tomorrow. I haven't seen her in ages. Yang Xiaoqin agreed. All right, I'll bring her home for dinner tomorrow. With that, she mounted her bicycle and rode off into the distance. Li Xiuying watched her daughter's retreating figure and remarked, your sister has finally come into her own. If she can have a son in the next couple of years, it would be perfect. She reflected on how Yang Xiaoqin had married into a family with nothing and, through mutual effort, had steadily built a prosperous life together with her husband. Her heart was filled with solace. The mother and son engaged in light conversation, and before long, Yang Jinkai returned. He spoke, is Xiaoqin here? Li Xiuying replied, yes, she left without having any meal. Did you give her the money? I did. I handed her 3,000 for Xiaofan. Yang Jinkai nodded and said, if you've given it, then let it be, let us eat. Thus, the 3 of them sat in the kitchen, sharing a modest lunch. After the meal, Yang Jinkai reclined on a bamboo chair in the main hall, beginning to doze off. He planned to spread fertilizer in the afternoon, so it was just the right time to rest under the warm midday sun. Yang Fan lay on his bed, turned on the electric fan, and intended to take a nap. The door was ajar when Li Xiuying walked in directly. She placed a bank card beside Yang Fan's pillow and said, there's 7,000 yuan in it, and with the additional 3,000 from your sister, we want to be providing for your tuition and living expenses this year. Yang Fan, taken aback, exclaimed, Mom, didn't I say I would earn my own tuition? Li Xiuying shot him a glance. Your intention alone brings us great joy. Does Dad know? Of course, he knows. The money in there is from his savings. He also mentioned that if it's too exhausting out there, you can come back. He can support you. Yang Fan felt a lump in his throat. At that moment, Yang Jinkai, fanning himself with a palm frond, was napping on the bamboo chair in the next room. Though his figure was obscured, Yang Fan could still sense the profound paternal love through the thick red bricks. Chapter 5. Best friends before embarking on his journey to Guangdong province. Yang Fan visited his lifelong friend Lu Shaolin. Riding his bicycle, he traversed the village paths and a stretch of national highway, arriving at the largest repair shop in town, where he spotted Lu Shaolin bustling beneath a vehicle. Unlike Yang Fan, Lu Shaolin only attended his senior year for half a year. Upon confirming he could obtain his high school diploma, he dropped out, never even sitting for the college entrance examination. In this world, there exists a multitude of personalities. Some individuals can study for hours without fatigue, while others feel drowsy at the mere sight of a book. Lu Shaolin evidently belonged to the latter category. He believed he was not cut out for academia and was content with merely obtaining his high school diploma. With a keen sense of self-awareness, he sought employment at a repair shop early on, aiming to learn a skill that could sustain his livelihood. Monk, come over for a drink after you finish," Yang Fan called out while waving from the entrance. Monk was Lu Shaolin's nickname, one he had used for several years. Shortly thereafter, a young man, covered in grease and dirt, sprinted over. "Ah Fan, congratulations. Scoring over 500 points should be enough for a first-tier university, right?" Yang Fan twisted open the ice-cold cola he held and handed it over, saying, "It should suffice to pass the first-tier threshold." Lu Shaolin gulped down a couple of swigs and asked, "When will we celebrate?" "The celebration is yet to be determined. Let us discuss it when I return from Guangdong province." "Why on earth are you going to Guangdong?" Yang Fan replied in jest. "To earn my future tuition and living expenses." Lu Shaolin believed he was in dire need of money, and he patted his pocket, stating, after several months of work, "I have saved up 3,800 yuan. Just provide me with your card number, and after my shift, I will transfer 3,000 to you. There's no rush to repay. Whenever you find yourself financially comfortable, you can return it." A warm current surged through Yang Fan's heart. Lu Shaolin, working as a mechanic apprentice, earned merely 700 yuan a month. 3,000 yuan required him to toil for over 4 months. His face often smeared with grease and grime. This was his steadfast comrade, his true brother. They had skipped classes together, fought side by side, and even pilfered watermelons grown by others. It is said that there are 4 unbreakable bonds in life: sharing the same classroom, enduring hardships together, indulging in vice, and dividing spoils. At this moment, they had already experienced camaraderie and shared spoils. Adding to this, their past lives included moments of cleansing their feet together, which meant they had barely covered 3 of the 4 bonds in life. Yang Fan clapped Lu Shaolin on the shoulder and said, "I was merely jesting. My parents have already prepared my tuition and living expenses. I am heading to Guangdong province to explore potential avenues for making money. Count me in. Consider the 3,000 yuan as my investment." Lu Shaolin burped and replied, "You've studied extensively, and your mind is sharper than mine. I trust you." Yang Fan chuckled and inquired, "Aren't you worried I might squander the money?" Lu Shaolin casually responded, "What's there to fear? It's merely 3,000 yuan. If it's lost, I'll earn it back." The camaraderie of youth is truly astonishing, as one can be so magnanimous and open-hearted even amid a life of scarcity when it comes to a dear friend. Yang Fan mused inwardly. Such a bond can likely only exist at this age. He also made a silent vow to help Lu Shaolin earn a substantial sum. Since his rebirth, Yang Fan had often pondered how to swiftly and legitimately amass his first pot of gold. His mind teemed with myriad ideas for wealth. However, those notions either required substantial financial investment or necessitated time to mature gradually. Earning a significant sum in a short period posed considerable difficulty for him. Yet, as a reborn individual, after several days of contemplation, he finally conceived a rather promising idea: selling mobile phones. Yang Fan was astonished to discover that the mobile phone market, which had become saturated in later years, was at this moment a vast blue ocean. In 2008, although Apple had launched the first generation of the iPhone and the era of smartphones was on the horizon, the majority of mobile phones in circulation were still basic feature phones. Moreover, due to underdeveloped transportation and delayed information flow, these feature phones were sold at exorbitant prices. For instance, a Nokia flip phone with almost no entertainment features could astonishingly fetch a price of 8 to 900 yuan. It was utterly absurd. Realizing this, Yang Fan decisively focused his attention on the matter. His idea was straightforward: travel to Huaqiangbei in Shenzhen, purchase various mobile phone components, and then assemble them into phones to sell. It is precisely the type of mobile phone that can capture photographs, play music, stream movies, function as a flashlight, and boasts a touch screen, alongside a myriad of other extravagant features. He has inquired thoroughly and discovered that such a device could fetch between 1,200 to 1,800 in their town. Moreover, the more features it possesses and the more ostentatious its design, the more marketable it becomes. Although Yang Fan has never manufactured a phone, he has previously overseen the production of an entire air conditioning unit. From design to mold creation, and then to production and assembly, he is well versed in the entire process. While air conditioning and mobile phones may belong to different realms, their manufacturing processes share similarities. The various components required for mobile phones are readily available in Huaqiangbei, and with slight modifications to the exterior, he could confidently present them for sale. Furthermore, should sales prove robust, he could engage someone to refine the blueprints, enhance functionalities, and customize a phone that meets his specifications. Given his decade-long immersion in mechanics from his previous life, achieving this is not overly daunting. With a clear vision and a high feasibility, he possesses ample experience from years of interactions with various factories, instilling confidence in his ability to succeed. Currently, his greatest challenge is the limited startup capital. Combined with Liu Shaolin's 3,000, he possesses only 13,000. Yang Fan plans to borrow a little from his second brother, Yang Yuan, upon arriving in Guangqing, aiming to gather a total of 20,000. This amount should suffice to produce the initial batch of phones. Once he successfully launches the first endeavor, subsequent efforts would follow suit, becoming progressively simpler. Contemplating this, Yang Fan nodded, saying, "Then consider it an investment. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps in 2 months you won't need to toil here fixing cars." Liu Shaolin, grinning broadly, asked, "If I'm not fixing cars, what else can I do?" Yang Fan chuckled and shook his head, remaining silent. In truth, he mused to himself, what else? Certainly, becoming a boss. However, as the situation remains in its infancy, making overly bold declarations could be counterproductive. Once everything is executed beautifully and the profits are secured, he can later explain everything to Liu Shaolin. After spending over 20 minutes in the repair shop, Yang Fan left his bank card number and exited. He first visited the train ticket window in town to purchase a ticket to Guangqing. Then he returned home. With an early departure scheduled for the following morning, he needed to pack his belongings. More importantly, he wished to bid farewell to his parents properly. Chapter 6. The train station. A mother worries as her child travels far. Yang Fan's train to the provincial capital departs at 7:30 in the morning, followed by a 2:30 train to Guangqing. However, Li Xiaoying rose before 5 o'clock. After washing clothes and mopping the floor, she sat at the edge of Yang Fan's bed, intently watching him. Only when he awoke did she turn to the kitchen, retrieving 3 freshly laid eggs from the henhouse to prepare a bowl of egg noodles for him. Observing Yang Fan devour his meal, she worried about him going hungry on the journey. Thus, she stir-fried some crispy rice and lard, placed it in a thermal container, and carefully packaged it in a plastic bag. Once you reach Guangqing, don't wander off. Consult your second brother if anything arises, Li Xiaoying said, checking the luggage once more before turning to remind him. I understand, Mom. Yang Fan responded with a nod and stepped out, pulling along his luggage. After he had walked for some time, Yang Jinkai finally emerged from the room, sullenly inquiring, has the third one left? Li Xiaoying complained, yes? Yes, almost on the national highway now. I asked you to come out earlier, but you refused. Now you're worried about your son? Yang Jinkai muttered. He has grown up. What is there to worry about? He then hoisted a hoe and trudged off to the fields. Inside the oppressive bus, Yang Fan sat with his eyes closed, in a state that was neither fully awake nor asleep for the duration of the journey. By 1:30, he arrived at the provincial train station. The distance from his home to the provincial city was less than 300 kilometers. If he had driven a car on the highway, it would have taken at most 3 hours. However, the bus journey was a mix of half highway and half national road, with 2 stops along the way to pick up passengers, resulting in an exhausting 6-hour trip. The station hall was teeming with people. Yang Fan prepared a bucket of instant noodles, and after finishing, he felt still unsatisfied. So he pulled out the crispy rice made by Li Xiaoying and savored it, dipping it into the noodle broth. In this era, train stations were typically chaotic, a veritable melting pot of society. Beggars, con artists, pickpockets, rogue taxi drivers, and even unscrupulous individuals lurking to exploit the vulnerable were all present. Yang Fan had witnessed, right in the station hall, someone brazenly snatching a woman's earrings in front of hundreds. The woman screamed in agony, yet not a soul dared to intervene. In an astonishing turn of events, after realizing the earrings were fake, the thief returned, slapped the woman twice, and contemptuously remarked, "No money? You're a fool," before striding away. No one dared to stop him, for those bold enough to commit such acts in the station were likely not alone. They were often backed by a gang, possibly even colluding with station staff. Before setting out, Yang Fan prudently deposited all his money into his bank card, leaving only over 400 in cash. Divided into 3 portions, The first portion, a mere 80 yuan, was tucked into the pocket of his jacket. The second was hidden in his underwear pocket. And the last was concealed among his clothes in the suitcase. After finishing his meal, while lost in thought on a bench, a short-haired woman in her 50s approached him. "Young man, looking for a hotel? We have 18-year-old girls. You'll be satisfied." Yang Fan instantly recognized her intentions. He had encountered such situations at train stations in his past life. He had even devised a standard response. "I'm about to board. No need. Thank you." Logically, after such a refusal, the short-haired woman should have moved on to find her next prospect. But perhaps due to the lack of customers that day, or perhaps seeing Yang Fan's youth as an opportunity, she lingered before him instead. She inquired, "How long until your train?" Yang Fan fabricated a response. "It's coming in 15 minutes. They'll start checking tickets soon. There's still time. We have rooms here at the station. Young people like you won't take long. Moreover, my skills are not exceptional. It is my younger sister whose talents are remarkable, as she requires merely 5 minutes." Yang Fan gazed at her in disbelief, setting aside the question of whether 5 minutes sufficed. It dawned upon him that the 18-year-old sister she referred to was none other than herself. What a revelation! It's akin to an old cucumber masquerading as a tender cabbage. Who could resist such a ruse? "Auntie, I truly do not require your assistance. If you persist, I shall call for help," Yang Fan declared, seizing his bag and stepping aside. Before long, he observed a short-haired woman leading a young man with sunglasses and slicked-back hair toward the waiting area. He shook his head, recognizing the folly of succumbing to temptation. This is what one refers to as being blinded by desire. Accompanying a pimp in a train station, one would surely find it difficult to extricate oneself without parting with a significant sum. If confronted by undercover enforcement, he might even face a hefty fine. With 20 minutes remaining until departure, his elder brother, Yang Yuan, called. "Little brother, have you boarded the train yet?" Yang Fan replied, "I will be boarding shortly." Yang Yuan cautioned, "Be vigilant on the train. Should any issues arise, do not take unnecessary risks. Call me when you reach the previous station before arriving in Guangqing, and I will come to fetch you." Yang Fan reassured him, "I understand, brother. There is no need for you to collect me. I can manage on my own. It's all right. I am scheduled to deliver a shipment tomorrow, and I'll conveniently pick you up afterward." Yang Fan responded, "Very well, I shall contact you tomorrow." After ending the call and placing his phone in his pocket, a smile graced Yang Fan's face. Though Yang Yuan was 5 years his senior, the bond between the brothers had always been strong. The family values of the Yang household emphasized unity, harmony, and cooperation. From a young age, Yang Jinkai instilled in them the principle that together, siblings can achieve great success. The 3 siblings had always supported one another. In his previous life, Yang Yuan had not experienced much happiness due to his tumultuous marriage. Following his separation from his ex-wife, he raised his child alone in Guangqing. Those familiar with the mold-making profession understand it to be a semi-affluent industry. Skilled workers who can operate machinery and comprehend programming often earn a monthly salary of around 10,000 yuan with relative ease. However, within this field, even the most skilled individuals find their earnings plateauing at around 16 to 17,000, reaching a ceiling beyond which advancement is not purely dependent on technical prowess. One must either venture out independently or acquire shares in the factory. This bears resemblance to the mechanical industry Yang Fan was engaged in during his past life, though the starting point and ceiling in that sector tend to be slightly higher than in manufacturing. Nevertheless, Yang Fan regarded both industries as traps. Under normal circumstances, with Yang Yuan's income, had he formed a complete family and worked alongside his spouse, their lives would have been comfortably sustainable. However, solely relying on his earnings to support a home and a child in Guangqing proved exceedingly arduous. Balancing the demands of work while managing the child's upbringing and education took a toll, causing strands of gray to emerge in Yang Yuan's hair within just 2 to 3 years. Yet, even in such challenging circumstances, upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to purchase a home, Yang Yuan willingly offered 100,000 yuan to support his brother. In every sense, both by blood and by sentiment, they were indeed true kin. Yang Fan silently murmured to himself, "Second brother, you have always aided me in our past life. In this life, I shall help you soar." Chapter 7. I wish to sit with your classmates due to maintenance at the station. The train arrived over half an hour late. By the time Yang Fan boarded, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. However, fortune smiled upon him as he found a window seat. After stowing his luggage, He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and took a couple of sips. He then settled down, leisurely observing the bustling crowd. Although this station was not the train's origin, it was a major stop, and the train would linger here for a full 15 minutes. Before long, a girl clad in denim overalls took the seat beside him. Yang Fan cast a glance at her. She was quite lovely, with fair skin, an oval face, large eyes, and particularly delicate eyebrows, exuding a charming neighborly sister vibe. Given that this journey would last nearly 20 hours, having a beautiful companion nearby was indeed a delightful circumstance. As he contemplated whether to strike up a conversation, a boy with a trendy haircut and a distinct scent of cologne approached from a few seats away. "Excuse me, could we swap seats?" he inquired, gesturing towards the girl and adding, "We are both university students, and she is my classmate." Yang Fan glanced at the boy's seat, which was in a three-person row adjacent to the aisle, while his own was in a two-person row by the window. Reluctant to trade a preferable seat for a lesser one with a stranger, he firmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I prefer to stay here. Please find someone else." The boy responded with a serious tone, "Come on, we're all friends on the road. Show some courtesy." Yang Fan merely shrugged, thinking to himself, "We've just met. What courtesy do you expect?" Seeing that Yang Fan remained unmoved, the boy continued, "You appear to be a student as well. As the saying goes, helping others is also helping oneself. I wish to sit with my classmate. Could you assist me?" Yang Fan shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, but I also wish to sit with your classmate." The girl stifled a laugh, causing the boy's face to flush with embarrassment. He exclaimed, "What kind of person are you?" Yang Fan scoffed, saying, "What is wrong with me? Just because you want to change seats doesn't mean I must comply. We all purchased the same ticket. Why should I acquiesce to you?" The boy scoffed in return, "It's just a seat swap. It won't cost you anything. Has your teacher never taught you the virtue of helping others?" Yang Fan, feeling his temper rise at the boy's condescending tone, replied loudly, "I never imagined you understood the concept of helping others. Since you're so knowledgeable, how about this? I wish to switch to the sleeper compartment. You can help me purchase a sleeper ticket, and then this seat will be yours." Upon hearing the request for a sleeper ticket, the boy fell silent. Yang Fan chuckled softly, adding, "We're all adults here. Why act so childish?" The boy, wanting to retaliate, noticed the surrounding passengers watching intently, eager for the unfolding drama. He clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. Eventually, blushing and somewhat embarrassed, he returned to his seat. A few minutes later, accompanied by a blaring whistle, the train began to move slowly. The train station platform outside receded gradually, followed by rows of modest houses, and then a series of low factories. In stark contrast to the bustling coastal cities, the development of Nanjiang province remained quite ordinary. Although the provincial train station was situated in the urban area of Hangzhou, the surrounding infrastructure still appeared rather underdeveloped. However, with the relentless rise of China's economy, it would not be long before this place underwent a remarkable transformation. In a few years, not only would various iconic buildings at the vicinity, but 3 new train stations would also be constructed within the provincial capital. At that time, this city, with over 2,000 years of history, would once again unveil its charm to the world. Beer, beverages, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, ate treasure porridge. Could the passengers in front please tuck in their legs? As he was lost in thought, a vendor's call brought him back to reality. Turning his head, he saw a train attendant in a green uniform pushing a cart, offering an array of snacks and drinks. "Could you please hand me a can of ate treasure porridge?" "Thank you." A girl beside him pulled out 10 yuan and received a can of the porridge from the attendant, who then returned 2 yuan in change. Observing this, Yang Fan felt a twinge of hunger and said, "Please get me one as well. Thank you." After paying, he began to enjoy his meal simultaneously with the girl. The boy had a hearty appetite and ate quickly. In no time, he had finished the 8 treasure porridge, while the girl still had more than half remaining in her can. After he tossed the empty can into the trash bag under the table, the girl spoke up. "Are you a student too?" Yang Fan turned to glance at her and replied, "Yes, I just completed my college entrance examinations and will be attending university in the fall." "Oh, which school are you planning to apply to?" "I should be applying to Hangzhou University." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, that is impressive. I wanted to apply to Hangzhou University last year, but I fell short by over 40 points, so I ended up enrolling in the normal university." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I only scored a little over 500 points, but I intend to apply for a second-tier program at Hangzhou University." The girl pondered for a moment and replied, "That's a good strategy. You're much cleverer than I am. In reality, many students realize only after entering university that they could have made better choices. They are often too young to comprehend the complexities involved and lack guidance from knowledgeable individuals, which causes them to miss out on prestigious schools or excellent programs. If given another chance, many university students would likely alter their choices. Unfortunately, such consequential decisions in life seldom come with a what if. After chatting for a while, Yang Fan learned some basic information about the girl. Her name was Huaqiangbei. She was 19 years old, from Picheng, and a freshman at Nanjiang Normal University. Like Yang Fan, she was also venturing out to earn some money. A classmate of hers in Pengcheng had introduced her to a tutoring job, teaching English to elementary school students. The compensation was quite generous, covering meals and accommodation, amounting to 150 yuan per day. Huaqiangbei, a major in English, found this job perfectly suited to her expertise and was quite pleased with the generous salary. Yang Fan remarked with a smile, "Senior, you are truly impressive. After just 1 year in university, you are already teaching English." He reminisced about his own struggles, recalling, "I scored only 92 in English during the college entrance examination, nearly failing." Huaqiangbei, slightly embarrassed, replied, "It's not a big deal. After all, I am studying English. Besides, I am only teaching elementary students. If it were high school students, I might genuinely worry about keeping up." Despite her modesty, a flicker of pride illuminated her heart. English was her forte, and she had missed a perfect score by merely 4 points in the examination. It was precisely this achievement that led her to enroll in an English major. Yang Fan encouraged her with a gesture of support. "Even teaching high school students would pose no challenge for you. I believe in you." "Thank you," she responded. Chapter 8. Offering a seat time on the train always seems to stretch interminably. After chatting with Huaqiangbei for several minutes and catching a brief nap, the sky finally darkened. Rising to stretch, Yang Fan felt hunger pangs returning and contemplated purchasing some food. However, the meals on the train were both exorbitantly priced and unpalatable. A box lunch, featuring 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, presented in an unappealing manner, absurdly cost 30 yuan, outrageous. He rummaged through his bag and settled for instant noodles as a makeshift meal. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time was just past 8 in the evening. The train had already passed several stations, and in 3 to 4 hours, it would reach the borders of Guangdong province. It was still late June, not yet the peak summer travel season. Nevertheless, the train was packed to the brim with passengers. A cursory glance revealed no vacant seats throughout the entire carriage. Moreover, many seats had individuals standing beside them, and some were even seated on the floor, leaning against the seats. Yang Fan sighed and closed his eyes for a brief respite. Currently, such conditions on trains had become the norm. Despite China's vastness, suitable job opportunities were limited. Each year during the Spring Festival and summer vacations, trains heading to the Pearl River Delta and Yangtze River Delta overflowed with people. Among them were children reuniting with their parents, students seeking work, and adults striving to make a living. The immense flow of passengers placed tremendous strain on the railway system, often resulting in awkward situations where people were packed tightly, with nowhere to stand. However, with the recent opening of the Beijing-Tianjin Intercity Railway, China was officially entering the era of high-speed rail. Subsequently, the high-speed rail network expanded rapidly, becoming one of the longest and most advanced systems in the world within a short span. Additionally, the introduction of electric multiple-unit trains, as a vital component of the high-speed rail lines, would be swiftly implemented nationwide. The speed and efficiency of China's railway transport would see significant enhancements, making travel increasingly convenient for the populace. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the train made a stop. The inertia of the brakes caused Yang Fan to lurch forward, stirring him from his drowsiness. Turning his head, he noticed Huaqiangbei was also awake. Yang Fan greeted her. "You must be tired from sleeping?" "Yes, I am a bit fatigued," she replied. Huaqiangbei stretched her arms and then said, "Could you please watch my luggage while I go to the restroom?" "Sure, go ahead," Yang Fan replied, twisting open a bottle of water and gulping down nearly half of it. A couple of minutes passed, and Huaqiangbei had yet to return when a little girl with pigtails dashed over, her face alight with excitement. "Mommy, Mommy, look, there's an empty seat." Behind the little girl stood a woman in her 30s, carrying an infant on her back. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Little girl, that seat belongs to a sister who has gone to the restroom and will be back shortly." The girl, looking disheartened, uttered a soft "oh" and stood beside the woman, clutching her clothing tightly. The mother gently patted the girl's head and led her towards the train's connecting area, where there were no seats but a bit more space, filled with many standing passengers. When the train departed, Huang Dandan returned. The two engaged in conversation about university life before drifting back to sleep. In the dead of night, Yang Fan vaguely heard a gasp. He opened his eyes to find Huang Dandan standing. Next to her, the little girl sat on the floor, gazing up at her in confusion. The girl's mother quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, she didn't mean to." It turned out that just a short while earlier, a few men had been smoking in the connecting area. Concerned about secondhand smoke harming her child, the mother had brought her here. The little girl, unable to stay awake, had fallen asleep shortly after sitting down. In her dreams, she suddenly waved her hand and accidentally hit Huang Dandan's leg, startling her awake. "It's all right, dear." Huang Dandan managed to smile and then asked, "Where are you headed?" The little girl's mother replied, "To the final destination, Pingcheng." Huang Dandan bit her lip, hesitating. As a university student, she had been taught to yield her seat in such situations. If it were only 1 or 2 stops, or even 4 or 5, she would have readily given up her seat. However, since their destination was also Pingcheng, she found herself in a predicament. It was now 1 in the morning, and the train wouldn't arrive in Pingcheng until around noon the next day. If she relinquished her seat, what if they didn't return it to her? Surely, she couldn't stand for over 10 hours. While she was lost in thought, Yang Fan had already risen. He spoke up, "Excuse me. I've had enough rest, and I'm going to stretch my legs. You can take my seat for now, and I'll reclaim it when I return." After saying this, he nudged Huang Dandan's arm, indicating for her to let him pass. Huang Dandan shifted aside a step and added, "I'm going to stretch my legs too." The little girl's mother, witnessing this, exclaimed with gratitude, "Thank you both. Please feel free to return whenever you wish to rest." Yang Fan gently patted the little girl's head and walked towards the water station, with Huang Dandan quietly following behind him. Beside the water station lies the conductor's rest area, where Huang Dandan leans against the door, her large eyes fixated upon him. "I truly did not expect you to possess such compassion," she remarks. Yang Fan responds, "Everyone harbors kindness. It is merely that some struggle to articulate it." To be candid, his decision to offer his seat was indeed rooted in compassion and empathy, yet even more so, he felt that the woman deserved assistance. She did not exploit her unique situation of carrying an infant and accompanying a young girl to morally coerce others into yielding their seats. Rather, she stood patiently. Even when her daughter inadvertently bumped into Huang Dandan, she promptly offered an apology. This display of understanding and reason left Yang Fan genuinely impressed. Huang Dandan continued, "With so many people in the carriage, yet no one offered their seat. You are the first." Yang Fan chuckled softly, "Then you are the second. Let us stand here together until dawn." They shared a light-hearted laugh, and Huang Dandan swept her hair back, saying, "Let us exchange QQ numbers. Perhaps you can visit my school in the future, and I'll treat you to a meal." "I'm afraid I don't have QQ," Yang Fan replied, scratching his head. "How about we exchange phone numbers? Once I have QQ set up, I'll send you my number first." In truth, he did possess a QQ account, but having been reborn, he had completely forgotten the password. "All right, it's settled then." Huang Dandan took out her phone and began recording Yang Fan's number. She suddenly found herself intrigued by this sunny, humorous young man. Chapter 9. Guanxing 5 individuals occupied 2 seats, alternating between sitting and resting, thus enduring a lengthy night. The following morning, staff wheeled a cart down the aisle, selling breakfast. The young girl's mother insisted on treating the 2 of them to bowls of stir-fried shredded pork with pickled vegetables. Initially, both Yang Fan and Huang Dandan hesitated, but she insisted, stating that if they refused, she would take her children aside. Unable to resist, they accepted. Yang Fan discerned that this woman's financial situation was not robust, as she purchased only 2 bowls, abstaining from eating herself and even opting not to buy for her daughter. Huang Dandan, a thoughtful young lady, noticed the little girl had not eaten breakfast, and from her luggage, she retrieved 2 pieces of chocolate, offering them to the girl. Initially, the child did not unwrap them, but looked up at her mother with pleading eyes. Huang Dandan, feeling a pang of sympathy, said, "Sister, let her eat. She is simply too good." The woman nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, but don't forget to thank this sister." The little girl's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, sister," before quickly unwrapping the candy and savoring it with delight. Yang Fan observed this exchange, unable to suppress his admiration. Though the woman's material possessions were scarce, her spirit was undeniably rich. Under her guidance, her daughter, when grown, may not become a pillar of society, but at the very least, she would embody independence and resilience. At 11:50 in the morning, the train finally arrived at Guangqing Station. After exchanging greetings with a few acquaintances, Yang Fan disembarked from the vehicle, carrying his luggage bag. 20 minutes prior, his elder brother Yang Yuan had sent him a message indicating his arrival and that he was currently waiting for him at exit 3. Navigating through the bustling crowd before him, Yang Fan joined the line leading to exit 3. Dongguan, renowned globally as a manufacturing hub, attracts workers from all corners of the country. Consequently, the Dongguan railway station ranks among the busiest train stations in the nation in terms of foot traffic. Even though Yang Fan knew where Yang Yuan was waiting, it took him quite some time to finally meet up with him. "How's it going? Are you hungry? If so, let's grab a bite," Yang Yuan suggested as he took the luggage bag from Yang Fan and patted his arm. Yang Fan replied, "After such a long journey, I am indeed feeling a bit peckish. Let's find a place to eat something simple. How can we settle for something simple? Since it's your first visit, it's my duty as your elder brother to treat you to something exquisite. Come, I shall take you for stone-pot fish," Yang Yuan declared, leading Yang Fan to a somewhat aged pickup truck, skillfully opening the door. As Yang Fan settled into the passenger seat, he inquired, "Is this your vehicle? Or is it from your factory?" Yang Yuan responded, "Of course, it belongs to the factory. This beast consumes too much fuel. I could never afford to maintain it. However, I typically handle the deliveries, so the key has always been with me." With that, he turned the key, ignited the engine, and sped off. As Yang Fan sat in the front seat, he engaged in light conversation with Yang Yuan before turning his gaze to the expansive streets and the lush greenery lining the roads. In 2008, Dongguan was a revered destination for countless enthusiasts. At that time, the city had yet to undergo significant crackdowns on the entertainment industry, which had garnered acclaim throughout Asia. Industry insiders estimated that nearly 100,000 individuals were engaged in the sex service sector. There was even a saying within the industry that spoke of 100,000 workers flocking to Lingnan, with 1 million patrons descending upon Dongguan. The vast number of service personnel bolstered an extensive industrial chain encompassing jewelry, cosmetics, sexual wellness products, and hospitality. The economic benefits generated annually soared to as much as 50 billion yuan, accounting for roughly 14% of the local GDP. Dongguan's service industry not only attracted men from various regions across the country, but also extended its influence throughout Southeast Asia. Businessmen from Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Malaysia frequently visited. In a few years, a phrase would emerge online: "The service industry cannot exist without Dongguan, just as the West cannot exist without Jerusalem." For those who cherished such pursuits, Dongguan was indeed a paradise on earth. However, for Yang Fan and his brother Yang Yuan, Dongguan represented merely a manufacturing city, a place for earning a living, not much different from other cities in the Pearl River Delta. At the entrance of a restaurant, Yang Yuan selected a large, lively green fish. Watching the proprietor dispatch the fish before his very eyes, he then led Yang Fan inside to take a seat. "By the way, our parents called me and mentioned that you wish to earn your tuition and living expenses on your own. That's commendable. Here's to you, little brother," Yang Yuan exclaimed as he opened a bottle of ice-cold cola and poured a generous glass for Yang Fan. Yang Fan finished the cola in one gulp, wiped his mouth with his hand, and remarked, "I have turned 18, and it is only right that I earn my own living. With your words, second brother can rest assured. I have already asked a friend to secure a job for you at a nearby plastics factory. It's a day shift, 8 yuan an hour. Just sitting and watching the machines. It's not too strenuous. Second brother, I have no intention of working in a factory." "What? Not working in a factory?" Yang Yuan paused, then inquired, "What do you wish to do instead?" Yang Fan briefly recounted his plan to procure goods in Huaqiangbei. Hiss! Yang Yuan gasped upon hearing this. He did not expect that his freshly graduated younger brother harbored such grand ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yuan hesitantly asked, "Are you suggesting that you want to start a business?" Yang Fan nodded affirmatively. "Exactly. Earning money in a factory is far too slow. Have you had any prior experience in this field?" "Well, no, but I have studied it in books, and I am confident." Although he had spent over a decade in the mechanical industry in his previous life, he indeed had no experience with these matters in this life. Thus, he only claimed to have learned from books. Yang Yuan sighed. He had navigated the complexities of society for several years. From his perspective, Yang Fan's approach was tantamount to squandering resources. Nevertheless, It was commendable that his younger brother had ambition and a desire to earn. He could not dampen his enthusiasm. Rubbing his face, Yang Yuan said, "Third brother, what is written in books can differ greatly from reality. Isn't there a saying that what is learned from books often feels insufficiently profound?" Yang Fan interjected, "It is said that what is learned from books feels shallow. True understanding comes from practical experience." "Yes, that is the phrase. You excel academically and possess a greater cultural understanding than I. You should grasp this principle better than I do." Yang Fan replied calmly, "Second brother, I understand you think I am being reckless. That is all right. After we finish our meal, let us go directly to Huaqiangbei, and I will demonstrate my capabilities before your eyes. Many things are hard to believe if merely spoken." Yang Fan had long planned to assemble a few mobile phones in front of Yang Yuan to showcase his abilities. At that point, he would naturally gain his brother's approval. Yang Yuan nodded. "All right, we have no other commitments this afternoon. I will take you there. But let us agree, if it does not work out, you must obediently take the factory job." "Agreed." Chapter 10. Huaqiangbei. After finishing their meal, the brothers set off directly. It is well known that Guangxing is adjacent to Pingcheng. Their current location is merely over 60 kilometers from Huaqiangbei. With the journey primarily consisting of elevated highways and city expressways, they arrived in just over an hour. Established in 1988, Huaqiangbei originated as an industrial area primarily producing electronics, communications, and electrical products. As a globally renowned center for the electronic industry, Huaqiangbei spans an area of 145 square kilometers, with a total commercial area of 620,000 square meters. It is truly the foremost electronic street in China. Due to its formidable industrial chain advantages, it has become a paradise for mobile phone assembly. In the bustling marketplace, regardless of the brand or model, one can discover replicas that bear an astonishing resemblance to the original smartphones. Furthermore, these imitations boast functionalities that can rival the authentic products. Remarkably, there have been instances where counterfeit versions emerged in Huaqiangbei even before the genuine devices were officially released. In essence, for anyone aspiring to profit in the electronics industry, Huaqiangbei stands as an indomitable monument. Upon entering the vibrant electronics market, Yang Fan made a beeline for a stall specializing in mobile phone accessories. He approached the proprietor and adeptly inquired about the prices of various components. At this moment, Huaqiangbei had already evolved into a highly mature industry for smartphone assembly. All essential parts, motherboards, displays, batteries, casings, cameras, speakers, and chargers, were readily available. A skilled technician, armed with merely a screwdriver, tweezers, and a heat gun, could assemble an entire phone in a matter of minutes. Of course, this ease of assembly was also due to the current simplicity of smartphone functionalities, which do not demand high precision. However, a decade later, as flagship models from various brands emerge, the complexity of assembly is certain to escalate significantly. Yang Fan took out paper and pen, simultaneously asking questions and recording the models and prices. He understood the importance of comparing products, ensuring he made informed decisions. Observing this, the shopkeeper said nothing, accustomed to such inquiries. Yang Yuan stood quietly behind him, observing. The brothers had grown up together. Yet Yang Yuan suddenly realized that he hardly knew his younger sibling. In his memory, Yang Fan had always been the obedient, introverted type, an exemplary child who diligently studied at school and assisted at home. However, upon their meeting today, Yang Fan exuded a marked transformation. He appeared ambitious, purpose-driven, and remarkably adept at engaging with others. While the first three traits were surprising yet comprehensible, after all, people do evolve as they mature. The ease with which Yang Fan conversed with the vendors truly astonished him. In that moment, his brother seemed to have shed the mantle of the shy student, instead emerging as a shrewd and capable salesperson. The contrast was so profound that Yang Yuan momentarily struggled to process it. Perhaps education had enlightened him, he mused internally. Thus, after nearly 3 hours in the electronics market, Yang Fan visited 4 or 5 stalls, filling his once blank sheet with information. He clarified the prices of various components, purchased a few samples, and obtained the shopkeeper's contact details. Upon returning home, he intended to attempt assembling several phones himself. Once he confirmed their functionality, he would return for a formal procurement. Yang Fan turned to Yang Yuan and said, "Brother, let us acquire a heat gun and some glue, and then we can head back." Yang Yuan replied, "There's no need to purchase a heat gun. My friend has one at his factory. I'll borrow it for you." "That sounds splendid." It will save us a few hundred yuan, Yang Fan responded. Yang Yuan bit his lip, expressing his doubt. Are you certain that with all these items, you can assemble a complete phone? Absolutely, Yang Fan assured him. I've already obtained the schematics from the boss. There's no issue whatsoever. Besides, it merely appears daunting. In reality, it's quite straightforward. Just watch me a few times, and who knows, I might even manage it myself. As a seasoned veteran in the mechanical industry for over a decade, he believed that with all the components in place and clear drawings at hand, if one couldn't assemble an old-fashioned mobile phone, it would be better to meet a tragic end than to endure such failure. I could manage it too. Perhaps it's best I refrain. There's a significant gap between different fields, and these screens and batteries are rather expensive. We certainly don't want to damage them. They're not that fragile. As long as you don't deliberately drop them, they are quite durable. The two brothers conversed as they returned to the car. Yang Yuan started the vehicle and headed back to Dongguan City. The task of assembling the phone would take a couple more days to finalize. To economize, Yang Fan decided to stay in his dormitory. On the way, he inquired, Brother, could I borrow the car tomorrow? I need to head to Huaqiangbei. Yang Yuan glanced at him and asked, Can you drive? Of course, I can drive just as well as you, Yang Fan replied confidently. But do you possess a driver's license? Not yet. Yang Yuan gently pressed the brake and remarked, You certainly cannot drive without a license. That would be illegal. As expected, he did not agree. Yang Fan shook his head, resolving to obtain a driver's license as soon as he returned. Being without a car while out and about proved to be quite inconvenient. Upon arriving at Yang Yuan's factory, it was already past 7, and darkness had fallen. After placing his luggage in the dormitory, Yang Fan took a shower. Yang Yuan handed him a food container, saying, It's a bit late. The canteen has run out of meat and vegetables, so this is all that's left. Make do with it. Yang Fan opened it to find stewed potatoes and radishes along with stir-fried cabbage, which was quite satisfactory. He devoured the meal ravenously. This is how it is when one is away from home. Whether the food is good or bad, one must simply eat until full. After finishing his meal, Yang Fan wiped his mouth, filled a cup with tap water, and rinsed his mouth. He then said, Brother, please hurry and borrow that heat gun. I need it immediately. Yang Yuan frowned and replied, Is it that urgent? I plan to go in the morning. It's better to go now, if you get it tonight. I can work on it first thing tomorrow morning. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can earn. Yang Yuan nodded. All right, I'll go right away. Just stay put in the dormitory and don't wander around. My roommate will be back soon, so be courteous and offer him a cigarette. After saying this, he pulled a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Yang Fan. This dormitory has 4 bunk beds, typically accommodating 4 individuals, 2 on the day shift and 2 on the night shift. Those working away from home inevitably have relatives and friends visiting. Before Yang Fan's arrival, Yang Yuan had already informed his roommates and had treated them to a meal beforehand. They were all very accommodating. Yang Fan reassured him, Don't worry, brother, I understand. Yang Yuan took a sip of water, changed into a pair of slippers, and headed out. Chapter 11. Assembling a mobile phone. The intricate structure within a mobile phone may appear complex, yet, with a fundamental understanding of the principles involved, the assembly proves to be less challenging than constructing a more intricate set of building blocks. Once the tools are prepared and the schematics unfurled, one must meticulously arrange all components. The initial step involves placing the motherboard into the phone casing, ensuring that all connection points are aligned. Secure the motherboard with screws and connect all relevant cables. The subsequent step entails the installation of the display screen, where one must connect the interface, apply adhesive, and utilize a heat gun to secure it in place. The third step consists of installing components such as the camera, speaker, and charging port. Following this, the battery should be installed and the power cable connected. Finally, affix the exterior casing. At this juncture, a large-screen touchscreen device comes to fruition. As it was his inaugural assembly, Yang Fan diligently confirmed each step multiple times. Nevertheless, he completed the task in just over 30 minutes. An experienced technician could accomplish the same feat in merely 10 minutes. Upon pressing the power button and witnessing the boot-up animation on the screen, Yang Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. The material cost of such a phone hovers just above 200 yuan. With bulk purchasing, expenses could further diminish. In his hometown, the retail price approaches 1,500 yuan, yielding an astonishing profit margin of several 100%. Suddenly, Yang Fan comprehended why several mobile phone shops had emerged in their town. Despite its modest population, it became evident that this venture was exceptionally lucrative. Although retailers procured complete phones at a higher price than he would, they also sold them at elevated prices, thus reaping profits of 800 to 900 yuan per device. Selling merely 10 phones a month would cover rent, utilities, and wages. This business model operated silently, yet effectively. Yang Yuan took the phone and examined it, inquiring, "What do you plan to sell it for?" Yang Fan replied, "Around 1,000 yuan. And how much profit will that yield?" 7 to 800. Yang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly that much? Having graduated high school and worked in mold making for over 5 years, he had become a competent technician, yet his monthly salary was a mere 500 yuan. In 2008, earning 500 yuan a month was quite remarkable, particularly considering the strong purchasing power of the Chinese yuan at that time. The property prices in Dongguan were only a little over 6,000 yuan per square meter. With just 200 yuan, one could hire a proficient teacher for the Gaokao exam. Hearing Yang Fan's assertion that assembling such a phone could yield 7 to 800 yuan shook the foundations of his beliefs. Was it truly that easy to earn money? Yang Fan smiled. That's merely the base model. Those with more features could sell for an additional 3 to 400. When it comes to older mobile phones, enhancing them with gimmicky features incurs minimal costs. Upgrading a chip or replacing with a higher-end lens might only add a few dozen yuan to the total expense. However, when sold, the price could increase by several hundred yuan. Ultimately, the more features a device possesses, the greater the profits for the merchants. After the initial shock, Yang Yuan continued, "Will they sell?" Opening a shop and conducting business is quite distinct from farming at home or working in a factory. One must tread carefully to avoid losses. Rest assured, my dear brother, I offer lower prices than others, coupled with an additional 2-year warranty, ensuring my products will sell remarkably well. Yang Fan has meticulously planned. For the same mobile phone that others price at 1,200, he will offer it for 1,000. While competitors provide a 1-year warranty, he extends it to 2 years. Consumers, after all, seek value for their money. With competitive pricing and excellent after-sales service, why wouldn't they choose his offerings? Yang Yuan exhaled deeply and remarked, "As long as you are aware, I shall transfer 15,000 to you shortly. Use it as your capital." On his way back from Huaqiangbei, Yang Fan had broached the subject of borrowing money. At that time, Yang Yuan had hesitated, not out of stinginess or reluctance to part with his funds, but because he was uncertain whether Yang Fan could successfully assemble the phones. Now, having witnessed his brother construct a mobile device with his own eyes, the weight of doubt had lifted from his heart. Since his brother possesses the capability to engage in this venture, as the elder sibling, he is determined to lend his unwavering support. Such is the bond of kinship and brotherhood. Yang Fan paused momentarily and questioned, "Didn't you say 10,000? How did it become 15,000? Yang Yuan reclined on the bed, gazing upward, and responded, "I initially intended to set aside 5,000 to purchase a decent second-hand laptop for you to use at university. However, since you are embarking on this business endeavor, I shall give it all to you." Yang Fan felt a surge of gratitude. Although Yang Yuan's salary is substantial, working in mold production involves alternating day and night shifts, requiring 11 hours of labor each day, a true testament to hard-earned money. The 15,000 represents several months of savings. Yet, he offered it without a moment's hesitation. "Thank you, brother. Consider this an investment. Once I generate profit, I will repay you tenfold." Yang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Between brothers, there is no need for thanks. As long as it is a legitimate undertaking, I will support you wholeheartedly." Yang Fan nodded in agreement, silently vowing, "Brother, I shall not disappoint you." He then resumed assembling the devices. He had procured components for 5 different models of mobile phones, including flip phones, slide phones, those with stylus functionality, and traditional button-operated devices. Nearly all mainstream styles available on the market were represented. By 10 o'clock that evening, all the phones had been assembled. Yang Fan stood up and stretched, noting a significant improvement in his assembly efficiency after several hours of practice. He was now confident in his ability to assemble 5 or 6 phones within an hour. After taking a few sips of water, Yang Fan realized he was feeling a bit hungry. He spoke up, "Brother, I would like to go out for a late-night snack. Would you care to join me?" Yang Yuan, not particularly hungry himself, nonetheless worried that Yang Fan might not know the way, replied, "Let us go together." The two brothers stepped out, and at that moment, Yang Yuan's roommate returned. He greeted them, "Lao Xia, come join us for a late-night snack. It's on me." Lao Xia replied. I just had a quick meal outside and am feeling a bit weary. Could you bring me a chicken leg rice? Don't forget to add 2 braised eggs. Yang Yuan gestured with an okay sign and assured him, no problem. Yang Fan felt somewhat bewildered and remarked, second brother, why is your roommate speaking so oddly? Didn't he just have fast food? Why does he still need you to bring him meals? Yang Yuan cast a peculiar glance at him and replied, little one, refrain from asking too many questions. With that, he descended the stairs. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan slapped his forehead. He had been assembling a mobile phone for several hours, and his mind felt somewhat muddled, failing to grasp old Xia's words. Now it dawned on him. This fellow, it turns out, is quite the veteran. If his roommate is an experienced player, what about second brother? Yang Fan pondered. In his 20s, he is undoubtedly in the prime of his youth. Moreover, with a decent salary, and in a city like Dongguan, it does raise some suspicions. However, Yang Yuan sends money home every month, so even if there were any issues, they should not be significant. Chapter 12. The MP3 encounter after spending a night in the factory dormitory in Dongguan. The date had arrived at June 28th. Before heading to Huaqiangbei, Yang Fan made a stop at a nearby internet cafe. Today was the day for college applications. Without hesitation, he applied to Hongqing University, majoring in marketing at the School of Economics and Management. Although it was a second-tier university, it was still a 211 institution. After submitting his application, out of respect, he called Yang Jinkai. Dad, I have submitted my major. Yang Jinkai inquired, which major? Yang Fan replied, the marketing major at Hongqing University that I mentioned to you last time. On the other end of the line, Yang Jinkai remained silent for a while before saying, well, if you've applied, then you've applied. It's your university. As long as you are satisfied, that's what matters. He continued, when you are away, consult your brother more often about anything. Do not act impulsively. Understood, Dad. With that, they hung up. Yang Fan placed his phone back in his pocket and walked to the bus stop, waiting for a coach heading towards Pengcheng. Dongguan is rather unique, being the only major city in the country without districts or counties beneath it. Furthermore, it is an industrial city with relatively inadequate public transportation. Compared to the neighboring Pengcheng, the experience of waiting for a bus in Dongguan is quite subpar. The journey of over 60 kilometers required Yang Fan to change buses 4 times, taking him 2 hours and 50 minutes. It was only in the last few kilometers that he, having lost all patience, decided to take a taxi. Otherwise, he might have been delayed for another half hour. Hey, good looking, aren't you going for a massage? I can recommend a place with discounts. The taxi driver once again attempted to solicit his services as Yang Fan exited the vehicle. He chose not to respond, tossing a 20 yuan note and walking away without a backward glance. He had no inclination for massages. Even attending the extravagant Hai Tian Sheng Yen would not pique his interest. All he desired was to earn money. After withdrawing cash from a bank near Huaqiangbei, Yang Fan re-entered the electronics market. He approached the stall that had offered him the most reasonable price the previous day and ordered over 16,000 yuan worth of goods in one fell swoop. These components, after accounting for losses, could be assembled into over 60 mobile phones. While 60 sets of phone components may sound like a great deal, in reality, they fit into just 2 large plastic bags. Yang Fan grasped one bag in each hand and turned to exit. Greetings, esteemed sir. Might you be inclined to peruse my offerings? Merely a few paces taken, he was intercepted by a middle-aged gentleman bearing a shoulder bag. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, on the verge of declining, when the man produced a small gadget from his bag. This is an MP3 player manufactured by our factory, he proclaimed, of exceptional quality and remarkably affordable. With a supplementary remark, he added, it's merely 35 yuan each, and we can negotiate for larger orders. 35 yuan for an MP3 player? Such a price is astonishing, Yang Fan thought, recalling that even a basic MP3 player, devoid of a display, typically costs nearly 100 yuan. Higher quality models often range from 200 to 500 yuan or more. The inexplicable low price of this MP3 raised suspicions in his mind. The man, perceiving Yang Fan as skepticism, thrust the item into his hand, saying, this is the product. You may examine it at your leisure. Yang Fan scrutinized the compact and exquisite MP3, adorned with a black metallic finish. After a brief moment, he voiced, this one appears commendable, but what of the others? Without hesitation, the man unzipped his bag, declaring, I carry over 40. Feel free to inspect them. Yang Fan shook his head, being unacquainted with the man. He felt it inappropriate to rummage through his belongings. The man continued, "If you remain unconvinced, I can take you to our factory. We specialize in this production. Pray tell, how can your MP3s be so inexpensive?" Young Fan, growing weary of the preamble, directly inquired. From his understanding, an MP3, accounting for various costs, should command a factory price of at least 50 to 60 yuan. Otherwise, the factory may not even recoup its expenses. The man's claim of 35 yuan, with room for negotiation on bulk purchases, seemed rather implausible. As the adage goes, there are those willing to engage in risky ventures, but none would partake in losing endeavors. Clearly, something was amiss. The man glanced around cautiously and whispered, "These are return goods." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan promptly replied, "I am not interested. Selling such items carries substantial risk. It could lead to potential repercussions." The man hastily countered, "Our return goods are of excellent quality, distinct from others. I guarantee a 2-year warranty." Yang Fan scoffed, "You would do best to seek another buyer. I cannot shoulder this risk." As he turned to leave, the man, gritting his teeth, offered, "We can arrange payment upon delivery. You may remit payment only after selling the items. Should any issues arise, I will handle the warranty." Yang Fan paused, contemplating the advantageous terms. After all, he bore no risk. "Let us discuss this further outside," he suggested, gesturing toward the exit. "Very well," the man acquiesced, following him out of the electronics market. In a nearby fast food establishment, Yang Fan ordered 2 servings of pork trotter rice, and the two began to converse leisurely. The man's name was Yi Xintao, who operated a modest SMT chip factory in Pengcheng. This batch of MP3 players had originally been commissioned by a client for production. However, during the manufacturing process, a night shift worker, inebriated, misinterpreted the schematics and incorrectly installed several components. A batch of MP3s was rendered defective, prompting the customer to express their refusal to accept the shipment and demand compensation. After numerous discussions yielded no resolution, Yi Xintao reluctantly acquiesced. Ultimately, as the employer, he bore the brunt of his employee's mistake. Consequently, he incurred a loss exceeding 300,000 and retained the flawed MP3s. He then rallied his entire workforce to rework the components over a span of 2 months. This is the precarious nature of running a small factory. A single order mishandled can precipitate turmoil. After enduring significant financial loss and a 2-month delay, Yi Xintao found himself at a breaking point. If he could not swiftly liquidate this batch of MP3s to recoup funds, his factory would face imminent closure. Having spent over half a month in Huaqiangbei, he found that despite explaining the situation to passers-by, none were inclined to accept his offer. It was only moments ago that he encountered Yang Fan. The MP3 had once enjoyed a meteoric rise in popularity, cherished by many students. Yang Fan recalled purchasing one in his first year of middle school for over 180 yuan, ostensibly to aid in learning English, though it was primarily used for listening to popular music. At that time, nearly every classmate owned an MP3, with those from affluent backgrounds often possessing multiple devices. However, in recent years, as an increasing number of manufacturers introduced music-enabled phones, the MP3 had begun to lose its luster. Since 2006, sales of MP3s had been in continuous decline for 2 years. Yang Fan recognized that in a few years, the MP3 would likely be discarded by the market. Nevertheless, that was a concern for the future. Presently, there remained an opportunity to sell MP3s. Chapter 13. Prepared after enjoying a meal of pig's trotter rice. Yang Fan accompanied Yi Xintao to his factory, located in a secluded industrial park in Guanlan. Yang Fan's visit was twofold. He sought to observe the factory's conditions, and the location was conveniently near Dongcheng. Yi Xintao drove an aging Corolla, the ride punctuated by incessant jolts. A glance at the dashboard revealed the odometer had surpassed 400,000 kilometers, indicating the car's age was not far behind his own. Along the way, Yang Fan casually inquired, "Old Yi, how long has your factory been operating?" With one hand on the steering wheel and the other stroking his chin, Yi Xintao replied, "Counting this year, nearly 7 years. Has the financial crisis affected you?" "Yes, indeed. Although I only handle a few domestic orders and have no exposure to foreign trade. Since last year, many larger factories that primarily focused on exports have gradually found themselves with less work. These bastards have turned around and started poaching my business." At this point, Yi Xintao slapped the armrest and continued, "Damn it, I used to easily rake in 60 to 70,000 a month, living quite comfortably. But this year, not only have prices dropped by nearly 30%, but payments are also exceedingly difficult to collect. It's utterly frustrating. Yang Fan smiled, but remained silent. Such is the nature of business. One year may yield abundance and luxury, while the next could require selling off assets and seeking assistance from others. Yi Xintao lit a cigarette and said, "Brother, I won't hide it from you. To keep the factory afloat, I've mortgaged my house. If this batch of MP3s doesn't sell, I'll be left with nothing." Yang Fan replied, "I'll do my best to sell them, but you need to consider other options as well. With over 10,000 MP3s, it's quite a challenge for me to sell them all on my own. I understand that, but finding a reliable person these days is exceedingly difficult," Yi Xintao remarked. "How do you know I'm reliable?" he continued, casting a sideways glance at Yang Fan. "I can't say for sure, but I suppose I'll treat this dead horse like a live one," he added. Yang Fan chuckled lightly. "With that mindset, you'll surely weather this storm." After a short while, the car stopped in front of an old compound. As they exited, Yi Xintao remarked, "There's nothing happening at the factory right now. The machines are idle and the employees have gone home." Yang Fan followed him up to the second floor. The first thing that caught his eye were two rather rudimentary production lines. He crouched down to examine the nameplate on one of the machines and discovered it was a Fuji pick-and-place machine manufactured in 1992. He calculated in his mind that this machine was only 2 years younger than him. Noticing his interest, Yi Xintao patted the machine's exterior and said, "Don't let its age fool you. It's quite effective. Over the years, I've made nearly 2 million with this piece of equipment." Yang Fan nodded. The technology from Japan indeed possesses its merits. In his previous life, he had encountered several aging Japanese machines in his factory. Despite their unassuming appearance and simplistic functions, they operated reliably with minimal breakdowns. After sipping some tea in the office, Yang Fan took out a small stack of renminbi and declared, "Let us skip the usual advance payment. I'll put down a deposit of 1,500 and take 100 MP3s with me." Initially, he had negotiated with Yi Xintao for the MP3s at 32 yuan each, planning to take 10 back and settle the bill once he sold them. However, after visiting the factory, Yang Fan was now certain that Yi Xintao was not a fraud, so he decided to take more with him. No need for pleasantries. "If you trust me, I 1 TB lakhs in my hospitality. Later, I'll treat you to a foot massage. We can enjoy it on the first floor before heading to the second. I'm not boasting, but I'm a VIP at all the foot massage parlors in Guanlan." Yi Xintao filled Yang Fan's cup with water, thumping his chest proudly. Yang Fan waved his hand. "Let us save the foot massage for another time. First, take me back to Guan City. I need to return tomorrow. Since you're here, let us have a meal before you leave. Allow me to extend my hospitality. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to dine together. Once this batch of MP3 sells, you can treat me to a grand feast," Yang Fan replied. Yi Xintao stood up and said, "All right, it's settled then. I'll take you back." They proceeded downstairs together. He started the car and drove Yang Fan to the factory where Yang Yuan worked. Upon arriving at the factory dormitory, Yang Fan placed his belongings down, took a shower, and changed his clothes. Shortly after 8 in the evening, Yang Yuan returned from a long day of work. Yang Fan paused his assembly work and said, "Second brother, I'm heading back tomorrow." Yang Yuan was taken aback. "So soon?" "Yes, I've purchased all the components and assembled over 30 phones. The sooner I return, the sooner I can sell them." "Have you booked your ticket?" "Not yet. I plan to take the bus." Yang Yuan bit his lip and said, "Taking the bus requires going to Zhangyitu. Wake up early tomorrow morning. I will take you and then return to work." Yang Fan scratched his head and replied, "Isn't tomorrow Sunday? Do you have to work?" "In our line of work, there are no Sundays. We must labor when there is work to be done." After a brief chat, Yang Yuan went to the bathroom to shower. Yang Fan tidied up his belongings, meticulously checking them several times to ensure nothing was forgotten, before taking out his phone to call Yang Jinkai. "Dad, I'm returning tomorrow. Probably arriving the day after in the morning." Yang Jinkai paused for a moment, his tone urgent. "Aren't you supposed to be working in Guanxing? What has happened?" He feared his son had encountered trouble. "Dad, nothing has happened. Both I and Ergo are doing well. I have completed what I needed to do this time." Yang Fan then slowly recounted the business matters he intended to pursue. After listening, Yang Jinkai took a long while before asking, "Does Ergo agree?" Yang Fan replied, "He does. Not only that, he even gave me 15,000 yuan. Have your brother come. I wish to speak with him." Just then, Yang Yuan emerged from the shower. Yang Fan handed him the phone. "Dad wants to talk to you." With one hand holding a towel and the other grasping the phone, Yang Yuan began conversing with Yang Jinkai. "Yes, that's right, Dad. Oh, please don't worry. If we incur losses, we incur losses. At worst, I will earn it back. As for Lao San, I believe he can manage. He is clever, educated, and far superior to me. Rest assured, tomorrow I will take him to the station, and you can speak to him then. After a full 5 minutes, Yang Yuan returned the phone, saying, "You little rascal starting your own business. I take the blame for you." Yang Fan chuckled. "What can I say? You are my brother. Get to bed early. We must rise early tomorrow." All right. That night, Yang Fan dreamed a dream. In it, he and Yang Yuan donned sharp suits, together ringing the bell at Nasdaq. Among the jubilant crowd, the faces of Yang Jinkai and Li Xiuying beamed with uncontainable joy. Chapter 14. The family store. The next morning, just after 5, Yang Yuan roused Yang Fan. "Lao San, wake up, it's time to set off." Yang Fan, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes, dressed hastily, completed his morning routine, and followed Yang Yuan downstairs. He dozed off again on the bus. At 6:30, they arrived at Zhangyidu bus station. Yang Yuan had already purchased the ticket and tossed a remark. "The bus leaves at 9. Don't delay. Find a place to have some breakfast. Don't sit on an empty stomach, or you might feel nauseous." With that, he hurried off, needing to return to work. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Yang Fan felt a pang of sadness. Though Yang Yuan was only 5 years his senior, he had always looked out for him, caring for him throughout their lives. When Yang Fan was in the 1st grade, he often overslept and failed to rise for morning reading. Yang Yuan would carry him to school, traversing the muddy path for over 3 miles, a feat he repeated for an entire year. As they grew older, Yang Yuan attended high school while Yang Fan was in middle school. Although the two were not attending the same school, every time his pocket money ran out, he would seek out Yang Yuan for assistance. Yang Yuan, preferring to forego his own expenditures, would save up to give him money. Later, when he entered high school, Yang Yuan began working. Each year, upon his return, he would bring gifts: brand-name sportswear, athletic shoes, fashionable watches, and exquisite pens were never absent from his hands. In Yang Fan's heart, Yang Yuan, this second older brother, momentarily embodied the finest person in the world. After having breakfast and using the restroom, the time struck 8. Leaving just an hour before departure, Yang Fan settled into a chair in the waiting room and dialed Yang Jinkai. "Dad, our shop in town hasn't been rented out yet." "Has it?" Yang Jinkai responded. "Not yet. Why?" "Don't rent it out to anyone else. I want to use it for my own business. We'll discuss it when you return." "All right, we'll talk about it then." Yang Fan hung up the phone. Speaking of that shop, there lies a story in the middle. A few years ago, when his elder sister Yang Xiaoqin had just married Zhang Bo, he had just completed his carpentry apprenticeship. Through a mutual acquaintance, he secured a carpentry project in town, helping a businessman construct a building. The project was urgent, requiring the completion of a 6-story building with 12 storefronts within half a year. Zhang Bo, unable to finish it alone, enlisted the help of 5 workers. After several months of diligent effort, they finally erected the building. However, at that juncture, the businessman encountered legal troubles and was incarcerated, leaving his finances in disarray, and the project's final payment went unpaid. The businessman's wife, though reasonable, told Zhang Bo, "We truly have no money left. Your pressure does not help. However, if you are willing, I can arrange for you to take over one of the storefronts as compensation. If you refuse, you may wait until that scoundrel is released before seeking payment." With no other options, Zhang Bo reluctantly agreed. However, complications arose because he had hired 5 workers to assist him. In such contracts, if one fails to receive payment, it is their responsibility. Yet, wages for the laborers must be honored. After all, they earned their money through hard work. Desperate, Zhang Bo approached his father-in-law, Yang Jinkai, borrowing 45,000 yuan to pay the workers. This was no small sum, and given Zhang Bo's circumstances, it was uncertain when he would be able to repay it. Not wishing to see his daughter and son-in-law burdened by debt, Yang Jinkai decided to purchase the storefront for 75,000 yuan. This arrangement not only relieved Zhang Bo of his debts, but also left him with some savings. However, at that time, the shop's location was not ideal, yielding only 200 to 300 yuan in monthly rent, effectively causing Yang Jinkai to incur a moderate loss. Many mocked him, criticizing his choice not to demand a dowry for his daughter and instead financially supporting his son-in-law, deeming it foolish. Yang Jinkai, however, remained unfazed, considering his son-in-law as family. He felt compelled to assist. Yet, life often unfolds in unexpected ways. The year following the purchase of the storefront, the town unexpectedly began road renovations. A spacious road extends directly from the town government office, passing through the town's secondary school. Consequently, a certain shop became exceedingly sought after. There were even offers reaching 320,000, as someone sought to purchase it, yet Yang Jinkai declined. He felt it inappropriate to take advantage of his son-in-law and decided to approach Zhang Bo, expressing his desire to return the shop at the original price. Zhang Bo, a man of integrity, immediately knelt before Yang Jinkai. "Father," he declared, "not only did you not disdain my poverty by giving your daughter Qinqin to me, but you have also helped me immensely. I remember all of this in my heart. If I were to covet the shop today, I would be unworthy of being called human. Heaven would strike me down with a bolt of lightning." Thus, the shop remained in Yang Jinkai's possession, which he subsequently rented out. For the past few years, it had been leased to a young man who ran a barber shop at a rate of 1,600 per month. In May of this year, the young man, having recently married, decided to move to the provincial capital and return the shop. Yang Jinkai saw this as an opportunity to renovate the utilities inside and chose not to rent it out temporarily. It was then that Yang Fan set his sights on the shop. His inclination to venture into Pengcheng to sell mobile phones was partly influenced by the availability of this shop. With a suitably located establishment at his disposal, wouldn't it be far more efficient to conduct business? Attention, dear passengers. The number 9 bus has arrived. Those traveling on the number 9 bus, please proceed to the gate for ticket inspection. The sharp, resonant electronic voice jolted Yang Fan from his reverie. He glanced at the ticket in his hand. He was indeed taking the number 9 bus. He picked up his luggage and began to queue for ticket inspection. 5 minutes later, he boarded the bus back home. In fact, train tickets from Guangxing to his hometown were quite readily available. If he were traveling alone and unencumbered, he would surely have opted for the train, as it is far more comfortable than a bus. However, with his excessive luggage, 2 bags and a backpack, along with the need to protect his mobile phone accessories and MP3 player from being crushed, he chose the bus instead. To ensure the safety of his belongings, he spent an additional 50 yuan to select a spot deep within the bus's luggage compartment. Once aboard, his first action was to send a message to Yang Yuan and Yang Jinkai before shutting down his phone. The straight-line distance from Guangxing to his hometown exceeds 1,400 miles, yet the actual distance the bus would cover is nearly 2,000 miles. The bus travels at a leisurely pace, with breaks along the way, meaning it would take over 20 hours to reach home, as he had not brought a spare battery. Turning off his phone in advance to conserve its power was indeed prudent. With a honk of the horn, the bus departed the station, heading toward the horizon. Yang Fan exhaled deeply as he settled into his seat. This journey to Guangxing had been quite fulfilling. He had accomplished everything he set out to do. Tomorrow, upon returning home, his life would embark on a new chapter. Chapter 15. The black shop. The most uncomfortable aspect of bus travel is not the motion sickness itself, but rather the unsettling experience of not feeling nauseated until witnessing a group of people suddenly retching profusely, which ultimately induces nausea in oneself. Upon feeling a wave of dizziness and nausea, Yang Fan hastily popped a piece of peppermint gum into his mouth. The refreshing coolness surged through him, providing considerable relief. Shortly after 5 in the afternoon, the bus exited the highway and came to a halt outside a secluded courtyard. The driver called out loudly, "Everyone, go eat. We will depart after the meal." Having said that, he disembarked and walked inside. After enduring over 8 hours on the bus, many passengers were indeed hungry, and they began to disembark in succession. Yang Fan trailed behind the crowd, entering the courtyard. Upon stepping inside, he discovered a single-story house constructed of red bricks. A wooden sign at the entrance indicated, "Fast food 40, instant noodles 20, hot water 10. At that moment, Yang Fan realized he had stumbled upon a scam establishment. In his previous life, he had come across reports online about individuals deliberately setting up overpriced eateries in remote locations, colluding with bus drivers to bring passengers in for meals. The drivers would then be compensated per head after the fact. Having seldom traveled on long-distance buses in his former life, he had never encountered such a situation and had believed it to be mere rumor. To his astonishment, he found himself facing it today. In 2008, one could only imagine the quality of a 40 yuan meal. Even the 20 yuan instant noodles and 10 yuan hot water were enough to evoke disbelief. Who would be willing to pay such outrageous prices? Sure enough, it wasn't long before the crowd began to stir restlessly. The driver emerged, declaring, "This is too expensive. We need to find a more affordable place to eat." Indeed, charging 20 for instant noodles is nothing short of extortion. "I don't care. Those who want to eat can go ahead, but I cannot afford it. Let us return to the bus and avoid this scam joint." Just as confusion reigned, a cacophony of barking erupted from within the house. Following that, a bald man clad in a tank top, showcasing his large tattoos, emerged, leading a fierce-looking wolf dog. The bald man shouted, "What is all the noise? Get inside and eat. I'll tell you, if even one person doesn't eat today, the bus won't leave." A boy resembling a student retorted, "This is forced consumption. It's illegal." The bald man approached and patted the boy's shoulder, grinning maliciously. "Little brother, still in school. I see. Let me tell you, in this place, whether something is legal or illegal is determined by me. Do you understand?" Upon finishing, he tugged on the chain he held, causing the wolf dog to bark menacingly, ready to pounce. The boy, terrified, stumbled back several steps, inadvertently stepping on a small pebble and falling to the ground. The bald man laughed triumphantly and then asked, "Who else thinks I'm breaking the law? Step forward." The crowd fell silent. When out in the world, safety is paramount, and no one was willing to provoke the bald man's wrath. Thus, they resigned themselves to eating. Those who did not wish to partake could settle for instant noodles, and those who could not stomach anything at all were instructed to drink hot water. The bald man waved his hand, his eyes wide as he scrutinized them. Gradually, one person entered, then two, and soon the majority followed suit. Yang Fan also stepped inside. In this unfamiliar place, there was no necessity to engage in conflict over a mere few dozen yuan. Upon entering the humble abode, he surveyed the meager selection of dishes presented before him: stewed cabbage with tofu, stir-fried potatoes with green peppers, sautéed carrots, cold tossed tomatoes, and spicy stir-fried meat. 5 dishes for 40 yuan, with the only meat dish, the spicy stir-fried meat, having been stripped of its lean cuts. Such a meal was hardly worth consuming. Yang Fan extracted 20 yuan to purchase a cup of instant noodles. After finishing his modest meal, he turned to exit, returning to his vehicle. To his surprise, another individual remained inside the car. This person had a conspicuous black mole on his forehead, wore glasses, and was of diminutive stature, appearing rather frail as he sat there. At that moment, a bald man was seated beside him. He spoke up, "Everyone else has gone in to eat, yet you remain. What makes you so special?" The small man replied, "I have no money. All I've got left is what I spent on the bus ticket." "Damn it, who do you think you're fooling? I refuse to believe you have less than 10 yuan on you. I truly have only 5 yuan left, and I'm saving it for the bus." The bald man shoved him roughly and growled, "Stop with the nonsense. Get out and eat right now, or don't blame me for being unkind." The small man raised his hands in surrender. "Even your hot water costs 10 yuan. I genuinely can't spare anything. It's futile even if you beat me." With a loud slap, the bald man struck his face, sending his glasses flying. "Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The bald man glared menacingly at the small man and continued, "Consider that slap worth 10 yuan. I'll let you off this time." He then exited the vehicle. The small man, having endured the blow, bore a swollen face. He uttered not a word, but retrieved his glasses and put them back on, leaning back against the seat as if he had fallen asleep. For reasons unknown, seeing him in that state filled Yang Fan with an inexplicable chill. After a couple of minutes, those who had dined began to return. The driver counted the passengers and confirmed no one was missing. Satisfied, he patted his belly, started the engine, closed the door, and turned the vehicle onto the highway. While others consumed their 40 yuan takeout meals, he indulged in a complimentary feast. Not only that, but his pockets also bulged with 3 crisp bills. In these times, those involved in passenger transport devised various means to profit from their patrons. Earning a few hundred yuan in extra income from a long-distance trip was considered commendable among peers. As for the passengers' feelings, he was utterly indifferent. After all, once they disembarked, they would return to their respective homes, and their next encounter was uncertain. After 2 hours of observing the scenery from the bus, night fell, and it was now 8:20 in the evening. The journey was hardly half complete, and it would take at least another 10 hours to reach home. Yang Fan shifted his body, found a comfortable position, and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, warming his face. He rose and stretched lazily. Last night was a restless cycle of dozing and waking, to the point where my backside felt numb. It was truly a torment. In the future, when I embark on long-distance journeys by coach, I shall certainly opt for a sleeper bus. After muttering a curse, he glanced at the time. It was already 9 in the morning. Coincidentally, the individuals in the seat ahead were conversing in their local dialect, and Yang Fan listened attentively. They mentioned that they were within the boundaries of Jiang City, less than 70 kilometers from their final destination. In just over an hour, he would be home. Chapter 16. The Eve indeed. It was absurd. He had hardly settled before he was on his way back, and he feared no ridicule from others. Li Xiaoying took the clothes Yang Fan had changed out of and muttered a few words. With a smile, Yang Fan replied, "Mother, I've completed everything I set out to do. Why would I return otherwise? If anyone wishes to laugh, let them do so. It has nothing to do with us." In rural life, trivial matters and gossip abound. For instance, tales of which girl from which family is dating at school, or which young man returned empty-handed after failing to earn money last year, or the man who lost 2,000 playing cards. These stories, though unrelated to him, spread widely in the gossip circles, particularly among the older women. The speed at which they disseminate gossip rivals that of a 100-megabit fiber optic network. The rumor of his brief absence, easily twisted into, the third son of the Jin family couldn't endure the work after just a couple of days. He can't handle any hardship and is a failure, would circulate effortlessly. Yang Fan was unbothered. Opinions belonged to others, and if they wished to speak, so be it. In due time, he would let his actions speak volumes in rebuttal. However, Li Xiaoying was quite concerned about this. Her son was still unmarried, and a tarnished reputation could hinder his prospects of finding a wife. She advised Yang Fan, "When you step outside, do not mention that you returned from Guangdong province. Just say you were away on a short trip." "Understood," Yang Fan replied, and he proceeded to the kitchen to set the table and prepare for their meal. Before long, Yang Jinkai returned, hoisting a hoe over his shoulder. He inquired, "How is your second brother faring in Guangqing?" Yang Fan responded, "Quite well. What did you bring back?" "Let me see. Father, how about we eat first? We can look afterward," Yang Fan suggested. Yang Jinkai sighed. "I can't eat without seeing the items worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. With a shrug, Yang Fan entered his room and retrieved a few assembled mobile phones. Yang Jinkai examined them closely for some time, powering each on to test their functions. He expressed disbelief. "Did you truly make all these?" In Yang Jinkai's view, a mobile phone was a high-tech marvel, akin to a luxury item. The realization that his son had managed to create such devices filled him with an almost surreal sense of pride. Yang Fan clarified, "I did not create them. I merely assembled them. It's akin to building a house. The steel, cement, and bricks are all purchased, and the workers piece them together to construct the edifice." Yang Jinkai nodded, understanding the analogy. "As long as you possess such skills, that is what matters. This afternoon, I will clear out the shop in town and hand it over to you." Yang Fan paused for a moment, then exclaimed with excitement, "Dad, have you agreed?" Yang Jinkai sat down at the dining table and replied, "You've already brought everything back. What choice do I have but to agree?" "Thank you, Dad. Once I start earning, I'll pay you rent, double the amount." Li Xiaoying brought over a large bowl of steamed fish with rice noodles and said, "This is our family business. There's no need for rent. Just focus on running the store." Yang Jinkai added, "If business flourishes, I'll have your mother help out at the shop. If it doesn't, we can close it after 2 months. One thing is certain, your university studies must not be delayed." Yang Fan responded with a smile, "I understand, Dad." After finishing their meal, they took a short nap. Then, Yang Jinkai accompanied Yang Fan to the local industrial and commercial office to apply for a business license. Initially, they were told it would take a week to process before they could open. However, after Yang Jinkai discreetly slipped a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to the staff member, the official promptly stated, "Even if the license isn't ready, you can still open the shop. Feel free to come to me if you need anything." Yang Jinkai exchanged a few pleasantries and distributed cigarettes to the other personnel in the office before leaving with Yang Fan. Though he was a genuine farmer, he was far from naive. Due to his experience managing fields at home, he often interacted with various people and had become quite adept in the ways of human relations. Once they arrived at their shop, Yang Jinkai lifted the rolling shutter. He remarked, "Other mobile phone stores in town have glass display cases. I've inquired. And there's a second-hand one at the furniture store across from the police station. A set costs 1,800, which is more than half cheaper than new ones. As for the tables and chairs, we already have some here, so there's no need to buy extra. Let me know if there's anything else you want to remove." The love of a parent is profound. Upon learning that Yang Fan was opening a shop, Yang Jinkai had conducted field research and sought information, dedicating a significant portion of his time over the past few days, even neglecting some farm work. Yang Fan replied, "Just move out those dressing mirrors. We can keep everything else for seating when customers arrive." Yang Jinkai nodded, "All right." after tidying up the shop and bringing in the glass display case. It was already past 6 in the evening, and dusk was approaching. As Yang Fan gazed at the revitalized shop before him, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. In his previous life, he had been a compliant student and, later, a diligent employee, always under the guidance and management of others. Now, he was finally going to be his own boss. Though his business was modest, it was still a legitimate venture. Every penny earned would go directly into his own pocket. Having been reborn, his path to success was about to officially begin here. In his plans, he aimed to earn his first pot of gold before entering university, after which he could truly spread his wings and soar. Since he was opening a shop, he needed to do it well and not forget to order a sign. While lost in thought, Yang Jinsai's words brought him back to reality. Yang Fan replied, "Got it. Dad, I'll head to the printing shop in town shortly and request an expedited sign." Indeed, not only signage but also banners and flyers are indispensable. Promoting one's business is essential. One cannot simply open a mobile phone store and expect others to be unaware of what is sold within. Yang Fan has devised a plan. He intends to enlist a few high school students to distribute flyers at school and disseminate advertisements. With the summer vacation approaching, many students are transitioning from primary to secondary school and from junior high to high school, creating a prime opportunity for mobile phone purchases. Yang Fan plans to launch a promotional event titled End of Summer Mega Sale, offering a uniform 20% discount on mobile phones for students, along with a complimentary MP3 player. Having once been a student himself, he understands their psyche. This demographic is characterized by a strong desire for comparison, yet often finds their pockets lacking. Affordable prices and buy one get one free offers hold considerable allure for them. Furthermore, engaging with students has the added advantage of self-driven promotion, as they tend to showcase their purchases. Once the initial momentum is established, business will flourish continuously. Chapter 17. The illness of my second aunt. On the morning of the first day of July, Yang Fan was indulging in a leisurely slumber when Li Xiaoying roused him. "Wake up, your second aunt is ill and has been hospitalized. You need to buy a box of milk and accompany me to visit her." Yang Fan sprang out of bed, startled. "My second aunt is in the hospital? How serious is it?" Li Xiaoying replied, "Your father and your third uncle visited last night. It should not be anything grave." Yang Fan acknowledged this with an "oh." Beginning to dress and wash up. In their hometown, there is a custom. Visiting the sick must be done in the morning, as afternoon or evening visits are considered inauspicious, implying a curse of death upon the patient. Yang Jinkai and Yang Jinsui, being direct siblings, could visit discreetly in the evening. However, Yang Fan and Li Xiaoying, having a more distant relationship, were only permitted to visit that morning. Reflecting on his second aunt, Yang Ailan, stirred a wave of emotions within Yang Fan. His grandparents had 3 children, the eldest, Yang Jinkai, the second, Yang Ailan, and the youngest, Yang Jinsui. Due to the family's strong moral principles, the siblings were raised to be diligent and hardworking, earning them a commendable reputation in the vicinity. Logically, such industrious youths in this era should lead fulfilling lives. Yang Jinkai exemplified this, as after marrying, he enjoyed a stable and healthy life, albeit not affluent. Yang Jinsui followed a similar path, establishing himself as a respectable member of the community. Yet, Yang Ailan's fate took a tragic turn. After her marriage, she faced considerable misfortune. In the early 1980s, Yang Ailan wed a young man named Zhang Xiyu from a neighboring village. During that period, marriages in rural areas were typically arranged through introductions and parental approval. However, Yang Ailan's case was different. She engaged in a love match against her parents' explicit objections, marrying Zhang Xiyu nonetheless. This decision ignited significant turmoil between the Zhang and Yang families, nearly escalating into violent conflict. Later, Yang Ailan found herself with child, compelling her family to reluctantly accept the marriage proposal. Their opposition stemmed from the fact that Zhang Xiyu was an exceedingly unreliable individual. How unreliable, you may ask? This man was indolent and unproductive. He neither farmed nor sought employment. Besides indulging in smoking and card games, his greatest passion was to traverse the world. Indeed, the very word travel was uttered by Zhang Xiyu himself. Who would have imagined that in the 1980s, during a time when rural folk were just beginning to experience food security, a 20-year-old lad would spend his days dreaming of adventures rather than pursuing meaningful work? The most astonishing part was that he did not merely speak of it, he actually followed through. Since the age of 17, he had journeyed to numerous cities: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou. Xi'an, and Luoyang. All the prominent places found in textbooks, he had explored them all. Of the 23 provinces in China, he had visited every one except Hainan. The farthest he traveled was to Mo in Heilongjiang. In his own words, if it weren't for the border restrictions, he might well be embracing a Russian beauty with one arm while toasting with vodka in the frosty expanse of Russia. For a man like him, living a solitary life without settling down could be seen as a carefree, albeit lonely, yet fascinating life experience. However, if he were to marry, it would spell disaster for the woman who took his hand in matrimony. Life can be quite absurd at times. To the older generation, a man like Zhang Xiyu was akin to a pile of foul refuse. Yet, to a down-to-earth girl like Yang Ailen, he appeared to be a coveted prize. She had never encountered such a witty, well-traveled man. Thus, it was only natural that they fell in love and, against all odds, wed. After their marriage, in the spring of the following year, Zhang Xiyu abandoned his pregnant wife to embark on yet another journey. On the day he left, the peach blossoms were in full, vibrant bloom. In stark contrast, Yang Ailen's life suddenly lost its luster. In the countryside, a woman in her condition, who required care and comfort, found her husband absent, wandering aimlessly. One can only imagine the plight of Yang Ailen. Setting aside the material hardships, the incessant gossip surrounding her circumstance felt suffocating. That year, Yang Ailen gave birth at her maternal home, with her mother and sister-in-law tending to her during her confinement. Subsequently, she balanced the demands of farming, caring for her child, and tending to her elderly, ailing in-laws. Her life was, to put it mildly, exceedingly arduous. Zhang Xiyu, aside from making an occasional appearance during the new year, was virtually absent throughout the seasons. Not only that, he was also deeply in debt, with creditors knocking at their door every New Year's Eve. Were it not for the assistance of her family, Yang Ailen would have long since crumbled under the weight of her circumstances. Thus, she raised her child and cared for her in-laws until their passing, all the while exhausting her own body. In recent years, she has frequently fallen ill, with headaches, fevers, and chronic aches becoming her new normal. On this occasion, it was during the night when the fan was blowing and the blanket was not properly covered, leading to a chill. The following morning, I began experiencing diarrhea and developed a high fever. On the way to the hospital, Li Xiaoying remarked, "Your second aunt is unfortunate. She chose an unreliable man, though she is genuinely a good person. The cotton shoes you wore as a child were crafted by her, stitch by stitch." Yang Fan pedaled his bicycle, responding, "Mom, I know, you've told me before." Li Xiaoying sighed. "You see, whether a woman is industrious or lazy, beautiful or plain, is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is that one must never marry the wrong man. Otherwise, it is akin to leaping into a pit of fire." She recalled her sister-in-law's experiences over the years, filled with both heartache and resentment. Back then, she and Yang Jinkai had clearly expressed their disapproval of Yang Ailen marrying Zhang Xiyu. She even sought a young teacher from her family to introduce to Yang Ailen. Yet, despite her relentless persuasion, Yang Ailen refused to listen. Such is the nature of life. The bitter fruits one sows must ultimately be consumed by oneself. Yang Ailen disregarded the advice and faced the consequences alone. As the sister-in-law, her role was limited to offering occasional support in daily life. Upon arriving at the hospital, they secured their bicycles. Yang Fan, with eggs in his left hand and pure milk in his right, followed Li Xiaoying toward the inpatient department. Upon seeing the pale-faced Yang Ailen, Yang Fan called out, "Second aunt," and quietly settled into a nearby seat, feeling somewhat out of place in such a tender scene. "Sister-in-law? Xiao Fan, you've come. Let me pour you some water." Yang Ailen attempted to rise, but was gently restrained by Li Xiaoying. "Oh, we are all family. There's no need for such formality. You rest well, and if you need water, we can help ourselves." Chapter 18. Minor conflicts. After spending over an hour at the hospital, Yang Fan first took Li Xiaoying home, before heading to the print shop to collect the flyers and banners he had ordered the previous day. The signboard's creation would take a bit longer, but in the meantime, Yang Fan could seek advertising assistance. 3 days later, the shop would officially open. After lunch, Yang Fan arrived at the repair shop where Lu Shaolin worked, finding him napping on a bench as the shop was quiet. Yang Fan directly inquired, "Monk, do you know any classmates from the town's middle school? I would like to find a few people to help distribute some flyers." Upon seeing him, Lu Shaolin immediately sat up, saying, "Yes, what kind of flyers do you need to distribute?" Yang Fan then shared details about opening his mobile phone store. Lu Shaolin, after listening, readily replied, "This is easy. It won't cost a thing. I'll get a couple of high school troublemakers. A few packs of cigarettes will suffice. Yang Fan bit his lip and responded, let us try to find more reliable individuals for the task. Offering a few hundred yuan is not an issue. You see, for such endeavors, it's actually unsuitable to recruit obedient students. They are too timid to take risks. It's better to enlist those mischievous ones. They have thick skins, and even the teachers can't stop them. Yang Fan pondered Lu Shaolin's words and found them quite reasonable. Distributing flyers at school may prove to be a daunting task for the earnest and unassuming student. Indeed, my former self would have faltered in such an endeavor. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Yang Fan handed over a black bag and continued, consider your 3,000 yuan as an investment. Henceforth, you possess a share in this establishment. Lu Shaolin chuckled. 3,000 yuan can scarcely procure 2 mobile phones. What sort of stake is that? Once you begin to earn, simply treat me to a meal. Yang Fan patted his shoulder in silence. Discussing such matters now seemed futile. He would address the issue of shares with Lu Shaolin once the shop became profitable. As they engaged in light conversation, a call from Yang Jinkai interrupted. Where are you now? Yang Fan replied, I'm in town, at my classmate's place. Yang Jinkai instructed, return home. I have something to discuss with you. Yang Fan acknowledged with a simple, all right, I'll be back shortly. After ending the call, he bid farewell to Lu Shaolin and rode his bicycle homeward. Upon arrival, he discovered Yang Jinkai waiting at the entrance. Yang Fan inquired, Father, what is it? Yang Jinkai lit a cigarette, took a puff, and stated, your mother and your third aunt have had another quarrel. Go fetch your mother. Yang Fan scratched his head and asked, what is the reason for their argument? What else could it be? It's about that piece of land on the eastern edge of the village. Enough of this. It would take too long to explain. Just bring your mother back. Yang Jinkai replied. Yang Fan nodded and proceeded towards the eastern part of the village. He was aware that his mother, Li Xiuying, and his third aunt, Wang Ailing, did not share a cordial relationship, though he was not privy to the specifics of their discord. He had previously inquired about it from Yang Jinkai. But his father had responded, these are matters for adults. Why should children concern themselves with such things? Focus on your studies and disregard the trivialities. Thus, he had refrained from asking further. Today, he learned that the contention stemmed from the land issue. In rural areas, disputes among siblings often arise due to 2 primary concerns, the matter of elder care and the distribution of ancestral land. This is particularly true in families with many brothers, where the division of land can become contentious. Ancestral land represents a permanent asset. If one does not utilize it, it can be passed down to one's sons, and subsequently to one's grandsons. Consequently, everyone desires a larger share. The division of the Yang family's estate occurred over a decade ago, during which Yang Fan was but a child with scant memories of the event. He recalled Li Xiuying mentioning that they had invited Yang Fan's maternal uncle to oversee the division. This is a customary practice in rural settings. During such divisions, it is generally the maternal uncle who mediates, as paternal uncles and even parents may have vested interests that could skew their judgment. At that time, everything else had been amicably divided, and both Yang Jinkai and Yang Jinshui were satisfied. However, the piece of land on the eastern edge of the village proved to be a point of contention. This land was once the residence of Yang Fan's great-grandfather, comprising 3 thatched cottages, a cow shed, and 2 pigsties, all connected. The varying sizes of these structures had resulted in a rather peculiar shape for the land. Twisted and contorted, resembling a sieve, the plot of land posed a challenge for Uncle, who found himself unable to allocate it evenly. In a moment of frustration, he drew a rough line down the center of the homestead, marking both ends with stones. Subsequently, he resorted to a lottery system, allowing the 2 brothers to draw lots. Whichever side they selected would determine their claim. Upon completion of the drawing, it appeared that the issue was resolved, yet it inadvertently sowed the seeds of future discord. Both Li Xiuying and Wang Ailing, diligent women, began cultivating their respective sides of the land. Initially, all was well. Each tended to her own crops, with no interference. However, as time progressed, encroachments became inevitable. Those who have nurtured a vegetable garden know that the soil must be turned through the 4 seasons, requiring a thorough tilling with a hoe. In this process, the stones that Uncle had buried became lost to the earth. Soon enough, the sisters-in-law found themselves embroiled in disputes, each accusing the other of overstepping boundaries. Today, the situation mirrored this tension. Li Xiuying claimed that Wang Ailing was domineering, encroaching upon her homestead. while Wang Ailing countered that Li Xiuying was unreasonable, having tilled soil that belonged to her. Such matters, even with the wisdom of a judge, would be challenging to adjudicate. Upon reaching the eastern end of the village, Yang Fan greeted Aunt San before taking Li Xiuying by the arm to lead her home. He understood the importance of remaining neutral at this juncture, for any misstep could escalate a minor issue into a spectacle for the entire village. Li Xiuying protested, urging him to let her clarify matters with Wang Ailing. Yang Fan tightened his grip and replied, "Mother, I'm hungry. Please return home to prepare dinner." He recognized that the conversation would not yield clarity. The immediate priority was to persuade his mother to return home. Thus, he guided the irate Li Xiuying back to their residence. Upon their return, Yang Jinkai observed them with a questioning glance. Yang Fan nodded, signaling that all was well and resolved. Yang Jinkai breathed a sigh of relief. He felt helpless, as disputes between women were inherently complex and not his place to mediate. Yet, this particular issue involved the homestead, making avoidance impossible. Farmers might let go of many things, but when it comes to land, every inch is fiercely contested, even against one's own brother. Fortunately, his son had brought his wife home. Otherwise, today's conflict might have ended in disgrace. As for future matters, they would have to be addressed in due course. Chapter 19. The Essence of Life with the Mobile Phone Shop opening in 2 days. Yang Fan worked alongside Yang Jinkai for 2 days of farm labor. As a true rural child, he had experience with herding cattle, cutting grass, planting rice, and fertilizing crops. Yang Jinkai, however, consistently urged him, "You're about to start university. You won't need to toil in the fields anymore. Stop working and return home." As Yang Fan swung his hoe, he remarked, "Dad, even if I were to attend university or become the richest man in the world, I will always remain a man of the countryside. This is my foundation, and I shall never forget it." Yang Jinkai nodded with pride. For the greatest accomplishment of his life was nurturing his 3 children. Indeed, it was not merely sustenance, but also education. Under his guidance, siblings Yang Xiaoqin, Yang Yuan, and Yang Fan exhibited no pretense or frivolity. Yang Jinkai lifted the water jug from the ridge, took a generous sip, and stated, "The current national policies are favorable. Farming is tax-exempt, and there are subsidies. If I work diligently for a few more years, I can save enough for your weddings." Yang Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "You need only save for my second brother's bride. I can manage my own affairs. Do you have any idea how much it costs to marry nowadays? I'll tell you, without the necessary sum, you might as well not even entertain the idea." Yang Jinkai gestured with his left hand for 2 and his right for 5. Nanjiang is notorious for its exorbitant bride prices. Even in 2008, spending 200,000 to 300,000 on a wedding was commonplace. Yang Fan understood that in 6 or 7 years, that figure would likely double. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll earn my own bride price and won't ask you for a single penny." As a reincarnated individual, he could not allow his father to pay for his marriage. That would render his rebirth meaningless. Moreover, in his previous life, that despicable woman, Yu Wenhui, had demanded a bride price of 388,000, which nearly drove him to madness. In this life, he was determined to amass a considerable fortune. He could spend it on the woman he adored or on any woman desired by others. However, if any woman were to ask him for a bride price, he would rather donate the money than comply. We must resolutely resist high bride prices. Yang Jinkai shot him a glance and said, "As a father, it is my duty to help my son marry. Even if I toil in the fields until my last breath, I will ensure you have a family." Yang Fan smiled and replied, "All right, then focus on earning money for me. But remember, health is the foundation of revolution. You must take care of yourself." At heart, Yang Jinkai was a traditional man, and in his mind, the lifelong affairs of his 2 sons represented his greatest responsibility. Often, life is sustained by sheer willpower. When one has spirit, they are vibrant and full of energy. When that spirit wanes, a person becomes like a frost-bitten eggplant, indistinguishable from the dead. With a clear goal in mind, Yang Jinkai possessed a robust spirit, which, in many respects, was a positive thing. Thus, Yang Fan continued to encourage him. After laboring in the fields until noon, the father and son returned home for a meal. Li Xiuying brought out the dishes, set the table, and inquired, "Xiao Fan, when will the admission notice arrive?" Yang Fan responded, "It should be around the end of this month, or perhaps early next month." Li Xiuying added, "Then we must prepare for the graduation banquet." Yang Jinkai interjected, "Indeed, we should. How many tables do you think we'll need?" Li Xiuying remarked, with a chopstick held between her teeth, that there were 10 tables for the villagers, 2 for her grandmother's family, 3 for relatives, 2 for your friends, and the teachers and classmates of Xiaofan, totaling around 20 tables. 20 tables it is. We shall organize it splendidly, with 20 dishes per table. 20 dishes? Isn't that excessive? Even at weddings, they only have 16 dishes, she noted. Yang Jinkai, his eyes wide, insisted it must be ample. Our family finally has a university graduate. If we do not celebrate this properly, I shall feel discontented. Li Xiaoying placed a piece of rib into Yang Fan's bowl and said, that table will cost 800 yuan. We might even have to supplement the expenses afterwards. In their hometown, there were 2 types of banquets that held the utmost significance: wedding feasts and graduation celebrations. Typically, for these occasions, the monetary gifts received, after deducting the banquet costs, would leave some surplus. However, if Yang Jinsai's notion of 20 dishes per table were to be realized, their family might indeed end up incurring additional costs. I am willing to supplement. Yang Jinkai took a sip of icy beer and continued. All the attendees are friends and family. If we spend a little more and ensure they dine well, it brings me joy. All right, if that pleases you. Then I shall defer to your wishes. Li Xiaoying shot him a glance and turned to serve rice. In truth, she was quite frugal, often reluctant to indulge in food or clothing, sometimes going an entire year without purchasing even 2 new garments for herself. The outfit she currently wore was gifted by Yang Xiaoqin. However, for her son's graduation banquet, she was willing to spend extravagantly. After the meal, Yang Fan visited the shop. As it was set to open the following day, he needed to check if everything was in order. The floor had to be spotless, the counter dust-free, the phone fully charged, and the MP3 players arranged meticulously. For his inaugural venture into business, Yang Fan was diligent in his preparations. Shortly after 3 in the afternoon, the printing shop owner called to inform him that the sign was ready for collection. Yang Fan hurriedly rode his bicycle to retrieve the sign, which consisted of 5 large acrylic letters spelling Integrity Mobile Store, illuminated by a string of LED lights that shone in vibrant colors when powered on. In hindsight, it did possess a somewhat rustic charm, yet, according to contemporary aesthetic standards, it remained quite fashionable. Importantly, it was economical. Each character cost merely 100 yuan, compared to solid wood or stainless steel signs, which could easily amount to 2,000 or 3,000 including labor. His expenditure of 500 seemed a wise choice. Once hung, it looked splendid, simple, elegant, and eye-catching, perfectly fulfilling its purpose. With everything arranged, Yang Fan decided to bring his bedding to the store, resolving to sleep there that night. This was a necessity. In 2008, societal security was less than reassuring. Returning home to sleep might lead to the shop being robbed, leaving him in utter despair. To his knowledge, theft incidents occurred almost every month in the town, and on severe occasions, there had even been instances of armed home invasions. In the soft embrace of night, just past 8 o'clock, Yang Fan was preparing to succumb to slumber when Yang Jinkai approached, cradling a rolled-up mat. He inquired, "Father, what brings you here?" Yang Jinkai replied calmly, "Lately, the nights have been rather unsettling. I fear for potential troubles. With you away, your mother might feel anxious. I have advised her to secure all the doors and keep the television and lights on throughout the night," Yang Fan reassured. Satisfied, they exchanged a few more words before Yang Fan drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by his father's presence. Chapter 20. A prosperous opening. The following morning at 8:30. Yang Jinkai ignited a string of 3,000 firecrackers at the entrance of the store. The Integrity Mobile Store was officially inaugurated. Yang Jinkai had intended to notify relatives and friends to come and offer their congratulations, thereby boosting the store's visibility. However, Yang Fan insisted that it was unnecessary. Given that he was not selling daily necessities, a bustling crowd would not entice customers to purchase phones. At 9:40, the first customer entered the store. To Yang Fan's surprise, the initial patron was not a student, but rather an elderly gentleman in his 70s, leaning on a cane. "Young man, do you have any mobile phones suitable for seniors? You know, the ones with large fonts and loud sounds?" The elderly man seated himself on a chair in front of the counter. With a smile, Yang Fan responded, "Indeed, sir. Our phones feature adjustable fonts and volumes, ensuring your satisfaction. Please, show me one," the gentleman requested. "Of course, just a moment." Yang Fan bent down and retrieved a simple button phone from beneath the counter. It lacked a sliding cover, a a flip feature, or handwriting capabilities, as the primary target demographic was students and young adults. He had only assembled a limited number, just 5 in total, demonstrating the functionality in front of the elderly man. Yang Fan recognized that the needs of seniors concerning mobile phones are quite straightforward. Clarity in sight and sound suffices. Any additional features are merely bonuses. Their absence is of little consequence. The model Yang Fan presented even included a flashlight function, which could be activated by a simple press of a button. The elderly man seemed genuinely pleased and inquired, "How much is this phone?" Yang Fan replied, "It is priced at 1100. After discount, it comes to 880. And I shall also gift you an MP3 player." "What brand is this phone?" "My grandson advised me to purchase from well-known companies." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan said, "Sir, this is a newly launched brand. While it may not be widely recognized, its quality is outstanding. Should any part fail within 2 years of purchase, we provide a warranty." In truth, these phones were assembled by him and bore no brand at all. Yet, such is the nature of commerce. Certain truths may be shared with customers, while others must remain unspoken. As long as the quality of the product is assured and after-sales service is reliable, the brand's name becomes secondary. Initially, he had considered branding these phones with names like Nokia or Motorola, much like the unscrupulous merchants near Huaqiangbei. However, after careful reflection, he ultimately decided against it. The reason is rather simple. During the sales process, there was no brand to vouch for. At most, it was merely a matter of concealment. Adopting someone else's brand would be an outright act of deception, not to mention the potential trouble one might encounter from the official representatives. It is inevitable that customers will return home to individuals well-versed in the field. When the truth is revealed, it would indeed be far more embarrassing. Thus, Yang Fan resolved to temporarily utilize his store name as the brand. Every mobile phone leaving his establishment would bear the mark of integrity, and he would guarantee a 2-year warranty. Upon hearing of the 2-year warranty, the elderly gentleman was visibly intrigued. He stroked his gnarled cane and inquired, "What about that MP3? Can it be a tad cheaper?" Yang Fan smiled and replied, "I can reduce it by 80, making it an even 800 yuan. The elderly man, touching his wrinkled face, remarked, "That's still too expensive. Could you lower it a bit more?" The price was already quite favorable, and I urged him to compare with other shops, where prices were higher. "If you can lower it a little more, I will buy it," he insisted. Yang Fan rubbed his chin and said, "I cannot lower the price further, but I can include a battery as a gift. It retails for 90 yuan on its own." The elderly man, delighted, exclaimed, "All right. Wrap it up for me." Before coming here, he had already visited several other shops in town. Similar phones were generally priced between 900 to 1,000 yuan. Yang Fan's offer of 800 yuan, plus a free battery, was indeed a great deal. After carefully packaging the phone, Yang Fan presented it to the elderly gentleman with both hands, smiling as he said, "If you find it satisfactory, please help me spread the word. Should there be any issues with the phone, do not hesitate to come back. I will take full responsibility." The elderly man accepted the phone and handed over the money, saying, "You are a fine young man. If anyone in my family needs a phone, I will direct them to you. Thank you kindly, and do take care." Yang Fan replied, escorting the gentleman to the door, then returning to the counter with a radiant smile. In just about 20 minutes, he had earned over 500 yuan. This was still a modest profit from the elderly model. Had it been a student model, he could have easily made an additional 200 to 300. It is worth noting that the clerks at the local supermarket earn merely 900 yuan a month, with no provisions for meals or accommodation. Yang Fan mused. No wonder those who have been business owners are reluctant to return to regular employment. After experiencing a day's earnings that surpass what others make in a month, or even a year, who would choose to toil away for someone else? However, while the business may yield greater profits, it also comes with significant uncertainty. After selling a phone, only 3 groups of customers entered the store until noon, and they merely inquired about prices before leaving. Yang Fan remained undeterred. His products offered the best value in the local mobile phone market. As long as there were customers in need of a phone, the likelihood of them returning to him was substantial. Of course, if they did not return, it was no matter. It simply indicated they were not his target audience, and he would continue to seek the next opportunity. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Yang Fan sold another phone. This time, the customer was a middle-aged woman accompanied by a student-like boy. The phone was intended as a gift for the young lad. Those experienced in retail understand that the combination of parents and children often leads to successful transactions. This is particularly evident when the mobile phones in the store are noticeably cheaper than elsewhere, accompanied by the enticing offer of a complimentary MP3 player. The boy, having seen a flyer at school, promptly entered and declared, "I want that fashionable model priced at $1,500, with handwriting capability and a flip cover. By the way, after purchasing, you still provide an MP3 player, correct?" Yang Fan stood up and affirmed, "Indeed, as part of our grand opening. We not only offer the MP3 player, but also provide a 20% discount on the mobile phones." The mother interjected, "Mom, I want this one. Subsequently, the middle-aged woman engaged Yang Fan in a negotiation over the price. After a back and forth for a full 5 minutes, they settled on a discount of 50 yuan and included a battery as a part of the deal, thus concluding the transaction. This reflects a unique characteristic of rural commerce. Beyond supermarkets with clearly marked prices, purchasing items in other venues, be it clothing, vegetables, fertilizers, or even medicine, often involves haggling. Retailers prefer to set slightly higher prices to allow room for negotiation. For many, this process is a source of enjoyment. Without it, the shopping experience lacks soul. Particularly for women over 40, a fixed price often drives them away. Chapter 21. My goodness, what a windfall. At around 6 in the evening, Li Xiaoying rode her bicycle to deliver a meal to him. As she unpacked the lunchbox and arranged the dishes, she inquired, "So, how's business?" Yang Fan picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of lean meat, and replied, "Quite well. I've sold 2 units. Only 2? How much profit did you make?" "About 14 to 1500, he responded. "How much?" Li Xiaoying sat up abruptly from her chair. Yang Fan took a mouthful of rice and mumbled, "Just shy of 1500. My goodness, you can earn so much profit from selling just 2 phones?" Li Xiaoying's eyes widened in disbelief. During her free time, she often took on odd jobs, such as folding raincoats at a rain gear factory, trimming threads at a garment factory, or picking kiwis in an orchard. These jobs typically earned her only 60 or 70 yuan for 10 hours of work, and she had to work quickly. Otherwise, the employer would resort to piecework. Thus, the notion of earning 1500 in a single day shattered her previous understanding of income. With hesitation, Li Xiaoying asked, "You didn't sell counterfeit goods, did you?" She worried about her son veering onto the wrong path. Yang Fan took a sip of water and reassured her, "Mom, didn't you see at home? These are all genuine mobile phones. Then how can selling just 2 yield such a profit?" She pressed, "These phones are all assembled by me. I only need to cover the cost of materials, so of course, the profits are substantial." While he stated this confidently, Yang Fan knew deep down that his assembly skills played a minimal role in the overall success. In Pingcheng, while there may be thousands capable of assembling phones according to a blueprint, those who recognize the market and dare to take action are few and far between. It is a time when the internet is not yet fully developed, and the flow of information is still sluggish. Various high-profit industries exist within society, not limited to mobile phones, but encompassing construction materials, apparel, cosmetics, and medical supplies. One could assert that any venture entered into can yield profits that multiply several times over, even to the extent of dozens. For the average person, seizing just one opportunity can lead to rapid accumulation of wealth. Regrettably, such an abundance of opportunities, vibrant and full of life, is destined to fade within a few years. With the proliferation of the internet, the barriers to profiting from information disparities will only continue to rise. Li Xiaoying counted on her fingers. Earning 1,500 in a day translates to 15,000 in 10 days and 45,000 in a month. My goodness, what a windfall. Their family, relying on Yang Jinsai's cultivated fields, typically earned around 80 to 90,000 during prosperous years. However, should they encounter a drought, flood, or a decline in grain prices, their earnings would barely suffice for sustenance. Thus, witnessing Yang Fan's mobile phone shop generating such substantial daily profits left Li Xiaoying astounded. "Mom, just because we can earn 1,005 today does not guarantee tomorrow's fortune," she cautioned. Business inherently entails risks, and unforeseen events can transpire. There are countless instances of earning today and losing tomorrow. Li Xiaoying shot him a disapproving glance. "You foolish child, who curses their own shop to suffer losses." "Pa, pa, pa." Yang Fan chuckled softly and returned to his meal. The operating hours of the Integrity Mobile store spanned from 8:30 in the morning until 9:30 at night. A full 13 hours. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Li Xiaoying tidied up the lunchboxes and swept the shop floor, preparing to head home. At that moment, 2 young individuals resembling students entered. Hand in hand, They appeared to be a couple. "Boss, bring out the deluxe version of the phone." "I'd like one in black and one in white," spoke the boy, sporting a light yellow fringe and clad in a brand new Nike tracksuit. Yang Fan's eyes lit up instantly. In 2008, a Nike tracksuit would cost no less than $600 to $700. Clearly, the boy hailed from a well-off family. More importantly, he was accompanied by his girlfriend. Anyone with a modicum of experience knows that boys often feel an innate desire to impress when in the presence of their significant other. Yang Fan immediately regarded these two as prime target customers. Once he retrieved the phones, he graciously poured them water and offered the boy a cigarette. "Handsome, you truly have an eye for quality. This model is selling exceptionally well in Pengcheng. Many couples are using it. Just look at the black one. It complements your style perfectly, and the white one is practically tailor-made for this lovely lady. Purchasing this is a guaranteed success." The boy smiled but remained silent. He examined the phone, powered it on, and tested various features, even capturing a photo of the girl. Yang Fan continued his pitch. This deluxe model not only allows for music playback, movie viewing, and gaming, but it also boasts a 5-megapixel high-definition camera, ensuring remarkably clear photographs. This particular phone is the one I have assembled with the most features. Correspondingly, its production cost is the highest. While most phones have material costs of around $200, this one approaches $350. Naturally, with higher costs, the selling price is also elevated. Yang Fan set the price at $1,900, and even after the discount, it still amounted to $1,520. The boy, evidently having perused the flyers dispatched a couple of days prior, remarked, "Is it really an 8% discount? And does it come with an MP3? Yang Fan nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, the MP3 is right here, and you may choose any color you desire." The boy handed his phone to the girl, saying, "Take a look and see if you like it. If you do, we shall opt for this one." The girl examined the phone from various angles, expressing, "I do like it, but it is rather pricey." The boy patted his chest confidently, declaring, "What is expensive about something that costs merely $1,000 or so? As long as you like it, I will purchase it, no matter the cost." Upon hearing this, a blush graced the girl's lovely face as she shyly lowered her gaze. "Boss, I won't haggle with you. I'm not short on cash. If you throw in a little extra, I'll place the order right away." Each phone came with a complimentary battery, and after assessing the couple, Yang Fan added, "Seeing how well-matched you are, I'll additionally gift you 2 pairs of couple headphones. These are premium quality, unavailable in stores." The boy nodded in satisfaction, saying, "All right. Wrap it up." He then pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and began to count. Yang Fan recognized it instantly as 10,000. Internally, he marveled at the vast disparities between individuals. The boy appeared to be merely 15 or 16, likely still in high school, while other children his age might hesitate to even order a few meat dishes at a local restaurant. Here he was, clad in designer attire, carrying 10,000 yuan, enough in 2008 to purchase a small restroom in the county. After acquiring the phone, the boy wrapped his arm around the girl and exited. Yang Fan escorted them outside, watching them stroll towards a nearby hotel. He couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Such was the life of the affluent. While peers were still entangled in their blankets, indulging in fantasies of various beauties, he was already in the company of a lovely classmate, embarking on a hotel rendezvous. Chapter 22. Do not bully the honest. Li Xiaoying observed as Yang Fan sold 2 mobile phones and inquired, "How much did you earn this time?" Yang Fan calculated in his mind and replied, "Over 2,300. So you made approximately 3,800 today?" "Yes, more or less." With a clatter, the lunchbox in Li Xiaoying's hands fell to the ground. Yang Fan shook his head and picked it up, saying, "Mom, there's no need to be so excited." "How can I not be excited? 3,800. You earned that in a single day." If earning 1,500 in a day had left her astonished, then earning 3,800 was akin to witnessing a satellite launch before her very eyes. A rural woman like Li Xiaoying could scarcely fathom that her son possessed such remarkable capabilities. Yang Fan chuckled heartily. "Perhaps tomorrow I shall earn even more. Today is just the first day of business, surely." Some people are adopting a wait-and-see approach and have yet to purchase a phone. In a few days, as the number of individuals purchasing mobile phones continues to rise, the reputation will spread and business is certain to flourish. Li Xiaoying paced the room, rubbing her hands together. She murmured to herself, "No, with this amount of money, I must have your father come over to take you back." Yang Fan helplessly replied, "Mom, is it really necessary? Is it not? The outside is quite chaotic. Just a couple of days ago, Xiao Wang from the neighboring village was robbed of all his money while returning from town at night. Well, it's up to you. 20 minutes later, a series of knocks resonated from outside. It was Yang Jinkai, arriving on the family's motorcycle. Upon hearing from Li Xiuying that Yang Fan had made 3,800 yuan on his first day of business, he revved the motorcycle's throttle with excitement. Is that truly the case? Yang Jinkai approached Yang Fan, his eyes wide like walnuts. Yang Fan took the money from the drawer and laid it on the counter, tapping it one by one. He had over 5,000 yuan in total, with more than 1,000 being the initial capital. Yang Jinkai, slightly exhilarated, instructed, secure the money, head home, and deposit it in the bank first thing tomorrow morning. No, Dad, it's not time yet. We cannot close. It's only 7:20, and there are still more than 2 hours until 9:30. Although operating a shop affords great freedom, freedom and laziness are two entirely different matters. The time to open is when one decides to open. The time to close is when one decides to close. This is the most fundamental concept of time. Li Xiuying interjected, Xiao Fan is right. A shop must have the proper demeanor. If the sign says 9:30 closing time, then it closes at 9:30. Yang Jinkai chuckled. Very well, I shall wait here. We will return together at 9:30. He was more delighted by his son's successful venture than by his own earnings. Subsequently, the family engaged in animated conversation for several minutes. Li Xiuying incessantly remarked, Xiao Fan is a university student, and he has such a lucrative shop. In the future, won't the girls from miles around be eager to catch his eye? Yang Jinkai nodded. Indeed, he must choose wisely. It would be best to find someone in a stable position, having toiled in the fields for generations. He held both fear and admiration for those within the system. In his eyes, if Yang Fan could marry a woman with a government job, it would indeed be a stroke of good fortune for their family. Dad, I want to attend university. Marriage is still far off. Besides, my second brother is still single. I've saved enough for your second brother's wedding. This new year, I will help him find a suitable match. Yang Jinkai scratched his head and continued. Once the matter of the second is settled, it will be your turn. By then, you can study while courting. If the right one comes along, you can graduate, marry, and start a family without delaying anything. Li Xiuying chimed in. Your father is correct. Marriage should be pursued early. Fortunately, your father and I are still young enough to help with the children. Yang Fan internally exclaimed, Goodness, they have already planned everything out. He shook his head and said, This matter is not urgent. We can discuss it later. He then turned and retrieved the radio from the corner. He prepared to play some music to alleviate his parents' fervent desire for grandchildren. However, despite twisting the dial back and forth, no song emerged. In a moment of resignation, he opted to listen to the news instead. The radio announced, on the night of July 2nd, around midnight, a heinous incident occurred at a small roadside diner in Meixian, Guangdong Province, where the owner and a bus driver were brutally stabbed to death. According to police investigations, the suspect hails from Ningdu County in our city. We will now broadcast specific information about the suspect. Name, Huaqiangbei. Age, 32. Height, approximately 1.62 m. Weight, about 90 kilograms. Characteristics, nearsighted, taciturn. A black mole on his forehead, a heavy smoker, and fond of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes. The police are offering a reward of 20,000 yuan for any information leading to Huaqiangbei. Citizens who have any leads are urged to promptly call 110. Yang Jinkai remarked, Look how dangerous it is outside. 2 people just died, and who knows if the police can apprehend the murderer. In an age without a safety net, there are countless unsolved cases. For crimes like this, at least half of the time, the perpetrator remains at large. After hearing the news, Yang Fan felt a chill in his heart. He recalled the bus he took while returning from Guangqing. Midway, he was compelled to enter a shady establishment for instant noodles, which seemed to be located in Meixian. He remembered the owner striking a passenger who refused to leave the bus to eat, leaving the latter's face swollen. The passenger bore a striking resemblance to the description given in the news. Yang Fan suddenly recalled the calm demeanor of that passenger after the altercation, leaning against his seat. A shiver coursed through him. He realized he had encountered someone formidable. Despite receiving a slap, the passenger had remained silent at the time. Yet, just a few days later, he had avenged himself by killing the one who struck him, and even the driver who had been with him was not spared. Such individuals are truly terrifying. Anyone who crosses them is in grave danger. The adage, a barking dog seldom bites, holds profound truth. Yang Fan silently admonished himself, never bully an honest person again, or one might not live to tell the tale. Time swiftly passed to 9:30, and Yang Fan retrieved the unsold phones and MP3 players from the counter. These items were of considerable value, and leaving them here could invite trouble. He then proceeded to turn off the lights and lower the shutter, marking the official end of the day's business. He had initially intended to head into town for a bowl of stir-fried noodles to satiate his hunger. However, Li Xiaoying cautioned him that it was too late and that carrying money on him was unsafe. She suggested, "If you're hungry, let's eat at home. We have noodles, and I can fry you a couple of eggs." Yang Jinkai revved the motorcycle, and the three made their way homeward. Chapter 23. The shop was vandalized. On the first day, 4 phones were sold, earning 800 yuan. On the second day, 3 phones were sold for 500 yuan. On the third day, 6 phones were sold, bringing in 200 yuan. Just as profits soared and enthusiasm surged, disaster struck. On the morning of the 4th day, Yang Fan and Li Xiaoying arrived at the shop's entrance, shocked by the scene before them. The rolling shutter door had been maliciously severed, creating a gaping hole large enough for an adult to easily slip through. Inside, the glass display counter lay shattered, a myriad of shards strewn across the floor, while tables and chairs had been overturned. On the wall, a strikingly bold message in crimson read, "If you don't close the door, I'll kill your entire family." Li Xiaoying exclaimed in horror, "Good heavens, who is the wretch responsible for this vile act?" Yang Fan silently began clearing the glass from the floor and righting the scattered furniture. He dismissed the menacing threat on the wall, viewing it as mere intimidation aimed at children. Those truly capable of such heinous deeds would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Such cowardly acts were beneath them. What irked him most was the realization that, despite being a victim, he had no effective means of recourse. If this sort of incident were to recur with any regularity, it would spell ruin for his business. Yang Fan contemplated reporting the incident to the authorities, but ultimately abandoned the idea. In an era devoid of surveillance, even if the police were to file a report, it was unlikely they would uncover anything substantial. Moreover, aside from the damage to the door and display case, he had not lost any merchandise. In terms of financial loss, it was improbable that it would meet the threshold for police action. After venting her frustrations, Li Xiaoying bitterly inquired, "Xiao Fan, have you offended anyone recently? Do you have any idea who did this?" Yang Fan shook his head. Since returning from Guangqing, he had been preoccupied with managing the store and assisting Yang Jinkai. He had neither loitered about nor engaged in any quarrels. Offending anyone was not within his purview. However, despite the absence of tangible proof, he harbored certain suspicions. Although he sold merely a few mobile phones each day, the profits were substantial, having amassed over 10,000 yuan in just a few days. This income would have otherwise been earned by the local mobile phone retailers. His arrival had undoubtedly encroached upon their business, making resentment a plausible reaction. He was acutely aware that this incident was likely orchestrated by his competitors. Rivalry among peers has long been a reality in business. In such situations, the most rational course of action would be to engage in dialogue with the other shop owners, perhaps over a meal, to discuss grievances and agree to coexist peacefully, each pursuing their own trade. Yet, such an approach was untenable for him. The reason was simple: his strategy relied on price competition. His store's primary selling point was its exceptional cost-performance ratio. While others priced their phones at 2,000 yuan, he offered them at 1,600, where others sold for 1,000. He priced his at 800. Additionally, he included a complimentary MP3 player and a 2-year warranty. In a scenario where he refrained from raising prices, he had no basis for negotiation with his rivals. Not long after, Yang Jinkai arrived upon hearing the news. Observing the disarray, his brow furrowed into a small mountain of concern. "I'll go buy a couple of machetes and sleep in the store from now on. Your business is thriving. The profits from just one day can rival what I earn in a month. Such a promising venture cannot simply be abandoned." He intended to serve as Yang Fan as protector. Li Xiaoying interjected, "There are only so many days a thief can thrive. What are the days spent guarding against them? Besides, what if they come with 4 or 5 people? What will you do then?" This posed a legitimate dilemma. Yang Jinkai scratched his head and remarked, "So, what do you propose we do? What else can we do? Naturally, we must summon Tanguay, but Tanguay is still working at school. Why would we call him here?" Li Xiaoying replied nonchalantly, "With him always dawdling about, what difference does it make whether he is at work or not?" Yang Jinkai glared at her. "As an aunt, how can you speak of your nephew in such a manner?" Fine, I shall refrain from saying more. But what shall we do about the situation at Xiaofan's shop? This is a matter of several thousand yuan each day, Whether my son can find a good wife hinges entirely upon it. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Jinkai ultimately retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Tanguay. This is your maternal uncle. Please come to my shop. There are matters to discuss. Not 10 minutes later, a young man clad in a sleeveless shirt arrived on a motorcycle with four exhaust pipes. Shaved bald, he bore several prominent scars resembling centipedes on his exposed arms. He was Zhang Tanguay, the son of Yang Ailin and the nephew of Yang Jinkai. Uncle, Aunt Xiaofan. You are all here. Zhang Tanguay casually parked his motorcycle at the roadside, leaving the keys in, and approached them directly. At the shop entrance, Li Xiaoying rushed to greet him. Pointing towards the shop behind her, she spoke with a quiver in her voice. Tanguay, someone is bullying your cousin. They smashed up Xiaofan's shop. Someone is bullying Xiaofan. And they smashed his shop? Zhang Tanguay initially appeared taken aback, on the verge of inquiring further. Yang Jinkai interjected. It's too awkward to stand here. Let us discuss this inside. Upon entering, Zhang Tanguay immediately raised an eyebrow at the disarray within. Xiaofan, tell me what transpired. Yang Fan briefly recounted how he had opened the shop and how it had been vandalized shortly thereafter. Without a doubt, it's those scoundrels from the mobile phone shop who are responsible, Zhang Tanguay declared. But brother, we lack evidence, Yang Fan responded. I'm not a police officer. Why do we need evidence? Just wait, I shall confront them directly. He turned to leave. Yang Jinkai grasped his arm. You intend to act recklessly again, do you? I must remind you that your purpose here is to resolve the issue, not to exacerbate it. Zhang Tanguay chuckled. Uncle, rest assured, I am not impulsive. I will engage them in a reasoned discussion. I know you well enough. Your reasoning is rather questionable. Yang Jinkai shot a glance at his nephew, then continued. First, find out who vandalized the shop. Understood, I shall inquire immediately. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Junior, the Integrity Mobile Shop on North Road was vandalized last night. Can you ask those who frequent the arcade what happened? Whose shop? My cousin's. Enough of this idle chatter. Call me back promptly with any information. Some matters might take the police 10 days or even half a month to resolve, but someone like Zhang Tanguay could glean the necessary details with a mere inquiry. Within a few minutes, Zhang Tanguay's phone rang. After uttering a few affirmations of understanding, he ended the call. Having inquired thoroughly, it was revealed that the proprietor of the Wu Bo mobile store on South Road had employed two underachieving youths for a sum of 600 yuan to vandalize Fan's shop. Yang Jinkai remarked, knowing who is responsible simplifies matters. I shall have a word with him. Zhang Tanguay interjected, Uncle, that Wu Bo is no good. He amassed his wealth by illegally harvesting trees from their village to open this shop. A respectable person like you will not be able to reason with him. I shall handle this. Chapter 24. The Old Ruffian and the Young Delinquent. After a brief discussion, it was ultimately decided that Zhang Tanguay and Yang Fan would confront Wu Bo. Li Xiaoying remained at the shop to clean the paint from the walls, while Yang Jinkai went to procure a new glass display case. Zhang Tanguay revved his flashy motorcycle, taking Yang Fan along as they rode towards South Road. Before they departed, he instructed Yang Fan, once we arrive, refrain from speaking, I will manage everything. Yang Fan hesitated. Brother, we live in a society governed by law. You mustn't. Zhang Tanguay interrupted. Rest assured, it will be fine. He is an old thug, while I am merely a young one. There exists a unique mode of communication among ruffians that you scholars cannot comprehend. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Though he acquiesced verbally, concern brewed within him. Zhang Tanguay, while outwardly renowned, was, to many adults, a notorious figure with a checkered past. Yang Fan had grown up hearing tales of his cousin's exploits, petty thefts and brawls in elementary school, drinking and gambling in junior high, and as an adult, his brief employment at a gas station ended with him assaulting the owner, resulting in a 3-month incarceration for brandishing a knife in town. To many young delinquents, Zhang Tanguay was a heroic figure. However, to the majority of adults, he was akin to a stubborn stain, feared for the potential of his misdeeds tarnishing their lives. Upon arriving at the Wu Bo mobile store, Yang Fan witnessed the ruffian's unique communication style. As they entered, the store was devoid of customers. Zhang Tanguay sat down and, without uttering a word, struck the glass display case with a forceful punch. The sound of shattering glass resonated, creating a spiderweb of cracks across the surface. The proprietor, Wu Bo, rushed in, his anger palpable. Who are these little brats? Do they wish to die? Zhang Tanguay turned to him, coldly replying, I indeed wish for death. Do you possess a knife? Wu Bo's fury diminished slightly as he recognized Zhang Tenggui. Ah, it's you, Tenggui. We have no grievances or animosities. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Tenggui motioned toward Yang Fan and, with a stoic expression, stated, "This is my uncle's older cousin. The mobile store on North Road that was vandalized belongs to him." Wu Bo scrutinized Yang Fan, then approached to offer cigarettes to both, saying, "Your cousin's shop was destroyed. What do you seek from me?" He prepared to feign ignorance. Zhang Tenggui looked at him with disdain and remarked, "You've been around in society. Do such words hold any significance for you? I cannot comprehend your utterances." Rising to his feet, Zhang Tenggui continued, "Boj, given that you are a decade my senior, I shall address you as Boj, but do not mistake my respect for weakness." Wu Bo's face flushed instantly, and he retorted loudly, "Zhang Tenggui, I might choose not to pursue this matter, but do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" With a sudden outburst, Zhang Tenggui, known for his volatile temper, delivered a kick that shattered a large hole in the composite board cabinet before him. Wu Bo charged into the kitchen, retrieving a kitchen knife, exclaiming, "You bastard! Do you believe I won't kill you?" Zhang Tenggui ripped off his undershirt, revealing a chest marred by scars. He scoffed, "Boj, you've truly aged. In your prime, you never wasted words when wielding a knife. Come now, I stand here ready for you to strike. Do you still possess the courage?" Wu Bo, holding the knife, stood frozen for a long moment before finally responding, "What do you intend?" He cast the knife aside, just as Zhang Tenggui had surmised. He had grown older and was no longer inclined to engage in violence. What other choice remained? Certainly, he would have to pay. "The entrance and counter of my cousin's shop are damaged. You shall provide me with 5,000 yuan, and we shall consider the matter settled." "And what about the damage to my counter?" Zhang Tenggui lifted his gaze and replied coolly, "As long as you dare to act, I am prepared to pay with my life." "You rogue." Wu Bo, who had once commanded respect in the underworld for several years, never anticipated that he would one day be bullied by another thug in his own home. Such is the marvel of fate. Taking a deep breath, Wu Bo asked, "What if I refuse?" Zhang Tenggui responded, "You have 2 children, one in elementary school and the other in kindergarten. I'll be damned if I let you escape unscathed." Like an infuriated bull, Wu Bo lunged forward, grasping Zhang Tenggui by the neck. Zhang Tenggui, his face reddening, declared, "I will count to 3, should you not release me. I will personally pick up your children from school every day henceforth." Wu Bo relented. He was not afraid of Zhang Tenggui, even at 35. He had not lost his strength. Yet, he was a man who had emerged from the depths of violence, and when it came to fighting, he had never known fear. However, while he remained unafraid, his wife and children were another story. Once a thug settles down, he forfeits the greatest asset of a rogue, fearlessness. Wu Bo ascended to retrieve 5,000 yuan, handing it over to Zhang Tenggui, and then began to sweep up the shards of wood scattered on the floor. Zhang Tenggui dragged Yang Fan towards the door, tossing a parting remark, "Should anything like this occur again, I will set your shop ablaze." Upon hearing this, Wu Bo's sweeping came to an abrupt halt. He fixed his gaze on the knife lying on the ground, his muscles tensing as a surge of blood rushed from his chest to his head. "Pick up the knife, slay this bastard. Deal with him as I once did." These thoughts echoed relentlessly in his mind. Yet, just then, a small voice called from upstairs, "Daddy, I want Daddy." Instantly, he felt all tension leave his body. He quickly replied, "Hey, darling, Daddy yes here," and then tossed aside the broom, rushing upstairs. Upon exiting, Yang Fan curiously inquired, "Brother, is this how delinquents communicate?" Zhang Tenggui smirked, "Sort of, but he can't be considered a delinquent anymore. He has grown old." Yang Fan responded with an "O," and continued, "Brother, when he brandished the knife earlier, were you not afraid? I noticed his eyes were red, as if he truly intended to harm someone." "Fear? Nonsense. Sometimes, what the eyes perceive is not the truth. He runs a mobile phone shop now, earning 30 to 40,000 a month. He has a wife and child, and this year he even bought a car. Do you think he would dare to risk his life against me? A middle school security guard earning only 1,500 a month?" Yang Fan laughed heartily. Indeed, he wouldn't dare. Not just Wu Bo, but any sane person would refrain from such folly. He cast a glance of admiration at Zhang Tenggui. Previously, family members often remarked that this cousin was brawny yet simple-minded. However, it appeared that this was far from the truth. Judging by Zhang Tenggui's insights and discernment, his intellect was, at the very least, above average. Chapter 25. Cousin. Upon returning to the shop, Zhang Tenggui handed 5,000 yuan to Yang Jinkai. Uncle, this is the compensation from that guy. I've already made it clear. No one will dare to touch Fanzi's shop again. Yang Jinkai examined the money in his hands and asked, You didn't get into a fight, did you? Zhang Tanguay replied, No, I simply reasoned with him. You can ask Fanzi. He was there. Yang Fan nodded reluctantly. There had indeed been no fight, and reason had been employed, although the process was somewhat discordant. Yang Jinkai took out 2,000 and pressed it into Zhang Tanguay's hands, saying, Use 3,000 for repairs on the door and to replace the cabinet. Keep the rest to take home and let your mother save it. Zhang Tanguay shook his head vigorously. Uncle, are you not embarrassing me? How can I accept money for doing something? My mother would scold me mercilessly. Take it as this year's New Year's money, Yang Jinkai insisted. I'm already 25. What do I need with New Year's money? Zhang Tanguay placed the money on the newly purchased counter and turned to leave. Li Xiaoying called after him. Tanguay, come over for dinner tonight. I'll prepare a chicken for you. Sure, Andy, just don't forget to add extra chili. He rode off on his motorcycle. Yang Jinkai sighed, this child. When will he ever be a source of ease? Although Zhang Tanguay was technically his nephew, in reality, he was like a son to him. Zhang Xiyu was unreliable, wandering aimlessly, making life at home quite difficult. Yang Ailan had to tend to farm work while caring for her elderly in-laws, leaving little time to look after Zhang Tanguay. Consequently, he spent more than half of his childhood at his grandmother's home. Yang Jinkai cherished this only nephew immensely. Whenever the family prepared something delicious, he would either ride over to deliver it or bring Zhang Tanguay over to ensure he ate well. During festivals, when buying clothes and shoes for his own children, he would also remember to include something for him. The saying that a mother's brother is significant is not merely an empty phrase. Thus, when Yang Jinkai made a phone call, Zhang Tanguay arrived without delay. He took the matter entrusted by his uncle to heart even more than his own affairs. Li Xiaoying remarked with delight, I must say, having such a guardian at home is quite beneficial. Yang Jinkai shot her a sidelong glance. How can you say that? When Tanguay comes to our home, you always wear a long face, showing no semblance of a loving aunt. Li Xiaoying retorted loudly, Old Yang, your words are heartless. Who in our village doesn't say that I, as an aunt, treat my nephew well? Over the years, not to mention the food and drink. You have spent so much on Tanguay, have I ever complained? You may remain silent, but I know you are reluctant. Of course, how could I be willing? We have 3 children, and the burden is already heavy, yet you treat your nephew as if he were your son. I have refrained from cursing you out, which should be enough face for you. Li Xiaoying took a sip of water and continued, Moreover, whenever Tanguay visits, have I ever failed to invite him for a meal? Whatever we have at home, I have offered him everything. Shouldn't I feel comfortable, rather than be expected to smile? Yang Jinkai hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. To be honest, as an aunt, Li Xiaoying had done more than enough. She was an honest person who did not hide her emotions. Additionally, given Zhang Tanguay's lack of ambition over the years, her discontent was completely understandable. The third child, Tanguay, has had a hard life, never enjoying a moment of happiness. You are cousins, connected by blood. If business is flourishing at the store, lend him a hand. Yang Jinkai turned to Yang Fan. In the past, when his son was merely an ordinary student, he would never have broached such a topic. However, now that Yang Fan had opened a mobile phone store earning several thousand a day, the situation was entirely different. Before Yang Fan could speak, Li Xiaoying interjected, Yes, assistance is necessary. However, the store is quite small, and Xiao Fan is already overwhelmed. Besides, I would surely be enough. Where would we find the space to accommodate him? Yang Jinkai sighed. I am speaking to the third child. Why are you interrupting? Li Xiaoying replied. Then consider my words unspoken. Yang Fan understood Yang Jinkai's intention. He wished for him to offer Zhang Tanguay a job with better conditions. For him, changing jobs was not difficult, and even granting a higher salary was a minor matter. Yet, Zhang Tanguay's situation was somewhat unique. Yang Fan had heard from family members numerous times that Zhang Tanguay could have become a public school teacher, but ultimately, he sabotaged himself. The principal of the town school, Li Zhenghua, had deep ties with Zhang Tanguay's family. During the Cultural Revolution, Zhang Tanguay's grandfather had saved the life of Li Zhenghua's father. The Li family was immensely grateful for this. Later, when Li Zhenghua returned from military service and was assigned to the Education Bureau, he eventually became the principal of the town school. At that time, Zhang Tanguay was 19, having been dismissed for assaulting the gas station owner and was still unemployed. Zhang's grandfather took him to Li's home, pleading for Li Zhenghua to assist his grandson. Consequently, Li Zhenghua brought Zhang Tenggui into the school as a physical education teacher. In the early years of the new millennium, the physical education instructor at the town's high school had little to no technical expertise. Anyone could assume the role. Li Zhenghua, in gratitude for the kindness shown by the venerable Mr. Zhang, had made a verbal commitment. Should Zhang Tenggui diligently apply himself, within 5 years, he would facilitate his transition into a formal teaching position, allowing him to secure a stable government salary. Initially, it seemed that matters would progress smoothly, resulting in a mutual sense of satisfaction. However, unforeseen calamity struck in the 3rd year of his tenure as a physical education teacher. A group of arrogant delinquents invaded the girls' dormitory, brutally assaulting a sophomore student. This young lady was one of Zhang Tenggui's pupils, with whom he shared a close bond, often addressing him affectionately as brother. Upon learning of this grievous incident, Zhang Tenggui retrieved a watermelon knife that had been stored away for 3 years and pursued the ruffians. Wielding it with fervor, the chase extended from the school grounds to the town's main thoroughfare, the blade becoming dulled with use and blood staining the ground. Several of the assailants suffered severe wounds, with 2 nearly succumbing to blood loss. The situation escalated dramatically. The parents of the delinquents reported the incident to the authorities, demanding a harsh sentence for Zhang Tenggui, ideally the death penalty. Ultimately, Li Zhenghua intervened, enlisting numerous individuals and exerting great effort to extricate Zhang Tenggui from the predicament. However, by this time, he had already acquired a criminal record, rendering any prospects of formal employment impossible. Disheartened, Zhang Tenggui contemplated seeking work in the south. Yet, young Alan, concerned for his safety in the outside world, vehemently opposed this idea and insisted he remain at the school. With Li Zhenghua's presence, staying on at the school would not be arduous, but becoming a teacher was out of the question due to his criminal history. Thus, he took on the role of a security guard at the town high school. While others in this position earned 800 a month, he received 1,500, a testament to Li Zhengua's utmost efforts on his behalf. Yang Fan was capable of securing a position for Zhang Tenggui with a salary exceeding 1,500, yet he was uncertain whether Yang Alan would consent. From her perspective, her son was unruly and in need of discipline. A stable job at the school would not only provide for him, but also help shape his character. A win-win situation. Chapter 26. The eldest sister comes to the shop. Dad, can we have cousin come help me? The pay would surely be higher than at school. Yang Fan expressed his concerns in front of Yang Jinkai. There's no rush. Once the shop's business stabilizes, I'll approach your second aunt about it. Yang Jinkai waved his hand dismissively and exited, intending to find someone to repair the rolling shutter door. Once he had departed, Li Xiaoying remarked, "Don't heed your father. If it becomes problematic, it's no issue if Tenggui doesn't come. At worst, we can give him a generous red envelope." Yang Fan reassured her, "It's all right, Mom. In due time, the shop will undoubtedly need more hands. Furthermore, once I attend university, someone will have to manage the store." Li Xiaoying playfully nudged his head. "You silly boy, I'm home, and your sister is too. Who has to say we'll be short-handed?" Yang Fan smiled. "Mom, tell my sister to come work at the shop. Once she acclimates, she can oversee it." Li Xiaoying inquired, "When should she come?" Yang Fan replied, "The sooner, the better." "Is there such urgency?" "Indeed, I have other matters to attend to." He indeed had other matters. The batch of mobile phones has sold out, and he plans to make a trip to Shenzhen for restocking. Although he could directly receive shipments through logistics from Huaqiangbei, he intends to make some adjustments for the next batch. Li Xiaoying nodded and said, "All right, I will call your sister and ask her to come by this afternoon." After lunch, Li Xiaoying tidied up the store and then returned home. Yang Fan took out the mobile phones and MP3 players and arranged them for business resumption. To his surprise, no customers arrived, but Yi Xintao called instead. "Hey, Yang, how have you been lately?" Yang Fan replied with a smile, "Not too bad." Yi Xintao lamented, "You may be all right, but I'm almost begging on the streets. You're a factory owner. It shouldn't be that dire." "What a joke. I'm stuck with over 10,000 MP3 players, and it keeps me awake at night." As a small factory owner, he was caught between unsold stock worth hundreds of thousands and fixed monthly expenses like rent, wages, and loan interests amounting to several thousand. The financial pressure was palpable. During this time, Yi Xintao dreamt of selling the MP3 players in his possession. If he could recoup some funds, his factory might have a chance at revival. Yang Fan understood he was inquiring about the sales of the MP3 players and volunteered, "My store has only been open for 4 days. and I've sold just over a dozen of the MP3s I got from you. Yi Xintao sighed. I know that business isn't built in a day, but I'm tormented with anxiety and long to talk to someone. To be honest, when my business was thriving, people would flock to praise me wherever I went. Now that I'm struggling and my factory is on the brink of collapse, those same people have vanished. Even my wife has begun to give me the cold shoulder. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. Everyone knows the glamour of being a boss, yet few realize the burdens that come with it. When business flourishes and profits abound, one is naturally the center of attention, basking in the glow of success. However, when times are tough and debts accumulate, people seem to avoid you as if you were a harbinger of misfortune. He reassured, don't be too anxious, Lao Yi. I'll think of some ways to see if we can sell more MP3 players. Yi Xintao exhaled deeply. Your concern means a lot, brother. In these financially trying times, business is tough and stores are closing everywhere. Sell what you can, don't force it. If I can't hold out, it's my fate. All right, let us leave it at that. As he heard the busy tone on the phone, Yang Fan also sighed. Just as Yi Xintao had said, under the weight of the financial crisis, China's foreign trade was severely impacted. Various industries domestically faced varying degrees of influence. Many factories succumbed to the wave of closures, resulting in layoffs and permanent shutdowns. Yet, Yang Fan was aware that in a few months, circumstances would likely shift. On November 5th of this year, in response to the global financial crisis, the State Council convened a high-level meeting. The meeting established 10 measures aimed at further expanding domestic demand and promoting economic growth. For instance, it emphasized the acceleration of the construction of affordable housing projects, the enhancement of rural infrastructure, and the expedited development of significant infrastructure such as railways, highways, and airports. Among these initiatives is the comprehensive implementation of the value-added tax reform across all regions and industries, which encourages technological upgrades in enterprises and alleviates their burdens. The government will invest a staggering 4 trillion yuan in this endeavor. With such abundant financial resources, banks will loosen their lending policies, making loans for businesses exceptionally accessible. If he can endure until that time, Yi Xintao will be able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, while this may sound straightforward, the reality is quite different. It is now early July, and there are still 4 long months until that pivotal moment. For a small factory on the brink of closure, this duration feels interminable. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yang Xiaoqin arrived with her daughter, Zhang Shiyun. Uncle. The little girl stretched out her arms as soon as she spotted Yang Fan. He scooped her up, planting a kiss on her cheek and spinning her around before setting her down. His niece was indeed his treasure, and they shared a close bond. Even the name Zhang Shiyun was chosen by him. Whenever he was home, no matter how busy he was, he made it a point to visit her every couple of days. Yang Fan smiled and asked, "Did you miss your uncle?" The little girl nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice, replying, Yes. I tell Mama every day to take me to Grandma's to play with you. But she never does." Yang Xiaoqin interjected, "Your uncle has to work to make money. He doesn't have that much time to play with you." Yang Fan then produced a doll he had purchased earlier and placed it in his niece's hands, saying, "From now on, you can come to my shop with your mother every day to play, all right?" "Okay," she sweetly replied, clutching the doll. After playing with her for a while, Yang Fan pulled Yang Xiaoqin over to the counter to introduce her to the various mobile phones available. There were only 5 models for sale. The basic version priced at 1,100 yuan, the high-end version at 1,300 yuan, the stylish version at 1,500 yuan, the custom version at 1,600 yuan, and the luxury version at 1,800 yuan. The pricing was straightforward and easy to remember. The challenge lay in the differences in specifications and features among the models, which could easily lead to confusion. He spent over half an hour explaining everything. Yang Xiaoqin took notes diligently as she listened. He informed her that in 2 days, she would sit at the counter to sell phones. Chapter 27. Taobao Online Store. In 2008, obtaining a driver's license required passing 3 examinations: theory, driving skills, and road test. If one failed, it was no cause for concern. For a few thousand yuan, driving schools could still issue a license. Yang Fan enrolled in a guaranteed pass program. The instructor clearly stated, if one found it too troublesome, they need not attend the classes. Just pay 1,000 yuan during the exam, and within a month, the driving license would be secured. After returning from the driving school, Yang Fan spent over 6,000 yuan to purchase a Lenovo desktop computer and an additional 1,000 on a telecom broadband connection. In this era, computers are expensive, and internet fees are likewise costly. A computer with such specifications, a decade later, would fetch no more than 1,000 yuan. Similarly, a 2M broadband connection could be accessed for free in the future simply by topping up one's phone. Yet, there is no alternative. One must purchase. For he intends to open an online store on Taobao. In 2008, Taobao's sales reached an astonishing 999.6 billion yuan, reflecting a remarkable growth of 131 year-on-year. This revenue constituted one of the national retail sales of consumer goods, establishing Taobao as the largest comprehensive marketplace in the country. With prophetic insight, Yang Fan recognized that the forthcoming decade would herald not only an economic boom in China, but also a meteoric rise in e-commerce. It may be beyond the comprehension of the present generation, but in less than 10 years, online shopping would become the predominant mode of purchasing. The e-commerce economy would overshadow the physical retail sector entirely. At this juncture, opening an online store, provided one is diligent, almost guarantees financial success. Yang Fan's strategy was straightforward. He aimed to sell both mobile phones and MP3 players in his shop and online, adopting a dual approach to generate income. Although he was not well versed in the specific procedures for establishing a Taobao store, he understood that professional tasks could be delegated to specialists. At this point, there were already individuals in town offering services to help set up Taobao stores. Yang Fan approached a local business that advertised free assistance in opening a Taobao store. The proprietor personally visited him, not only registering the store, but also uploading several exquisite images to serve as the shop's backdrop. However, upon completing the service, the proprietor suddenly announced a fee of 800 yuan. Yang Fan, puzzled, inquired, "Wasn't the store opening free?" The shop owner replied, "Indeed, opening the store is free, but there is a charge for the images, 100 yuan each." Yang Fan rolled his eyes. "Can I forgo these photos?" The shop owner cheerfully responded, "I'm afraid our images, once uploaded, are non-refundable. Can I then abandon this store?" "Of course, but the store has already been registered. If you choose not to proceed, I can simply sell it to someone else." Yang Fan inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. Here he was, a reborn individual, falling for such a trivial trick. It is a reminder that there is no free lunch. Behind every free offer lies the certainty of greater charges. After successfully establishing his Taobao store, Yang Fan spent several hundred yuan to take a few sets of photographs of the mobile phones and MP3 players, which he then listed online. At that time, MP3 players were generally priced above 80 yuan on Taobao, so he set his price at 65 yuan, promoting it as the lowest price available online. For the mobile phones, he reduced the price by an additional 100 yuan from the retail price. Once all was settled, it was already evening. The following morning, after breakfast, Yang Fan rode his bicycle to the store. Yang Xiaoqin had arrived early and was busy wiping down the tables with a towel. The store opened at 8:30, yet she had been coming in since just after 7. Yang Fan entered and asked, "Sister, why hasn't Xiao Shiyun come?" Yang Xiaoqin replied, "Your brother-in-law is not working today. He is at home taking care of her." "Oh, how about you ask my brother-in-law to bring her over for lunch?" "All right, I will call him shortly." Yang Fan opened his computer and checked the back-end data of his Taobao store. Not bad. He had sold an MP3 player. Additionally, there were over a dozen messages, most of which inquired if he could lower the price a bit more. Yang Fan replied to each one, "Dear, this is already the lowest price. I cannot reduce it further." At this moment, although opening a store on Taobao was a vast ocean of opportunities with promising prospects, new sellers had to endure a period of acclimatization without spending money on traffic. After all, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of stores like his selling mobile phones and MP3 players. Initially, customers couldn't even find him. After packaging and shipping the MP3 sold last night, he approached Yang Xiaoqin. "Sister, I need to tell you something." Yang Xiaoqin glanced up at him and asked, "What is it?" "I want to go out and restock. Can you watch the store for me?" "Restock? Didn't you just receive 80 mobile phone parts a few days ago? Why do you need more?" Today is July 12th. Exactly 8 days since the store opened on July 4th. In these 8 days, a total of 52 mobile phones had been sold, earning over 40,000 yuan. After purchasing mobile phone components, which cost just over 20,000 yuan, he still had more than 23,000 yuan left. Yang Fan wished to visit Pengcheng again. The selection of mobile phone styles was too limited, and he intended to expand it. Not only mobile phones, but if he could find suitable computers, digital cameras, or electronic watches, He would also bring some back to sell. As long as it was an electronic product and profitable, he wanted it. Yang Fan continued. Our current selection of mobile phones is too few. I plan to get a few new models. Yang Xiaoqin nodded. Then you should go. Mom can help me when the time comes. It should be fine. Selling mobile phones is not a task of high skill or difficulty. After becoming familiar with the store for a couple of days, she had already grasped the essentials. In fact, just yesterday, Yang Xiaoqin specifically requested to serve customers alone and sold 6 mobile phones in a day, a figure that was not inferior to Yang Fan's. In truth, for portable items like mobile phones, women are often more suited for sales roles. Attention to detail, patience, gentleness, and humility are advantages when dealing with customers. Yang Fan was not concerned about this. His worry lay with the newly opened Taobao store. Having just launched yesterday, it was in a crucial phase of growth and accumulation. If he left, with no one to tend to the store, it could potentially lead to customer complaints, which he found unacceptable. In his plan, the priority of the online store even surpassed that of the physical store. Sister, what I mean is, I want you to manage the Taobao store as well. You need to ship goods when customers place orders and respond to their messages. Yang Xiaoqin bit her lip. Shipping is not a problem. I can run to the post office every afternoon. However, my typing speed is quite slow, and I'm worried it might delay your matters. Yang Fan clapped his hands and reassured her, as long as you can type, it's fine. The current traffic to the online store is minimal, so being a bit slow doesn't matter. Chapter 28. Return to Pengcheng after spending 2 days at home. The date had arrived, July 14th, when Yang Fan once again boarded a train to Guangdong province. This time, he had purchased a sleeper ticket, heading straight to Pengcheng. Having operated his shop for 10 days, he had earned several tens of thousands. After deducting the cost of goods, he still had nearly 30,000 left. While the amount mirrored his previous trip to Pengcheng, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. In just over a week, he had successfully established a mobile phone store that generated daily profits of several thousand. As he gazed at the burgeoning balance in his bank account, a sense of confidence and tranquility began to envelop him. Wealth is a man's courage. He was no longer that recent graduate who relied on his parents for financial support. Yang Fan informed Yang Xiaoqin that the daily earnings from the shop would be deposited into his card punctually, as he required the funds. Consequently, during his few days in Pengcheng, he anticipated having access to 40 to 50,000 for his needs, which would suffice. Initially, Yang Jinkai had offered him 50,000 to use until he could repay it with earnings, but he had politely declined. The money from Yang Jinkai was hard-earned, the result of sweat and sacrifice. Such funds could be utilized for daily expenses, tuition fees, or even a home, but they should not be risked in business, as every venture carries its uncertainties. To lose that 50,000 would equate to squandering a year's worth of Yang Jinkai's toil. A notion Yang Fan could not bear. After a night's slumber on the train, he arrived at Pengcheng railway station the following afternoon. Yi Xintao, having learned of his arrival, awaited him outside the station. Upon their first encounter, Yi Xintao embraced him warmly, exclaiming, "Brother, you look quite invigorated after these 10 days." Indeed, he felt rejuvenated. As the saying goes, wealth is a man's courage. During his previous visit, he was merely a fresh high school graduate with a meager sum to his name, lacking confidence in his speech. Now, he had transformed into a small business owner earning substantial daily profits, an entirely different caliber. Yang Fan smiled and replied, "Things are going well. I've made a little money. This time, I intend to bring back 300 MP3 players." Since launching his online store, the previous batch of 100 MP3 players had sold over 50, thanks to their affordable pricing and 1,000 yuan spent on promotions, which had further boosted sales. Yi Xintao immediately responded, "No worries, my brother. I'll treat you well today." During this time, he had spent nearly every day in Huaqiangbei and had managed to secure 2 partners. However, after the first batch of MP3 players was taken back, there had been no further communication. Yang Fan's request for 300, in addition to the last 100, amounted to a business deal exceeding 10,000 yuan. In the past, he might have regarded this with indifference, but now, that sum could cover a significant portion of his rent for half a month. Yang Fan stated, "First, take me to Huaqiangbei. I have some matters to attend to." He wanted to address the mobile phone situation first. Unexpectedly, Yi Xintao remarked, "Is it reasonable to work immediately after disembarking from the train? No matter how busy one may be, meals must be consumed, right? I have already made reservations at a restaurant, so today, you need not worry about anything. Just follow your elder brother." With that, He pushed Yang Fan into the car, tossed the luggage into the trunk, and accelerated away. 50 minutes later, they halted in front of a modest Hunan restaurant in Guanlan. Yi Xintao introduced. Do not be deceived by the size of this establishment. It has been in operation for over a decade and is quite the venerable institution. Their Hunan cuisine is authentically prepared. Once they entered the private dining room, Yi Xintao continued, Brother, I do not fear your ridicule. Initially, I intended to treat you to a meal at a 5-star hotel, but my finances have been rather constrained lately. Once I navigate through this phase, I shall surely make it up to you. Yang Fan replied, Since finances are tight, let us forego the foot massage after the meal, and I shall take a taxi to Huaqiangbei. How can that be? Yi Xintao asserted with conviction. I may reduce my smoking and eating, but how can one neglect foot massages? Yang Fan shook his head. This fellow reminded him of a supplier he had known in his previous life. Their shared obsession with foot massages was almost identical. At that time, he frequently represented his company in conducting material inspections at the supplier's premises. Each visit, the supplier enthusiastically ushered him to their club, which was inescapable. Observing Yi Xintao, it was likely that he and that supplier belonged to the same ilk. After the waiters served the dishes, Yang Fan intended to serve himself rice directly. However, Yi Xintao rushed to the front desk and returned with a glass jar equipped with a faucet. Inside the jar, besides a slightly murky liquid, lay a ginseng root measuring several inches in length and a palm-sized seahorse. Yi Xintao patted the jar and declared, This is a medicinal wine I had procured from an old Chinese doctor, a remarkable tonic. It has been here for over 3 months, and I have refrained from consuming it. Today, since you are here, it is the perfect occasion to open it. Yang Fan shook his head, replying, Old Yi, my tolerance for alcohol is lacking. I would be tipsy after just 1 cup. You should drink it. I will settle for a soft drink. Yi Xintao waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. This wine has a low alcohol content. It won't intoxicate you. If you do not believe me, then give it a try. Very well, but just 1 cup, Yang Fan conceded. Absolutely, just 1 cup. Yi Xintao retrieved a bowl-sized cup and turned on the faucet to fill it. Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise and hurried to intervene, but despite his efforts, the cup was filled to the brim. Yi Xintao chuckled. We agreed on 1 cup. No reneging on the deal. Yang Fan lowered his head to sniff the concoction. The peculiar herbal aroma mingled with the scent of alcohol, reminiscent of potent liquor but richer in flavor. It seemed rather pleasant. He took a gentle sip. It was slightly astringent at first, but was quickly overshadowed by a lingering sweetness. After swallowing, a faint sweetness remained on his lips. Although Yang Fan was not accustomed to drinking and could not discern the quality of the liquor, he understood that the medicinal wine before him was undoubtedly exceptional. How is it? Did I deceive you? Yi Xintao poured himself a cup as well and added, When you reach my age, you will come to appreciate the virtues of medicinal wine. After savoring a few bites of his meal, Yang Fan downed the wine in his glass in one go. Go on, drink a bit more. I'm having my meal, he declared. Yi Xintao, witnessing this, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, My brother, your capacity for alcohol is commendable. Come, let us have another drink. Yang Fan turned his glass upside down on the table, resolutely refusing any more. Their meal lasted half an hour, and both began to feel a bit tipsy. After settling the bill, Yi Xintao summoned a designated driver and headed towards Guanqing. Slurring his words, he said, Brother, let me tell you, today's gathering will surely meet your expectations. Yang Fan, with a flushed face, replied, Absolutely, it will be satisfactory. Chapter 29. Masterful acting during their last visit to Pengcheng. Yi Xintao boasted of being a VIP at all entertainment venues in Guanlan. Yang Fan had been somewhat skeptical, thinking he was merely bragging. However, upon arriving at the Blue Moon Club today, Yang Fan was convinced. As soon as Yi Xintao exited the car, 2 well-dressed greeters rushed over to him. Welcome, Mr. Yi, to the Blue Moon Club, they said in unison, bowing respectfully. Where is Xiaohong? I need her to help me upstairs, Yi Xintao said, patting one of the greeters on the shoulder. The greeter hesitated, responding, Mr. Yi, Hong Jie is currently occupied. Would you allow me to assist you instead? Get lost. I detest being touched by men. You have 2 minutes. If I don't see Xiaohong, I will never return to your establishment, Yi Xintao retorted fiercely. Please, Mr. Yi, I will immediately inform Hong Jie, the greeter pleaded. Swiftly taking out a walkie-talkie and speaking rapidly. Yi Xintao was a distinguished guest. The manager had explicitly instructed that any request from him must be promptly fulfilled. If unable to accommodate, They were to report immediately for personal resolution. Before long, a tall woman in a blue cheapao, with wine-red hair cascading down her back, descended the stairs gracefully on high heels. Upon seeing her, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. The woman possessed an exquisite figure, perfectly proportioned as if she had stepped out of a comic book. Swaying her hips, she approached Yi Xintao, playfully exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Yi, it has been ages since your last visit. I was beginning to think you had forgotten about me. Ha ha ha, but here I am today," Yi Xintao responded, wrapping an arm around her shoulders while producing a cigarette with his free hand. The woman, quite self-aware, promptly lit it for him. They leaned in close, exchanging whispers. One must admit, while Yi Xintao may not possess striking looks, his taste is undeniably sharp. The woman named Xiao Hong had simply missed the right moment. In an era where live streaming was booming, with her figure, she could have easily danced to any tune and garnered an avalanche of donations just by calling for her big brother. Moreover, her appearance was commendable. Her lightly made-up oval face, while perhaps not reaching the heights of celebrity status, certainly held a solid 7 out of 10. In Yang Fan's hometown, she would undoubtedly be the belle of the village. Minutes later, Yang Fan found himself in a private room, engaged in conversation with a technician named Lily. Having indulged in some drinks, he felt a slight dizziness accompanied by exhilaration, a strong desire to converse with someone. Lily softly remarked, "Boss, you appear quite youthful and attractive, almost like a college student." Yang Fan replied, "Indeed, I am a college student, currently in my 3rd year. As the saying goes, what is spoken in the club remains there. Once we step out of this door, we shall forget each other, remaining strangers." At this moment, an open dialogue is all that matters. We can speak freely about anything, as long as it brings you joy. Claiming to be the President of the United States would be perfectly acceptable. Lily gasped in awe. "Wow, a college student. That's impressive. I truly admire cultured individuals. Which university do you attend?" Yang Fan confidently declared, "Capital University. It's well known among Chinese people as the finest university." Though he may not physically attend, his heart yearned for it. To dream of Capital University in front of the charming lady was a unique experience. Indeed, Lily did not expose the pretense. Her face was adorned with a deeper expression of admiration. "Wow, Capital University. That's truly remarkable." Yang Fan gazed at her, internally lamenting, such a talented individual remains obscured. With her acting skills, a few years at a performing arts school would surely cultivate her into a formidable actress. The thought of the television screens in a few years showcasing a multitude of talentless young stars left him feeling a sense of regret. Sometimes, the world operates in such a maddening manner. Those who should be working in clubs end up in the entertainment industry, while those meant for the latter find themselves in clubs. No wonder the quality of productions keeps declining. Lily continued, "Boss, your admission to Capital University must mean you had excellent grades, right?" Yang Fan casually responded, "Of course. I scored over 1,000 points on the college entrance exam. The county magistrate personally delivered my acceptance letter." Lily's lips twitched at his words. Although she had never attended university, she had completed high school and even taken the entrance exam, but her results were lackluster, preventing her from entering a respectable institution, which led her to this job. Now, hearing Yang Fan claim a score over 1,000, she was momentarily at a loss for words. However, being adept at conversation and understanding the importance of emotional value, she feigned admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, over 1,000 points. I've never heard of anyone achieving such a high score. You must be the top scholar in your county." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Top scholar? I'm the top scholar of our province." "Really? That's incredible. I truly admire you." Lily's internal disdain contrasted with the intensified admiration she displayed outwardly, leaving Yang Fan momentarily taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he almost believed her words were sincere. Yet, despite the effects of alcohol, his mind remained sharp. He understood that such words, which even a 3-year-old child could not be deceived by, would never be believed by an adult woman working in a club. With a deep breath, Yang Fan said softly, "How about I offer you a suggestion?" Lily tilted her head and inquired, "What suggestion?" Yang Fan replied, "You might consider enrolling in a performing arts university, majoring in acting." Lily paused for a moment, before asking, "What good would that do?" "You could become a star." "Could I really become a star?" "Why not? You are beautiful, intelligent, and your acting skills are exceptional. You are a natural-born star. But they say there are many unspoken rules in the entertainment industry." Yang Fan chuckled. "Are you afraid of those unspoken rules?" Lily laughed in response, "Not really." She continued, but what if I study this major and still can't become a star? Yang Fan reassured her, that's simple. You can always return to work. Then, you can claim to have been classmates with certain stars, and many will eagerly seek you out. Chapter 30. An alternative way to earn money. The difference between 18 and 40 is indeed profound. As Yang Fan descended the stairs, he was invigorated, walking with a sense of purpose. In contrast, Yi Xintao appeared unsteady, needing to pause for breath after only a few steps. Like an old tree with unstable roots in a strong wind. Exhaling deeply, Yi Xintao asked, how about you, brother? Are you satisfied with this place? Yang Fan nodded. Very satisfied. With such a great attitude and skill, how could I not be? Yi Xintao patted his shoulder and chuckled, as long as you're happy. I initially intended to offer you something even better, but you're still young, and I feared it might overwhelm you. Next time you come, I'll introduce you to more of the world. Yang Fan smiled. No need to see more. This is just fine. Oh, but how could you not experience more of the world? As a man, there are certain sights you must witness. We can discuss that another time. After a moment, Yi Xintao changed the subject. Brother, how many days will you be staying in Pengcheng this time? Yang Fan replied, it's uncertain. I'll return once I finish my business. Yi Xintao responded, when you leave, don't forget to call me. I'll take you to the station. There's no need for such courtesy. Of course, you are the guest, it's only right. After chatting for a while, they went to a nearby Sha County snack place for a late-night meal. While ordering, Yi Xintao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Brother, I'm truly sorry for bringing you here. Since opening his factory, this was his first time treating someone to a late-night meal at a Sha County eatery. Previously, he would take guests to Hong Kong-style tea restaurants, barbecues, or at the very least, to bustling food stalls. But now, with limited funds, he had to settle. Yang Fan smiled and replied, dining at a Sha County place is quite nice. It's economical, nutritious, and delicious. After their late-night meal, it was already past 11 at night. Feeling a bit drowsy, Yang Fan intended to find a hotel for the night when Yi Xintao stopped him. With a pat on his chest, he declared, why bother with a hotel? You can just sleep here. According to the customs of the industry, after washing their feet, one may sleep in the private rooms at night. However, Yi Xintao, being a VIP, was not accustomed to sleeping in such quarters. He directly approached the manager and requested 2 complimentary guest rooms, one for himself and one for Yang Fan, and they settled in. It must be said that the treatment afforded to VIPs was exemplary. Not only did they receive free accommodation, but the manager also kindly provided them with air-conditioned blankets, ensuring they would not catch a chill during the night. The following morning, after enjoying rice rolls at a small roadside eatery, Yi Xintao drove Yang Fan towards Huaqiangbei. Each had their own objectives. Yang Fan was in pursuit of mobile phone accessories, while Yi Xintao continued to await a fateful encounter. The electronics market buzzed with activity, bustling with individuals from all walks of life, from executives of large firms signing deals worth millions to small business owners and backpackers from across the country. Yang Fan even spotted several foreign faces among the crowd. After a busy morning, he managed to assemble 4 models of mobile phones, including 2 smart devices. Indeed, by this time, Huaqiangbei had already welcomed smartphones into its realm. The brand was Dopod, launched by a domestic manufacturer, and the phone operated on Microsoft's Windows mobile system. It boasted all the features of traditional mobile phones, alongside voice calling, built-in email capabilities, and the ability to install Office software, complete with GPS navigation and a myriad of other functions. The phone contained numerous chips, which Yang Fan was currently unable to assemble. He procured 2 units at a price of 1,500, leaving the owner's contact information for future reference. Should they sell, he would restock. If not, the devices would serve his family. Once the mobile phone dealings were settled, midday arrived. Yang Fan ascended to the 3rd floor, where he found Yi Xintao, who had been waiting all morning. Old Yi, let us go eat, Yang Fan suggested. Yi Xintao replied listlessly, I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Yang Fan understood that he was anxious about the MP3 situation, yet felt powerless to assist. He proposed, shall I get you a takeout of pork trotter rice? Yi Xintao nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to head downstairs, a young man wearing a beret approached, dressed in an entire outfit from LV and sporting a pair of bell slippers. He exuded an air of arrogance and confidence befitting someone of considerable wealth. Yi Xintao's eyes lit up immediately. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached, Sir, would you be interested in an MP3? Our factory produces high-quality, affordable MP3s. Who needs your MP3s? Everyone listens to music on their phones now, the man retorted, gesturing to a device resembling a cochlear implant by his ear. I use an Apple phone with Bluetooth, you outdated fool. He brusquely shoved Yi Xintao aside and strode past him. Once again rebuffed, Yi Xintao sighed. He had encountered such dismissals countless times in recent days and had grown accustomed to it. Yet Yang Fan stood frozen in place, observing the young man's Bluetooth earpiece. When he suddenly realized he had overlooked something of great importance. Since his rebirth, his strategies for generating income had all been conceived from a godlike perspective, exploiting information asymmetry to buy low and sell high. Establishing a mobile phone store was a manifestation of this approach, sourcing products at low prices from Pingqing and selling them at a premium back home. While this model was undeniably straightforward and lucrative, it also faced a significant dilemma: its exceptionally low barriers to entry. What he could initiate today, others could replicate tomorrow. As soon as someone deciphered his procurement channels and acquired a modicum of knowledge about assembling phones, replication was inevitable. In Yang Fan's estimation, with the proliferation of the internet, the Integrity Mobile Store might only thrive for 2 or 3 years, or even less, before necessitating a transformation or outright closure. This was a reality dictated by the evolution of the times, impervious to change. However, he had subconsciously neglected another viable avenue for profit: creating and selling his own products. While he was not equipped to produce high-tech gadgets, he was more than capable of managing industrial products that focused on design and had lower technical requirements. As a reincarnated individual, Yang Fan possessed a singular prophetic advantage in this world. He was aware of which items would become popular and which would gain market acceptance. All he needed to do was identify products that were currently absent but would soon sell remarkably well, then manufacture and market them himself. Should this path succeed, he could potentially establish a manufacturing enterprise of a scale suitable for public listing. In that event, wealth would flow into his bank account like a torrent. Chapter 31: Wireless Bluetooth Earbuds. Inspired by the LV gentleman, Yang Fan's inaugural product choice was the Bluetooth earpiece. More precisely, the wireless Bluetooth earbuds, officially termed split-type wireless Bluetooth earbuds. This device bore a striking resemblance to wired earphones, the only distinction being the absence of wires, resulting in 2 bare earbuds. Do not underestimate this seemingly simple product. After Apple launched this wireless earpiece in 2016, it experienced an unprecedented surge in global sales. Many regarded its design as Apple's crowning achievement of the past decade. Yang Fan aspired to replicate this innovation. Of course, he did not possess the technological prowess or financial reserves of Apple in 2016, nor did he expect his creation to rival Apple's functionalities. His focus was solely on the design. Apple had already demonstrated that the aesthetic of this earpiece garnered worldwide acclaim. If Yang Fan could produce it and secure a design patent, he could not only profit from this earpiece, but also strategically position himself in the market, potentially obstructing Apple's path. A thrilling vision flickered through his mind. On some future day, the once untouchable Apple would endeavor to launch its own wireless earpiece, only to discover that the design patent had already been claimed by another. Such a prospect was exhilarating to contemplate. Those who have spent time in the mechanical or manufacturing industries understand that producing Bluetooth headphones, which are relatively low-tech small electronic products, typically involves 3 types of factories. The first is the SMT assembly factory, the second is the mold factory, and the third is the injection molding factory. Yi Xintao operates a small SMT factory, while Yang Yuan works in the mold factory. Yang Fan, in his previous life, was a frequent visitor to their factory's injection molding department. By a fortunate confluence of time, place, and circumstances, everything has aligned perfectly at this moment. Yang Fan approached Yi Xintao, gently tapping him on the shoulder, and said nonchalantly, "Old Yi, I wish to create a product. Are you interested?" 3 hours later, in the office of Yi Xintao's factory, Yang Fan meticulously crafted the exterior and internal cross-sectional diagrams of the wireless Bluetooth headphones using CAD software. Yi Xintao gazed intently at the computer screen for quite a while, and the more he looked, the brighter the spark of inspiration became in his eyes. "Incredible!" he exclaimed, the words tumbling from his lips. Despite his lack of design knowledge and inability to use CAD, having worked in the manufacturing industry for so long, he could certainly discern whether a product's appearance was appealing. The defining characteristic of this wireless Bluetooth headphone was its simplicity and exquisite minimalism. While this may not seem particularly remarkable at first glance, those in the industry recognize that designing a complex product is not particularly challenging. One can easily pile on external embellishments or incorporate a myriad of convoluted features. However, achieving simplicity is a far more arduous task, as it requires meticulous consideration of every component and space while retaining the original functionality. It is precisely this design philosophy that has allowed Apple to amass hundreds of billions of dollars. Wait a moment, Yang Fan pondered. If this product is designed with a disposable battery, wouldn't that necessitate frequent disassembly for charging? And what about the schematics? You must still have the blueprints. Years of experience in the manufacturing sector had made Yang Fan astute enough to identify the issue before Yi Xintao even spoke. The wireless Bluetooth headphones would indeed require a charging case, which Yang Fan had not yet drafted due to time constraints. He promptly elaborated on the appearance and basic functionality of the charging case. As Yi Xintao listened, he nodded in agreement. According to Yang Fan's description, the wireless Bluetooth headphones could function seamlessly. Brother, you truly astonish me. How did you conceive of this design? Yi Xintao mused, perplexed. To him, Yang Fan appeared to be just a young man who had recently come of age. Although he had opened a mobile phone store and earned some money through buying low and selling high, how could he have conceived such an impressive design? Yang Fan pointed skyward and smiled. Design is a natural gift, an inspiration bestowed upon me by the heavens. Yi Xintao rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of such fanciful notions. Nonetheless, the manner of conception was of little consequence. What truly mattered was how to bring the design to fruition and, subsequently, how to market it effectively. Yi Xintao cleared his throat and remarked, I have previously worked on the circuit boards for Bluetooth earphones, with a few adjustments to the BOM and some additional components. We can commence production. He paused, creating an air of suspense. Yang Fan interjected, but you currently lack the funds. Without financial backing, the factory cannot operate. What will you do if we produce them, but cannot sell? Yi Xintao chuckled awkwardly and replied, My dear brother, you are astute. I cannot conceal such trivial calculations from you. Just tell me, what shall we do? If it is within my capabilities, I shall comply without hesitation. The factory faced closure, and each day was a torment for him. Now, with an opportunity presenting itself, he felt akin to a drowning man grasping at a final straw. Yang Fan smiled and proposed, I will handle the design, while you manage the factory. We shall share the costs and divide the profits equally. This was the most equitable arrangement he could conceive. Both parties would benefit. This plan is excellent and fair. Yi Xintao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He continued, however, the technical complexity is low, and production should pose no issue. But what about sales? I lack experience in that arena. Yang Fan replied, you will focus on production, and I will take charge of sales. My dear brother, it is not that I doubt your capabilities. However, once the machines are operational, the initial investment will be substantial, amounting to tens of thousands. If we cannot sell them, I might as well leap off a building. Creating wireless Bluetooth earphones is not solely about the assembly factory. It also entails molds and injection molding, which are significant costs. Especially with molds, the expense of producing one pair of earphones is the same as producing 1,000. Therefore, if we are to proceed, we cannot limit ourselves to a mere few dozen units. Otherwise, we would not even recoup the mold costs. Yang Fan looked at Yi Xintao and said, this is the nature of business. It is a gamble, either success or failure, with no middle ground. I must express my strong belief in this product. If you choose not to pursue this, I will seek collaboration elsewhere. He spoke truthfully. If Yi Xintao declined, he would indeed look for another partner. However, that would place immense financial pressure on him, as he could not reveal specific designs to others during negotiations to protect his intellectual property. This would complicate collaboration, likely forcing him to resort to commission processing, which would inevitably escalate costs. Presently, Yi Xintao was his optimal partner, possessing a factory, technical knowledge, and a dire need for capital. Their relationship was inherently complementary. Chapter 32. Take a chance. Transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let us do it. After a few moments of silence, Yi Xintao slammed his palm on the desk. He understood that there are indeed businesses with guaranteed profitability, yet such opportunities were not meant for him to turn his fortunes around. He had no choice but to take a bold leap of faith. Yang Fan stated, I will head to Dongguan shortly to calculate the costs of the molds and injection. You should also get busy and determine the costs for the assembly. Tomorrow morning, we will reconcile our figures and decide how many pairs of earphones to produce. Yi Xintao replied, there are plenty of mold factories right here in Guanlan. Why go to Dongguan? My second brother works in Dongguan City, specializing in mold making. and he should be able to offer us a favorable price. All right, then I shall drive you there. With finances being tight, every little saving counts. The two descended the stairs and approached the car. Just as Yang Fan opened the door and had not yet settled into his seat, Yi Xintao rubbed his hands together and remarked, having secured such a significant deal today, shouldn't we celebrate with a foot wash? Yang Fan shot him a glance, exclaiming, what are you thinking at a time like this? Let us get moving. Once we earn the money, you can soak your feet all you want. Oh, Yi Xintao replied sheepishly, starting the vehicle and heading toward Dongguan City. While in the car, Yang Fan made a call to Yang Yuan, succinctly explaining their plans to visit. After a moment of silence, Yang Yuan processed the information, surprised that his brother was once again embarking on an unusual venture after not seeing him for over 10 days. You were doing well with the mobile phone store, and now you're shifting to mold making? This is quite the upheaval. Despite his bewilderment, he refrained from probing further as there were others present. Little brother, once you arrive, please wait for me at the entrance of the industrial park. I will treat you to dinner after work. Sure, big brother, let's settle it that way, he replied and hung up. Yi Xintao chimed in, Dongguan City is great. I once had a client who lived there. Every time I visited, he would take me for a foot wash. The techniques and service quality of the technicians there truly surpass those in Pengcheng. Yang Fan chuckled softly, thinking to himself, not just Pengcheng. At this moment, there is no place in China that can rival Dongguan in this regard. They arrived at 7:43, with 17 minutes remaining until Yang Yuan finished work. At the entrance of the industrial park, Yi Xintao parked the car and dashed to a nearby convenience store to buy a few bottles of drinks. The two squatted on the ground, sipping their beverages while they waited. Yang Fan observed groups of young individuals in various work uniforms, preparing for their night shifts, and couldn't help but sigh. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. Many of these individuals were around his age, or even younger, at a time when they should be filled with passion and aspirations. Yet, they had already entered the factories, spending day after day in sunless workshops, slowly wearing away their youth. Such is the cruel reality of the world. Sometimes, the disparity between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. Some work night shifts in sweatshops at 18, while others are fervently scribbling in brightly lit classrooms, and some bask in the sun on distant shores at the same age. In a previous life, he too had toiled in a factory, as the company mandated that all engineers must possess workshop experience. He even spent 3 months on the assembly line. Yang Fan deeply empathized with these young souls, understanding that their struggles were not due to a lack of ability or intelligence, but rather a lack of opportunity. What is on your mind, little brother? Yi Xintao perceived something amiss in his demeanor. Yang Fan shook his head and replied, no, I was just pondering where the future lies for these young individuals working in the electronics factories. Yi Xintao, with a complicated expression, remarked, what future is there? Young people toil on the assembly line, and when they grow old, they become security guards. They merely scrape by throughout their lives. He himself had once labored in a factory. Although the conditions were harsh and the pay meager, it was a time when he acquired valuable skills. It was precisely those skills that enabled him to venture into entrepreneurship later on. Yet today's youth, seated on the assembly line, repetitively performing the same actions, resemble soulless puppets. Such employment, even over a span of 10,000 years, yields no progress. As they engaged in their conversation, Yang Yuan approached from a distance, calling out, Old 3, are you hungry yet? Yang Fan shook his head, and, once Yang Yuan arrived before him, stated, not hungry, I had a late lunch today. He then gestured towards Yi Xintao and continued, this is Old Yi. He runs an SMT assembly factory in Pengcheng, and we are preparing to collaborate on a product. Yi Xintao and Yang Yuan exchanged greetings, and the three of them walked together towards the large food stall at the back of the industrial park. At the dining table, Yang Fan elaborated in detail about his aspirations to create wireless Bluetooth earphones. Yang Yuan took a sip of his ice-cold beer and remarked, you have been doing well with your shop. What prompted you to suddenly consider manufacturing and selling products? Li Xiaoying had called him, sharing that the Integrity Mobile store earned several thousand yuan a day. Yang Yuan was perplexed. Why abandon such a lucrative business to pursue product development in Pengcheng? Yang Fan slurped down an oyster and responded, running a mobile store brings quick money, but it's not sustainable. I seek to establish a long-term business for myself. Yang Yuan inquired, are you aware that creating a product is quite a challenging endeavor? It requires significant investment, and the process is particularly intricate. Yang Fan assured him, I am fully aware. I have considered everything from design drafts to mold making, injection molding, prototyping, and assembly. Yang Yuan looked at Yang Fan with surprise. He had not anticipated that his younger brother had made such comprehensive preparations. Furthermore, his demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a fresh graduate, but rather that of a seasoned professional with 7 or 8 years of experience in the manufacturing industry. At that moment, Yi Xintao interjected, "I am not exaggerating. Yang's design is exceptional. If we manage to produce this, we might just secure a substantial profit." Yang Yuan filled his glass with more beer and replied, "Whether we can make a profit is uncertain. My concern is the heavy investment. You may not even recoup your costs if the market does not accept the product. Such occurrences transpire almost daily in Dongguan. Many individuals lose their entire life savings in just a few months." Yi Xintao patted his chest and proclaimed, "I am partnering with Yang. He has the design, and I have the factory. Our collaboration significantly enhances the likelihood of success." Though he spoke confidently, internally, he harbored his own doubts. Having made the decision to proceed, there was no need for hesitation. It was better to be bold. Yang Yuan downed the remaining beer in his cup and declared, "Since you all have made up your minds, let's head to the factory." Chapter 33, Finalizing the Mold in Dongguan City. Most small mold factories primarily handle mold processing. This means they take design blueprints and materials from others, fabricate the molds, and return them. The factory where Yang Yuan worked was thriving, boasting 20 computer-controlled lathes. Consequently, the owner established a mold design department last year, enabling them to complete mold designs in-house. Yang Yuan approached a colleague in the design department, exchanged a few pleasantries, and discreetly slipped a red envelope containing 300 yuan. The colleague promptly retrieved a previous headphone mold design and, in the presence of Yang Yuan and his companions, modified it into a new design within a couple of hours. Following this, Yang Yuan contacted a material supplier with whom they had previously collaborated, securing the materials at a friendly price based on the dimensions outlined in the design. By tomorrow morning, Yang Fan would bring the design and materials to negotiate processing fees with the factory owner, paving the way for mold production. In truth, once he acquired the design, Yang Yuan could manage the subsequent steps himself. After all, he was proficient in programming and machine operation, with the factory's equipment readily available. As soon as the materials arrived, he could commence work immediately. However, that would mean exploiting the factory's resources for personal gain, which was not in his nature as an upright individual. After completing his tasks, it was nearly midnight. With work awaiting him the next day, Yang Yuan returned to his dormitory for rest. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and Yi Xintao found a nearby hotel and booked a double room. The room was reserved by Yi Xintao, while Yang Fan suggested that they should have 2 separate rooms. Yi Xintao countered, "Isn't it fine for each of us to have a bed? We can save that money for a foot massage next time." Yang Fan shook his head. The previous night, their foot massage had cost over 1,000 yuan combined. The savings from sharing a room were merely a drop in the bucket. After freshening up, Yi Xintao lay on the bed, exuding excitement as he proclaimed, "My confidence is growing stronger. This time we're definitely going to make money." "Curious," Yang Fan inquired, "what makes you say that?" With a grin, Yi Xintao replied, "Your brother just helped us save at least half on the mold aspect. That's what I call a great start." Having worked for over a decade and run a factory for 7 years, he had navigated the processing industry for more than 20 years. Although he wasn't intimately familiar with the mold sector, he was aware of the basic market conditions. Yang Fan smiled, but remained silent. Earlier, Yang Yuan had already shared the estimated costs with him, including tomorrow's material expenses and processing fees, which would still amount to over 10,000 yuan. It was important to note that if they had approached other mold factories, the price for a complete cycle from design to mold creation would likely double. However, with Yang Yuan's assistance, they not only saved a substantial amount of money, but also significantly accelerated the process. Engaging the right talent made all the difference in the world. The following morning, the two returned with the materials. Yang Yuan led them to the owner of the mold factory. The proprietor, Mr. Hu, in his 50s, possessed a notably affable demeanor. He introduced, "Mr. Hu, this is Mr. Yi, and this is my brother. They wish to fabricate a set of molds at our factory, bringing along both the design blueprints and materials." Mr. Hu glanced at the design and casually remarked, "Since we are acquaintances, let us offer a 10% discount on the processing fee. As for the timeline, you may schedule it as you see fit. Feel free to jump the queue." The volume of processing for the headphone molds was minimal, resulting in a processing fee of merely a few thousand yuan. Thus, he extended a favor. Yi Xintao replied, Thank you, Mr. Hu. I look forward to our future collaborations. Mr. Hu smiled and nodded, shaking hands with both him and Yang Fan. With the mold matters settled, the two returned to Pengcheng. In the factory office, after a discussion, Yi Xintao and Yang Fan determined the production quantity for the initial batch of wireless Bluetooth headphones. We must produce at least 3,000 units now that the molds are ready. Yang Fan had already calculated that the total cost for the molds amounted to 9,500 yuan. The subsequent injection molding and assembly would cost approximately 5 to 7 yuan per unit. Depending on the quantity, the more produced, the lower the price. The components would roughly be around 15 yuan each. Consequently, the net material cost for each pair of wireless Bluetooth headphones would be approximately 21 yuan. If they were to produce 3,000 pairs, including mold costs, rent, utilities, and labor, the actual cost per pair would be about 33 yuan. In total, the investment for this batch of wireless Bluetooth headphones would approach 100,000 yuan, with both he and Yang Fan each needing to contribute 50,000 yuan. Currently, Yi Xintao found himself with only 8,000 yuan across all his assets, including his bank card, while he could potentially scrape together 50,000 with credit cards. A loss would put him in a dire situation, making even basic needs like meals a challenge. Thus, his primary concern was whether the headphones would sell once produced. Presently, ordinary Bluetooth headphones on the market cost around 80 yuan, while Yang Fan proposed pricing their wireless Bluetooth headphones at 98 yuan. Although this price was higher than typical Bluetooth headphones, it remained under 100 yuan, a threshold that consumers would likely not reject outright. Upon hearing this price, Yi Xintao hesitated, pondering, is it too expensive to sell? The thought of over 10,000 unsold MP3 players languishing in his warehouse sent shivers down his spine. If the headphones ended up gathering dust in the warehouse, he would truly consider jumping off a building. Yang Fan responded, there are currently no wireless Bluetooth headphones on the market. Our product is unique, making a higher price quite reasonable. But what if they don't sell? Yang Fan tapped his fingers on the table and replied, Old Yi, is our product visually appealing? Yi Xintao affirmed, it is. Are there any functional issues? He replied, none. Is the material of high quality? Indeed. Yang Fan smiled. Then what is there to worry about? Our product will be released with no competitors in sight. Yi Xintao scratched his head. Brother, let me tell you, sometimes, even good products struggle to sell. Today's consumers are particularly fond of bargains. Many individuals, when purchasing items, first scrutinize the price. If it is deemed excessive, they promptly turn away, indifferent to the quality of the product. He is someone with considerable social experience. Over the years of running a factory, he has witnessed numerous diligent entrepreneurs whose businesses were doomed due to inflated prices, as well as many unscrupulous merchants who profited immensely from selling low-quality imitations. In this era, all industries are rife with the phenomenon of inferior goods driving out the superior. Yang Fan asserted confidently, if the product is good but fails to sell, it is merely due to a lack of sales acumen. As long as you ensure the quality is impeccable, you can leave the remaining issues to me. He has become accustomed to the various marketing tactics employed by future merchants. When the time comes, will he not have ample strategies to ensure sales? Yi Xintao exhaled deeply. Very well, I shall heed your advice. At this point, he had no choice but to follow Yang Fan down this path. Chapter 34. The launch of wireless Bluetooth headphones from the initial design to mold creation, sampling, and then to actual production. It took merely 6 days for the first pair of wireless Bluetooth headphones to be crafted. Such efficiency is, to outsiders, utterly astonishing. One can only affirm that the speed of Pengcheng is indeed legendary. Get your act together this time. If you mess up the materials again, I swear I will not hesitate to end you. Yi Xintao stood next to a pick-and-place machine, addressing a bespectacled young man who was incessantly chattering. The young man, named Zheng Deshan, had been an employee of Yi Xintao for 4 years. A few months prior, it was he who, while under the influence during a night shift, mistakenly used the wrong materials, resulting in a disastrous batch of MP3 players that fell squarely on Yi Xintao's shoulders. It could be said that he was largely responsible for the factory's perilous financial state. Zheng Deshan retrieved a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and assured, rest assured, boss, I will not touch alcohol during work hours again. Yi Xintao snatched the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his hand and shoved it into his pocket, declaring, whether you savor the good life or find yourself out on the street depends on this round. Should you falter again, make sure to burn plenty of paper money for me next Qingming festival. No problem. Do you prefer yellow paper or counterfeit bills? Get lost. Amidst their banter, Zheng Deshun pressed the machine's start button, and a thunderous roar erupted. After checking the machine's data panel and confirming everything was in order, Yi Xintao returned to his office. Yang Fan approached with curiosity. You're keeping him after such a blunder? Yi Xintao replied. Who among us is without fault? As long as one learns from their mistakes, it suffices. Did you impose a fine on him? A pittance. He is an employee, earning a fixed wage. If he performs well and the factory profits, it is my gain. If he falters and the factory incurs losses, that too is on me. In smaller factories like this one, management is often quite lax, with little distinction between the employer and employee hierarchy. The relationship between Zheng Deshun and Yi Xintao was not only that of a boss and worker, but also akin to friends who share casual conversations, meals, and even foot baths. It is precisely this camaraderie that led Zheng Deshun to indulge in drinking at work, culminating in this unfortunate incident. Of course, Yi Xintao had given him a stern reprimand for it. Yang Fan gave a thumbs up and remarked, to bear responsibility is to be a man. Although he perceived the factory as a quintessential sweatshop in terms of working conditions, salary, benefits, and hours, Yi Xintao's sense of duty and his accommodating attitude towards employees left a profound impression on him. Yang Fan had witnessed numerous factories and companies where, despite subpar treatment, there was an incessant emphasis on a wolf culture that encouraged management to exploit and oppress employees in various ways. They established a plethora of regulations, ready to impose fines at the slightest infraction, cloaking their actions in the guise of correcting employees' work attitudes and helping them cultivate proper values. The owners of such companies, if met with a tragic fate, would elicit not a flicker of concern from their employees. Although Yi Xintao's factory was not thriving, he had never intentionally oppressed his workers. This was evidenced by the fact that Zheng Deshun, despite having caused significant trouble, remained at the factory. By 6 o'clock in the evening, after several days of effort, the first pair of wireless Bluetooth headphones had finally come to fruition, assembled by Yang Fan himself in the workshop. He caressed the smooth, rounded headphones in his hands and joyfully proclaimed, Old Yi, our investment wasn't in vain. Just look at the quality of this product. It far surpasses the shoddy goods on the market. Yi Xintao took the headphones and agreed. Indeed, they are quite impressive. I will send a pair home for my son to flaunt at school. He felt a sense of relief. The headphones had been successfully produced, and if all went well, they could start selling in a few days. As of today, they had already invested over 60,000 yuan. Tomorrow morning, once all the headphones were assembled, the remaining 30,000 would also need to be settled. This represented the last of Yi Xintao's available funds, and if they incurred a loss, the consequences would be dire. After exchanging a few words, Yang Fan tested the headphones' functionality. They performed remarkably well. Even at a distance of 7 meters from the phone, the sound remained crystal clear. This range was more than sufficient for typical consumer usage. He had already planned to return the following afternoon, bringing several samples to list on his Taobao store. Indeed, Yang Fan intended to sell this batch of wireless Bluetooth headphones exclusively online. The rationale was simple. Venturing into offline sales would necessitate renting a storefront and hiring sales personnel, leading to exorbitant costs. In contrast, online sales required merely a Taobao store. Additionally, there was the advantage of separating production from sales. Yi Xintao would oversee production while Yang Fan would handle sales, creating a balance between their respective roles. This is the essence of partnership. While costs and risks are shared, the potential for internal friction inevitably increases. In the case of Yang Fan and Yi Xintao, their camaraderie was quite harmonious. They affectionately referred to each other as brother, their conversations filled with laughter and joy. When time permitted, the two would even indulge in a foot bath together, relishing their moments of camaraderie. However, the dynamics of relationships between individuals are subject to change, particularly when it comes to matters of self-interest. Throughout history, how many nobles and dignitaries have found camaraderie in their humble beginnings, only to turn against each other with swords drawn once they attained prosperity? Yang Fan was keen to avoid future discord with Yi Xintao over issues of business control. Therefore, he relinquished all matters pertaining to headphone production while resolutely maintaining a firm grip on sales. Yi Xintao was equally cognizant of this understanding. Although unspoken, a tacit compromise had been reached between the two. Deshun, you lazy bum, get to work. Once you're done, I'll treat you to a foot massage. Yi Xintao called out loudly from the office, half his body protruding into the workshop. Upon hearing this, Zheng Deshun was instantly invigorated. Despite Yi Xintao often referring to him in a derogatory manner, he never forgot to include him during outings for meals, karaoke, or massages. Yang Fan patted Yi Xintao on the back, saying, "Old Yi, after deducting tomorrow's expenses, I have just over 800 yuan left for travel. How can I afford a foot massage?" Yi Xintao smacked his forehead, cursing, "Damn it, I almost forgot. I'm out of money too. How about we go for a cheap wash instead? What's the point in that?" Yang Fan retorted, "True, I've never done a cheap wash before." Yi Xintao turned back to the outside and shouted, "Deshun, let's put the foot massage on hold. I'm broke. Once the goods are sold, I'll make it up to you." A slightly regretful voice echoed from the workshop, "Got it." Chapter 35. Return on the afternoon of July 23rd, after spending over a week in Pengcheng. Yang Fan boarded the train home. Yi Xintao accompanied him to the station, saying, "Brother, the headphone sales are all up to you now. Keep me posted on any developments." The wireless Bluetooth headphones had been fully produced and assembled, now resting in the warehouse. With a cost nearing 100,000 yuan for 3,000 pairs of headphones. The fate of the factory hinged on this endeavor. Yang Fan replied, "Rest assured, we'll have our daily call at noon." As agreed, Yang Fan would compile the daily orders and send them to Yi Xintao, who would then ship them to the buyers. This arrangement extended beyond headphones to include MP3 players as well. Given their profound collaborative relationship, Yang Fan proactively suggested abolishing the previous sales method for the MP3s, opting instead for a profit-sharing model akin to that of the wireless Bluetooth headphones. "All right, safe travels. Next time you come, I'll take you to the new place. No need for a new venue. Lily's just fine. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so sentimental, little brother." They exchanged laughter and banter for a while until the announcement for ticket checking blared over the loudspeaker. Yang Fan patted Yi Xintao on the arm and turned to leave. Once aboard, he carefully stowed his suitcase under the bunk, which contained not only a change of clothes, but also over 20 mobile phones. This time, Yang Fan had assembled 4 new models of feature phones, bringing 5 of each back with him. Should sales prove fruitful in the future, he intends to reach out to merchants in Huaqiangbei, arranging for the logistics to ship the components over. He would then assemble the phones at home. Such is the unpredictable nature of life. Yang Fan's visit to Shenzhen was initially aimed at augmenting his mobile phone store with a selection of fashionable and user-friendly devices. If circumstances permitted, he might also consider bringing back some electronic products to assess their market viability. However, plans often fail to keep pace with reality, and unexpectedly, he ended up creating a product. Moreover, he applied for a design patent for wireless Bluetooth headphones. In a few months, once the certification arrives, he will be a qualified individual armed with a patent. A curious thought suddenly struck Yang Fan. Might Apple seek to purchase this patent from him in the future? If that were to happen, what price would he set? A few $1 million would certainly be out of the question, as that would be a sign of disrespect towards Apple. Perhaps tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Would Apple be willing to pay? After all, he was seeking payment in dollars. After pondering for a while, he dialed Yang Jintsai's number. Coincidentally, the latter was at the mobile store, along with Yang Xiaoqin and Li Xiuying. "Dad, I'm on the train now. I'll be home tomorrow afternoon," he said. On the other end, Li Xiuying interjected, "You lazy child, always dawdling and not returning. Your sister is busy with that Taobao and managing the store, hardly able to attend to the children." Yang Fan chuckled. "But you and Dad are here to help, aren't you? Don't even mention your father. He is swamped with work in the fields and can barely keep up." She retorted, all right, Mom. The train is about to depart. We'll talk more when I get home. Bye." With the train's whistle echoing, Yang Fan tucked his phone into his pocket, and soon after, the train began to move. The following afternoon, shortly after Yang Fan arrived home, he had yet to settle into his seat when he received a call from his senior class teacher. The teacher informed him, "Your admission letter has arrived. Please find time to pick it up." After hanging up, Yang Fan found himself in a prolonged daze. A feeling akin to being in a different era enveloped him. To others, he had been away from high school for less than 2 months, and it would be natural to seize the opportunity of collecting his admission letter to reunite with classmates. Yet, he understood that the events of high school had become mere wisps of memory for him. Most of the youthful faces in the graduation photos had faded from his recollection, their names forgotten. Such is the essence of growth. As one progresses, individuals come and go along the journey. Gradually, one transforms from an innocent youth into a seasoned adult. Along the way, one gains much, experience, wisdom, capability, and wealth. Yet, one also relinquishes a great deal: innocence, fervor, romance, and curiosity. Regardless of satisfaction or willingness, the path leads to an inevitable truth. In the end, the only companion that remains by your side is yourself, and only yourself. Yang Fan retrieved his class yearbook from his room and began to flip through its pages, lost in thought. May we bravely forge ahead on our respective life paths, realizing our dreams, and may our friendship endure. Huaqiangbei. Youth is free of regrets. Let us strive to become better versions of ourselves. Xuezhing. What shall we be like when we meet again in 10 years? If we chance upon each other in a crowd, grant me an embrace. Su Wenjun. For 3 years of companionship, you have always been so silent, as if the entirety of our conversation scarcely amounts to 100 words. You ought to smile more, for your teeth are remarkably white and beautiful. Xinyu. The words in our class album are filled with blessings, encouragement, reluctance, and farewells. Yang Fan vaguely remembers that there were either 52 or 54 individuals in their class during the senior year. After counting the entries in the album, besides his own, there were 53 written notes. Thus, it indeed accounted for 54 individuals. Among these, he could recall the faces and names of no more than 5. Ding ding ding, his phone chimed again. Looking down, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a strange voice emerged. Fan Ge. I heard from the old class teacher that you also applied to Huaqiangbei University? Yang Fan was taken aback and inquired, Who are you? You can't recognize my voice. The caller hesitated momentarily. I apologize, I just woke up and my mind is a bit foggy. He fabricated a reason on the spot. Fan Ge, it's Xinjin. Xuezhing. I also applied to Huaqiangbei University. We can continue being classmates. Yang Fan recollected. Xuezhing, his classmate from the 2nd and 3rd years of high school, had transferred to their class after the Division of Arts and Sciences. Due to her delicate appearance, she had earned the nickname Xinjin. Not only were they classmates, but they also shared a dormitory. Oh, hello, Xinjin. What brings you to call? Xuezhing chuckled. Xinjin? How have you become so pretentious? I simply wanted to call you. After we receive our admission notices tomorrow, there's a graduation gathering for our class. Don't be late. Yang Fan replied, All right, I will definitely attend. A graduation gathering would be a wonderful opportunity to reunite with those long-missed classmates. Chapter 36. High school Yang Fan had yet to receive his driver's license. Yet at this moment, he yearned to acquire a vehicle, even if it were merely a second-hand Huaqiangbei. The journey from his home to the county seat required 3 transfers. Winding paths, mountain roads, rural routes, and national highways all had to be traversed. The 60-kilometer distance, filled with stops and starts to pick up and drop off passengers, ultimately took over 2 hours. He left home at 8 in the morning and arrived at County No. 1 high school by 11:30. His clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat. What was even more exasperating was the sweltering 35-degree heat, with the only semblance of cooling in the vehicle being the natural breeze flowing in through the open windows. This was the reality of public transportation in rural areas in 2008. Upon entering the school gates, he made his way directly to his classroom. The senior year was housed in the first teaching building, and their class was located on the ground floor, easy to remember and find. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings. The blue bricks, white walls, ancient trees, and blooming flowers appeared unchanged from his memories. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of estrangement. To be precise, it should be described as a sense of unreality, an ethereal feeling reminiscent of watching films from bygone eras, where one encounters scenes that do not belong to the present time. Yang Fan, you are exceptionally slow. Just as he reached the doorway of the classroom, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Turning around, he found a slender, delicately featured boy smiling at him. The boy cheerfully remarked, Didn't I tell you yesterday to arrive a bit earlier? All the other students have already collected their admission letters. You are the only one left. The homeroom teacher has gone to a restaurant. Your admission letter is with the math teacher. Hurry and get it. Yang Fan quickly realized that it was Xuezhing. I just got off the bus and am feeling a bit dizzy. Where is the math teacher's office? He remembered the location of the classroom, but had indeed forgotten where the teacher's office was. Xuezhing grabbed his arm and said, Your memory is truly remarkable. Let me take you there. The two then made their way to the office building behind the teaching block. Upon arrival, Xuezhing joked, You forgot the office location, but I hope you remember who the math teacher is? Yang Fan replied, Of course I remember Mr. Liu. He is such a responsible person. Their math teacher was named Liu Qianjin, aged 59, and on the cusp of retirement. Yang Fan's vivid recollection of him was not only due to Mr. Lu's dedication and exceptional teaching skills, but also because of a peculiar habit he had. During lessons, whenever he mentioned the Jiabi Zhongjua, Jiabi principle, he would replace the term beat, comparison, with gao, wei, declaring the former to be unrefined and vulgar. In the hearts of many students, he was a teacher of integrity, albeit somewhat obstinate. Yang Fan distinctly remembered that in his previous life, during his third year of university, he learned of Mr. Lu's passing through their class QQ group. The cause was lung cancer. Mr. Lu was a non-smoker, and his affliction stemmed largely from excessive inhalation of chalk dust. On the day of Mr. Lu's burial, Yang Fan attended, amidst a throng of over 400 people, the vast majority of whom were his former students. Some had traveled from other cities, others from different provinces, and even a few returned from abroad, all to pay their final respects to their beloved mentor. Yang Fan rubbed his forehead. Given the timeline, it was highly likely that Mr. Lu was already afflicted with cancer at this moment. He pondered whether his current warnings could extend the life of such a commendable teacher. Upon entering the office, Yang Fan approached an elderly man who wore reading glasses and had graying hair. "Mr. Lu, I am Yang Fan from Class 2. Here to collect my admission letter." "Oh, it's you, Yang Fan. You have arrived quite late," Mr. Lu replied. "Here is your admission letter. Take it. Huaqiangbei University is a fine institution. Don't forget to study diligently." Mr. Lu looked up at him, his slightly aged face breaking into a smile of contentment. He was set to retire the following year, and this cohort of seniors was the last group he would guide through their college entrance examinations. Seeing his student gain admission to a prestigious university filled him with genuine joy. Yang Fan took the notes with both hands and spoke. "Teacher Lu, you don't seem well. Are you feeling unwell?" Teacher Lu paused for a moment before replying. "No, I feel the same as usual." Yang Fan replied earnestly. "I recommend you visit a hospital for a checkup." "All right, I will go this afternoon," Teacher Lu said. Observing Yang Fan's earnest demeanor, Teacher Lu couldn't help but wonder, is my complexion truly lacking? Regardless, a visit to the hospital will reveal the truth. "Goodbye, Teacher Lu." Seeing that he had achieved his aim, Yang Fan bowed slightly and walked outside. Upon exiting, he noticed Yin Shuezheng was still waiting. He said, "Brother Fan, let's go. They've begun ordering." Yang Fan inquired, "Where are we dining?" "Huaqiangbei Rinjia. We can take a tricycle." "Who will pay for the meal?" Yin Shuezheng reached up to touch his forehead. "Are you confused? We'll use our class funds." Yang Fan acknowledged, and the two made their way out of the school. Once they boarded the tricycle, Yin Shuezheng said, "Did you know? Including us, for people from our class have applied to Huaqiangbei University." Yang Fan shook his head, genuinely unaware. Yin Shuezheng continued, "The monitor, Xinyu, you, and I. The old class teacher said we should support each other more." Their class was the key class at County No. 1 high school, renowned for its outstanding performance in the college entrance examinations. Out of the 54 students, 3 were admitted to 985 universities, 7 to 211 universities, over 30 to first-tier institutions, and the remainder to second-tier ones. Yang Fan's grades were average within the class. "Brother Fan, should we create a QQ group and add the monitor and Xinyu?" "Sure, you can set it up." Yin Shuezheng took out his phone and began to operate. Then he said, "I've added you. Please confirm." In 2008, adding someone to a group required their consent. Yang Fan bit his lip. "I forgot my QQ password. So that's why you never replied to my messages. Just answer the security questions to reset your password." "I've forgotten the answers to those as well." His 3 security questions were, "Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going?" Questions worthy of contemplation, encompassing self-doubt and reflections on life. Unfortunately, Yang Fan got the first one wrong. Indeed, under "Who am I?" he had entered his name, and astonishingly, he was incorrect. Who knows what he was thinking when he set those questions up? Yin Shuezheng looked at him strangely, with a memory like yours. "How did you manage to score over 500 on the college entrance exam? Surely the examiner must have misgraded your paper." Yang Fan laughed awkwardly. There was nothing he could do. It had been too long, and he genuinely could not remember. Chapter 37. Graduation dinner. Words spoken at the tender age of 17 or 18 often carry the greatest sincerity, yet are the most challenging to fulfill. Upon graduating from high school, regardless of past quarrels or unpleasantness, many individuals embrace each other with great emotion. As they recounted the moments of their shared past, they made a pact to frequently convene in the future. It felt as though this farewell was merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion. Yet, as time gradually slipped away, they would encounter new faces and behold fresh vistas. The mundanity and busyness of life would slowly envelop them. And even if the words once exchanged remained etched in their memories, they would inevitably be buried deep within their hearts. Perhaps it would take many years until, on a breezy afternoon, standing on a deserted street and observing students strolling across the pedestrian bridge, they would reminisce about those who had once shared their days, realizing how long it had been since they last connected. Yang Fan attended this graduation gathering with the understanding that, after today, these individuals would disperse across the vast expanse of the world. The prospect of reunion seemed distant and uncertain. In this immense world, for many, a mere turn of the head could signify a final farewell. "Fan Gu, let us sit here," Yin Shuijing urged, leading Yang Fan inside to a table tucked away in the corner. At that moment, the private room was already bustling with 40 or 50 individuals. At the center's grand round table, the homeroom teacher was engaged in lively conversation with several class leaders. Yin Shuijing retrieved 2 plates of sunflower seeds from a nearby table, proclaiming, "Let them converse while we indulge ourselves. Once we have dined, I shall take you to Donghu Lake for a boat ride." Donghu Lake, the largest in the county, boasted picturesque scenery and a pleasant environment, making it a favored destination for students seeking relaxation on weekends. Yang Fan grabbed a handful of seeds, munching as he replied, "I shall forego the boat ride. I have matters to attend to at home and must return post-haste after the meal." "Not a chance. It is already past noon. By the time we finish eating, it will likely be 2 o'clock. The bus from the county to your town leaves promptly at 1:30. Yang Fan rubbed his chin, realizing he had overlooked that detail. Yin Shuijing continued, "Do not hesitate. Su Wenjun will be there too. You two should have a good chat." At the mention of Su Wenjun, Yang Fan felt a fleeting disorientation. In the innocent days of youth, many had experienced a connection with someone of the opposite sex that was somewhat unique. To label it merely as a friendship would be an understatement. Yet it did not quite reach the level of romantic involvement. Such was the case with him and Su Wenjun. During their school days, they would collaborate on exams and engage in discussions about mathematical problems. They would stroll shoulder to shoulder on the rubber track after classes and occasionally share meals in the cafeteria, even sampling dishes from each other's bowls. However, that was the extent of their relationship. In a previous life, he attended university within the province, while Su Wenjun ventured north. After the graduation gathering, they never crossed paths again. Though they maintained limited contact, it was confined to the occasional greetings exchanged during festive seasons. In the fleeting days of youth, such a sentiment, which barely qualified as unrequited love, was all too easily swept away by the winds of time. The graduation gathering served not only as a farewell feast for classmates, but also as a summation of the homeroom teacher's work. After enduring over half an hour of impassioned speeches, the servers finally brought forth the dishes. Yang Fan had departed that morning having consumed only a bowl of thin porridge. After several transfers and a considerable walk, he was thoroughly famished, his stomach pressed against his back. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the class monitor stood up, holding a wine glass, seemingly poised to express his sentiments. He hurriedly scooped up 2 pieces of rice noodles with steamed meat, taking a moment to savor them. Indeed, after speaking for over 5 minutes, the class monitor suggested that all the students raise a toast to the homeroom teacher, expressing gratitude for his selfless dedication over the past 3 years. Yang Fan downed the beer in his cup in one gulp and then began to eat his meal. The reason he had never particularly enjoyed attending gatherings in his previous life was the tendency for individuals to seize the opportunity to deliver lengthy speeches. They would discuss work experiences, share life insights, express gratitude to the company, and thank their leaders. Not that these matters were inherently bad, but they could certainly be addressed in different contexts. For instance, during work hours in a meeting, one could speak freely from the start of the workday until its conclusion, and he would have no objections. However, when it came to dining, indulging in such trivialities was rather off-putting. In Yang Fan's view, a gathering should be devoid of unnecessary chatter. It was simply a time to eat. Around 2 in the afternoon, the gathering concluded. After declining the class monitor's suggestion to go to KTV for singing, Yang Fan followed closely behind Yin Shuijing as they made their way outside, accompanied by 2 girls, Su Wenjun and Cheng Minghua. Cheng Minghua was Yin Shuijing's girlfriend. The two had been classmates since elementary school. They graduated from the same primary school and then from the same junior high. They became a couple in the 2nd semester of their 2nd year of high school. The county's first high school prohibited students from dating, and if caught, parents would be summoned. However, The phenomenon of early romance could never be entirely eradicated in any school. Generally speaking, as long as no one reported it and no scandals arose, teachers would turn a blind eye. Of course, once the college entrance examinations concluded, they made their relationship public. Having graduated, the school could no longer impose restrictions. In the small county town of 2008, the number of taxis was still quite limited. Aside from the bus station and commercial street, one might wait half the day without seeing a single cab. Yin Xuezheng hailed 2 motorcycles. He and Yang Fan shared one, while Cheng Mingyue and Su Wenjun took the other. On the back seat of the motorcycle, Yin Xuezheng turned to Yang Fan and said, "Brother Fan, I saw Su Wenjun's admission letter. Wow, she is going so far for college. Are you two going to be in a long-distance relationship?" Yang Fan shook his head. "That's not happening. Don't spread such nonsense." "You might say that, but I heard from Mingyue that Su Wenjun knitted you a scarf, intending to give it to you today. Is that true?" Yang Fan was taken aback. He was certain that he had never received a scarf knitted by Su Wenjun in his previous life. In fact, he had never received a scarf from any girl. Yin Xuezheng asserted confidently, "It's true. Mingyue has seen the scarf. It's sky blue, absolutely beautiful." Yang Fan's confusion deepened. In his past life, he had also rowed on Donghu Lake, and it seemed that the 4 of them had been together then as well. However, he returned empty-handed. What did it matter? Whether he received it or not was irrelevant. He mused inwardly. Having been reborn, Yang Fan's sole objective now was to accumulate wealth. As for romance, it was a trivial concern. With the time and energy he possesses, he would be better off washing his feet a few more times. A girlfriend may become angry, unreasonable, and incessantly cling to you. However, a skilled technician will simply comply with your wishes as long as you provide payment. A certain nearly bankrupt boss in Pengcheng once remarked that a mature man's life should revolve around 2 primary pursuits: earning money and washing one's feet. As for everything else, to hell with it. Yang Fan wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 38. Boating on East Lake, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the tranquil waters were graced by the circling herons. Along the park's shoreline, some were strolling, others practicing fan dances, and still others engaging in Tai Chi. Yet, Yang Fan closed his eyes, inhaling the sweet, refreshing air deeply. He was acutely aware that 4 years hence, coinciding with his university graduation, the county would usher in several high-pollution chemical plants to stimulate economic growth. Consequently, vast amounts of wastewater would be discharged into this lake, transforming it into a lifeless body of water devoid of fish and shrimp, with no birds to grace its shores. The picturesque scenery before him would be lost forever. A group of them wandered to a small pavilion at the heart of the park, where management was located. Boat tickets had to be purchased here. East Lake Park offered 3 types of pedal boats: 2-seaters, 4-seaters, and 6-seaters, with ticket prices set at 30, 50, and 80 yuan per hour, respectively. It is well known that when boys and girls venture out together, it is generally assumed that the boys will foot the bill. Especially for high school graduates around 17 or 18, they place immense importance on their pride in the presence of the opposite sex. Yin Xuezheng pulled Yang Fan along, and together they contributed 25 yuan each to secure an hour's usage of a 4-seater pedal boat. Once they reached the center of the lake, a serene silence enveloped them, and they excitedly engaged in conversation. Yin Xuezheng rested a hand on Cheng Mingyue's shoulder, reflecting, "Time flies. I still recall our military training in the first year when the sweltering heat made me miserable, and I complained that this wretched life seemed endless. Who would have thought we would graduate so soon?" Cheng Mingyue playfully swatted his hand, saying, "If you're reluctant to leave, you could always repeat a year. With your college entrance examination scores, not only would the school waive fees, but they would also offer you a scholarship." Yang Fan had scored 523, qualifying for a second-tier program at Hongqing University, while Yin Xuezheng achieved 582, landing a prestigious first-tier program. Students with such scores who repeat generally aim for the top 985 universities. These institutions not only exempt tuition, but also provide living allowances and bonuses. If one performs exceptionally well in the exams, additional rewards await. Yin Xuezheng hastily waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. I'm utterly exhausted from studying over the past few years. Right now, I just want to enjoy 4 carefree years at university." Cheng Mingyue continued, "Didn't you say before that you wanted to pursue graduate studies after college? That was in the past. I have no such plans now. I've inquired. And getting into a good graduate school is even more exhausting than preparing for the college entrance exam. And what about attending an ordinary school? I can't possibly attend a 211 university for my undergraduate studies and then settle for a non-prestigious graduate program. Can I? If I don't pursue graduate studies, what do you plan to do after university? Yin Shuezheng smiled and remarked, I have already made up my mind. If I can secure a position in a foreign enterprise, I shall, but if not, I will prepare for the civil service exam. Graduates from Huaqiangbei University are quite esteemed within our provincial system. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but silently commend Yin Shuezheng's two choices, which were indeed commendable. Whether in a foreign company or the public sector, once one gains entry, a life of ease and dignity awaits. As for domestic private enterprises, while there are certainly some gems, they are exceedingly hard to find. In contemporary society, many university graduates harbor a rather naive notion to join an obscure small company and grow alongside it, leveraging their own capabilities to strengthen the business, thereby achieving promotions and salary increases on their path to the pinnacle of life. Have there been successes in this regard? Certainly. However, more often than not, small firms collapse, or halfway through, the owner dismisses you. For a freshly graduated student, the status of being a new graduate is of paramount importance. Spending 2 or 3 years in such a small company could significantly hinder future career prospects. At this juncture, Yin Shuezheng turned to Yang Fan and inquired, what about you? Fan Ge, what do you wish to pursue after graduation? Yang Fan responded calmly, to earn money. Taken aback, Yin Shuezheng pressed, is that all? Indeed, Yang Fan affirmed. Surely, others aspire to further their education, travel, or engage in romance, and you only think of making money? Yang Fan chuckled, those things can all be resolved with money. Yin Shuezheng shook his head, saying, I beg to differ. I believe that money cannot buy knowledge, experience, or love. It simply falls short. Yang Fan, having endured the trials of society in his previous life, understood well that while money may not be omnipotent, it is certainly powerful. Knowledge, experience, and love, these exquisite treasures can indeed be acquired with wealth, and even customized, as demonstrated recently when Yi Xintao arranged 3 hours of romance for him in Pengcheng. Cheng Mingyue interjected, what about you, Wenjun? What do you wish to do after you graduate? Su Wenjun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair and rosy cheek. She replied, I wish to remain in a big city to witness the splendor of the world, either the capital or the magic city. I will settle in one of these places. China is vast, with so many cities. Must you confine yourself to these two? Yang Fan asked. Well, the books say that only the capital and the magic city embody true prosperity, she responded. Yang Fan suddenly recalled that in his previous life, Su Wenjun had remained in the capital after completing her studies in the north. However, at that time, the price of housing beyond the fifth ring in the capital was already exorbitantly high, exceeding 20 to 30,000 per square meter, with city center prices soaring to over 100,000. A girl hailing from a small county simply could not bear such steep housing costs, and thus she became one among the millions of drifters in the capital. As the boat sailed further, a gentle breeze swept across the lake shore, causing the water's surface to shimmer. Yang Fan and Yin Shuezheng paused their pedaling, allowing the wind to propel the boat forward. Cheng Mingyue crouched down, scooping a handful of water from the lake to wash her face. She began to speak. Unlike you, I completed my undergraduate studies and then pursued a master's degree, after which I aspired to become a teacher. Ideally, I wish to teach at a university. If that is unattainable, a high school position will suffice. Yin Shuezheng pulled her back to her seat, perplexed. I failed to comprehend the allure of being a teacher. The salary is meager, and the troubles are abundant. Frankly, you'd be better off enrolling in a second-tier program at Huaqiangbei University like Fan Ge, so we could be together every day. Cheng Mingyue scored 518 in the college entrance examination and was admitted to a first-tier program at the normal university. My parents believe that teaching is most suitable for girls. It offers job stability, decent benefits, and even winter and summer vacations. Shaking the droplets of water from her hands, Cheng Mingyue continued, if you wish to see me in the future, you can take the bus. It's not far, just over an hour's journey. Yin Shuezheng pouted, you know I get a bit carsick. If I ride the bus for too long, I'll surely vomit. Well then, I can visit you. That should work, right? Sure, and I'll take you out for some delicious food then. Chapter 39, A Shift in Destiny. An hour passed swiftly. After returning the paddle boat to the park management office, the group strolled along the park's winding paths. Yin Shuezheng proposed, how about we spend the night at an internet cafe? I'll play games with Fan Ge, and you can log on to QQ to watch movies. In 2008, QQ's level upgrades were determined by login duration. To level up quickly, one needed to log in for 2 hours on a computer or 6 hours on a mobile device each day. Many students endeavored to attain a small sun icon, ensuring they could log on to QQ promptly at midnight. Spending the night at an internet cafe, using a relative's computer, or borrowing a classmate's phone became commonplace. Cheng Mingwei remarked, 15 yuan for a night is too expensive, I want to go. Despite the current mediocre setup at internet cafes, the fees are anything but cheap. In their county, a temporary card costs 4 yuan per hour, with no refunds for unused time. A membership costs 3 yuan, with no complimentary minutes offered. For an overnight stay, the uniform fee is 15 yuan, and even bottled water is not provided. This was an era of profit for internet cafe owners. Yin Shuezheng waved his hand dismissively. I'll treat you. I earned over 300 yuan from selling a legendary item in the game yesterday. Today's internet fees will be covered by me. He was an ardent player of Dungeon and Fighter. This game launched after the college entrance examination, and he had been playing for over a month. Last night, he experienced a stroke of luck, discovering a rare piece of equipment in a loot box, which he sold for 360 yuan. At that moment, Yang Fan interjected. I need to catch an early bus tomorrow. I can't stay up all night. You all go ahead. Yin Shuezheng exclaimed in surprise. No way, Fan go. Didn't we agree to grind together? Yang Fan shook his head with a smile. In his previous life, he indeed spent an all-nighter grinding goblins alongside Yin Shuezheng. At that time, it was immensely enjoyable, and he even played until noon the following day. Now, however, the thought of enduring 10 hours of a 2D fighting game was simply unthinkable. Yin Shuezheng continued, if we're not staying up all night, surely we can spare 2 or 3 hours, can't we? In the evening, you can find a spot in the internet cafe to manage, and it will conveniently save on lodging expenses. Despite his words, he secretly thought, once we're at the cafe, I doubt you can resist the temptation to stay up all night. To his surprise, Yang Fan declined again, saying, the smoke in the cafe is too overwhelming. I'd rather not go. Let us just stroll around nearby. After dinner, we can each return home. A peculiar expression appeared on Yin Shuezheng's face. He realized he barely recognized Yang Fan anymore. From their phone conversation yesterday to their meeting today, Yang Fan seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether. Let us heed Yang Fan's wishes. I have no desire to go either, Su Wenjun, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke. Yin Shuezheng glanced at her and reluctantly said, all right then, let us walk along the lakeside pathway. Once we reach the top, I shall treat you all to fried noodles. Cheng Mingyue playfully patted his back, cheerfully saying, don't look so glum. Missing one day of gaming won't lead to your demise. With that, she took Su Wenjun's hand and skipped ahead. Yang Fan followed suit. Not far along, Cheng Mingyue and Su Wenjun were chatting with their arms linked. Suddenly, an orange-uniformed middle-aged sanitation worker approached them. Upon seeing Cheng Mingyue, the man visibly paused before turning and jogging away. Hey, Dad, why are you running away? Cheng Mingyue chased after him, grabbing his arm. The man scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I saw you with your classmates and didn't want to embarrass you. What is there to be embarrassed about? Everyone has a father. Cheng Mingyue waved to signal her friends to come over. The man, noticing this, pushed her hand down while saying, I'll be on my way. Don't let your classmates tease you. Cheng Mingyue held onto his arm firmly, refusing to let go. When Yang Fan and the others arrived, Cheng Mingyue confidently introduced, this is my dad. He works as a sanitation worker in the park. Dad, this is Su Wenjun. This is Yang Fan, and this is Yin Shuezheng, all my classmates. She noticeably faltered when mentioning Yin Shuezheng's name, but the man remained oblivious. Both excited and surprised as Yang Fan extended his hand. Hello, uncle. The man wiped his hand on his clothing before shaking Yang Fan's hand, hurriedly responding, hello, hello. Following suit, Yin Shuezheng and Su Wenjun greeted him as well. In front of them all, Cheng Mingyue took a clean handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the sweat from her father's face. She then said, Dad, I'm eating fried noodles with my classmates outside, so I want to be home for dinner tonight. With that, she continued walking ahead. The man cautioned, don't stay out too late. The roads aren't safe. Cheng Mingyue waved her hand. Got it. An ordinary encounter between a father and daughter, one that occurs countless times in this county every day. Yet, as Yang Fan passed by the man, he distinctly noticed him wiping the corner of his eye. He understood. This was a profound comfort for a father. Yang Fan gazed at Yin Shuezheng and sincerely remarked, you, my friend, are truly fortunate. In this world, there are countless beautiful young women and many with remarkable talents. However, a girl like Cheng Mingyue, who possesses such an open heart and possesses sound principles, is indeed a rarity. He envied Yin Shuezhen's luck in finding such an exceptional girlfriend. Of course, Mingyue and I have been classmates since childhood. I am well aware of her family's circumstances. After my mother met her last month, she candidly told me that if you ever break up, then I will no longer be her son. Yin Shuezhen patted his chest, displaying a proud smile. The recognition of one's family towards an 18-year-old romance is a profoundly joyous blessing. Yang Fan clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Cherish your relationship. If you two eventually reach the stage of marriage, I shall present you with an extravagant red envelope. Look at how you say that. Mingyue and I are certainly destined for marriage." Yin Shuezhen tossed his head back and continued, "I can forego the grand red envelope. Just be my best man when the time comes." Yang Fan readily agreed. "All right, no problem." Though youthful love is the purest and most unforgettable, couples emerging from the confines of campus life often find it challenging to achieve lasting success. The vicissitudes of life render human emotions fragile, akin to a delicate flower amidst a tempest. Yang Fan was certain that in his previous life, none of their classmates in the senior year managed to reach the end together. This implied that Yin Shuezhen did not marry Cheng Mingyue. After finishing their stir-fried noodles, the four exchanged farewells, preparing to return home. Just before parting, Su Wenjun suddenly produced a sky-blue scarf. Looking into Yang Fan's eyes, she said, "This is for you. I hope it brings you warmth during winter." Yang Fan accepted the scarf and stood in a daze, watching her retreating figure, motionless for a long while. In his previous life, he had never received this scarf. At this moment, fate had indeed shifted. Chapter 40. Sold 6 pairs after disembarking from the bus. Yang Fan did not return home. He went directly to his mobile phone shop. Eager to learn about the sales of the wireless Bluetooth headphones, he greeted his sister, Yang Xiaoqin, and opened the computer to access the backend. To his surprise, a total of 6 pairs had been sold. The merchandise had been displayed the previous afternoon, but not a single pair had sold that day. However, yesterday, 4 pairs were sold during the day, followed by 2 more in the evening. Despite the modest total of 6 pairs sold, there was a considerable amount of inquiries. The dialog box was filled with dozens of messages. "Boss, do these Bluetooth headphones really have no wires? How do I use the charging case? Is the 2-year warranty confirmed? Can you offer a discount? Are there any freebies?" Yang Fan responded to each one diligently. After over an hour of busyness, he called Yi Xintao. "Old Yi, we sold 6 pairs of wireless Bluetooth headphones yesterday. I will send you the customer shipping addresses shortly." On the other end, Yi Xintao's voice was tinged with disappointment. 6 pairs? At this rate, it will take 2 years to sell the remaining 3,000 pairs. What should we do, brother? He had never operated an online store, nor had he ever purchased anything online. Upon hearing that only 6 pairs had been sold in a day, he instinctively believed that wireless Bluetooth headphones were not favored by consumers. Yang Fan reassured him, saying, "Do not worry. An online store is different from a physical one. In a physical store, customers can see and touch the products, so sales commence as soon as it opens. However, in an online store, the absence of tangible products often leads consumers to hesitate and contemplate before making a purchase, which is entirely normal." Yi Xintao inquired, "I truly have no knowledge of this. Please give me a definitive answer. Is this business good or bad?" Yang Fan shook his head. Selling 6 pairs on the first day, he could not definitively assess whether this figure was favorable or not. If he were selling ordinary Bluetooth headphones, it would be straightforward to compare with other stores. However, as they were the sole sellers of wireless Bluetooth headphones online, there was no basis for comparison. Yang Fan sighed and replied, "Old Yi, it is just the first day. I cannot say with certainty whether the business is good or not. Let us do this. Dispatch those 6 pairs of headphones first. By noon tomorrow, I will call you to discuss the sales figures." Yi Xintao sighed, "Brother, it is not that I doubt you. The pressure has been overwhelming these past few days. I confess, I had several nightmares last night, dreaming that the headphones would not sell." To produce this batch of wireless Bluetooth headphones, he had accrued over 40,000 in credit card debt, which was his last available funds. For him, this was a do-or-die situation. If he succeeded, he could revitalize his cash flow and bring a turning point for the factory. If he failed, he would fall from grace, bidding farewell to his identity as a boss. Yang Fan comforted him. "Dreams are often the opposite of reality. Perhaps it will not be long before our headphones fly off the shelves." Yi Xintao responded with a heartfelt, "Then let us hope for your auspicious words." They agreed to discuss it further the following day. After hanging up, Yang Fan retrieved mobile phone components from the counter and began assembling them. During his week in Pengcheng, the store had managed to sell 5 to 6 phones daily, with a peak of 9 on the most successful day. Averaging over 5,000 in earnings each day was commendable. At that moment, Yang Xiaoqin approached and said, "Third brother, several mobile phone stores in town have begun to lower their prices." Yang Fan paused his work and asked, "When did this occur?" "I heard from others that it seems to have started yesterday. Initially, I was skeptical, but this morning I sent someone to inquire, and it is indeed true. I had intended to call you about it, but you returned just in time." Yang Fan responded with an "oh," before asking, "By how much have they reduced their prices?" Yang Xiaoqin replied, "It must be around 200 to 300. Upon hearing this figure, Yang Fan realized that those store owners had conducted research on his shop. The phones at Integrity Mobile Store were, after all, priced approximately 200 lower than theirs. "No worries, if they lower their prices, we shall follow suit. Starting today, all phones in our store will be reduced by 200. It is merely a price war, and I am unafraid. My phones are assembled from self-purchase components, so my costs are certainly lower than those of my competitors." Yang Xiaoqin hesitated and said, "What if we lower our prices, and they do the same tomorrow?" Yang Fan replied, "As long as they lower their prices, we shall stand our ground. If this continues, won't it result in everyone losing money? If we cannot make a profit, so be it. Such is the nature of market competition. It's a matter of survival of the fittest," he added. Yang Xiaoqin bit her lip and asked, "Can't we negotiate with them? If we agree on a unified price, we could all profit from it." Yang Fan shook his head. He had no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions. If he wanted to sustain a long-term business, he would have pursued negotiations long ago. Instead, he aimed to earn a quick profit from the mobile phone store to accumulate his first pot of gold. In reality, the money he was making was being drawn from the pockets of those other business owners. Under such circumstances, they had no foundation for negotiation. "Listen, sister," Yang Fan said. "Once I go to university, I will hand this store over to you. When the time comes, if you wish, you may speak with them." Yang Xiaoqin appeared momentarily taken aback. "Are you saying that after just over a month, you will no longer want this store?" "It's not that I want it. Rather, the management will be entirely yours. You can run it as you see fit. As for the profits, we will split them evenly." "That won't do. This is your store, and I'm merely here to help you." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Sister, let me be frank. Once I enter university, I will lack the time to manage the store. I need to pursue other ventures. Rather than entrust the mobile shop to someone else or shut it down, I would prefer to give it to you. However, I will retain the online store. And if I sell phones online, I will call you to handle the shipping." For Yang Fan, the primary purpose of the mobile store would be fulfilled in a month. His future lay along a grand path, and he could not afford to linger there for too long. In fact, if not for the concern that Yang Xiaoqin might struggle with the idea, he would have contemplated transferring ownership to her outright after a month. This way, his elder sister would have her own enterprise. "I cannot accept this. When you leave, you should give the store to Mom." Yang Xiaoqin firmly rejected the idea and promptly called Li Xiaoying. "Mom, please come to the store. The third brother is here and has something to discuss with you." Like the other members of the Yang family, Yang Xiaoqin was a person of integrity. She would never take advantage of others, especially not her own brother. Chapter 41. Building a house. When Li Xiaoying arrived, she carried 2 lunchboxes containing meals for Yang Xiaoqin and Yang Fan. Setting them down, she looked at Yang Fan and asked, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Yang Fan smiled and briefly recounted his intention to transfer the mobile store to Yang Xiaoqin. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoying expressed her delight. "I am very pleased that you think this way. As the old saying goes, in this world, one should have siblings to support each other. As long as you and your sister agree on this matter, I have no objections." Yang Xiaoqin interjected, "Mom, I cannot accept the third brother's store. As the elder sister, taking advantage of my own brother would reflect poorly on us." Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "Sister, you haven't taken advantage of me. The funds for the store already include your 3,000 you have long since invested. Moreover, during this period, while you are helping me manage the shop, I shall not be paying you a salary." "What salary? I am your sister. This is something I ought to do." "All right. Sister, just trust me." "Oh no, that's not reasonable." The 2 siblings engaged in a spirited debate, each presenting their case for quite some time. Finally, Yang Xiaoqin firmly declared, "If you want to consider it an investment, fine. I will bring back 50,000 from home tonight. If you don't want it, then let this matter rest. And don't bring it up again. Yang Fan rubbed his face and replied, all right, it's settled then. At that moment, Li Xiaoying had already set the dishes on the table. She spoke up, as long as you've come to an agreement, let us hurry and eat. That evening, after Yang Fan returned home, he took off his coat, grabbed 2 buckets of cold water, and stood at the kitchen door to wash up. Yang Jinkai approached and said, third son, the admission notice has arrived. Your mother and I are discussing how to quickly arrange the graduation banquet. While Yang Fan was scrubbing his back with a towel, he casually replied, Dad, you decide. Shall we say the 15th of next month? I checked the calendar, and it's an auspicious day. Very well. After Yang Jinkai finished speaking, he did not leave, but stood in place, taking out a cigarette to light. Feeling troubled, he craved a smoke. Observing this, Yang Fan asked, Dad, is there something on your mind? Yang Jinkai exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, someone has introduced a potential match for your second brother. The girl is from Lujiaban, 5 li away, and works as a nurse at the central hospital in town. The matter of his brother's marriage was indeed significant, causing Yang Fan to pause his actions. He inquired, what is she like? Yang Jinkai took a drag of his cigarette and responded, I went to see her. There's really nothing to criticize. She is tall and fair-skinned. Frankly, she is quite a good match for your brother. What about her character and temperament? Quite good as well. I asked several elderly patients who had received injections from her, and they all said she is gentle and speaks softly. Yang Fan nodded. Isn't that a good thing? Just in time for the banquet, your brother will be back. Let us see if they hit it off. Yang Jinkai ruffled his hair. The girl's parents have stated that anyone wishing to marry their daughter must build a new house. Otherwise, they are not to be entertained. Yang Fan responded with an O. To be honest, this requirement could hardly be deemed excessive. In the rural areas of 2008, many families had already constructed beautiful 3- or 4-story houses. Their family lived in a 2-story red brick house, which was not tiled on the outside and simply whitewashed inside. It wasn't that they couldn't build. Rather, they had 2 sons to consider. Yang Jinkai and Li Xiaoying's primary concern was to save enough for the bride price for both daughters-in-law. As for the house, as long as it was livable, that sufficed. Yang Jinkai continued, let me give you the full picture. We have money for building a house and for your brother's bride price. However, if these 2 expenses are combined, our family would be drained, and we might even incur debt. With that, he sighed. In rural life, there are 2 significant challenges. One is the difficulty of marrying off sons, and the other is the struggle of supporting the elderly. They are still shy of 50, and thoughts of retirement seem premature. However, with both sons grown, the prospect of finding brides is pressing, particularly for Yang Yuan, who has reached the age of 23. In rural areas, if one is a university student, a couple of years' delay is still permissible. Yet for a laborer, postponing marriage may lead to the unfortunate necessity of seeking a second spouse in a few years. Yang Jinkai and Li Xiaoying, renowned for their diligence, work tirelessly in their vicinity. The couple is engaged in farming while managing household duties and taking on odd jobs. Undoubtedly, they are among the most industrious individuals in the village. Yet, while hard work ensures basic sustenance, it falls short of affluence. Over the years, they have toiled relentlessly, raising 3 children and saving around 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, every penny a testament to their labor. However, the cost of marrying off a son can reach 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, and constructing a house requires a similar sum. Yang Jinkai finds himself in a quandary with 2 sons to support. Yang Fan interjects, just focus on building the house and securing my elder brother's marriage. Yang Jinkai replies solemnly, you are my son too. I cannot solely concern myself with your brother's needs. Yang Fan tosses a towel into a bucket, stirs it, and asserts, Father, you are well aware that my mobile phone shop earns me several thousand daily. I can cover tuition, living expenses, and even future marriage costs. If the family funds fall short, there's no need to borrow from others. I can provide. Yang Jinkai feels a weight lift from his heart. He acknowledges Yang Fan's earning potential, yet he cannot use his son's money to support Yang Yuan. A father's fundamental duty is to maintain fairness among his children. With Yang Fan's proactive offer, he now feels reassured. Very well, let it be settled. I shall seek someone to assess the foundation tomorrow. Yang Jinkai extinguishes his cigarette and continues, once your brother is established, I will fully support you. Yang Fan smiles. All right, father, I await that day. He then lifts the bucket, douses himself with water, and exhales with satisfaction. As he lies on his bed, Yang Fan suddenly recalls a significant detail. At this point in his past life, no one had introduced a match for Yang Yuan. He distinctly remembers that it was only on the second day of the Lunar New Year, during a visit to his grandmother's house, that Yang Yuan was introduced to his eventual wife. Prior to that, he had not been on any blind dates. Yang Fan ponders why fate has veered onto a different path. Unbeknownst to him, this turn of events is a consequence of his own actions. It all traces back to the inception of his business. Since the opening of the Integrity Mobile store, it has been quite profitable. Although the shop is primarily overseen by Yang Xiaoqin and Yang Fan, the neighbors remain unaware of the full story. They instinctively believe that the shop belongs to Yang Jinkai. Thus, in the eyes of many, the former laborer has transformed into the proprietor of a mobile phone store, and Yang Jinkai has prospered, consequently elevating Yang Yuan's standing as well. The dating market is indeed pragmatic. Being the son of a farmer is an entirely different matter compared to being the son of a mobile phone store owner. Chapter 42. Purchasing promotion. After a few tranquil days at home, the calendar turned to August. During this period, Yang Fan called Yi Xintao every noon to inform him of the sales figures for the wireless Bluetooth headphones. On the first day, 6 pairs were sold, leaving Yi Xintao somewhat disheartened. The following day, 8 pairs were sold, and he remained disappointed. On the third day, sales jumped to 15 pairs, and Yi Xintao's spirits lifted. By the fourth day, 27 pairs had been sold, invigorating Yi Xintao's mood. Today marked the 6th day. He had just called Yi Xintao. "Old Yi, we sold 39 pairs of headphones yesterday." Yi Xintao exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, that's impressive. Business is improving day by day. This is the rhythm of success." The material cost for a pair of wireless Bluetooth headphones is 33 yuan, and they are sold for 98 yuan. After deducting shipping costs and platform commissions, each pair yields approximately 50 yuan in profit. With current sales figures, they could earn around 2,000 yuan daily. To put this into perspective, his factory, during its prosperous days with 7 or 8 employees working in shifts, could only manage a profit of 60 to 70,000 yuan a month. Now, Yang Fan, operating a single online store, was nearly matching that profit on his own. The most crucial aspect was that sales were still on the rise. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could make a comeback. In a moment of reverie, Yi Xintao envisioned his former glory, commanding attention in various grand venues. Yang Fan, smiling, said, "Old Yi, there's something I would like to discuss with you." Yi Xintao immediately replied, "Brother, what is it?" "I propose we purchase promotion on the platform to increase visibility for our products. How much are you planning to spend?" 8% of the sales revenue. Yi Xintao was taken aback. 8% of the sales revenue. This amount was neither particularly large nor small. For instance, today it would be around 300 yuan. However, the critical point was that this promotional expenditure came directly from their net profit, and the more they sold, the greater the expenditure. Given his current financial strain, he felt reluctant to part with the money. Yi Xintao hesitated. "Is it absolutely necessary?" Yang Fan replied, "Of course, it is not mandatory. This is our joint venture. If you disagree, we certainly cannot proceed. However, my recommendation is to invest in it and maintain that investment. It's acceptable to earn a little less per headphone as long as we sell more. The profits will still accumulate. Moreover, as sales increase, production costs will decrease accordingly. I believe this is a decision where the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." The logic was clear to both. Yet the most challenging endeavor often lies in extracting money from another's pocket. After considerable contemplation, Yi Xintao finally said, "All right, I will defer to your judgment." To be honest, if it were solely his decision, he would not allocate such funds. However, in their partnership, he had to consider Yang Fan's perspective. More importantly, Yang Fan was in charge of the headphone sales. After reaching an agreement with Yi Xintao, Yang Fan began to contact the official customer service of Taobao to purchase promotional services for the platform. In 2006, Taobao introduced a promotional method based on keyword bidding, known as Huaqiangbei, which is the precursor to the direct train feature. This is a pay-per-click advertising approach that assists merchants in enhancing the visibility and click-through rates of their products. While it is often said that fine wine needs no bush, Yang Fan understands that engaging in such practices within the realm of e-commerce is tantamount to courting disaster. Regardless of how exceptional a product may be, without exposure and promotion, significant sales are unattainable. After attending to matters related to the online store, Yang Fan was preparing to step out and purchase a couple of bottles of beverages. Just as he was about to leave, A short-haired woman in her 40s entered the shop. She marched straight up to Yang Xiaoqin, exclaiming with indignation, "How can you conduct business in this manner? I purchased this phone for 1,300 yuan, and at that time, you claimed it was the cheapest in town. Yet, my neighbor bought the same model from you 4 days later, and it was inexplicably 200 yuan cheaper. Explain this discrepancy to me." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan instantly comprehended that the price drop of the phone had incited dissatisfaction among previous customers. He considered intervening to clarify the situation, but noticing Yang Xiaoqin's calm demeanor, he refrained from doing so. "Sister Chow, you are misunderstanding the situation," Yang Xiaoqin said as she handed the woman a cup of water. "The phone your neighbor purchased is not the same as yours." The woman scoffed, "Do not try to deceive me. How can they be different? I compared them side by side, and they are identical, even down to the numbers." She demanded, "Either refund me the 200 yuan or accept the return of my phone. I shall buy from another store." With a smile, Yang Xiaoqin replied, "Sister Chow, please do not be hasty. Let me explain. When it comes to phones, one must not merely consider the exterior, which is just a plastic shell and not worth much. It is the battery, chip, and camera within that embody the true high-tech essence. While your phone may appear similar to your neighbor's, it is actually of superior quality. If you doubt my words, you can open the back cover and check the battery. Yours possesses a more refined quality." Yang Fan nearly chuckled at the absurdity of this description. A battery with quality? What a remarkably inventive expression, he thought. The woman, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Is that really true?" Yang Xiaoqin nodded emphatically, "Of course it is. If you do not believe me, you may compare them at home. However, I advise you not to reveal the truth afterward. It might upset your neighbor." The woman tossed out, "Then I shall examine it at home," and hurriedly exited. Yang Fan laughed heartily. "Sister, you truly have a way with words. How did you come up with the idea of a quality battery?" Yang Xiaoqin shot him a glance and replied, "You have some nerve to ask. If it weren't for your sudden price drop, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Do you realize that many individuals must labor for several days to earn 200 yuan? Yang Fan paused, for he had not contemplated this aspect during the price reduction. In his understanding, lowering prices was a boon for consumers. After all, a phone previously priced at 1,300 yuan is now available for 1,100. Would one not be pleased? Yang Xiaoqin continued, "In the realm of home business, many customers are familiar with one another. They will compare prices and promotional offers once they return home. Those who overpay and suffer losses will immediately find their plight widely discussed. In truth, many individuals are not averse to experiencing personal setbacks. Rather, they cannot bear the thought of enduring losses while others do not. Such a scenario casts them in an unflattering light, rendering them foolish and devoid of dignity." Yang Fan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his sister's words. It is indeed human nature. In a previous life, he had a colleague who purchased a certain domestic brand of electric vehicle. Initially, he reveled in his acquisition, extolling the car's aesthetics, driving experience, and high-end features. However, within 6 months, a new model was released, boasting enhanced features and a price reduction of over 20,000 yuan. Instantly, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly, transforming into a fervent critic of the brand. In truth, that car was excellent and justified its original price. Yet, the early adopter found himself at a disadvantage compared to the new owners, having lost over 20,000 yuan in just a few months. It is easy to empathize. Anyone would experience a shift in mindset under such circumstances. Fortunately, he sold mobile phones, which only experienced a price drop of 200 yuan, and most loyal customers were still understanding. If they could not comprehend the situation, they had no choice but to dismiss it, much like Yang Xiaoqin did. Chapter 43. The eccentric aunt. Since purchasing promotional services on Taobao, the sales of wireless Bluetooth headphones have skyrocketed. Within just 1 week, daily sales reached 150 pairs and continued to rise. During this period, Yi Xintao's emotions resembled a roller coaster on an exhilarating ascent, with fresh thrills awaiting him each noon. As of yesterday, they had sold a total of 968 pairs of wireless Bluetooth headphones, recovering over 87,000 yuan in revenue, which included a net profit of more than 40,000 yuan. When Yang Fan transferred half of the revenue to Yi Xintao's account, the nearly bankrupt entrepreneur sat slumped in front of the ATM, tears streaming down his face. The scorn of friends, the disdain of clients, the condescension of the bank manager, and even the cold gaze of his wife had weighed heavily on him. Over the past few months, he had tasted the bitter fruits of hardship, living like a drenched dog, cold, disheveled, and homeless. He had even contemplated ending his own life. Had it not been for his parents and children back home, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Now, however, everything had changed for the better. He was alive, his factory was thriving, and he was rejuvenated. He knew whom to credit for this turnaround. With a trembling voice, Yi Xintao picked up his phone, wishing to express his heartfelt gratitude to Yang Fan. Yet, as he contemplated the call, he found himself at a loss for words. He thought to himself, if I cannot articulate my thoughts over the phone, perhaps a text message will suffice. With shaking fingers, he deleted and retyped his message several times before finally sending. Brother, thank you. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fan replied, let us skip the pleasantries. Next time, you're treating for foot massages. Yi Xintao tucked his phone back into his pocket, lifting his head to reveal the most contented smile he had worn in months. Meanwhile, Yang Fan encountered a new dilemma. The thriving online store left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, hiring help proved challenging, as the rural area was predominantly populated by left-behind children and older adults, with most young people having ventured out for work. Finding a suitable customer service representative indeed poses quite a challenge. The crux of the matter is that even if one is recruited, it may soon become a troublesome affair. In approximately 20 days, this individual will be heading off to the provincial capital for university, undoubtedly taking the online store along with them. Will the other party agree to accompany them then? After some contemplation, Yang Fan decided to temporarily enlist Yang Xiaoqin as assistance, and once he relocates to the provincial city, he would recruit anew. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Fan was engaged in instructing Yang Xiaoqin on how to read blueprints, ensuring that she would be capable of independently assembling mobile phones before his departure. Just as he was engrossed in this task, a call from Yang Jinshui interrupted him. Little 3, your aunt and cousin have arrived. You should come back for a visit. Yang Fan responded, they're here for their own affairs. Why do I need to return? Yang Jinshui lowered his voice and said, Meng Ping is also going to the provincial capital for university. Your aunt wishes for you both to go together, as she has something to discuss with you. Meng Ping, his cousin, whose full name is Wang Meng Ping, was of the same age as him and had been accepted into the provincial medical university this year. Oh, understood. I'll return right away, Yang Fan replied nonchalantly before hanging up the phone. Memories of his aunt's family and the grievances between their families began to resurface in his mind. His aunt, named Li Xiaohong, had once been a private school teacher. 7 or 8 years prior, through the machinations of her husband, she successfully transitioned to a public school teacher position. Her husband, Wang Yuji, worked in the town government and was considered a minor official. The couple had a son and a daughter, with Wang Mengping being their youngest. From a young age, Yang Fan had harbored a dislike for his aunt's family. Li Xiaohong often flaunted her status as the spouse of a public servant, adopting an air of superiority, especially after securing a stable government job. Additionally, there was another reason that instilled in him a near-physiological aversion towards his aunt. Several years prior, she had expressed interest in purchasing the family shop located in the town, the very place where Yang Fan now operated his business. At the time, the highest offer for the shop had reached 320,000, but Yang Jinkai had refused to sell. Subsequently, Li Xiaohong pleaded with Yang Jinkai, citing their familial ties, to lower the price. To bolster her case, she even brought along Yang Fan's grandmother for support. Out of respect for his mother-in-law, Yang Jinkai ultimately consented to sell the shop for 290,000. One might think that a discount of 30,000, considering their kinship, was generous enough. However, Li Xiaohong executed a rather dubious maneuver. She claimed that her family had recently purchased a house in the county and was currently experiencing financial strain, thus could only offer 30,000 upfront. She proposed to acquire the shop with this initial payment, suggesting that the remaining 260,000 be repaid gradually through rental income. Yang Jinkai was left utterly astonished. He never anticipated that his sister-in-law could devise such a brilliant scheme. He promptly declared, if you wish to negotiate, then let us do so properly. If you are merely here to make wishes, then you should hurry to a temple, as I cannot accommodate such nonsense. After the negotiation fell through, Li Xiaohong disregarded her identity as a people's teacher, resorting to tears and commotion at Yang Jinkai's doorstep. She adamantly asserted, if you didn't intend to sell, why did you agree? Now that I have the money ready, you suddenly decide not to sell. Is this not a mockery of me? I am not depriving you of a single penny. Why would you act this way? Yang Jinkai was momentarily taken aback by her two inquiries. Indifferent to the woman whose reasoning was evidently flawed, he hoisted his hoe and headed to the fields. Meanwhile, Li Xiaohong remained at his residence, throwing a tantrum, resolutely insisting that she would not relent until she obtained the store. Coincidentally, that day, Zhang Tinggui was headed to his uncle's house for dinner. However, upon arriving at Yang Jinsai's home, he found the meal still uncooked, while a shrew was causing a commotion at the entrance. After discerning the circumstances, Zhang Tinggui was first astonished, then incensed. Was this not outright robbery? It had escalated to his uncle's doorstep. How could he allow her to continue? Grabbing Li Xiaohong with one hand and her bicycle with the other, he unceremoniously tossed both her and her bike into the ditch by the roadside. Once Li Xiaohong clambered out from the ditch, she immediately erupted in a cacophony of wails. Subsequently, she latched onto Zhang Tonggui's leg, refusing to let go. Zhang Tinggui, known for his stubborn temperament, was infuriated. Neglecting his meal, he dragged Li Xiaohong back home. That day, the long-quiet Yangjia village witnessed a peculiar sight. As the sun set, a young man with a shaved head marched forward expressionlessly, a middle-aged woman in her 40s clinging to his thigh, shouting hysterically. With each step Zhang Tinggui took, Li Xiaohong cried out. Thus, they continued dragging along for over a mile. Zhang Tonggui's belt had nearly snapped, and Li Xiaohong's casual pants had frayed to tatters. It was not until Yang Jinkai rushed over upon hearing the commotion that he managed to separate the two. Once Li Xiaohong scrambled to her feet, her first demand was for Yang Jinkai to teach Zhang Tinggui a lesson to relieve her frustration. Yang Jinkai paid her no heed and simply pulled Zhang Tinggui away. Li Xiaohong followed behind, hurling insults all the while. From that moment on, she harbored a grudge against both Zhang Tinggui and Yang Jinkai, the nephew and uncle duo. Unable to confront Zhang Tinggui directly, she sought every means to vex Yang Jinkai. The relationship between their families deteriorated further, and in the past 2 years, they had not even exchanged greetings during the New Year festivities. Chapter 44. I wish to discuss a matter with you upon returning home. Yang Fan noticed Li Xiaoying and Li Xiaohong engaged in conversation in the living room, while Wang Mingping sat nearby on a small chair, engrossed in her phone. He approached, first greeting his mother, then blandly acknowledging his aunt. Upon seeing him, Li Xiaohong immediately donned a cheerful expression, exclaiming, Xiao Fan, congratulations on your acceptance to Hongqing University. Yang Fan replied, thank you, aunt. He then turned to Li Xiaoying and inquired, Mom, where's Dad? Li Xiaoying responded, he has gone to the store to buy meat. Your aunt and Mingping will be dining at home tonight. Yang Fan acknowledged her and retreated to his room for a nap. Before long, the sound of a motorcycle's exhaust echoed from outside. Yang Jinkai had returned. He tapped on the stainless steel frame of the window and called out, Lao San, come out. I have something to discuss with you. Yang Fan replied in affirmation, rose from his bed, and stepped outside. In the kitchen, Yang Jinkai closed the door behind him and whispered, your aunt has likely come to borrow money. Yang Fan inquired, did you not mention that she came to discuss my going to school with Mingping? Yang Jinkai stroked his chin and replied, she has been asking me about the business of the mobile phone store, inquiring how much profit I've made. Moreover, she mentioned that her eldest is in a relationship and is planning to buy a house for marriage. The insinuation was unmistakably a plea for financial assistance. But what does that have to do with us? Besides, she has only one son while we have two. If anyone were to borrow money, it would be you asking her. Indeed, you have a point. I shall respond to her accordingly later. Father, she approached me first. I should be the one to speak with her. Just be mindful and ensure she does not lose face. After several minutes, the meal was prepared. At the dining table, just as Yang Fan was about to savor a piece of braised pork, Li Xiaohong interjected, Xiao Fan, I heard from your father that the mobile phone store is yours? Yang Fan casually affirmed, indeed, it is mine. Li Xiaohong continued, they say your business is thriving. You must be making quite a bit of money each day? As Yang Fan chewed thoughtfully, he leisurely swallowed, and then opened a bottle of soda, taking a hearty gulp before responding, it's just average, it barely covers the rent. Across from him, Wang Mingping shot him a disapproving glance, evidently feeling he had slighted her mother. Li Xiaohong, however, was not offended. She smiled and said, Xiao Fan, may I discuss something with you? Yang Fan replied, of course, but before that, I would like to address a matter of my own. What is it? I am about to attend university in the provincial capital, and I anticipate staying there after graduation for work. Therefore, I wish to purchase a house to prepare for the future. I am currently short of 300,000 yuan, and hope you might lend your support." Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Li Xiaohong's face, leaving her stunned. She had not anticipated that Yang Fan would preemptively ask her for money before she even had the chance to speak. A mix of anger and embarrassment swelled within her. Yang Fan had taken the path she intended to tread, leaving her feeling trapped. After a moment of silence, Li Xiaohong suddenly shifted her tone, saying, "Xiao Fan, do you remember? When you were little, I used to hold you and even bought you clothes." The mention of clothing stirred resentment in Yang Fan. Li Xiaohong's 2 children had worn garments crafted by Li Xiaoying from the moment they were born until their first year, while the 3 siblings had received little in comparison. He recalled with bitterness that the only piece of clothing Li Xiaohong had ever purchased for him was a small cotton jacket, which had been passed down from his sister Yang Xiaoqin to Yang Yuan and finally to him. To claim she had bought him clothes was utterly disingenuous. In his heart, he silently cursed her. "I truly do not recall, as aside from a tattered cotton jacket, no one has offered me any clothing." Nonetheless, he reassured her, "But fear not. Aunt, when you grow old, I shall certainly buy you clothes." He then feigned contemplation and asked, "By the way, Aunt, what color of clothing do you prefer? Yellow or white? Do let me know so I can prepare in advance." Hues of yellow and white heralding an ominous undertone sent a chill down Li Xiaohong's spine, causing her countenance to darken instantaneously. Rising to her feet, she confronted Yang Fan with a piercing gaze, demanding, "Is this how you address your elders?" Yang Fan, donned in an expression of feigned innocence, retorted, "How have I spoken to my elders? I have purchased clothing for you as a token of respect. Is that a fault?" Li Xiaohong's face flushed crimson, her chest heaving with indignation until she finally regained her composure. Turning to Li Xiaoying, she continued, "Is this the manner in which you and Jin Kai educate your children? Is this how you treat your guests?" Before Li Xiaoying could respond, Yang Fan interjected, "Aunt, how my parents choose to raise their children is their prerogative and none of your concern. However, there is an old adage that states, a guest who arrives empty-handed is no true guest. Be wary not to misplace yourself in the role of a guest, lest you fall from grace." Indeed, Li Xiaohong had come empty-handed to the meal, a recurring pattern over the years. Apart from the year Li Xiaoying married Yang Jinkai, when she brought a pound of sugar and 2 boxes of pastries, she had never presented a gift during her visits. In fact, on occasions when her family prepared dumplings or buns, she would often leave with a portion for herself. In this world, miserly individuals can be categorized into 3 types. The first, stingy towards both others and themselves. The second, generous to others yet frugal with themselves. And the third, parsimonious with others while indulgent towards themselves. Li Xiaohong epitomized the third type. Both she and her husband enjoyed stable jobs with excellent benefits, allowing them a comfortable lifestyle. In terms of living conditions, they were undoubtedly among the elite in the vicinity. Yet, her generosity only extended to her immediate family, with other relatives and friends. She would never part with an extra penny. Over the years, aside from a shabby cotton jacket, Yang Fan had never worn a single article of clothing purchased by her. As for the customary red envelope during the new year, he had never even laid eyes upon one. With a clatter, Li Xiaohong dropped her chopsticks, glaring defiantly. "What of coming empty-handed? What of dining at my sister's home without a gift? If you are unwelcoming, simply say so. I wouldn't care to come anyway. Truly, what is so remarkable about it?" Yang Fan, pulling out his phone with a grin, replied, "Aunt, if you insist on such notions, I might just invite my cousin Zhang Tanguay over for dinner. Come, let us return." The mention of Zhang Tanguay's name evoked memories of a rather unpleasant afternoon from years prior, prompting Li Xiaohong to grasp her daughter's hand and exit without a backward glance. Yang Fan called after her, feigning cordiality, "Aunt, do visit often." Chapter 45. The return of the second brother. Another week passed, bringing the date to August 14th. During this time, propelled by persistent promotion on the platform, the daily sales of wireless Bluetooth earphones soared to 260 pairs, with net profits surpassing 10,000. Out of an initial stock of 3,000 pairs, fewer than 500 remained. With a substantial sum of capital in hand, Yi Xintao promptly gathered his employees to resume operations, tirelessly producing and assembling wireless Bluetooth earphones day and night. He is currently filled with exuberance, unwavering determination, and boundless gratitude. It is no exaggeration to say that if Yang Fan were before him, he would be compelled to kneel and bow in homage. In less than a month, Yang Fan, through a product of his own design, has pulled him back from the brink of bankruptcy. In this era where monetary gain outweighs personal connections, such a favor is akin to a rebirth. Were it not for the myriad of responsibilities that come with opening a factory, he would have eagerly flown over to express his gratitude in person. Yi Xintao has repeatedly told Yang Fan, "Brother, there are no words needed. This kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. Next time you visit Pengcheng, I will ensure that the finest technician is reserved for you." Whether Yang Fan is concerned about the sentiment is of little consequence. He is nonetheless eager to experience what the best technician is like. However, as his online store is currently in a critical phase of growth, the quality of the headphones must be impeccable. He advised Yi Xintao, "Old Yi, ensure that production is managed well, quality must not falter. Additionally, after-sales service must be prioritized, so hire 2 individuals specifically for this role." Yi Xintao replied, "Rest assured, as long as you can sell, I will handle everything else." After hanging up, Yang Fan exhaled deeply. At this juncture, his venture of creating and selling products has successfully taken its first step. Moving forward, he plans to leverage Yi Xintao's factory to introduce a new product every month or 2, gradually delving deeper into the manufacturing sector until he establishes his own brand and builds a complete industrial chain. He has drawn inspiration from the future success of Xiaomi. Xiaomi began its journey with mobile phones and gradually evolved into a multinational conglomerate encompassing smartphones, smart hardware, smart homes, internet services, chip development, new energy vehicles, communication services, and financial services. Unlike Xiaomi, Lei Jun was already a well-known figure in the industry when he founded the company, allowing him to immediately create high-tech smartphones. In contrast, he is but an obscure university student at the start of his entrepreneurial journey, compelled to begin with less complex products. Nevertheless, despite the humble beginnings, he possesses foresight. Given a decade, he believes he could potentially build a giant enterprise akin to Xiaomi. Yang Fan has resolved that come October, he will return to Pengcheng, not only to launch new products but also to discuss future developments with Yi Xintao. As his mind swirls with various ideas and plans, Yang Jinkai approaches and pats his shoulder. "Old 3, your second brother is about to arrive. Ride the motorcycle to the town to pick him up. He will undoubtedly bring a lot of luggage. Tomorrow is his graduation banquet, a momentous occasion for the Yang family, and Yang Yuan, as a family member, must return." Yang Fan replied, "I will go right away." An hour later, outside the town's bus station, Yang Fan greeted the somewhat fatigued Yang Yuan. He had just completed a night shift 2 days prior, caught an early train the following morning, and then transferred to a bus to return. The journey had been bumpy, leaving him with little opportunity to rest. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Second brother, mother has prepared a meal, and elder sister's family has also arrived. We are just waiting for you." Yang Yuan nodded and said, "I am indeed rather hungry. Let us return home for a meal." The 2 brothers secured their large bags onto the rear rack of the motorcycle and started the engine, riding towards home. Upon their arrival, the first thing Yang Yuan did was to open the luggage, carefully retrieving each item one by one. "Father, these are the leather shoes I bought for you. Mother, this is the coat I selected for you. Sister, this is the handbag I chose for you. Brother-in-law, this is the belt I procured for you. Little Shiyun, this is the dress I got for you." Ever since he began working, he had made it a tradition to bring gifts for his family every year upon his return. Even during the early days as an apprentice with meager wages, he had never failed to do so. Li Xiuying grasped his wrist, examining his face and then his back, and soon her eyes brimmed with tears. She murmured, "You've lost weight. The food outside must not be very palatable." Yang Jinkai interjected, "Enough, enough. Why all the tears? Our second son has just returned. He must be famished, so let us eat." "Yes, indeed, let us eat first." Li Xiuying wiped her eyes, pulled Yang Yuan to a stool, and served him a generous portion of rice noodles with meat. Yang Jinkai cradled his granddaughter in his arms and poured beer for everyone present, cheerfully proclaiming, "Today marks a reunion for our family, akin to the festivities of the new year. Come, let us all raise our glasses." After downing a glass of beer, Yang Xiaoqin inquired, "Father, has the matter of the second son's matchmaking been settled?" Yang Jinkai replied, "Yes, this afternoon he will meet her, if they find mutual interest. We shall invite the girl to dine with us tomorrow." In rural areas, such matchmaking typically proceeded in this manner. If both parties found no objections after their initial meeting, they would share a meal and perhaps stroll about together, signaling a commitment. The lighting of firecrackers would symbolize the engagement, allowing the couple to work together and even share a bed by night. Indeed, It was a simple yet swift process. From strangers to sharing a bed in less than 3 days. Yang Yuan had never been on a blind date before, and the thought of meeting an unfamiliar girl that afternoon made him blush with shyness. He stammered, "Is it really that urgent? Perhaps I should go in the evening when there are fewer people." His brother-in-law, Zhang Bo, chimed in, "How can you possibly meet her at night? It will be dark, and you want to even see if she has any blemishes on her face. It's best to go during the day. I am familiar with her family and will take you there shortly." Yang Jingkai concurred, "Listen to your brother-in-law, and do not forget to greet her when you arrive." Yang Yuan murmured, "Understood." Yang Fan, watching from the side, could not help but feel amused. In his previous life, he had not married until the age of 31, and he had experienced similar situations. At that time, he had met no fewer than 10 eligible girls from the vicinity. Yet, either they did not find him appealing, or he did not find them to his liking. Ultimately, none of those encounters led to a union. Yang Jingkai, incensed, would often scold him. "I believe the books have muddled your mind. Is there truly such a thing as perfection in this world? You must go to the Zhang family girl and light those firecrackers." Yet he did not go. Instead, he chose to linger in unrequited affection, almost becoming a foolish recipient of someone else's burden. Recalling the myriad events of his past life, Yang Fan downed the beer in his cup with fervor, silently vowing, "To hell with sycophants, to hell with blind dates. In this lifetime, I shall be the king of the sea. I shall soar." Chapter 46. Yang Yuan's blind date after their meal. Yang Yuan carried a carton of pure milk while seated on the back of Zhang Bo's motorcycle, heading towards Lujiawan, a few miles away. Although Yang Jingkai had previously briefed him on the girl's family circumstances, Zhang Bo reiterated the girl's details with unflagging enthusiasm. The girl's name was Lu Yingying, a striking young woman and a nurse at the town's central hospital, albeit without formal employment, earning a modest salary of 2,500 a month. Her father was a bricklayer, a man of integrity whom Yang Yuan knew well. However, her mother was somewhat fiery and not particularly easy to deal with. Most importantly, the family had a younger brother and sister. The sister was in her senior year of high school, and the brother was in middle school, which meant there would be considerable future expenses. You must be psychologically prepared for this. When visiting their home, be sweet in your speech and courteous in your greetings. Be diligent, regardless of gender, always share cigarettes. As Yang Yuan listened and nodded, he acknowledged that although he had never been on a blind date, he understood the basics of social etiquette. After a short while, the pair arrived at the entrance of the girl's yard. Yang Yuan surveyed the scene. There stood a 2.5-story red brick house, similar to his own, yet somewhat larger and still in its raw state. 2 osmanthus trees flanked the entrance, beneath which a flock of 20 or 30 chickens scurried about. Just as they parked the motorcycle, a middle-aged woman with short hair emerged from the gate, adorned with gold earrings the size of pigeon eggs and a pair of gleaming gold bangles. She was Lu Yingying's mother, Qian Manfeng. Zhang Bo took the initiative to greet her. "Sister-in-law, have you eaten yet?" Qian Manfeng nodded, smiling. "Yes, if you haven't eaten, you can have something at my place." After a thorough appraisal of Yang Yuan, she inquired, "Is this your brother-in-law?" Zhang Bo nudged Yang Yuan forward, replying, "Yes, this is Yang Yuan, the second child in the family. He has a younger brother." Yang Yuan promptly responded, "Auntie, greetings." He then produced cigarettes to share. Qian Manfeng waved her hand. "No need for that. I don't smoke. Come in and sit. Yingying is at home." Following her inside, they entered the house, where Yang Yuan had just set down the milk when a middle-aged man emerged from a side room. This was Lu Yingying's father, Lu Kaishan. Yang Yuan quickly approached, offering cigarettes. "Uncle, would you like a smoke?" Lu Kaishan accepted the cigarette and gestured towards a nearby bench, gruffly saying, "Sit." At that moment, Zhang Bo interjected, "Kaishan, I've brought someone for you to see. Look at this fine young man." Before Lu Kaishan could respond, Qian Manfeng chimed in, "Xiao Bo, you and Kaishan go way back. You mustn't deceive me. Tell me the truth. Is your father-in-law really planning to build a house?" Zhang Bo clapped his hands affirmatively. "Of course it's true. Carpentry is my trade. Once we finish the celebration for the third child's admission, we'll commence construction." After speaking, he glanced at Lu Kaishan and continued, "You are well aware of our rural customs. When it comes to building houses, we prioritize our relatives and friends. Initially, I intended to recommend Brother Kaishan, but my father-in-law has a tiler in his village, so I had no choice. However, if the 2 young ones can make a match, and we become family, then there would be no issue. I would certainly let Brother Kaishan take on the work. Let me tell you, My father-in-law is constructing this house without owing a single penny. Everything is settled in cash. Qian Manfeng nodded in satisfaction. In these times, it is quite common for rural construction payments to be delayed for 3 to 5 years. Cash jobs, on the other hand, are a rarity, with perhaps only 1 or 2 families out of 10 encountering such opportunities. Her husband has been a tiler for many years and still has several unpaid wages from over a decade ago. Qian Manfeng thought to herself, it seems Zhang Bo's father-in-law has indeed made some money this year. Zhang Bo continued, Brother Kaishun, sister-in-law, how about we let the 2 young ones meet? In rural matchmaking, it is customary for the male side to send an older, married person as a companion, be it an uncle, elder brother, or brother-in-law. This serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to guide the younger man who may not understand the customs, and secondly, to ease any awkwardness that may arise during the meeting with the girl's family. Zhang Bo was playing this role. Qian Manfeng agreed. Go ahead. Ying is in the room on the west side of the 2nd floor. You may chat leisurely. Yang Yuan immediately replied, all right, auntie, I will head up. He then ascended the stairs, making his way directly to Lu Ying's door. After knocking twice, within a few seconds, a tall girl in a blue dress with fair skin opened the door. Yang Yuan recognized her as his blind date, Lu Ying. Lu Ying shyly smiled and said, you must be Yang Yuan, right? Yes, that's me. Upon seeing her exquisite features, Yang Yuan felt his heart race. Please come in and have a seat. Lu Ying opened the door wider, fetched a chair, and propped the door against the wall to prevent it from swinging shut in the wind. Soon, the 2 began to converse in Lu Ying's room. Though Yang Yuan was not typically inarticulate, he lacked romantic experience and was unsure of what to say in this situation. Noticing his nervousness, Lu Ying took the initiative to ask, how old are you this year? Yang Yuan replied, 23. Oh, you're 2 years older than me. What do you do? I work in mold making. What does that entail? Upon hearing the question about his occupation, Yang Yuan instantly became animated. He pointed to the thermos beside him and explained, mold making involves creating templates and tools. You might not understand it if I just say that. For instance, take that thermos. If we were to assemble it by hand, it would take too long. Instead, we design and produce a set of molds based on its dimensions. Then pour plastic into the molds, allowing us to produce thermoses continuously, just like how a hen lays eggs, one after another, but much faster. A hen laying eggs. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. She has attended a vocational school where she naturally learned about CNC technology and understood what molds are. Her earlier question was merely an attempt to initiate a conversation and alleviate any awkwardness between them. Observing this, Yang Yuan scratched his head in confusion. He could not fathom why the girl continued to laugh at his simple analogy. Nevertheless, her laughter was undeniably charming. After a considerable moment, Lu Ying finally ceased her mirth and continued, I've heard that those who work with molds earn quite a high salary. Is that true? Yang Yuan straightened his back and replied, it's decent, I suppose. I can't speak for others, but I earn 500 a month, and it should increase next year. He was aware that his salary was quite competitive among his peers. Yang Jinkai had also advised him explicitly, when you meet that girl, discuss your job and your salary. Women are often drawn to ambitious men. Indeed, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Ying's eyes. Earning 500 a month in 2008 could certainly be deemed a lucrative income. Chapter 47. You've done me a great favor. Yang Fan was the first in the family to learn of Yang Yuan's successful blind date. When Zhang Bo called Yang Jinkai with the news, Yang Jinkai was momentarily occupied in the restroom, leaving his phone on the table, which Yang Fan answered. Wonderful. Just as Xiao Fan finishes the graduation banquet, we can prepare for Xiao Yuan's engagement party without needing to dismantle the big table. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoying clapped her hands in delight. Yang Xiaoqin exclaimed, oh dear, we need to prepare gifts for them. According to the customs of their hometown, besides hosting a banquet and presenting a betrothal gift, they also needed to offer presents to the girl's family. Typically, this involves each child gifting a set of clothes, while the adults contribute 2 pairs of shoes. The clothing is of little concern as long as it fits. However, there are specific requirements for the shoes. One pair must be store-bought leather shoes, while the other must be handmade cotton shoes. Traditionally, these cotton shoes would be crafted by the groom's mother or sisters. Nowadays, it is far less cumbersome, as one can simply purchase them. Li Xiaoying cheerfully remarked, tonight, your father and I will visit her family to discuss the specifics. Yang Jinkai advised Yang Fan. Why not ask your second brother where he is now? Yang Fan responded, I just inquired with my brother-in-law. They are watching television and plan to have dinner there this evening. This too is part of the matchmaking process. If the girl is interested in the boy, she will often invite him to dine. If he agrees, he will stay. If not, he can politely decline by saying there are matters at home to attend to, allowing both parties to maintain their dignity. However, if the girl is not interested, she may directly state, we are busy at home and cannot accommodate you for dinner, prompting the boy to leave. Yang Jinkai nodded and added, send your second brother a text to ask him to take his partner to the town to buy 2 new outfits. Remind him not to be frugal. He should choose the more expensive options. Yang Fan agreed, understood. Before long, Zhang Bo returned on his motorcycle. Yang Xiaoqin approached him, reproaching, why are you back so soon? Can the second one manage alone there? Zhang Bo replied with a grin, why wouldn't he? They are quite pleased with Xiao Yuan. Lu Yingying's family is indeed quite satisfied. Yang Yuan stands at a height of 1.77 m, possesses a handsome appearance, is skilled, and earns a substantial salary. With these 4 attributes, he surpasses the majority of young men in the vicinity. Moreover, the couple, Yang Jinkai and his wife, are hardworking and have maintained an excellent reputation. One must not underestimate the significance of reputation. Although it is intangible, it holds great weight in rural communities. To put it plainly, a person with a good reputation, even when begging, can often receive more than others. Furthermore, a decisive factor is that their family operates a mobile phone store, which has proven lucrative. Regardless of whether the store belongs to Yang Fan or Yang Jinkai, as long as it is associated with the Yang family, Lu Yingying is sure to benefit from it. People are inherently pragmatic, particularly in matters of courtship, where reality is laid bare. In her previous life, Lu Yingying's family did not own a mobile phone store. Under the same circumstances regarding Yang Yuan, no one would have introduced Lu Yingying to him. Lu Yingying is tall and beautiful, comes from a reasonably well-off family, and has a respectable job. Indeed, working as a temporary nurse at the town hospital is considered respectable for a young woman, regardless of salary or employment status. Being employed in a hospital as a nurse is deemed respectable. In her past life, Lu Yingying relied on these attributes to marry a public school teacher at the town's middle school. In this life, Yang Fan's breakthrough in improving his family's financial situation has afforded Yang Yuan the opportunity to win Lu Yingying's affection. At this moment, Yang Jinkai turned to Li Xiaoying and said, please call our relatives and inform them about the second son's situation. Li Xiaoying shot him a glance and replied, I believe you are mistaken. They are all coming for the banquet tomorrow. It would be better to inform them in person. Yang Jinkai slapped his forehead, right? We shall speak of it tomorrow. Yang Yuan returned home just past 10 in the evening, and Yang Xiaoqin's family had already departed. Yang Jinkai, Li Xiaoying, and Yang Fan were seated in the living room awaiting his return. As soon as Yang Yuan stepped through the door, Yang Fan teased, second brother, why didn't you spend the night at my sister-in-law's place? Li Xiaoying shot him a reproachful look and said, where is the propriety in spending the night after just meeting for the first time? Yang Jinkai then inquired, what do you think of that girl? Yang Yuan responded, she is quite lovely, gentle, kind, tall, and good-looking. So she meets your approval then? Yes. These questions were somewhat redundant, as it was evident from Yang Yuan's late return that he was quite taken with her. However, as a father, it is his duty to clarify such matters. This is his responsibility. Yang Jinkai stood up and declared, let us proceed with the engagement arrangements the day after tomorrow. Do not forget to bring her to the banquet tomorrow. Yang Yuan nodded, understood, father. He knew that the arrangements would signify their engagement, allowing him to live with Lu Yingying. Yang Fan winked at him and remarked, second brother, are you about to acquire a wife? Do you still wish to work in watching? Yang Yuan bit his lip and replied, I want her to resign and come with me. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been joking, unaware that Yang Yuan had already made plans. Does your sister-in-law agree? I haven't discussed it with her yet. Yang Fan pondered for a moment before saying, you should discuss it with your sister-in-law first and see what she thinks. Yang Yuan exhaled deeply. I am troubled by this matter. She has grown accustomed to working at the hospital. I truly do not know how to arrange her transition to the factory. You are aware that the mold factory lacks suitable positions for women. Nearby electronic factories may offer assembly line jobs, but any decent employment opportunities are beyond her reach. Despite having known Lu Yingying for only about 8 or 9 hours, she had already cemented her place in Yang Yuan's heart as his future wife. The issue of their long-distance relationship would inevitably need resolution. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and suggested, How about having your sister-in-law work in Guanlan? Yang Yuan looked up and inquired. Guanlan? What good jobs could there possibly be there? Yang Fan continued, do you remember Boss Yi, who accompanied me to your factory last time? He has established a factory in Guanlan, and I can arrange a position for your sister-in-law there. Yang Yuan replied, but isn't Boss Ye's factory on the verge of collapse? Yang Fan reassured him, that was in the past. Business has improved significantly now. With a hint of hope, Yang Fan asked, what kind of job? Although Guanlan is situated in Pengcheng, it is conveniently close to his own workplace, requiring no transfers by bus. If Lu Yingying were to go there, they could be together every day. Yang Yuan mused, even a regular clerical position would suffice. However, Yang Fan surprised him with the offer of a position as an after-sales manager with a salary of 3,500, a 9-to-5 schedule, and weekends off. Yang Yuan excitedly grabbed his arm, exclaiming, is that true? Yang Fan nodded with a smile. When have I ever deceived you? Yang Yuan exclaimed, you've truly done me a tremendous favor. With that, he turned and dashed out of the room. Yang Fan called after him, where are you going? Yang Yuan shouted back without turning, I'm heading to Yingying's house to share this wonderful news in person. Chapter 48. Graduation Banquet. Today marks the day Yang Fan is hosting a graduation banquet. More precisely, it is the day when Yang Jinkai and his wife are celebrating their youngest son's academic achievement. Around 10 in the morning, Li Xiaoying knocked on the door. Xiao Fan, get up quickly. Your uncle and the others have arrived. Yang Fan rolled over and replied, Mom, let me sleep a little longer. My second brother kept me awake half the night. Last night, after Yang Yuan returned from Lu Yingying's house for the second time, he persistently sought confirmation about the job 3 times. At 12, once at 1:30, and again at 2:30. Driven to desperation, Yang Fan had to call Yi Xintao at 2:30 in the morning. They set the matter straight on speakerphone in front of Yang Fan. Just as Yi Xintao was at the foot spa and had not turned off his phone. Otherwise, Yang Fan feared he wouldn't have slept a wink for the rest of the night. Li Xiaoying found the keys, opened the door, and entered, saying, goodness, how can you still be sleeping? You have guests to entertain today. Yang Fan replied lethargically, you and Dad can handle it. Li Xiaoying tossed him some clothes. Your father and I will entertain, but you must be there to accompany us. Today, you are the star. Without you, this performance cannot go on. With a sigh, Yang Fan reluctantly dressed and got up to wash up. At this moment, in the open space outside the family home, a dozen relatives were busily engaged in various tasks, washing vegetables, chopping ingredients, setting tables, and arranging chairs with great enthusiasm. Inside the kitchen, a lively atmosphere prevailed. As the sounds of conversation, the crackling of burning firewood, and the sizzling of stir-fried dishes melded together in a harmonious cacophony. Yang Fan followed closely behind Yang Jinkai and Li Xiaoying, greeting friends and relatives who came to offer their congratulations, pouring tea and handing out cigarettes. Ah Fan, congratulations. Amidst the crowd, Yang Fan spotted Lu Shaolin, whose face radiated joy. He had taken a special leave from work that day, donned a fresh outfit, and come to celebrate his good friend's academic achievements. Yang Fan approached him and playfully slapped a pack of cigarettes into his hand, saying, Monk, make sure to drink a couple more glasses later. Lu Shaolin chuckled and replied, absolutely. Today we shall not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated. After exchanging a few words, Yang Fan led Lu Shaolin to his room. He retrieved 5,000 yuan from his suitcase and placed it in Lu Shaolin's hands, saying, last time I borrowed 3,000 yuan from you, and we agreed that you would be a shareholder. This is your dividend. Lu Shaolin pinched the money and promptly returned it to Yang Fan, saying, don't jest. What can 3,000 yuan buy in terms of shares? If you are repaying me, just return the 3,000. I don't want a penny more. Yang Fan pressed the money back into his hands with a serious demeanor, insisting, Monk, stop fiddling with car repairs and join me. He intended for Lu Shaolin to assist him in running an online store in the provincial capital. This idea had been on Yang Fan's mind for several days. With the commencement of university classes, he would be juggling lectures and managing the online store, making it impossible to handle everything alone. Hiring someone was essential, and that individual had to be trustworthy. As the sales of wireless Bluetooth headphones surged and new products were set to launch, the online business would become increasingly demanding, involving substantial financial transactions. Daily sales could reach tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, which made it imperative for Yang Fan to have someone reliable in charge. After much contemplation, Lu Shaolin emerged as the ideal candidate. In his previous life, He had been Yang Shaolin's steadfast friend for over a decade. Yang Fan understood Lu Shaolin's character and temperament, knowing him to be a person of integrity. After a moment of surprise, Lu Shaolin inquired, "What exactly would I be doing with you, selling mobile phones?" Yang Fan shook his head. "We would be running an online store." "An online store? I have no idea how to do that," Lu Shaolin responded. "Nobody is born knowing. With just 4 or 5 days of learning, you'll be proficient. Trust me, running an online store has far greater prospects than repairing cars." Lu Shaolin scratched the back of his head and remarked, "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just a bit sudden. Let me think it over." Although his academic performance had been lacking, Lu Shaolin had a clear plan for his life. He envisioned studying car repair for another 2 to 3 years before becoming a qualified technician. He would then seek employment at a 4S dealership in a big city. And after 2 to 3 years of experience, he would become a skilled craftsman in the industry. By the time he was around 24, he would be in the prime of his life. His goal was to save enough money from his job and leverage his skills to open a car repair shop back in his hometown, eventually marrying and starting a family while supporting his parents. This was a life plan with crystal clear objectives and considerable feasibility. Lu Shaolin has been diligently following the planned trajectory, firmly believing that he can achieve his aspirations. However, when Yang Fan suddenly suggested that he open an online store, he felt a surge of uncertainty. Despite knowing that his close friend would not steer him wrong, matters concerning his future warranted a cautious approach. It seemed that Yang Fan sensed his hesitation, saying, "Monk, whether you choose to join me or not, you must come to see it. It will only take 2 or 3 days. After you observe, you can make your decision." "Is that agreeable?" Lu Shaolin nodded, affirming, "That is perfectly fine. Just give me a call 2 days in advance, and I will take a leave of absence. By the way, you should take the money back." The funds had already been withdrawn. Yang Fan could not possibly reclaim them. He insisted on stuffing the money into Lu Shaolin's pocket, then pulled him along to find a seat in preparation for the banquet. At noon, the graduation feast commenced with a cacophony of firecrackers announcing the occasion. Yang Fan, holding a wine glass, was the first to toast his uncle. It is said that a mother's brother holds the most esteemed position among relatives. While Yang Fan could defer to other elders, he could not afford to overlook his uncle. His uncle, named Li Guozhen, aged 38, ran a small convenience store and mahjong hall in the village. Yang Fan had often visited his home for snacks as a child. After downing his drink, Li Guozhen jovially remarked, "Xiao Fan, you are the first university student in our family. Study hard and strive to become an official. I wish to bask in your glory." Yang Fan replied, "Uncle, I have no desire to be a high-ranking official. When I achieve great wealth, you will also benefit." "Very well, I shall await that day," his uncle responded. After toasting a round, Yang Fan took his seat and began to eat. The table was graced by his family of 4, Yang Xiaoqin's family of 3, and Lu Yingying, making a total of 8. At the banquet, the faces of Yang Jinkai and Li Xiaoying were beaming with joy. Their third son had been accepted into university, and their second son had found a partner, truly a double celebration. Yang Jinkai stood up to propose, "On this splendid occasion, let us toast to our family's double happiness. Come, everyone, let us drink to that." The others rose in unison, lifting their glasses for a toast. As they settled back into their seats, Lu Yingying curiously scrutinized Yang Fan. She was unaware that this seemingly inexperienced future brother-in-law possessed such remarkable capability, having secured her a position with a monthly salary of 3,500, a 9-to-5 schedule, and weekends off. This remuneration was not inferior to that of a civil servant working at the town government. Initially, she was skeptical, believing Yang Fan was boasting. However, when Yang Yuan informed her that the mobile phone shop in town was owned by Yang Fan and that it earned several thousand daily, her doubts dissipated. She realized that someone with a monthly income in the 6 figures would not jest about such matters. Chapter 49. Yixintao hosts a feast. The 15th of August marked Yang Fan's graduation banquet, while the 16th was reserved for Yang Yuan's engagement celebration. After settling family matters on the 18th, Yang Fan, Yang Yuan, and Lu Yingying set off for Guangqing. Originally, Yang Fan intended to wait until October for the trip, but with Yang Yuan's engagement to Lu Yingying, he decided to expedite his visit to ensure his future sister-in-law was well positioned for employment. In the sleeping compartment, Lu Yingying sat closely next to Yang Yuan, their legs touching, as their affection for each other blossomed, yearning to be inseparable. Lu Yingying pointed subtly at Yang Fan, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, and whispered, "What is the relationship between your brother and that boss Yi?" Why did he agree so readily upon hearing him speak? Yang Yuan gently grasped her hand and, with a tender squeeze, replied, that boss's factory was on the verge of collapse, and it was Lao San who helped revive it. Lu Yingying gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, he just graduated from high school. How could he be so capable? Yang Yuan spoke with a hint of pride. Of course, he is remarkable. Lao San is the first college student in our family, and he has always been exceptionally bright. I witnessed the entire process of Yang Fan establishing his phone shop and developing wireless Bluetooth headphones. He contributed both financially and physically. Lu Yingying continued. What if your brother returns, and that boss he gives me a hard time? Such incidents occur frequently in our hospital. Yang Yuan reassured her. Working in a factory is not like in a hospital. There are fewer interpersonal intricacies. Rest assured, since boss Yi has agreed, he will not go back on his word. Moreover, with Lao San around, he might even seek to curry favor with you. Curried favor with me? Lu Yingying looked puzzled. Yang Yuan did not elaborate, merely stating, tomorrow. Boss Yi will come to pick us up. You will see then. The next afternoon, Yang Fan met Yi Xintao, who was wearing sunglasses and a full suit, outside the train station in Guangqing. Compared to 2 weeks prior, his demeanor radiated a significantly elevated vigor. Upon their first meeting, Yi Xintao enveloped Yang Fan in a bear hug, exclaiming, little brother, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I've missed you dearly. Yang Fan pushed him away, expressing his distaste. Isn't it a bit nauseating for 2 grown men to embrace? Yi Xintao laughed heartily. Then no more mushy stuff. Let us go eat. I've reserved the most authentic Cantonese restaurant in Longhua. Yang Fan interjected, why the rush to eat? Let me introduce you first. This is my second brother, Yang Yuan, whom you've met. And this is my second brother's fiancée, Lu Yingying. She will be working at your factory. Yi Xintao waved his hand dismissively, don't worry. Little brother, I understand completely. I assure you, your sister-in-law will be happy at the factory and will not be bullied. Yang Fan nodded, let us not indulge in favoritism. When my sister-in-law arrives, she will work just like everyone else. If I encounter any after-sales issues, I will reach out to her directly. Understood. Whatever you say, big brother. I will comply. Yi Xintao replied, then opened the back door of the car, inviting Yang Yuan and Lu Yingying inside. Lu Yingying quickly said, thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Xintao waved his hand. No need for Mr. Yi. Given your relationship with Yang and Lao San, you can simply call me Brother Yi. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lu Yingying responded. That's the spirit. As the car roared to life, Yi Xintao pressed the accelerator. An hour later, the four arrived at a Cantonese restaurant named Huaqiangbei. After casually ordering a few dishes, Yang Fan passed the menu to Lu Yingying, saying, sister-in-law, I'm not certain what you enjoy eating. Please order for yourself. Upon glancing at the prices on the menu, Lu Yingying felt her heart race uncontrollably. A serving of garlic vegetable hearts was priced at 68, the white-cut chicken at 288, roast pigeon at 388, and roasted goose at 668. This was not merely a meal. It was an extravagant expenditure. Yi Xintao interjected, sister, please do not hold back. Order whatever you desire. Lu Yingying nodded and selected a portion of white-cut chicken and sweet and sour pork. Yang Yuan added a serving of shrimp dumplings and barbecued pork buns. Before long, the server arrived with the dishes. Yang Yuan raised his cocktail and addressed Yi Xintao. Thank you for your hospitality today. Allow me to toast you. Yi Xintao took a sip of his drink and casually replied, we are all friends here. There is no need for such formality. Yang Yuan finished his drink with a smile, refilled his glass, and continued, if my Yingying encounters any shortcomings at work in the future, I sincerely hope you will be understanding, Yi Zong. This time, without waiting for Yi Xintao's response, Yang Fan cleared his throat as he gazed at the drink before him. Hearing this, Yi Xintao promptly stood and downed his drink in one go. He then explained to Yang Fan, you must not misunderstand, my brother. I was merely considering that I need to drive later and could not indulge too much. Yang Fan tapped his fingers on the table and said, what is the big deal? Just call a designated driver. It's rare for my second brother to be in high spirits today. You should indulge him with a few drinks. Rest assured, I will certainly keep him company. Yang Yuan cast a grateful glance at Yang Fan, aware that his brother was preserving his dignity. Yang Fan smiled, transferring the most expensive goose head onto Yang Yuan's plate, and said, second brother, eat. Lu Yingying, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. She understood that Yi Xintao would show respect to Yang Fan, but she had not anticipated the extent to which he would go. This was more than mere respect. It resembled a kind of reverence. Yi Zong seemed to harbor a touch of apprehension towards his future brother-in-law. By the end of the meal, Yang Yuan and Yi Xintao had consumed a total of 5 bottles of cocktails. Although the quantity was not excessive, the potency of the drinks was considerable, and before they had even exited the restaurant, both men felt somewhat lightheaded. After arranging for a designated driver, Yang Fan helped Yi Xintao into the front passenger seat while he settled in the back beside Yang Yuan. The vehicle then made its way toward Yi Xintao's factory. Halfway through the journey, Yi Xintao suddenly murmured in a daze, "Brother, I have already arranged for the technician." Yang Yuan's face twitched at this remark. Yang Fan kicked the passenger seat and admonished, "Old Yi, you've had too much to drink. Rest well and stop rambling." "What technician? I've never even heard of it." His explanation only intensified Yang Yuan's discomfort, leading Lu Yingying to glance over in concern. Yang Fan, with a fleeting gaze, remarked, "This old Yi, after a few drinks, begins to babble. I shall certainly scold him once we disembark." Yang Yuan looked at Lu Yingying, feeling apprehensive. After a moment of hesitation, he could no longer contain himself and said with a complex expression, "Third brother, you are not yet married. Do be cautious." Feigning ignorance, Yang Fan replied, "I am being careful. I hardly drink at all." Yang Yuan glared at him but chose not to respond further. Chapter 50. The electronic wristband in the afternoon. After sitting for a while in the office of Yi Xintao's factory, Yang Yuan spoke up, "Third brother, we should head back now." Yang Fan urged, "It's still early. Let us have dinner first. It would also give sister-in-law a chance to familiarize herself with the factory environment." Yang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No, we need to find a place to live and purchase some daily necessities. With a fiancé now, I can no longer stay in the factory dormitory." Just a couple of days ago, he had already asked a colleague to help him find several rental options. Once they returned, he would select the most suitable one to rent, allowing him to embark on a joyful cohabitation with Lu Yingying. "Very well, you two go ahead. I want to see you off," Yang Fan replied, then turned to Lu Yingying and added, "Sister-in-law, don't rush back to work. Take a few days to rest and spend some quality time with my brother, exploring and enjoying yourselves." Lu Yingying responded, "I don't need any rest. I can start working tomorrow." Yang Fan chuckled, "Listen to me. Take 5 days off to enjoy your new world together with my brother. I've already spoken with old Yi. Your salary will start being calculated from tomorrow." "All right then," Lu Yingying said, her cheeks flushing slightly. They had only been engaged for 3 days, and while they were betrothed, they were still somewhat strangers. Although Yang Yuan had spent the night in her room 2 nights ago, their interactions had been limited to kisses and embraces, without progressing further. Now, as they prepared to live together, certain things were bound to happen, and as an innocent young woman, the thought made her feel bashful. Standing beside Lu Yingying, Yang Yuan discreetly gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. He thought to himself, "Third brother is truly a great sibling. It's worth all the affection I've shown him in the past." At just over 20 years of age, with a beautiful fiancée by his side, Yang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. While at home, he had contemplated such matters, yet Lu Yingying's shyness had always kept him at bay. Now, the opportunity to express himself had finally arrived. After Yang Yuan and Lu Yingying departed, Yang Fan went to a nearby shop to buy a pack of cigarettes and a case of drinks, which he distributed among the workers in the workshop. Although the factory was not his, these workers were earning money while working for Yi Xintao, and he felt it necessary to show his appreciation. Before long, Yi Xintao, reclining in the boss's chair, awoke. Rubbing his face, his first words were, "Little brother, let us go for a foot wash." Yang Fan shot him a glance and replied, "What's the point of washing feet in broad daylight? We can do that later." Yi Xintao stood up and stretched his arms, saying, "There are ways to enjoy the day, just as there are for the night. We won't be missing out on anything." Daytime activities? Yang Fan was genuinely unaware that there were such options at the foot spa during the day. Just as he was about to agree to Yi Xintao's suggestion to explore this new experience, he smacked his forehead, almost forgetting that there was a pressing matter at hand. Yang Fan retrieved a USB drive from his bag and plugged it into the computer, saying, "Let us put the foot washing aside for now. Take a look at this and see if it can be done." On the screen appeared a CAD drawing, showcasing a round object resembling a bracelet, which was indeed the design blueprint for an electronic wristband from the future. Yi Xintao leaned in for a closer look and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What on earth is this?" Yang Fan replied, "It's an electronic wristband. What purpose does it serve? You may consider it a unique sports watch." "A unique sports watch?" Yi Xintao scratched his head, then continued, "What makes it unique?" Yang Fan smiled and explained, "In addition to telling the time, it can record your steps, monitor your blood pressure and heart rate, and even connect to your phone via Bluetooth, allowing you to make calls and send messages." Yi Xintao widened his eyes and asked, "How are these functions achieved?" "By hiring a designer. I initially thought you had designed it all. It turns out it's just an empty shell?" "Indeed, it is merely a shell." The electronic wristband entered the market after 2010, gaining popularity around 2013. Yang Fan was only aware of its external appearance and functionalities, but knew nothing about the internal design. "Old Yi, after all these years in SMT, you can't possibly tell me you can't find someone to design the circuit board?" The functions of electronic products are realized through integrated circuits. SMT assembly involves putting together bulk electronic components into complete integrated circuits. This was precisely why Yang Fan sought Yi Xintao's collaboration. He provided the product's design and functional expectations, while Yi Xintao would implement those functions and produce the product. Their skills complemented each other almost perfectly. Yi Xintao, with a complex expression, remarked, "Brother, finding someone to design the circuit board is certainly not an issue. Whether it's a sports watch or even the motherboard of a computer, I can find the right person. But for such a small device with so many functions, how on earth am I supposed to make it wearable?" Yang Fan inquired, "Are there really that many functions?" "Isn't it just telling time, measuring heart rate and blood pressure, and adding Bluetooth? 4 or 5 functions at most." "Just 4 or 5 functions?" Yi Xintao exclaimed. "Do you have any idea how many components are needed? Not to mention capacitors, resistors, and diodes. Do you know how many optical chips are required? We need the main control chip, sensor chip, storage chip, power management chip, and Bluetooth chip. Missing any one of them is unacceptable." Yi Xintao sighed and continued, "Given the constraints on product size, this device will either be impossible to create or, if made, will be unwearable." Yang Fan fell silent. He distinctly recalled that 5 or 6 years later, major manufacturers released their own electronic wristbands, with even more functionalities than his concept. Why was it that he found it impossible to create one? In truth, he overlooked a crucial factor: the rapid pace of electronic product evolution. Take smartphones, for instance. The differences between today's smartphones and those from 5 years hence are so vast, they seem to belong to entirely different eras. Although the evolution of electronic wristbands is not as dramatic, 5 to 6 years is ample time for comprehensive updates. It was entirely normal for his current requirements to be unfeasible. Nevertheless, having drafted the design, it was imperative to proceed with the project. If 4 or 5 functions could not be realized, surely 2 or 3 could be. Yang Fan bit his lip and said, "Old Yi, what other functions can we add besides just telling the time?" Yi Xintao pondered for a moment before responding. "We could certainly record steps. That shouldn't be too difficult. As for measuring heart rate, it might just be feasible. However, measuring blood pressure and controlling the phone via Bluetooth, I'm afraid that, at least for now, is beyond my capabilities." Yang Fan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Let's find someone to design it and prepare for prototyping." Chapter 51. The plan for prototyping? Are you serious? In the office, Yi Xintao's face was a picture of astonishment. He had assumed that Yang Fan had brought out the design blueprint for the electronic wristband to discuss its necessity. To his surprise, Yang Fan had already made a decision. Yi Xintao rubbed his temples and continued, "Brother, you need to think this through. This is not like wireless Bluetooth headphones. With headphones, you can simply modify the appearance and directly adopt the internal design from others. But for the electronic wristband, we have no one to emulate." Yang Fan responded with conviction, "I've thought it through. We must proceed. Consider this. If you're willing, let us do it together and split the profits. If not, that is fine too. We'll remain friends, and I will commission you to handle production and assembly at market rates." Yi Xintao hesitated for a long while before saying, "What if we think it over for a few more days?" He was genuinely apprehensive, having just clawed his way back from the brink of bankruptcy. With barely any financial stability, he was now faced with the prospect of launching a new product. What if it failed? He dreaded the thought of reliving the torturous days from just months prior. Yang Fan calmly replied, "It's all right, Old Yi, I understand. This time, I will invest on my own. You help me find someone and assist with the processing. We will pay whatever it costs." Yi Xintao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "That's not quite what I meant. It's just that funds are a bit tight right now. I have salaries to pay, rent due, and loans to settle. Perhaps we could revisit this when I'm in a better financial position." People tend to conjure a multitude of reasons whether they desire to undertake something or not. Just over 2 weeks ago, Yi Xintao was on the brink of bankruptcy, and his finances were far more strained than today. Yet, he had faith in the wireless Bluetooth headphones and was willing to max out his credit card to partner with Yongfan. Now, while he wouldn't say he was rich, he certainly had a modest sum of 1 or 200,000. However, with his skepticism towards the electronic wristband, a myriad of excuses surfaced. Yongfan clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Enough of this chatter, it's settled. You help me contact someone for the circuit board design. I need to obtain the blueprints swiftly to create the prototype. In business partnerships, the willingness of both parties is paramount. One must never force someone to partake against their will." For Yongfan, Yi Xintao's lack of investment would indeed place a heavier financial burden on him. However, every disadvantage carries its advantages, and his potential gains would be significantly greater. The profits from selling electronic wristbands would be entirely his own. As for the risks involved, they were certainly present, yet they paled in comparison to investing in other products. With the electronic wristband having withstood market scrutiny in the future, Yongfan was confident he could turn a profit from this venture. Yi Xintao sighed and remarked, "All right. I have a friend who specializes in circuit board design. I will call him right away." After saying this, he took out his phone, located a number, and dialed. Before long, Yi Xintao stated, "He happens to be in Longhua, not far from here, and should arrive shortly." Yongfan nodded in acknowledgement. 3 hours later, in the lounge, Yongfan conversed with Yi Xintao. Opposite them sat a man wearing black-rimmed glasses, possessing a somewhat scholarly appearance. His name was Zhang Zhixin, a 35-year-old seasoned circuit board designer. However, in addition to being a proficient designer, he held another identity, a devoted foot massage enthusiast. In fact, it was not just him. Most individuals who bonded with Yi Xintao shared a similar passion. In this era, the manufacturing bosses of the Pearl River Delta preferred to discuss business not at dining tables or in game rooms, but rather at various clubs. Consider the treacheries of the business world, where suspicion abounds. When two parties meet for the first time, a certain wariness is inevitable. Under such circumstances, even if there are business matters to discuss, initiating the conversation can be quite challenging. At this moment, if one could find a place to enjoy a good foot massage and unwind, while sharing a cigarette with a partner, the atmosphere would become considerably more congenial. With a closer rapport, the negotiation of business becomes remarkably more manageable. Many orders in Pengcheng and Guangxing were secured in this manner, and numerous partnerships were forged as a result. One cannot deny that the entertainment industry has undeniably contributed to economic development. Yongfan sipped his hot tea and spoke, "Mr. Zhang, are you certain the drawings will be ready by tomorrow? If so, I need to begin procuring materials." There was a sense of urgency in his tone, not due to impatience, but rather the pressing time constraints. Today was August 19th, and classes commenced on September 1st. Within this brief span of 10 days, he must produce a sample of the electronic wristband. Although the phrase producing a sample may sound simple, the reality is quite the opposite. It encompasses numerous steps: designing the drawings, sourcing materials, debugging equipment, and commencing production, each phase fraught with challenges. Zhang Zhixin responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Yang, I will deliver the drawings before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." In other locations, designing a product circuit board would be an arduous task, but here in Pengcheng, as long as the finances are in order, what would take others a week can be accomplished in a single day. The rapid development of Pengcheng is indeed attributed to this efficient problem-solving approach. Naturally, with high efficiency comes a higher price. The market rate for this project was approximately 8,500, yet Yongfan offered 11,000, nearly a 50% premium, an enticing price that could keep one awake through the night. More crucially, Yongfan had arranged with Zhang Zhixin that payment would be made immediately upon receipt of the drawings, without any delays. Individuals with a modicum of social experience understand that the most lucrative opportunities are not necessarily those with high wages, but rather those that offer immediate cash upon completion. For only the money you hold in your hands can be deemed truly yours. Yi Xintao waved his hand dismissively. "Just send it to me via QQ. I still need to go with Brother Yang to purchase materials." Zhang Zhixin glanced at Yongfan, noting his lack of objection, and replied, "No problem. I'll send it to you on QQ tomorrow." Yi Xintao cautioned, "Old Zhang, I have been fervently recommending you in front of Brother Yang, practically singing your praises to the heavens. You must perform admirably. Do not tarnish my reputation." Zhang Zhixin patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, I shall execute the task splendidly." Yongfan chimed in, "Mr. Zhang, Once the design drawings are completed, I shall treat you to a meal. Zhang Zhixin responded, Mr. Yang, you are exceedingly courteous. Chapter 52. The struggle must persist. After spending a week in Pengcheng, Yang Fan received the sample of the electronic wristband. Though a mere trinket weighing less than 30 grams, considerable effort was expended to bring it to fruition. The processes of design, molding, material sourcing, production, and assembly were all meticulously navigated. Yi Xintao observed the elegant and fashionable wristband in Yang Fan's hand and remarked, to be honest, this is far more attractive than the drawing suggested. The wristband, adorned in a sleek black hue, features a matte-finished aluminum alloy case, a silicone strap, and a monochrome LCD display. Overall, it exudes a blend of simplicity and sophistication, coupled with an athletic flair. After thoroughly examining the wristband, Yang Fan exhaled deeply. He had invested heavily to realize this product. Not to mention, he had commissioned 3 sets of molds. The costs associated with the molds were substantial, and the material expenses were equally high. The cost of materials for wireless Bluetooth earphones amounted to 33 yuan per pair, whereas the electronic wristband reached 65 yuan, nearly double that of the earphones. To date, he had expended just over 110,000 yuan. Once he confirmed the wristband's functionality was sound, Yang Fan declared, Old Yi, let's proceed with production. Yi Xintao inquired, how many units do you intend to produce in the first batch? 2,000, Yang Fan replied. And what will be the selling price per unit? 188 yuan. Yi Xintao nodded in acknowledgement. To be frank, this price might appear steep, yielding a profit of over 100 yuan per wristband. However, the reality was far more complex. After deducting shipping costs and platform commissions, the net profit per wristband amounted to merely 80 to 90 yuan. Yang Fan's investment exceeded 240,000 yuan, implying that even if all 2,000 wristbands were sold, he would still fall short of recouping his costs. Regrettably, this electronic wristband represented a completely new product with exorbitant design and molding expenses. Should the wristbands fail to sell, the entire 240,000 yuan investment would be rendered futile. After all, design drawings are not subject to buyback, and the molds would fetch little more than scrap value. In Yi Xintao's view, this endeavor was a considerable risk, perhaps even a rather irrational one. Yang Fan continued, Old Yi, I will be heading back tomorrow. You must ensure the product quality is impeccable. Yi Xintao patted his chest reassuringly, do not worry. At 8:30 that evening, the two brothers sat across from each other in Yang Yuan's modest rental apartment. I'm about to leave. Who knows when I'll return? Yang Fan wished to share a meal with his second brother to bid farewell. Meanwhile, Lu Yingying was in the kitchen, cooking while attentively listening to their conversation. Yang Yuan inquired, I suppose you've spent quite a bit again. Yang Fan replied, not too much, just under 250,000. Lu Yingying's hand trembled slightly upon hearing this. In just over a week, you've spent so much? Yang Yuan remarked, sometimes, I truly cannot comprehend you. Your business is thriving, and you earn a decent amount daily. Why the need for such turmoil? Yang Fan chuckled, second brother, this is merely the beginning. When I return next time, I intend to undertake something even grander. Yang Yuan furrowed his brow. You ought to focus on your studies and take things seriously. I will pursue my education, but I cannot cease my endeavors, Yang Fan asserted, glancing at the humble doors and windows of the rental. He added, second brother, if all goes well this year, I intend to buy you a house in Dongguan by year's end. Clang. Before Yang Yuan could respond, a metallic sound echoed from the kitchen. He craned his neck and asked, what's wrong, Yingying? Are you all right? I'm fine. I accidentally dropped the spatula, Lu Yingying replied as she picked it up, rinsed it under the faucet, and resumed cooking. Yang Fan's intention to purchase a house for Yang Yuan had indeed taken her by surprise. This was Dongguan, where the price per square meter ranged from 5,000 to 6,000. A complete unit would cost around 800,000 to 900,000. The significance of owning a home in Dongguan was profound. It would mean they were city dwellers, and their future children would also be city-born. Through their interactions, Lu Yingying understood that Yang Fan was not one to boast. When he mentioned purchasing, he truly meant it. The thought of potentially having their own home in Dongguan this year filled her with excitement. At that moment, Yang Yuan interjected. What sort of brother receives a house from his sibling? If I desire a home, I shall procure it myself. You need not worry. Furthermore, I've calculated it. With our combined salaries, after working for another 2 years, we will be able to save for a down payment, and then we shall buy our own. Yang Fan shook his head. recognizing the limitations of Yang Yuan's understanding. He could not foresee that his savings would fail to keep pace with the rising property prices. Over the next decade, housing prices in the country were set to soar. Many workers hoping to save for a down payment would find their accumulating savings insufficient. As down payment requirements continued to escalate, after years of hard work, they would still find themselves unable to afford a home. Such scenarios, where 3 years of wages hardly matched the annual increase in housing prices, were commonplace in cities like the Pearl River Delta and the Yangtze River Delta. Yang Fan rubbed his hands together and said, "Second brother, you can decide on other matters, but when it comes to housing, you must heed my advice. You and sister-in-law should visit the newly opened properties nearby and take note of any that catch your interest." He then called out to the kitchen, "Sister-in-law, it's just the 3 of us for dinner. That should suffice." Lu Yingying poured the egg mixture from the bowl into the pan, responding, "It's the last dish. It will be ready shortly." Initially, she had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, but upon hearing Yang Fan mention buying a house for them, she spontaneously added 2 more dishes. After dinner, Yang Fan left for a hotel. While tidying up the dishes, Lu Yingying casually inquired, "Should we consult your brother about looking at houses?" Yang Yuan looked at her and asked, "What? Do you not want to rent a place with me?" "Not at all. I'm fine living anywhere. It's just that when we have children, I want them to have a better living environment." "Children, you say? All right, let us have one now," Yang Yuan declared, pulling Lu Yingying into his embrace and heading towards the bedroom. "Oh no, you're insufferable. I just finished eating, and I haven't digested yet. Hee hee. Won't that help with digestion?" Half an hour later, Lu Yingying, her cheeks flushed, leaned against Yang Yuan. She spoke up. "What do you think about introducing Qingqing to your brother?" Yang Yuan chuckled, "But she is only 17 and still in her senior year. Isn't that a bit premature?" "Premature? Yang Fan is only 18, just a year older than my sister. Isn't that a perfect match? You're also 2 years older than me. Will she even agree?" Lu Yingying sat up, revealing a captivating sight. She grabbed a cup from the bedside table, took a sip, and said, "I'll talk to her. She'll agree." Yang Yuan playfully smacked her backside. "I meant, will my little brother agree?" "Oh, so you look down on my sister?" Lu Yingying teased, pinching Yang Yuan's arm. He caught her wrist, rolled over, and pinned her beneath him. Chapter 53. Renting a house on the afternoon of August 29th. Yang Fan arrived at a residential area near Huaqiangbei University. He had arranged to meet Lu Shaolin there. After waiting for over half an hour without sight of him, Yang Fan picked up his phone to call. "Monk, where are you now?" On the other end, Lu Shaolin, breathless, replied, "I'm not sure where I am. I took a taxi earlier, agreeing on 50 yuan. But then the driver wanted to charge extra mid-journey. I refused, and he kicked me out. Damn it. This desolate place has no one around. Wait for me. I'll walk to the intersection and hail another cab to you." Yang Fan shook his head in exasperation. The taxi drivers in Hongcheng were notoriously unpredictable, taking detours, raising fares, and refusing passengers were their daily practices. In his previous life, he had a few classmates from Qiong province who, during winter break, had trouble getting to the airport because they refused to pay extra mid-ride and were unceremoniously dumped on an overpass, missing their flights. One female high school classmate was even slapped twice by a driver for ignoring his attempts to solicit passengers. Having spent 4 years at university and another 5 or 6 years working in Hongcheng, Yang Fan held a deep affection for the city. Whenever he encountered regional disparagement online, he would defend Hongcheng. However, when it came to the taxi drivers, he would readily endorse the criticism, adding, "The brother is absolutely right. Those guys are the worst." Yang Fan exhaled deeply, expressing his profound disdain for the chaotic circumstances surrounding him. He turned to Lu Shaolin and said, "Take your time. There's no need to rush. Just call me when you reach the entrance of the community, and I shall come to meet you." After receiving confirmation, he ended the call and approached the community bulletin board, scanning it with keen interest. Yang Fan intended to rent an apartment here, serving both as his residence and an office for his online store. As he perused the notices, an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, with graying hair, approached him from the nearby exercise equipment. The old man inquired, "Young man, are you looking to rent a place?" Yang Fan assessed him briefly before responding, "Yes, sir. Do you have any good recommendations?" The elder rubbed his thumb and forefinger together and replied, "Certainly, there are good apartments available, but I must inform you that I will require a finder's fee." "And how much is the finder's fee?" Yang Fan asked. "Half a month's rent," the elder stated. Yang Fan nodded. This price seemed reasonable. If he were to engage an external agent, They would typically demand at least a full month's fee. I can pay you the finder's fee, but I am looking for a larger apartment, at least 160 square meters. Can you find such a place? The old man hesitated before saying, most apartments in this community are smaller. The largest is about 120 square meters. Finding a 160 square meter unit will be quite challenging. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan frowned. While 120 square meters would suffice for living alone, it would be inadequate for both living and working. He pondered whether to explore slightly distant communities. Suddenly, the old man clapped his thigh, exclaiming, I've got it. There are 290 square meter apartments available for rent in Building 3, Unit 2. They belong to one family, and if you're willing to sign a long-term lease, you could negotiate with the owner to remove a wall and connect the two. This indeed sounded like a feasible solution, and Yang Fan's interest was piqued. He asked, what constitutes a long-term lease? The elder replied, at least 2 years. If you don't stay for the full duration, your deposit will not be refunded, and you'll have to restore the wall to its original state. Yang Fan confidently stated, as long as the apartment is satisfactory, I will certainly rent it for more than 2 years. 2 years is hardly a commitment. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this will be my base for the next 4 years. Very well, let me take you to see it. An hour and a half later, Yang Fan secured both 90 square meter apartments for a monthly rent of 2,500 yuan, with a deposit equivalent to 3 months' rent. This was not a trivial amount. In 2008, the housing market in Hong City had prices around 4,000 yuan per square meter. The rent for a 90 square meter apartment typically ranged from 700 to 1,000 yuan. However, due to the proximity to Hong City University and the influx of couples and small business owners seeking rental properties, prices in this area had escalated significantly. After signing the lease and completing the payment, the landlord summoned 2 laborers via phone. Armed with electric drills, hammers, chisels, and crowbars, they commenced the demolition of the wall. After over an hour of diligent work, the wall was dismantled, seamlessly connecting the 2 apartments. At that moment, Lu Shaolin finally arrived. Yang Fan received the call and went to the entrance of the community to escort him in. Today has utterly exhausted me. After walking 6 or 7 miles, I finally managed to hail a cab, and my heels are now blistered. Lu Shaolin removed his shoes, seated himself on a chair, and twisted his foot to inspect it. Yang Fan handed him a bottle of mineral water and remarked, what do you think of this place? You'll be working and living here from now on. Lu Shaolin, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, wasn't this just a visit? How can it be decided so abruptly? Yang Fan chuckled, I wager that once you arrive, you will never leave. That remains to be seen, Lu Shaolin replied defiantly. After they had showered, the two ventured out for a meal. Midway through their journey, Lu Shaolin suddenly inquired, Fan, with you going to university, running an online store, and managing a mobile phone shop, can you handle all of that? Yang Fan responded, of course. I cannot manage it all alone, which is why I invited you to assist me. Lu Shaolin countered, with your current plan, my presence will hardly suffice. No worries. I will hire more people in the future. You will be the manager, and they will heed your commands, Yang Fan assured him. Lu Shaolin pointed at himself in disbelief. Me, a manager? Yang Fan placed a hand on his shoulder, not merely a manager. When I start my company, I will appoint you as the vice president. All right. I await my promotion, Lu Shaolin replied eagerly. The following morning, Yang Fan contacted personnel from the telecommunications office to install a network line. He then proceeded to the computer market to purchase 2 desktop computers. By the time everything was set up and the online store was operational, it was already afternoon. He glanced at the sales figures for wireless Bluetooth earphones and noted that 325 pairs had been sold yesterday. He picked up his phone and called Yi Xintao. Old Yi, we sold 325 pairs yesterday. I will send you the shipping address via QQ. The sales of the earphones are quite promising, so feel free to produce another batch. Making 5,000 or 6,000 units would be perfectly fine. Yi Xintao replied enthusiastically, no problem. I will arrange it right away. By the way, have your electronic wristbands been listed yet? Yes, they have just been launched. Then I wish you great success and abundant wealth. Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. After ending the call, Yang Fan began instructing Lu Shaolin on how to operate the online store. Chapter 54. Returning to university on the morning of August 30th. After completing the registration process, Yang Fan arrived at the male dormitory, room 406 of Building 17. His bed was located there. At that moment, all 5 of his roommates had already gathered, making him the last to arrive. After exchanging greetings, Yang Fan placed sunflower seeds and fruit on the table, and they began to eat and chat. The group of young men, close in age, quickly became familiar with one another. Following the customary practice in university dormitories, they introduced themselves in order of age. The eldest, Zhong Hui, was 19 years old and hailed from Qiong Province. The second, Xiang Fei, was 18 and from Ji Province. The third, Yang Fan, was also 18, from Nanjiang Province. The fourth, Lu Jinghao, was 18 and from Zhejiang Province. The fifth, Lu Zhengchong, was also 18 and from Zhejiang Province. The sixth, Wu Bail, was 17 and from Nanjiang Province. In one dormitory, there were 2 locals and 4 from other provinces, which is quite common in university settings. What astonished Yang Fan was the presence of a pair of twins among his roommates. The brothers not only looked identical, but even the positions of their facial moles were precisely the same. At first glance, it is utterly impossible to distinguish one from another. Xiang Fei remarked, Lao Si, Lao Wu, I suggest you both adopt different hairstyles. Otherwise, misunderstandings are bound to arise in the future. Lu Jinghao chuckled. Although we share similar appearances, our personalities are entirely distinct. In time, you will surely discern the differences. After a casual exchange, Zhong Hui proposed a gathering at the cafeteria to celebrate the establishment of Dormitory 406. The others readily agreed and set off towards the nearby Canteen No. 2. On their way, they encountered numerous small groups akin to theirs, some consisting of 4 individuals and others of 6. As they walked, they curiously glanced around. The senior students could easily identify that these newcomers were indeed freshmen, their characteristics glaringly obvious. Wu Bail pointed at a group passing by and remarked, I never expected there to be discrimination in college. Look, they reside in 4-person dorms while we are in 6-person ones. Xiang Fei interjected, what sort of discrimination is that? Just take a look at the international students' dorms. They even live in apartments with elevators. Wu Bail mumbled, such an obsession with foreign cultures. Yang Fan listened with a smile, but chose not to respond. This scenario is quite typical in universities. Many domestic institutions, in pursuit of higher international rankings, extend various privileges to international students, providing them with superior housing, waiving tuition fees, awarding scholarships, and even arranging opposite-sex study partners. Ultimately, this behavior stems from insecurity and a desperate craving for external validation. In about a decade, as the nation's economy flourishes and both hard and soft powers rise, such practices will gradually change. Zhong Hui added, in the future, when we pursue our master's degrees, we too will reside in apartments, with subsidies from the school. As a 211 university, Hongqing University boasts a robust academic atmosphere. Over 30% of its undergraduate graduates opt to continue their studies. Lu Jinghao remarked, indeed, let us study diligently. When the time comes, I shall treat you all to Westlake vinegar fish when we enroll in Zhejiang University's graduate program. Students from Zhejiang Province inherently harbor an obsession with Zhejiang University. Lu Jinghao had not succeeded in his entrance examination but aspired to make another attempt during his graduate studies. Xiang Fei chuckled, Zhejiang University's graduate program? Don't be absurd. We are at Hongqing University, a second-tier institution, with an entire Westlake separating us from Zhejiang University's graduate students. Lu Jinghao refrained from arguing, calmly stating, where their essay will, their essay way. As long as we study hard, opportunities will arise. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Yang Fan instructed his roommates to secure a table while he went to the counter to get food. Just as he was about to swipe his meal card, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Haha, Fan Ge, what a coincidence. You also got allocated to the old campus. Turning around, he saw Yin Shuezhing. Yang Fan instantly brightened. With 4 campuses at Hongqing University, it was indeed fortunate they were together. Have you eaten? If not, join us. We are having a dorm gathering. Yang Fan suggested, gesturing towards his nearby roommates. Yin Shuezhing shook his head. No, you all go ahead. I am also having a dorm gathering. By the way, Fan Ge, the class monitor mentioned that after military training, the 4 of us should go out for a meal together. The 4 referred to the classmates who had all been accepted to Hongqing University, including Yang Fan, Yin Shuezhing, Xin Yu, and the class monitor. Yang Fan nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. No problem, we will touch base later. As night fell, a few members of class 406 convened a discussion in their dormitory. The official start of the school year was merely 2 days away, heralding a 2-week military training regimen. Xiang Fei, with a hint of excitement, remarked, I've heard from several seniors that will be issued rifles during our training. Growing up watching various anti-Japanese and war dramas, few boys among them were indifferent to firearms. However, such items are strictly prohibited domestically and are typically inaccessible. In fact, most universities in the country do not allow real firearms during military training. Yet, Hanqing University, being the only 211 institution in Nanjing Province, holds a unique position, permitting freshmen to train with guns. Zheng Hui took a sip of water and stated, "I've inquired, and we will indeed receive guns, though without ammunition. The separation of firearms and bullets is standard in university military training." Wu Bail chimed in, "But what is the point of that?" Yang Fan replied with a chuckle, "Better to have something meaningless than to risk our lives. We're just inexperienced novices, and wouldn't know how to handle those things. If an accident were to occur, no one would be accountable." Zheng Hui continued, "There will be a shooting event. Each person should be able to fire a couple of rounds. If we perform well, we might even get extra bullets." After a considerable silence, Lu Zhengchang spoke up, stroking his chin, "I don't care about the guns. I just want to know if any of the pretty girls in our class have boyfriends." Upon hearing about the attractive female classmates, the group shifted their focus away from military training and eagerly joined the discussion. Xiang Fei declared, "It's just the beginning of the semester. How could someone like Li Ruyun have a boyfriend? She is so pure and innocent, exactly my type. Guys, let us agree on this. Don't you dare compete with me." Wu Bail shot him a glance. "Come on, can you focus a little? You like the innocent ones, the alluring ones, and the well-endowed ones. Why don't you just ascend to the throne and take all the girls from our school as concubines? Fine, if I become emperor, I'll grant you the title of the esteemed minister," he retorted jokingly. "Get lost, you old fool." Laughter erupted among them. Lu Jinghao interjected, "You all are so superficial. Thinking about relationships right after entering university. We should concentrate on our studies and earn certificates. They will be beneficial whether for graduate school or job hunting." He had meticulously planned to endure his 4 years in university with the same determination he had during the final stretch of high school, striving hard and making every effort. Lu Zhengchang tossed a copy of Principles of Statistics at him. "Brother, focus on your studies and don't hinder us from discussing serious matters." Chapter 55. Class meeting the following morning. After enjoying a delightful meal of mixed noodles with egg and meat pie soup in the cafeteria, the members of Class 406 arrived at the classroom of Marketing 1 for their first class meeting. The agenda for the day was to elect class officers. From the back row, Xiang Fei turned to Yang Fan and asked, "Do you think the leader will be able to become class monitor?" Yang Fan shook his head. "I can't say for certain. In university, while the position of class monitor may not hold much significance, it can still facilitate certain conveniences for the classmates. For instance, when it comes to requesting leave from subject teachers, applying for scholarships and financial aid, or seeking to join the Communist Party, assistance can certainly be rendered. If a roommate ascends to the position of class monitor, it inevitably brings certain unseen benefits to the entire dormitory. Consequently, the residents of room 406 unanimously decided to nominate one individual for the role of class monitor, with the remaining members providing unwavering support. Initially, they proposed that Yang Fan take on this responsibility. This was not due to an inherent charisma that compelled his roommates to recommend him, but rather because he had graciously covered the bill during their lunch gathering. The notion of having a generous class monitor was indeed appealing. However, Yang Fan declined the offer. The reason was straightforward. He simply lacked the time. While others in university might engage in attending classes, playing sports, enjoying video games, and, if circumstances permitted, pursuing romantic relationships, Yang Fan was different. He was determined to strive and to venture into entrepreneurship. For him, acquiring knowledge during university paled in comparison to earning money while in school. After all, the ultimate purpose of learning was to earn a living. Thus, he believed it more prudent to expedite the process. Yang Fan set himself a lofty goal: to establish a company of listing caliber before graduation. This ambition, to the average university student, might seem like a fantastical dream. But as a reborn individual, Yang Fan possessed the confidence to pursue it. Therefore, in the days to come, he would juggle attending classes with the urgency of generating income. He had no interest in being the class monitor, much less the student council president. Seeing his reluctance, several roommates convened once more. Ultimately, the honorable task fell to Zheng Hui. There were 3 reasons for selecting Zheng Hui. First, he was the oldest in the dormitory. Second, he had a composed demeanor. And third, he genuinely expressed a desire to take on the role. Before long, The bespectacled counselor entered the room, stating, "Classmates, all 45 members of our class have gathered. As today marks the final day before the official start of the semester, we shall elect the class leaders. To encourage your initiative, we will adopt a free election format. Any student wishing to assume a position may come forth to deliver a speech, after which the remaining classmates will cast their votes, and the individual with the highest number of votes will be elected. Regardless of the outcome, I will fully respect the decision." With that, the counselor positioned himself by the door with his thermos, adopting a demeanor that suggested a laissez-faire approach to the proceedings. The relationship between counselors and students in university differs markedly from that of homeroom teachers and students in high school. A homeroom teacher may concern themselves with your academic performance, punctuality, or even your romantic entanglements. However, in university, as long as you do not engage in reckless behavior and avoid failing courses, you are free to pursue your interests at will. Even if you do fail a course, it is ultimately your responsibility to retake the exam. At this point, Yang Fan nudged Zhong Hui's arm, signaling him to take the podium. Just as Zhong Hui was about to rise, a boy with a buzz cut strode confidently to the front. The boy began, "Good morning, everyone. I am Wang Shihua. Firstly, it is a great honor to stand here and vie for the position of class monitor. Although our acquaintance is brief and we are yet to become familiar with one another, I ardently wish to forge friendships and partnerships with each one of you. Secondly, as we all know, the class monitor serves as a vital link between students and teachers, as well as a steward for the entire class. I am wholeheartedly willing to embody this link and fulfill this service role, offering assistance to every classmate to the best of my abilities and striving for our collective progress. Lastly, I implore you to place your trust in me and cast your invaluable vote in my favor. Together, let us join hands and cultivate an exceptional class community." Upon the conclusion of Wang Shihua's speech, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Though his speech was not lengthy and his words may not have been particularly eloquent, the remarkable aspect was his composed demeanor throughout, undeterred and unflinching. Xiang Fei whispered, "This fellow has certainly stolen the spotlight. The odds for our leader have undoubtedly diminished." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. In a setting where everyone is still unfamiliar with one another, the first speaker often leaves a more lasting impression. Wu Bail encouraged Zhong Hui with a fist pump, saying, "Come on, boss, you can do this." Zhong Hui smiled at him and then rose to approach the podium to commence his speech. "Hello everyone, I am Zhong Hui. Zhong is for the clock and Hui is for thank you for your patronage. To be honest, I feel somewhat lacking in confidence regarding this candidacy for class monitor. It is not fear that holds me back, but rather the understanding that this role is one of service to my peers. I worry that if I am fortunate enough to be elected, I may not fulfill this duty adequately. However, after contemplating while seated, I ultimately decided to step forward and run for this position. This decision stems from both my desire to contribute to our class and my aspiration for personal growth. I do not possess grand plans or lofty rhetoric, but I assure you, if you place your trust in me and support me, I will diligently commit myself to serving everyone to the best of my abilities. Thank you all." As Zhong Hui finished, he bowed slightly and then descended from the podium, greeted by a thunderous applause in the classroom. "Well said," Xiang Fei exclaimed, rising to his feet and applauding vigorously. Yang Fan clapped while casting an admiring glance at Zhong Hui, appreciating his refreshing approach of retreating to advance. The intelligence of those present may be uncertain, yet it is undeniable that no fool could gain admission to this university. What is the role of a class monitor? Why run for this position? In truth, everyone knows the answers clearly. Zhong Hui's speech, while not as melodious as Wang Shihua's nor as commanding, was marked by sincerity. He did not shy away from his self-doubt, speaking as if engaging in a casual conversation with friends. Often, it is this authenticity that proves to be the most potent weapon. Judging from the class's reaction, his strategy was indeed effective. "Boss, you've got it." Lu Zhengchang gave Zhong Hui a thumbs up from the side. Xiang Fei exclaimed with excitement, "I believe our leader has a chance. What do you all think?" Wu Bail responded, "It must be promising." Chapter 56, The Wonders of Life After a Class Meeting. There were a total of 6 candidates vying for the position of class monitor. However, for the other class officer roles, aside from the Youth League Secretary and the Academic Committee, the response was rather lackluster. Following Zhong Hui's election as class monitor, it even came to pass that no one stood for the positions of Sports Committee and Labor Committee. In an effort to uphold the spirit of democracy, the instructor opted for a lottery system to assign these roles. By chance, a girl from the class was selected for the sports committee, while the labor committee fell to Wu Bail. It was common knowledge that the labor committee was the most thankless job among class officers. Not only did it wield little authority, but it also meant being the first to tackle any dirty or laborious tasks. Wu Bail's face contorted into a grimace. Yet, there was no recourse. It was a fair lottery, and it was merely unfortunate that he drew the short straw. Upon exiting the classroom, Zheng Hui proposed treating everyone to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for their support in his campaign for class monitor. Yang Fan politely declined, saying, "Boss, you all go ahead. I have a little matter to attend to." Xiang Fei interjected, "No way, old third. You won't join us while the boss is treating? Besides, school doesn't start until tomorrow. What could possibly be so important?" Yang Fan smiled and replied, "Gentlemen, please don't take offense. I genuinely have a minor issue to resolve. Let us plan for another day when I can treat you all to a meal." Wu Bail chimed in, generous. "Old third, you're quite considerate. I'm in the mood for Sichuan cuisine." Yang Fan responded, "No problem, Sichuan it is." Xiang Fei playfully patted Wu Bail on the arm, saying, "You're lacking in manners. How can you refer to him as old third at this time? You ought to call him third brother." "Ah, yes. Third brother is indeed generous." Zheng Hui then led them to the cafeteria, while Yang Fan turned towards the back of the school. There lay a vibrant street filled with various vendors selling an array of goods. He intended to purchase an electric bicycle. With the sprawling campus of Hongqing University covering over 4,000 acres and more than 2 million square meters, walking to classes would soon become exhausting. Normally, a bicycle would suffice for navigating the campus, but he frequently had to travel to his off-campus rental, which was 2 or 3 miles away. Thus, acquiring an electric bicycle became a necessity. At that time, electric bicycles predominantly utilized lead-acid batteries. They were heavy, had a short range, and were notably expensive. Yang Fan selected a medium-sized electric bicycle with a range of 30 to 40 kilometers, capable of carrying an adult, and astonishingly paid for 200 yuan for it. If this price were to be considered a decade later, it would easily suffice for a lithium battery electric bicycle with a range exceeding 70 kilometers. After casually enjoying a bowl of stir-fried noodles on the street, he rode his newly purchased electric bicycle towards his rental. Upon entering, he greeted, "Hey monk, how were sales yesterday?" He spotted Lu Shaolin sitting at the desk, simultaneously munching on instant noodles while clicking away on the mouse. "Fairly average. The sales of headphones were about the same as yesterday, and not a single electronic wristband sold," Lu Shaolin replied, tossing the fork into the noodle cup and wiping his mouth with a piece of paper. Yang Fan glanced at the screen and remarked, "It's expected for a newly launched product. It's normal for it not to sell right away. How are you holding up?" Lu Shaolin scratched his head and replied, "I can manage with wrenches and screwdrivers, but when it comes to the mouse and keyboard, I truly struggle. After responding to so many messages yesterday, my index fingers nearly cramped up." Yang Fan chuckled lightly. "That's the plight of a novice in customer service. Your typing speed is bound to lag behind. However, it's not a significant issue. With a bit of adaptation over 10 days or so, you'll naturally acclimatize." Lu Shaolin stood up, stretched lazily, and bit his lip, saying, "A fan, speak honestly with me. Are there really that many people purchasing such a trivial item? Surely these sales figures can't be genuine." Yang Fan cast him a sideways glance and responded, "Of course they are. Have you not seen those delivery addresses? They span across the entire country. Even if I wanted to fabricate numbers, I couldn't possibly find actors scattered across all these diverse regions." Lu Shaolin nodded in agreement. That makes sense. In truth, he was somewhat taken aback. A modest online store could sell over 30,000 yuan in a single day. This revelation exceeded his comprehension. When he was an apprentice at the repair shop, there were 4 people in total, including the boss. During busy times, they worked tirelessly, and earning 5 or 6,000 yuan in a day was considered remarkable. Yet now, a mere online store could achieve such remarkable revenue with just one person sitting at a computer, responding to inquiries, or idly waiting if none arose. The effortless success was truly astonishing. Yang Fan twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a few sips, and remarked, "Do not be deceived by the fact that we have only 2 computers and just the 2 of us working here. Running an online store is not as simple as it seems. We are solely responsible for sales. Production and after-sales support are based in Pengcheng, where there is also a factory." Lu Shaolin picked up a sample of headphones from the table, tossed it lightly, and said, "When will you take me to visit? I genuinely want to see how these things are made." Yang Fan promised, "No problem. Once we hire new employees in a while, I'll take you to Pengcheng. Besides the tour, I also want to treat you to a proper foot bath. Lu Shaolin looked puzzled and asked, a foot bath? Can't you just wash your feet at home? Why go all the way to Pengcheng? Yang Fan did not explain, merely smiling mysteriously. In his previous life, it had been Lu Shaolin who took him for his first foot bath. At that time, he had been reluctant, but Lu had insisted and dragged him to a spa. Who would have thought that in this second chance at life, it was now Yang Fan who would lead the way? Life is indeed wondrous. After making a phone call to Yi Xintao to report yesterday's sales of the wireless Bluetooth headphones, Yang Fan continued to share various matters of importance regarding the online store with Lu Shaolin. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Yang Fan rode his electric bike back to school. Just as he parked the bike downstairs at the dormitory, he happened to run into Xiang Fei coming down. Wow, third brother, you're quite something. Where did you acquire this bike? Before Yang Fan could respond, Xiang Fei rushed over, curiously patting the back seat of the bike. Yang Fan shot him a glare. Acquired? Nonsense. I bought it with my own money from the back street. How much did it cost? 4,200. Xiang Fei looked at him with a face full of envy. At Huaqiangbei University, where the average living expense is merely 600 or 700 yuan, spending several thousand yuan on an electric bicycle is indeed a luxury. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired, could I borrow it for a ride? I need to head to the library. The library is over 1,000 meters from the dormitory, requiring a 10-minute walk. Yang Fan handed over the keys, cautioning, don't ride too fast and no passengers. Be sure to return quickly. I'll need it again soon. Understood. Xiang Fei inserted the key, twisted the ignition, and sped away like the wind. Observing this, Yang Fan shook his head and ascended the stairs. Chapter 57. Military training. On September 1st, under the scorching sun, the day had arrived for the freshmen of Huaqiangbei University to participate in military training. At 7:20 a.m., 45 students from Marketing Class 1 gathered in the southeastern corner of the playground, their designated training area. Shortly thereafter, the instructor approached, accompanied by a young man clad in military uniform, presumably their drill sergeant. The instructor addressed the students. Everyone, this is Sergeant Li, an active duty soldier from the military district. For the next 2 weeks, he will guide you through various military exercises. I hope you all embody the spirit of resilience and hard work, cooperating fully with Sergeant Li to make the most of this training. Following this, the students were invited to welcome Sergeant Li to speak. As applause echoed, Sergeant Li saluted before adopting a serious demeanor. Regarding this military training, I expect each of you to prepare mentally, as I will hold you to military standards. As you surely know, a soldier's foremost duty is obedience. Therefore, I must make it clear, once the training commences, no one is permitted to move or speak without my command. Any matters must be reported in advance and approved by me before you may act. Is that understood? In unison, the crowd responded, understood. With a commanding voice, Sergeant Li declared, I hereby announce the official commencement of military training. All present, align yourselves, boys in one line, girls in another, and prepare to count off. 1, 2, 3. Thus began their foundational military training, practicing commands such as attention, at ease, left face, right face, about face, quick march, and march in step, repeated incessantly. By 6 in the evening, the day's training concluded, and the group from room 406 returned to their dormitory. Their bodies aching. Lying back on his bed, Xiang Fei exclaimed, that Sergeant Li is truly intolerable. Other classes get an hour of training followed by a 10-minute break, but we only get 5 minutes after 2 hours. Damn it. I was out in the sun this afternoon and couldn't even manage a drop of urine. Wu Bail took off his military uniform, revealing his bare torso, and remarked, you should be grateful. Didn't you hear Sergeant Li say that starting tomorrow, he will inspect our living quarters? If we don't pass, we won't even have a 5-minute break. Do you think this guy is deliberately making things difficult for us? Tonight, he'll come teach us how to fold our bedding. If you dare to speak like that in front of him, I'll commend you for your courage. Xiang Fei immediately fell silent. After dinner, Yang Fan hurried to the back street, purchasing a hard Chinese cigarette and a blanket. On his return, he found Sergeant Li in room 401, demonstrating how to organize their living quarters. A group of students from the nearby dormitories gathered to observe. They followed suit, and upon returning, exchanged glances laden with unspoken thoughts. The expectations were undeniably stringent. Firstly, in terms of cleanliness, the requirements dictated that floors, desks, and windows must be devoid of dust and stains, with refuse promptly removed. Next, Regarding the organization of items, books and stationery needed to be neatly arranged, and desks should not be cluttered with miscellaneous objects. Clothing and wardrobes had to be folded meticulously, while suitcases, basins, and toiletries were to be placed in designated spots. Shoes were to be aligned with their heels facing outward, uniformly positioned under the bed or in specified areas. Finally, the arrangement of bedding mandated that sheets be laid flat, their edges tucked beneath the mattress, and the outer edge aligned parallel to the bed's edge. Comforters were to be folded into neat squares at the head of the bed, with pillows arranged against the wall in an orderly manner. For these individuals, who had recently joined military training, the aspiration to maintain such standards in their dormitory seemed almost fantastical. Yang Fan was the first to break the silence, suggesting, "Gentlemen, what shall we do?" Zhong Hui exhaled, responding, "What is there to discuss? It's a thorough cleaning." Xiang Fei inquired, "And what happens after that? Should we really adhere to those instructions?" Lu Zhengchang interjected, "In my opinion, let us not bother with the arrangement. Each morning, we can simply shove everything into our suitcases and tuck them beneath the bed. After all, it's only 2 weeks, we can endure it." Xiang Fei agreed, "I believe this idea has merit." Wu Bail chuckled softly and remarked, "And what about the bedding? You all saw how neatly it was folded. If it were up to me, I certainly couldn't achieve that." For these freshmen, newly initiated into military training, the task of folding blankets represented an insurmountable hurdle in their quest for order. Other tasks could be managed with a bit of improvisation, but the bedding had to be displayed on the bed for inspection. It was impossible to conceal it. After a moment of silence, Yang Fan spoke again. He retrieved a recently purchased pack of cigarettes and proposed, "When the instructor arrives, I might ask him for a favor." Xiang Fei widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting bribing the instructor? Would that even work?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes, retorting, "What an unpleasant term, bribery. I am merely seeking assistance." While others might harbor trepidation towards the instructors, perceiving them as stern and unyielding, Yang Fan held a different view. In a previous life, he had a high school classmate who, after enlisting, served for a time as a military training instructor at a university. During a subsequent meal together, that classmate candidly remarked, "Among instructors, some are genuinely responsible, while others merely go through the motions, and some even pursue relationships with female students." In essence, being an instructor was a temporary occupation, akin to that of a janitor, a salesperson, or a taxi driver. Xiang Fei continued, "Bedding must be folded daily. How do you intend to solicit the instructor's help?" Yang Fan smiled, "We can ask the instructor to assist us in folding the bedding properly and securing it. Then, we can store it in the wardrobe and retrieve it each morning to place on the bed, ready for inspection." Wu Bail clapped his hands vigorously twice and declared, "Indeed. Third brother's intellect is commendable. Let us proceed accordingly." Xiang Fei cast him a glance and remarked, "Why do you keep calling him third brother?" Wu Bail retorted, "Mind your own business. I shall do as I please." Zhong Hui interjected, "Well, this suggestion is quite astute. Later, let us pool together for the cigarette expenses. We cannot allow the third to bear the burden alone." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Pool together? Nonsense. Each of you owes me a meal, and that suffices." Wu Bail shouted exuberantly, "Third brother is magnanimous." Although he did not smoke, he was well aware of the cost of a fine cigar. Yang Fan nonchalantly contributed several hundred yuan for the cigarette expenses, indeed showcasing his generosity. As for the meal debts, those had already accumulated 2 days prior. Just then, Lu Zhenghao, who had been studying vocabulary, set his book down. Hesitantly, he voiced, "As university students, is it appropriate for us to engage in such matters?" Lu Zhengchang nudged him, "If you are unwilling, manage your own affairs. Do not expect assistance from others. And if that is still unsatisfactory, we can certainly assign our chores to you." "Perhaps not," Lu Zhenghao replied. Chapter 58. The Unpredictability of Life Before Long. The instructor arrived at dormitory 406. After a brief greeting, he proceeded to demonstrate the process of tidying up the room, just as he had for the previous dorms. Upon completing his task, he turned to leave. At that moment, Yang Fan seized his arm. "Li Gu, I have some details that elude me. Could you kindly demonstrate once more?" The instructor glanced at him and inquired, "What details?" Yang Fan gestured to Wu Bail, signaling him to close the door. Wu Bail hurried to comply. Subsequently, Yang Fan discreetly slipped a cigar into the instructor's bag, smiling as he said, "Our dormitory members are rather clumsy. Li Gu, we would greatly appreciate your assistance in helping us pass the bedding inspection." The instructor was momentarily taken aback, then adopted a serious demeanor. I can certainly teach you a few more times, but the cigar is unnecessary. Keep it for yourself. Despite his words, he showed no intention of removing the cigar from his bag. Yang Fan's smile widened, and he continued, "No one in our dorm smokes. This will merely take up space. Please, Li Gu, take it off our hands." Seeing his insistence, the instructor's expression softened. "Very well, find a few pairs of disposable chopsticks and bring a basin of water." The group promptly set to work. Half an hour later, as they watched the instructor's retreating figure, the faces of the 406 residents were alight with barely contained laughter. Each bed was adorned with a perfectly shaped quilt, created by the instructor using water and disposable chopsticks to hold it in place. As long as they refrained from touching it, the form would remain intact. Wu Bail raised both thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Third brother, even the instructor abides by your wishes." "I am thoroughly impressed," Yang Fan replied. "He does not heed me. He responds to the allure of money." A fine cigar costing over 400 yuan may not seem exorbitant, yet it represented at least a week's worth of the instructor's stipend. Undoubtedly, Yang Fan's role was pivotal in this scenario. Had he been an obstinate fool, even a gift would likely have been refused. After locking the quilt in the wardrobe, Xiang Fei spoke up. "On this scorching day, I find it difficult to sleep. How about we venture out for a late-night snack and enjoy a few bottles of chilled beer?" Zhong Hui replied, "We have training tomorrow. Just a few bottles to lighten the mood. Besides, Sange had a rough day. We ought to show our support, don't you think?" "All right then, Lao Si, Lao Wu. Lao Lu, what do you say?" Lu Zhengchang and Wu Bail both chimed in unison. "We must go." Lu Jinghao nodded in agreement. The group then set off with great enthusiasm towards the back street. The barbecue stall chosen for their late-night feast was tucked away in a small alley on the back street, where the rent was significantly lower than on the main road, making the offerings more affordable. Though they had known each other for only a few days, Yang Fan could discern from his roommate's attire that, aside from the brothers Lu Jinghao and Lu Zhengchang, the other three came from rather modest backgrounds. Hence, he opted for a more economical dining option. "Sange, allow me to toast to you," Wu Bail said as he opened a bottle of beer, filling the cups before them. Yang Fan raised his cup to clink with his, and then downed it in one go. Xiang Fei took a bite of a lamb skewer and remarked, "Lao Lu, why toast only to Sange and not to us?" Wu Bail shot him a glance. "You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. If you want a drink, let us share a bottle." Xiang Fei wiped his mouth. "A bottle it is. Do you think I fear you? Let us each start with 5 bottles." He moved towards the refrigerator to fetch the drinks. Zhong Hui grabbed him by the arm. "Don't be foolish." We agreed to keep it light. Xiang Fei plopped back down and declared to Wu Bail, "Once military training is over, I shall outdrink you. I await that day. Let us see who ends up on the floor first." Wu Bail replied nonchalantly, tossing his hair back. After a few rounds of drinks, the owner brought out grilled eggplant. Just as Yang Fan was about to grab his chopsticks, his phone buzzed. Glancing down, he saw it was Lu Shaolin. "Hello, Monk, what is up?" On the other end, Lu Shaolin sounded quite excited. "Ah, Fan, I believe I have secured a significant order for you." Yang Fan was taken aback. "What kind of order?" "Electronic wristbands. The customer wants 200 pieces." 200. "Are you certain?" Yang Fan leapt to his feet. Since the wristbands had been listed for 3 days, not a single one had been sold. Now, Lu Shaolin claimed someone wanted to purchase 200, and he wondered if he had misheard. Indeed, 200 pieces. The customer has already ordered 2 as samples, stating that if the quality meets expectations, he will purchase the remainder shortly. Yang Fan exhaled deeply. "I'll head over now. We need to discuss this in person." A transaction of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan was at stake, and he felt compelled to verify the details firsthand. His sudden change in demeanor caught the attention of his roommates. Wu Bail was the first to inquire. "What is the matter, Sange? What is this about 200 pieces?" "Electronic wristbands. It's what I sell in my online store." Yang Fan finished the remaining beer in his cup and remarked, "You all take your time. I have a matter to attend to." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Xiang Fei observed his retreating figure and mused. No wonder our third brother is so affluent. It turns out he runs an online store. In 2008, although online shopping had not yet become the predominant mode of purchasing, for the younger generation, e-commerce was no longer a novel concept, particularly for college students like them. Even if they had never made a purchase on Taobao, they were at least somewhat familiar with Jack Ma and Alibaba. In fact, at Huaqiangbei University, there was even a specialized program in e-commerce that had been enrolling students for several years. Zhong Hui interjected, now that the third brother has left. Let us finish these items and take our leave as well. Upon arriving at his rented accommodation, Yang Fan's first action was to log into the back end of his online store to review customer chat records. A few minutes later, a peculiar expression crossed his face. It turned out that the customer this time was a high-end nursing home in the metropolis. They were interested in purchasing this particular electronic wristband, drawn by its ability to monitor heart rates and record walking steps. Yang Fan was taken aback to discover that his athletic electronic product, aimed at the younger demographic, had garnered its first customer from a nursing home. Such is the unpredictability of life. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable, setting aside the wristband's appearance. Its functionalities were indeed well suited for the elderly. It could tell the time, measure heartbeats, and track the distance walked, truly tailored for senior citizens. Yang Fan even thought to himself, if only it could also measure blood pressure, it would be even more perfect. Moments later, he called Yi Xintao, advising, these 2 electronic wristbands are samples. There will be larger orders to follow. Before shipping, be sure to inspect them thoroughly. The quality must not falter. Chapter 59. Brother De Fei. On the second day of military training, Yang Fan found blisters forming on the soles of his feet, causing considerable discomfort. For those who have not experienced it, it is difficult to imagine such a scenario. Under the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees, standing in the sun turned one's body into a sieve, causing sweat to pour out regardless of how much water one consumed. He was drenched, with shoes and socks thoroughly soaked in perspiration. At that moment, 2 blisters appeared directly on the soles of his feet, and each step felt as though needles were pricking him. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and endured until the midday break, after which he rode his electric bike to a nearby supermarket to purchase 2 packs of sanitary pads. He intended to use the pads as cushioning for his feet. This ingenious idea came from a wise brother he had encountered online in a previous life. The brother had proclaimed, forget about moisture-wicking socks or insoles. Nothing works better than this. After adhering a pad inside each shoe, Yang Fan slipped them on, pressed down forcefully a couple of times, and nodded in satisfaction. There was no denying it. Dry, comfortable, and even a hint of coolness. A few roommates stood quietly nearby, watching him. After a while, Wu Bail spoke up, third brother. Is that a sanitary pad? Yang Fan replied, indeed, it is a sanitary pad. Isn't it something used by women during their menstrual cycle? Well, today I am bleeding too. Xiang Fei leaned over and inquired, is it useful? He had developed blisters on his feet as well. Yang Fan casually replied, whether it's useful or not, you'll only know if you try. Xiang Fei picked up a sanitary pad, scrutinizing it from various angles, before asking, how is this used? Did you not see me use it just now? I didn't catch it clearly. This time, pay attention. Yang Fan removed his shoes and demonstrated once more. Xiang Fei watched intently, and after 2 minutes, he adeptly affixed the sanitary pad inside his shoe. I must say, it is quite comfortable. Brothers, you should give it a try as well. Observing that several roommates appeared intrigued, Yang Fan snatched the sanitary pad back and stated, let us get one thing straight. You can use it, but after this, it's your turn to buy the next one. The 2 packs he purchased contained 8 pads each, sufficient for several days for one person. However, if the entire dormitory shared them, they would be gone in a day. Lu Zhongchang took 4 pads, 2 for himself, and tossed the other 2 to Lu Zhenghao. He said, after military training this afternoon, I'll ask my brother to buy more. Lu Zhenghao retorted, why should I be the one to do this embarrassing task? Why don't you go? Lu Zhongchang rolled his eyes. Are you foolish? We look alike. Your embarrassment is no different from mine. Upon hearing this, Xiang Fei chuckled and then seemed to ponder something. You know, this thing sticks to one's backside. It must be quite painful to rip it off, right? Our female compatriots have it tough. The other 5 burst into laughter. Xiang Fei scratched his head in curiosity. What are you all laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Yang Fan stifled his laughter and patted his shoulder. When you start dating, be sure to ask your girlfriend where this is supposed to stick. At 4:30 in the afternoon, an hour before the military training concluded, Xiang Fei became the center of attention. The situation unfolded as follows. Many are aware that the quality of military training uniforms in universities is generally subpar. The tops are acceptable, though not particularly stylish. They are made of polyester and are durable enough to withstand washing and tearing. The trousers, however, are another story altogether. It is unclear what material they are made from. If one were to claim they were linen, they would tear upon pulling. If deemed fabric, the surface is coarse. If categorized as synthetic fiber, they lose color upon washing. In short, they are utterly useless. Xiang Fei fell victim to this dreadful garment. After awakening from his midday nap, still in a daze, he forgot to fasten his belt and merely buttoned his trousers before heading out. Normally, his physique is average, not too fat, not too thin, so he typically wears trousers without issue. Yet, due to the abysmal quality of the military training pants, while marching, the button unexpectedly flew off. Consequently, the waistband lost its grip and the trousers began to slip down. He hastily stopped to hoist them up. Just as he was about to report to the instructor, Wu Bail, who was behind him, inadvertently stepped on the hem of his trousers. With a loud rip, his pants tore open at the rear, exposing half of his backside. Fortunately, he wore underwear today. Otherwise, he would have faced quite the embarrassing situation. However, unfortunately, this particular pair of underwear possesses a unique flair. To elaborate, it is adorned with an unmistakable anime theme. Many are familiar with One Piece, and emblazoned upon the fabric is the image of the protagonist, Luffy, launching a powerful punch into the air. Just imagine, on the exposed half of his backside, there is a rubbery figure brandishing a colossal fist, seemingly poised to deliver a devastating blow. This scene is undeniably comical, especially during the solemn occasion of military training. As anticipated, upon witnessing this spectacle, the classmates erupted into laughter, including several female students. Xiang Fei was not pleased. He had previously entertained thoughts of engaging in romantic exchanges with the girls in his class, hoping to catch a glimpse of their figures. Little did he expect that while he failed to see the girls' backsides, his own would be on display for them. Overcome with embarrassment, he turned to confront Wu Bail. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Wu Bail promptly fled. Xiang Fei, clutching his backside, pursued him. In the midst of the chase, he inadvertently stepped on an empty water bottle, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Typically, boys are resilient and can withstand a fall without much consequence. However, as he tumbled backward, his right shoe flew off. Upon hitting the ground, it also dislodged a sanitary pad, notably stained with a hint of blood. In an instant, the entire marketing class 1, along with the surrounding squads, stood in stunned silence. At that moment, Xiang Fei lamented that when Hongqing University constructed the playground, they hadn't left a single hole in the ground for him to hide in. Regrettably, there was neither a hole nor even a scrap of fabric to shield his dignity. He lay there on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, too embarrassed to rise. More accurately, he was at a loss as to how to face his peers and alumni after such an incident. Amidst this excruciatingly awkward situation, the instructor approached. He glanced at the unfolding scene, his lips twitching in suppressed amusement. Being young himself, he felt a pang of sympathy for Xiang Fei. However, recalling the favor of receiving a pack of Chinese cigarettes from room 406 the previous night, the instructor chose not to reprimand Xiang Fei, but instead instructed him to change his pants. He then retrieved a stick to dispose of the sanitary pad into the trash bin. Thus, this incident was ostensibly resolved. Yet, beneath the surface, Xiang Fei earned himself a rather unflattering nickname, the big brother of marketing class 1, who used a sanitary pad and has Luffy on his backside. For brevity, he became known simply as Big Brother. In Chapter 60, the narrative continues, emphasizing the importance of sustenance despite the embarrassment. In room 406, Wu Bail was attempting to console Xiang Fei, who lay on the bed with a pillow obscuring his face. For heaven's sake, how can you still speak? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have faced such humiliation, Xiang Fei retorted, glaring at him. Wu Bail quickly offered a sheepish grin. I swear, I truly did not intend for this to happen. I never expected to step on your pants like that. Xiang Fei huffed. Enough with the excuses. Just tell me what we should do. Wu Bail tentatively suggested. How about I treat you to breakfast for 2 days? Do you take me for a beggar? Just 2 breakfasts to settle me? I assure you, that is out of the question. It must be a week's worth of breakfasts, and if that is still insufficient, you may as well end my life. Xiang Fei pondered for a moment and replied, Fine, let us add a tea egg to each meal. As the 2 roommates deliberated over breakfast, Yang Fan was engrossed in browsing the internet on his phone. Since his rebirth, he had developed a keen interest in domestic internet companies. He understood that the next decade would not only witness rapid economic growth in China, but also the explosive rise of the internet. To amass considerable wealth, the internet was the most expedient path. Thus, each time he encountered news about companies that were relatively obscure at that moment, but would later achieve great renown, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. JD. Com. 58. Com. Me. If only he could acquire even a small stake at this juncture. In a few years, it would multiply several times, perhaps even dozens of times. Regrettably, for now, he could only dream. Compared to his peers, Yang Fan could be considered affluent, with savings of 200,000 to 300,000 and a daily income of several thousand, earning him the title of a minor magnate. However, with such limited resources, engaging in investments was nothing short of fanciful, as he lacked even the qualifications to knock on the door. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Time was ample, and many opportunities for entry lay ahead. First, he would focus on earning money, and once he had a few million in hand, the possibilities would abound. The shrill ring of his phone interrupted his reverie. Yang Fan glanced down, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. The caller ID displayed Huang Danden's name, and he immediately recalled her as the girl he had met on the train during his first visit to Guangdong province. Although he was uncertain why she was calling him, he answered out of courtesy, saying, "Hello, Senior Huang." On the other end, Huang Danden smiled and said, "I've arrived at your school. Would you like to join me for a meal?" Yang Fan paused for a moment. "Where are you now?" "I'm at my sister's dormitory, building 6. "All right, I'll come to get you." After hanging up, he hurried downstairs and hopped on his electric bike, heading straight over. During their time on the train, they had made a verbal agreement that whenever one visited the other's school, the other would treat them to a meal. A man must honor his word. And now that she had come, it was only right to treat her. Of course, the fact that Huang Danden was quite beautiful was also a significant factor. After all, who wouldn't relish dining with a lovely lady? Upon arriving at the foot of Building 6 and finding no one, Yang Fan called her. "Senior, I've arrived. Where are you?" "I'm in my sister's dormitory. Please wait a moment. I'll be down shortly." 3 minutes later, they finally met. Yang Fan sat on his electric bike, taking in Huang Danden's appearance. She wore a cream-colored blouse paired with tailored blue jeans, her feet adorned with canvas shoes, radiating youthful vibrance. She also exuded a gentle and serene aura. Perhaps having spent 2 months working in Pengcheng and experiencing a bit of the world had contributed to her transformation. Compared to their first encounter, she now bore less naivety and more intellect. Yang Fan took the initiative to speak. "Senior, it has been over 2 months since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful." Huang Danden tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Not at all. I've actually tanned a bit. But you, having entered university, seem to have developed a sweeter tongue." Yang Fan chuckled and inquired, "Now that school has started, why are you not at the normal university, but here instead?" Huang Danden did not respond directly. Instead, she countered, "Are you not welcoming me?" "Not at all. I would gladly welcome you at any time," he assured her. "Such sweet words," she said with a playful smirk. Pointing towards the dormitory behind her, she continued, "My cousin studies here as well, and like you, she is also a freshman." Yang Fan replied, "Then let us invite your cousin to join us for a meal. The more, the merrier." I asked her, but she said she wasn't hungry. "Then it shall just be the 2 of us." Yang Fan patted the back seat of his electric scooter and added, "Hop on. I will treat you to the finest authentic Hunan cuisine nearby." Huang Danden smiled gently, approaching and sitting sideways on the scooter. She placed her hands on Yang Fan's waist and chimed, "Ride carefully, don't fall." 5 minutes later, they stopped in front of a restaurant named Huaqiangbei Rinjia. Although Yang Fan had never been there, he had heard from Xiang Fei that the flavors were genuinely authentic, albeit slightly pricey. Nonetheless, even the highest prices amounted to only 60 or 70 yuan per person, which posed no financial burden for him. After securing the scooter, Yang Fan entered the establishment with Huang Danden and chose a table by the window. Shortly, a server approached with the menu. He slid it in front of Huang Danden and said, "Senior, take a look and order whatever you like. Feel free to order several dishes without hesitation." Huang Danden scanned the menu, marking the stir-fried lettuce and spicy stir-fried pork before saying, "It would be a shame to waste food. 2 dishes for the 2 of us will suffice." Yang Fan glanced at her, feeling an indescribable sensation. In this day and age, when invited to dine, many girls would opt for the most expensive dishes, ordering as much as possible. It was increasingly rare to find a girl who was concerned about others' expenses. Yet, since she was being considerate, he felt compelled to be more generous. Setting aside any other considerations, he felt it was his duty to order more dishes for the sake of his pride. Yang Fan returned the menu to the server and stated, "In addition to these 2 dishes, please bring 5 of your restaurant's signature dishes, and finally, a portion of pork rib and lotus root soup." Huang Danden immediately waved her hand, saying, "That is too much. We won't be able to finish it." Yang Fan reassured her. No worries, senior. If we cannot finish, we can pack it up for my roommates. That's still one TB necessary, she replied, her voice tinged with irritation. Today you are the guest, so you must listen to me. Huang Dandan sat back, exclaiming, then we will split the bill after eating. She had noticed the prices on the menu, with each signature dish costing several dozen yuan. With Yang Fan's order, the meal would easily exceed 300 yuan. To put it into perspective, her monthly allowance was only 700. Yang Fan laughed heartily. Rest assured, even if you eat your fill, you won't impoverish me. Chapter 61. Every person has their own aspirations. The restaurant was swift in serving, and soon after, the server brought out the dishes. Chopped chili fish head, Mao's braised pork, yellow braised chicken, all three dishes were served at once. Yang Fan tore open the packaging of the chopsticks and bowls, rinsed them with boiling water, and pushed them in front of Huang Dandan, saying, Senior, please don't hold back, let us begin. Huang Dandan nodded. You should eat too. Then the two of them began to eat, alternating bites. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, Yang Fan felt about 70% full. He glanced at Huang Dandan, who was sipping rib soup. Yang Fan rested his chopsticks on the rim of his bowl and asked, Senior, did you encounter anything interesting while working in Pengcheng for the summer? Huang Dandan set down her bowl, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and replied, Not really. Just attending classes every day, hardly went out. I initially thought about quitting a couple of days early to visit Window of the World. But there were too many students needing extra lessons, and the boss wouldn't let me go, so I didn't get to go. Busy like that. You must have earned quite a bit? He inquired. Indeed, I earned 150 yuan a day for 58 days. My salary was originally 700 yuan. But my boss said I performed well and added an extra 300, bringing it to 9,000. He even bought me a sleeper ticket for my return, Huang Dandan said, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Her parents were ordinary workers in Yangcheng, and their combined monthly income barely reached 3,000 yuan. To her, earning 9,000 yuan felt monumental, as it was equivalent to 3 months' wages for her parents. Yang Fan clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, Truly impressive. I am in awe. Huang Dandan smiled and asked, What about you? How much did you earn during your summer job? Yang Fan was taken aback. How should he respond to that? Firstly, he hadn't worked a summer job. Secondly, he had genuinely forgotten how much he had earned. Was it 300,000, 400,000, or perhaps even more? He hadn't calculated it precisely. Regardless, after accounting for his expenditures, he still had over 270,000 yuan in savings. However, discussing such matters could easily be perceived as boasting. As he pondered how to respond, his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was Yi Xintao. After giving Huang Dandan an apologetic glance, Yang Fan answered the call. Lowering his voice, he said, Old Yi, I'm having a meal with a friend. What's up? Yi Xintao, entirely oblivious to his tone, replied excitedly, Brother, I just landed a big order. Yang Fan casually responded, Then go ahead and fulfill it. Yi Xintao chuckled, But you know this order requires me to front the cost for materials, and my funds aren't very sufficient. Fronting the materials? Yang Fan's brows furrowed in concern. Yi Xintao operated an SMT chip factory, mainly engaged in processing materials provided by clients. Typically, clients supplied the materials. It was unusual to use one's own funds. He asked, Old Yi, you're not getting scammed, are you? Yi Xintao assured him, No way, this client was referred by a fellow villager of mine. And he's very reliable. I even visited his factory, and it's running smoothly with dozens of employees working overtime every day. Yang Fan responded, So, you're calling me to borrow money? Yi Xintao replied, Am I really the kind of person who is fussy? When you have an opportunity to make money, you think of me. Now that I have received a project, rest assured, I will not leave you behind. Yang Fan understood that Yi Xintao was hoping to invite him to invest, to collaborate, much like their previous endeavor with wireless Bluetooth earphones. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted that if the product were reliable, it could indeed be feasible. Although he was not in Pengcheng and could not participate directly in production and management, his close partnership with Yi Xintao regarding the wireless Bluetooth earphones meant that the likelihood of being deceived was exceedingly low. After all, the sales of the wireless Bluetooth earphones had consistently yielded him a net profit exceeding 10,000 a day. Yang Fan proceeded to inquire, What product is this order for? Yi Xintao responded, A car navigation device. What did you say? A car navigation device. Yang Fan's eyes narrowed in surprise. And he continued to ask, Is this also referred to as an electronic dog? Yi Xintao, astonished, exclaimed, That's right. It is indeed called an electronic dog. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable, my friend. He was genuinely surprised. Knowing about car navigation devices was quite normal, as their functionality was evident in their name. However, the term electronic dog was industry jargon, unfamiliar to most. Yang Fan chose not to explain how he knew that a car navigation device was an electronic dog, but firmly stated, Old Yi, I will not partake in this order, and I advise you not to pursue it either. Yi Xintao paused for a moment and asked, Why not? This is a long-term order. Not only is the volume substantial, but the price is also quite high. If we proceed, we could easily make tens of thousands within a month. Yang Fan calmly replied, I can only tell you that I do not have faith in the car navigation device. I believe it will soon be rendered obsolete by the market. His reasoning was straightforward. MAP would be going public on Nasdaq in a little over a year. The twilight of car navigation devices had arrived. After hearing this, Yi Xintao hesitated for quite some time before saying, My friend, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that business is tough right now. To let go of a promising order like this would be a real shame. Yang Fan responded, Then you should handle it yourself. I shall not interfere. As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations, and one cannot impose their will upon others. Their relationship was merely that of partners, and all he could do was offer a warning. Whether Yi Xintao chose to heed, it was entirely his own decision. After Yang Fan had expressed his firm refusal, Yi Xintao did not hang up, but continued, My friend, if you won't take part, could you lend me a bit of money? Initially, he had intended to collaborate with Yang Fan on this order, which would allow him to repay a favor and address his financial shortfall. However, he did not anticipate Yang Fan's outright rejection. It was a decisive refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. To secure this order, he now had no choice but to ask for a loan. Yang Fan stroked his chin and inquired, How much do you need? 200,000. Without waiting for Yang Fan's response, Yi Xintao continued, Just for 2 months. Once the 2 months are up, I will repay you immediately. As for interest, we can calculate it based on the bank's loan rates. Yang Fan scratched his head and remarked, Considering our relationship, there's no need for interest. However, I can only lend you 150,000. I have other uses for the remaining funds. That's perfectly fine. Thank you so much, came the reply. All right, it's settled then. I will transfer the money to you tomorrow. After hanging up, Yang Fan let out a sigh. He had hoped Yi Xintao would heed his advice. But if the other party was resolute in their decision, there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 62. The unevenness is the source of happiness. You just said you would lend someone 150,000? In the restaurant, Huang Dandan gazed at Yang Fan. Disbelief etched on her face. 150,000. I've never seen so much money in my life. Yet, this boy before her had casually mentioned lending such a sum. Yang Fan smacked his forehead. He had been so engrossed in his conversation with Yi Xintao that he had forgotten about her. However, since he had already spoken of it, there was no need to keep it a secret. He straightforwardly admitted, Indeed. Huang Dandan pressed further. Where did you acquire such a vast amount of money? Just like you. I earned it during the summer vacation. Earned 150,000 in a summer. Did you work at a mint? Haha, I didn't realize you had a sense of humor. Senior. Yang Fan chuckled, then continued, But a mint wouldn't pay such high wages. Huang Dandan scrutinized him for a considerable moment before saying, You should be careful with such a large sum. Don't let anyone deceive you. In truth, she still found it hard to believe. It seemed utterly absurd for a 17 or 18-year-old to amass 150,000 in just 2 months. What she did not know was that this amount was merely what he intended to lend. The actual figure was significantly more substantial. Yang Fan poured himself a bowl of soup, sipping it as he said, I am aware. The two fell into silence for a while. Huang Dandan broke the quiet. I'm full. How about you? I'm full as well, Yang Fan replied. Could you give me a ride back? I'll be staying in my cousin's dormitory tonight. Sure. Yang Fan stood up, called over the waiter, and requested to pack the leftovers from their table. They then proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. As they stepped outside, Huang Dandan inquired, How much was the meal? Yang Fan lifted a large bundle of takeout boxes and said, 376. They rounded it down to 370 for me. Shall we split the bill then? Rest assured, even if it were 370 every meal, I could afford it. Huang Dandan gazed at him, biting her lip, and said, I'm too full. How about you push the electric bike, and we stroll back slowly? Yang Fan hung the takeout boxes on the hook in front of the electric bike and replied, "Sounds good." He began to push the bike, with Huang Dandan walking alongside him as they made their way toward the girls' dormitory at Hongqing University. Halfway there, Huang Dandan suddenly spoke up. "Do you know what my biggest takeaway was from my trip to Pengqing?" Yang Fan paused for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't know." With a sigh, Huang Dandan said, "My greatest realization this time is that people are truly different. In my hometown, a child in elementary school pays only a little over 200 yuan for a semester of tuition. Yet in Pengqing, just one tutoring session costs 180 yuan. They have 4 sessions on Saturday and 4 on Sunday, amounting to nearly 6,000 yuan a month just for tutoring. In our county's finest high school, only 20% of students manage to gain admission to undergraduate programs each year, with nearly half of them settling for third-tier institutions. In stark contrast, over 90% of students from the top high schools in Pengqing secure spots in first-tier universities, and many others need not even sit for the college entrance examination, directly entering prestigious institutions abroad. Despite being of the same age and sharing similar backgrounds, their destinies diverge so dramatically. She grew up in a rural environment, diligently applying herself to her studies from a young age, enduring considerable hardship to gain entry to a university. Just when she believed a bright future awaited her, she was confronted with the harsh realization that the fruits of her 15 years of toil were deemed by some as barely meeting the most basic starting point. The disparity was indeed overwhelming. Yang Fan calmly inquired, "Do you feel it is unfair?" Huang Dandan smiled faintly and replied, "Initially, I certainly perceived it as unjust. We are all human, living in the same country. Why should there be such vast differences?" However, I later heard a parent recount how he arrived in Pengqing with nothing to his name. He could not produce even a single yuan, possessing only a tattered mattress. During the day, he sought employment, and at night, he slept under the eaves of others' homes. Not only did he often go hungry, but he was also frequently chased away by those enforcing temporary residence permits. Yet, despite such dire circumstances, he ascended from factory work to street vending, eventually establishing his own store and, ultimately, a supermarket. Is there anything wrong with him now providing his child with better material and educational opportunities? Yang Fan shook his head, affirming, "Of course not. Every parent wishes for their child to succeed. When I have children, I will aspire to the same." Huang Dandan continued, "I understand that the parent's perspective is valid and their actions commendable. I merely feel a sense of melancholy. The law clearly states that everyone has equal rights to education. Yet the reality reflects such stark disparities." Yang Fan turned to her and replied, "Inequality is the essence of happiness. Society is inherently multi-layered. Some are born into privilege while others into hardship. This is an unavoidable reality, seen universally across the globe, regardless of the nation or region. Once a certain level of development is reached, class stratification becomes inevitable. This phenomenon is independent of race, culture, or system. It is dictated by human nature and cannot be altered. At the very least, China is currently experiencing rapid development. For most ordinary individuals, the pathways for upward mobility remain broad, with numerous opportunities for class advancement. In another decade or so, that is when true stagnation may set in." Huang Dandan blinked and asked, "So, are you currently above or below?" Yang Fan casually replied, "Neither above nor below, but beside you." Huang Dandan's face flushed momentarily, responding, "You are quite the smooth talker, always avoiding a straight answer." With that, she turned and walked ahead without looking back. Yang Fan mounted his electric bike and pursued her. As Yang Fan accompanied Huang Dandan to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, they encountered her cousin returning from the cafeteria. This was Lin Bingna, a freshman majoring in food science and engineering. "This is Yang Fan, a freshman majoring in marketing." Huang Dandan provided a brief introduction for the two of them. After listening, Yang Fan felt a small sense of astonishment. The major of food science and engineering is a prestigious program at Hongqing University, not only ranking first in the country, but also holding a commendable position globally. To be admitted to this program, one would undoubtedly require significantly higher scores than his, possibly even surpassing the admission threshold of the top 985 universities. Furthermore, the girl named Lin Bingna was exceptionally beautiful, tall with fair skin. She bore a resemblance to Huang Dandan in these aspects. However, unlike Huang Dandan's exquisite features, her facial structure was strikingly three-dimensional. Her eyes were slender and cold. Her nose was prominent with a slight upward tilt at the tip, and her lips were relatively thin with a well-defined line. Coupled with her long, flowing black hair and her curvaceous figure, she emanated an ethereal presence under the light, reminiscent of a character from a comic. Lin Bingna glanced at Yang Fan, nodded slightly, and ascended the stairs without uttering a word. Huang Dandan, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "She usually is like this. She doesn't enjoy conversing with strangers." Yang Fan replied, "It's all right. I understand. I shall head upstairs as well. Do not forget to call me when you go to normal university." "All right, goodbye, senior." "Goodbye." Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Fan encountered Wu Bail and Xiang Fei, who were chatting while enjoying drinks. He placed the takeout food he had brought back onto the table and said, "I treated some friends to a meal, ordered too much and couldn't finish it. Please feel free to help yourselves if you don't mind." Wu Bail peered into the bag, then promptly pulled out disposable chopsticks from the drawer, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother San. I happen to be a bit hungry this evening." With that, he opened the packaging and began to eat. Yang Fan waved his hand, removed his outer clothing, and headed to the bathroom to shower. Xiang Fei muttered, "Brother San is quite inconsiderate, going out for a meal without inviting me and merely bringing back leftovers." Wu Bail shot him a glance. "You really have a lot to say. If you have the ability, then don't eat." Xiang Fei scoffed, "If I don't eat, then so be it. Do you think I care?" 5 minutes later, Wu Bail, observing Xiang Fei reaching for the food again, disdainfully remarked, "Did you not say you wouldn't eat?" "Ah, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Please don't mention it. This fish head is truly fragrant." After showering, Yang Fan lay on his bed, perusing the news on his phone. Before long, Lu Zhengchang walked in, his face brimming with excitement. "Brothers, come quickly. There's something lively happening outside." Xiang Fei sat up on the bed, inquiring, "What is happening?" "Someone is confessing at the girls' dormitory," exclaimed Lu Zhengchang. "Goodness, they lit a whole circle of heart-shaped candles and are standing in the middle playing the guitar, singing while they do so. What a sense of ceremony. Let us go take a look." The others, who had been lounging on their beds, began to get dressed. Confessions were not particularly rare. Most had witnessed them to some degree in their high school days. However, to witness such a display of candles and guitar playing in public was indeed a first for them, especially for those newly entering university. As Wu Bail tied his shoelaces, he turned and asked, "Brother San, are you not going?" Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You all go ahead. I shall indulge in my phone for a while." He had witnessed such scenarios numerous times during his university days in his previous life. Initially, he found them amusing, but as time passed and he grew accustomed to them, he became indifferent. He remarked to Xiang Fei, "If the third one isn't going, then let the fifth take some photos to show him later." Yang Fan responded, "I have no interest in that. You all enjoy yourselves, and do not mind me." "Very well, we shall take our leave," they replied in unison as they exited. Yang Fan adjusted his position and resumed his focus on his phone. Not 10 minutes later, they returned, with Xiang Fei exclaiming in frustration, "What the hell? Do you think that dorm supervisor has lost her mind? What does her personal life have to do with her? The girl being confessed to hasn't he even come down yet, and she's already sent him away. I only managed to watch for a minute. And now it's all for naught." Wu Bailei interjected, "I've seen that guy. He seems to be some sort of minister in the student council and is quite handsome. I just wonder who he was confessing to." Lu Zhengchang chimed in, "I saw on the school forum that she is a freshman named Lin Bingna, and I heard she is one of the top 10 beauties in our university." Xiang Fei scoffed in disbelief. "Don't be ridiculous. It's only been a few days since school started, and a freshman can become a beauty queen? Really? Just take a look. People are already posting her military training photos online. She is breathtakingly beautiful." Lu Zhengchang took out his phone. Let me see. The group gathered around, and soon, they collectively gasped in awe. On the screen was a striking profile, seemingly sculpted to perfection. Though it was not a frontal shot, it exuded an undeniable youthful charm. Her delicate nose, rosy lips, and lively eyes were illuminated by the sunlight, casting a golden glow against her fair complexion, rendering her ethereal, like a masterpiece of art. After viewing the image, Xiang Fei, entranced, declared, "If she were my girlfriend, I would gladly offer my rib to brew her a nourishing soup." Wu Bailei retorted with disdain, "You're so broke you can't even afford spare ribs, and you dare to dream of her being your girlfriend? Go on. I'd be delighted. What is it to you? By the way, the fifth one, which class is she in?" Wu Zhengchang tucked his phone back into his pocket and replied, "Class 2 of Food Science and Engineering." Zhonghui added, "I didn't expect her to be an academic achiever. That major is notoriously difficult to get into at our school. Xiang Fei took a deep breath and slowly said, Brothers, what do you think about me pursuing her? Wu Bailei leaned in, ruffling his hair and then touching his own head, adopting a peculiar expression. You're not feverish. Are you? Why are you suddenly spouting nonsense? Have you been possessed? Curse you. Xiang Fei brushed his hand away and continued. Even the most beautiful girls must seek love, right? If she can date others, why not me? What am I lacking? Lu Zhengchang raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Second brother, I salute your confidence. When you decide to confess, do remember to call me. What for? To watch a circus? It's free anyway. Scram. On the other side, within the girls' dormitory, Huang Dandan gazed at Lin Bingna, who was seated in a chair, and remarked, Someone has kindly come to confess their feelings. Even if you do not reciprocate, you should at least go down to see. Lin Bingna took a sip of water and replied, Sister, you do not understand. If I go down there, he will undoubtedly cling to me and refuse to let me leave. Surely not. We are all university students. It cannot be that shameless, can it? Huang Dandan countered. If he had any sense of dignity, he would not have shown up today. I have already rejected him 4 times in the past 2 days. Huang Dandan shook her head, saying, It seems that being exceptionally beautiful is also a troublesome affair. Lin Bingna sighed helplessly. The vexation of being fervently pursued by the opposite sex had plagued her since her middle school days. Back then, she was an outstanding student in a prestigious class, attracting considerable attention from the school. Anyone who dared to confess to her would be reported to their parents by the teachers. Nevertheless, she continued to receive love letters every few days, and her deskmate had even gained several pounds from consuming the chocolate she rejected. She had hoped that university life would be a respite, yet on the very first day, she was besieged by a dozen boys asking for her phone number. Among them were 2 middle-aged men. It was unclear whether they were teachers or just wandering individuals who had slipped in from outside. Lin Bingna turned to Huang Dandan with curiosity, asking, Sister, what is your relationship with that young fan? Huang Dandan replied, There is no relationship. Today is only the 2nd time we have met. Really? It seems to me that you might have some interest in him. Interest is of no consequence. I am a year older than him and studying at the normal university, so there is certainly no hope. Lin Bingna propped her head up with one hand and said, What does being a year older matter? What does studying at the normal university matter? In the realm of love, age is not an issue, nor is distance. Huang Dandan shook her head. You speak so lightly of it. Once I return home tomorrow, who knows when I will see him again? Lin Bingna blinked mischievously and said, I can help with that. Chapter 64. 3-pronged approach. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was September 13th. The military training, which had caused much lament among the fresh university students, finally came to an end. Not only did the training conclude, but tomorrow also marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, granting the school a 3-day holiday. In celebration of this double joy, the residents of room 406 decided to treat themselves to a meal outside. At the dining table, Xiang Fei took a sip of beer and suggested, Brothers, how about we go out for an all-nighter after dinner? Zhong Hui waved his hand dismissively. I cannot. I have a meeting with the counselor later. Lu Jinghao mumbled indistinctly while eating. I won't go either. I need to return to the dormitory to study vocabulary. Xiang Fei shook his head, then turned to Yang Fan, asking, What about you, old 3? Yang Fan wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied, You all enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to and will be sleeping outside tonight. Is it about the online store? Yes. Xiang Fei stood up, rubbing his hands together. I see you constantly running outside the school. Business at the store must be thriving, right? He had personally observed that during the military training period, aside from training, Yang Fan spent most of his time off campus, often leaving around 5 or 6 in the evening and not returning until 9 or 10 at night. On 2 occasions, he even returned after midnight, when the dormitory doors were already locked. It was Xiang Fei who had to knock on the dormitory supervisor's window to rouse her to open the door. For this, he endured 2 reprimands. Yang Fan casually replied, It's just SOSO, enough to cover living expenses. Hey, could you take me along? I also wish to earn a bit for my sustenance. I can't do that. This requires one to be seated in front of the computer daily. You have classes and go online. When would you find the time? Xiang Fei, with a hint of embarrassment, inquired, Is there no sales position available? I, along with Lao Wu and Lao Lu, could serve as your sales representatives. Wu Bail chimed in. Indeed, Lao Air's thick skin makes him the most suitable for the role. Xiang Fei shot him a glare. Nonsense. You're the one with thick skin. Yang Fan stroked his chin and remarked, "You know that selling goods online is done through the internet. Offline sales pertain to physical stores. If there comes a day when I need help, you will be the first I seek." He initially intended to decline directly, as his online store currently required full-time employees, and Xiang Fei evidently did not meet that criterion. However, considering the possibility of dampening his enthusiasm, he opted for a more tactful approach. Xiang Fei, slightly disheartened, nodded. "All right then." Yang Fan smiled and said, "I've had my fill. You all take your time. I've already settled the bill." With that, he rose and headed outside. Wu Bail observed his retreating figure and remarked, "Third brother is quite generous. Since the start of school, he has treated us to 4 or 5 meals, which must have cost over 1,000 yuan. Lu Zhengshang added, "He certainly is generous. From now on, I'll also refer to him as third brother." A few minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at his rented accommodation off campus. Upon seeing him, Lu Shaolin's first words were, "Oh Fan, there's a package for you on the table. It arrived this afternoon, small in size. I wonder what it contains." Yang Fan acknowledged and walked over to open the package. To his relief, it was his driver's license. He exhaled deeply. After 2 months of enrollment and an expenditure of 800 yuan, it had finally arrived. While others could obtain their licenses for around 3,000 yuan in just a month or so, he had spent 800 and taken over 2 months. The extended duration and high cost were not due to failing tests, but rather because he had not taken any tests at all. Indeed, it was quite absurd. In 2008, one could directly purchase a driver's license. After enrolling, he merely registered and had not practiced driving a single day or taken any tests. Today, he received his license without any effort. Instantly, the thought of buying a car blossomed in Yang Fan's mind. Men are generally fond of cars, especially fine ones. His greatest aspiration in his previous life had been to own a Porsche Cayenne. Of course, it remained just a dream. Back then, he scrimped and saved to afford the down payment. He would go an entire year without buying more than 2 new outfits, residing in an old, dilapidated urban village, and even had to share takeout orders to save money. In this life, having been reborn, he vowed never to deprive himself of the essentials. A car was a necessity. The sooner he bought it, the sooner he could enjoy it. Calculating his current savings, excluding the 150,000 yuan lent to Yi Xintao, he still had 200,000 yuan in his account, with several thousand more in his online store account that he had yet to withdraw. This meant he could afford to pay in full for a mid-range B-class car valued at around 200,000 yuan. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he extinguished it. He was still in the midst of his entrepreneurial journey. Spending all his savings on a car would be sheer folly. Nonetheless, purchasing a new vehicle was out of the question, yet acquiring a second-hand one posed no issue. Yang Fan turned to Lu Shaolin, who happened to be a mechanic. With his expertise, securing a reliable and reasonably priced used car should not be difficult. "Monk, I wish to acquire a second-hand vehicle. Do you have any good leads?" Lu Shaolin inquired with curiosity. What prompted this sudden desire for a car? Yang Fan waved his driver's license and replied, "Now that I have obtained my license, I feel a bit restless. Is that really necessary? You usually stay at school, and there aren't many occasions to use a car. If there's an urgent matter, can't you just take a taxi?" The mere mention of taxis made Yang Fan recall the unpleasantness of the cabs in Hongqing. He resolutely stated, "I will buy one. I'll go tomorrow. Choose a durable one, with a budget of around 50 to 60,000. At that time, major automobile manufacturers had yet to engage in price wars, making cars relatively costly. For instance, a moderately equipped Corolla would cost around 150 to 160,000. Even second-hand vehicles in decent condition would still cost several tens of thousands. Lu Shaolin smacked his lips and said, "All right, we shall visit the second-hand car market tomorrow." Having settled the car matter, Yang Fan opened the back end of Taobao. Thanks to the platform's vigorous promotion, the daily sales of wireless Bluetooth earphones had already surpassed 400 units, with daily sales exceeding 40,000 and a net profit nearing 20,000. He was effectively earning around 10,000 each day. If this trend continued, by the end of the year, he would undoubtedly be a millionaire. However, regrettably, while sales had reached this level, the upward momentum had stagnated. The electronic wristbands, on the other hand, continued to struggle. Aside from the significant order from the nursing home previously, only a few were sold daily. At times, he went an entire day without selling a single unit. Yang Fan could not remain idle. He needed to implement some strategies. Firstly, He planned to introduce a referral reward. Existing customers who purchased the electronic wristbands would receive 20 yuan in cash for each new customer they referred. Secondly, he intended to launch a promotional event. Customers who bought wireless Bluetooth earphones would receive a discount of 15% on electronic wristbands. Finally, he aimed to invest in paid promotions on the platform, planning to allocate 1,000 yuan daily for a month. With these three strategies combined, he was determined to yield results. Chapter 65. The deceptive second-hand car last night. He was preoccupied with matters concerning the electronic wristbands, working late into the night. The following day, Yang Fan did not awaken until after 11 in the morning. As he rose to freshen up, he noticed Lu Shaolin in the kitchen washing rice, preparing to cook. He remarked, "Monk, don't bother with that. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let us dine out and enjoy a fine meal." Lu Shaolin waved his hand dismissively. "We are both single. It doesn't matter whether we celebrate or not. Let us just have something simple to fill our stomachs." Yang Fan approached and removed the inner pot from the rice cooker, insisting, "It is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a national holiday. Trust me, we should eat out." Lu Shaolin muttered, "Why spend that money when we can manage at home?" Yang Fan chuckled and urged him to change his clothes quickly. Like many children from rural backgrounds, Lu Shaolin was quite frugal in his lifestyle. During his apprenticeship at a repair shop, he earned a meager monthly wage, and aside from purchasing necessities, he would save nearly all of his earnings. Upon arriving here, Yang Fan offered him a salary of 5,000 yuan per month, openly informing him of year-end bonuses, ensuring that his annual income would exceed 100,000 yuan. This income, when compared to the repair shop back home, not to mention within the entirety of Hong City, could easily surpass that of over 80% of the population. Yet, Lu Shaolin remained reluctant to part with his money. In recent days, he had not acquired a single new garment, nor had he bought new shoes. He even continued to wear his worn-out socks with holes. However, his frugality had its limits. In his past life, Lu Shaolin owned a small repair shop, which barely managed to scrape by. While his attire and living conditions were modest, he made it a point to wash his feet at least twice a week without fail. The savings he accrued were nearly all spent at the foot massage parlor. Yang Fan had once observed an intriguing phenomenon. Some individuals, despite being stingy with food and clothing, often stretching a penny to its limit, were surprisingly lavish in certain areas. For instance, when it came to gambling, even those with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan would not hesitate to wager 100 on a single hand. Lu Shaolin, however, did not partake in such games. His obsession with foot massages was as fervent as that of Yixin Tao, a seasoned patron. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, the two made their way to the largest second-hand car market in Hong City. Yang Fan chose a shop named Brother Auto and walked straight in. At that time, most second-hand car dealerships lacked proper showrooms. The cars were displayed outside for potential buyers to inspect freely. As they arrived at the entrance, a man with a buzz cut and dressed in a suit greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, gentlemen. Here to look at cars? Please, come in for some tea, and we can chat leisurely." Lu Shaolin turned to Yang Fan and said, "You go ahead. I'll check the condition of these vehicles." He then turned back to the buzzcut man. "Please bring me the keys to those few Japanese cars. I'd like to take a look." The man retrieved the keys from his pocket, handed them over, and remarked, "A true expert." Lu Shaolin smiled and proceeded to inspect the cars. As a mechanic, he had worked on a variety of vehicles, from luxury brands like Mercedes and BMW to humble Wuling vans. To be honest, in the current market, older second-hand Japanese cars were the most reliable. While Japanese cars may lack power, comfort, and overall appeal, they were indeed less prone to breakdowns compared to other joint venture or domestic cars of the same age. Once Yang Fan and the buzzcut man settled in, the latter asked, "Sir, would you prefer tea or coffee?" Yang Fan casually replied, "Just some mineral water will suffice." The buzzcut man handed him a bottle of Runtian and continued, "Which brand of car are you interested in? What is your budget?" Yang Fan gestured toward Lu Shaolin outside and said, "Let us wait until he finishes before we discuss further. It is prudent to entrust professional matters to those with expertise." With Lu Shaolin present, he merely needs to handle the financial aspect in the end. The man with a buzz cut nodded in agreement. "All right." As they waited, 40 minutes elapsed. Lu Shaolin called Yang Fan aside, hesitantly stating, "Those few cars seem suspicious. They appear to have had their odometers tampered with." Yang Fan inquired, "Are you certain?" Without the proper tools, it was impossible to confirm. However, the wear and tear of the interior does not align with the mileage. Based on my experience, the likelihood of odometer fraud is quite high. Then let us explore other options. Just as they were about to leave, the buzz-cut man emerged, asking, "Gentlemen, which vehicle have you taken a liking to?" Lu Shaolin was about to respond when Yang Fan interjected. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "The cars are decent. Yet none particularly captivate my interest. I wish to explore additional options." The buzz-cut man scratched the back of his head and after a thoughtful pause replied, "Very well. Take your time. If you still haven't found one, you may return. The price is negotiable." Yang Fan nodded and led Lu Shaolin away. Once they had walked a distance, Lu Shaolin could no longer contain himself. "Ah Fan, why didn't you let me mention the odometer issue?" Yang Fan exhaled deeply and replied, "What would be the point of revealing that? To haggle with that fellow? Even if he were to lower the price, would we actually consider purchasing? Certainly not. Who would want a car with a tampered odometer? Precisely. Since we have no intention of buying, why concern ourselves with it?" Lu Shaolin hesitated, murmuring, "But he is deceiving people." Yang Fan calmly responded, "Whether someone is deceived is a matter for the authorities, not for us." Had I been the 18-year-old Yang Fan of my previous life, I would have confronted the issue directly, just as you wish to do. However, my mental maturity has since matured to that of a 30-something. I no longer engage in ventures that yield no benefit and are fraught with risk. To Yang Fan's surprise, over the next 2 hours, they visited 3 different used car dealerships, and without exception, every vehicle was found to have tampered odometers. After exiting the 4th establishment, Lu Shaolin appeared bewildered. He spoke, "Ah Fan, could it be that I am mistaken? 16 vehicles, and not a single one is genuine. This is exceedingly abnormal." Yang Fan shook his head. In his previous life, he had heard tales of the used car industry being rife with deception, with no honest dealers to be found. He had once thought that operating a business could not be so nefarious. The worst would be low buying prices and high selling prices, or perhaps some minor part replacements disguised as quality. Yet, he was taken aback to find that amidst so many vehicles, not a single one had an authentic odometer reading. Just imagine. If a vehicle cannot even disclose its true mileage, how many issues must it harbor? Has it been submerged in water? Has it been in a rollover? Or worse, has it caused fatalities? All these possibilities loomed large. He turned to Lu Shaolin and said, "Monk, let us visit 2 more dealerships. If the situation remains unchanged, we shall refrain from making a purchase." Chapter 66. The impudent Xiang Fei Yang Fan had initially believed that, in contrast to the smaller establishments, the largest dealers in the used car market would be less unscrupulous. At the very least, one wouldn't resort to such manipulative tactics, would they? To my astonishment, the car was indeed in pristine condition, yet the price was utterly outrageous. He had set his sights on a black Accord with a 2.4L engine, a vehicle that had been in use for 3.5 years and had covered over 60,000 kilometers. After a thorough inspection, Lu Shaolin deemed the car to be in fine shape and suggested it was a worthy purchase. Yang Fan thought to himself that even if it were a bit overpriced, he could reluctantly accept an additional 20 to 30,000. However, he was taken aback when the salesperson quoted a staggering price of 160,000. He could scarcely believe his ears. This model, when new, cost around 230,000 to 240,000 yuan, and now, after 3 years and 60,000 kilometers, they were asking for 160,000. Was this not akin to highway robbery? Yang Fan inquired. "Is this the final price, with no room for negotiation?" The salesperson, brimming with arrogance, replied, "Our prices reflect the true condition and mileage of the vehicle, with complete honesty." He then pulled Lu Shaolin away and turned to leave. Once outside the used car market, Yang Fan remarked, "Monk, let us cease our search for second-hand cars. These unscrupulous dealers are no different from bandits." Lu Shaolin questioned, "So you're not buying?" Yang Fan responded, "No, let us head to the dealership for a new car, with a budget of 50 to 60,000. What new car could you possibly buy? A van, perhaps?" After contemplating for a while, Yang Fan gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall purchase a Wuling. It can transport people and goods, while also supporting domestic production." In truth, he had initially intended to buy a B-class joint venture vehicle on an installment plan, paying a 50,000 down payment and financing it over a year, as his current income would afford him no financial strain. Yet after much deliberation, he ultimately decided against it. It was not that he could not afford it, but rather that it was unnecessary. His career was just beginning, and there would be ample opportunities for expenditure ahead. Spending an extra 100,000 on a car was not a prudent choice. Moreover, a 20,000 B-class vehicle served merely as a means of transportation and bore no significance in terms of status. Its capabilities could easily be matched by a Wuling. The most pressing matter at hand was to accumulate capital, resolutely avoiding unnecessary expenditures. Yang Fan mused inwardly, once my business flourishes, I shall go straight for a Porsche. That afternoon, around 6 o'clock, Yang Fan spent 46,000 yuan on a brand new Wuling Rongwang and returned to his rented accommodation off campus. Initially, he had intended to purchase a Wuling Hongwang, but upon arriving at the dealership, he discovered that this model, later hailed as a legendary vehicle, had yet to be released. Upon alighting from the car, Lu Shaolin grinned and said, I know this car well. I won't need anyone else for maintenance. Yang Fan tossed him the spare key and replied, from now on, I'll drive it. You can use it whenever you like. The two engaged in conversation and shared a meal together. Subsequently, Yang Fan rode his electric bike back to campus. Upon entering room 406, he was taken aback. Wu Bail and Xiang Fei were seated on their respective beds, one with a plaster cast on his arm and the other sporting a bruised face. Yang Fan frowned and asked, What happened to you two? Did you get chased by a dog? Wu Bail shot a glare at Xiang Fei and bitterly replied, Isn't it all due to that scoundrel's antics? He nearly got me killed today. Xiang Fei sheepishly defended himself. It wasn't he intentional. Who could have predicted such a sudden gust of wind on a perfectly fine day? Following this, Wu Bail recounted the entire episode from beginning to end. Near Huaqiangbei University, there exists an internet cafe situated directly behind the boys' dormitory, separated by a mere 30 meters of wall. Exiting through the school's back gate necessitates a considerable detour, taking about 10 minutes to reach. However, scaling the wall allows one to arrive at the cafe's entrance in less than a minute. The university's wall stands a formidable 3 meters high, a challenge for most to surmount. Typically, the boys, eager to indulge in the internet, comply with the longer route. Yet, at the beginning of this academic year, an unknown individual had the audacity to erect wooden ladders on both sides of the wall, transforming the once formidable barrier into a straightforward path, greatly facilitating access for those beset by internet addiction. Xiang Fei and Wu Bail, upon discovering this shortcut, routinely climbed the ladders to and from the cafe. This morning, after a night of gaming, they were returning from the cafe's side. Climbing the ladder should have been a simple affair, yet Xiang Fei, ever the chatterbox, paused atop the wall and remarked to Wu Bail below, Old Lu, just think of it, dozens, if not hundreds, traverse this spot daily. I wager someone will surely take a tumble. Wu Bail retorted, What is that to you? Hurry up and get down. You're blocking my way. Instead of descending, Xiang Fei mused, if I could open a clinic here, I'd surely profit from treating the injuries of those who fall. No sooner had he uttered these words than a gust of wind swept through, unsettling his balance. He exclaimed in alarm, struggling for stability, but ultimately succumbed to gravity and toppled backward. Wu Bail instinctively raised his right hand to shield himself, only to be struck by a falling shadow, causing him to tumble down the ladder. Following this, two agonized cries pierced the air. Xiang Fei landed face first, rolling twice upon impact, and upon rising, discovered his hands stained with blood. Wu Bail fared little better, having been struck by Xiang Fei. He instinctively braced himself with his left hand upon landing, resulting in a fracture of his wrist. Thus, room 406 welcomed two new patients. Yang Fan, upon hearing the tale, found it both amusing and exasperating. The absurdity of their injuries from such a trivial pursuit was indeed remarkable. He inquired, Are your injuries severe? Xiang Fei replied, Not at all. The doctor assured me it's nothing serious. With proper care and rest, I should recover in a matter of days. Wu Bail glanced at the cast on his left arm, retorting with irritation, You may be fine, but I'll be a cripple for a month. For this month, I'll fetch your textbooks, get your meals, and even prepare your foot baths to ensure you're well taken care of. That's your duty. He added, And remember, the 3 promised barbecues must not be lessened. Otherwise, we have unfinished business. Xiang Fei, eager to appease, quickly assured him, Rest easy, I won't skimp on those. Once you're healed, we shall feast. In his heart, he felt a mix of dread and relief. He was terrified because, during his fall, he narrowly missed a sharp rock nearby, just inches away from a potentially grave injury. Had fortune not favored him in that moment, he might have found himself in the ICU now. He felt fortunate that Wu Bail was his roommate. Had it been someone else, they would certainly not have let the matter rest after being injured so severely. Not to mention the 3 barbecues. Even offering 3,000 yuan might not guarantee reconciliation. Yang Fan then spoke. If you feel any discomfort, do let me know, and I will take you to the hospital. Wu Bail expressed his gratitude, saying, understood, thank you. Brother San. Chapter 67. The buffet the following morning, shortly after 9. Yang Fan was indulging in a leisurely slumber in his rented room when the shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Yin Xuezhing. Hello, Fangu, where are you now? Yin inquired. Still groggy, Yang mumbled, in bed. Yin replied, in bed? I've arrived at your dormitory. But I don't see you. Yang sat up and rubbed his face. I'm not at school. I'm out and about. It's a bit complicated to explain. Please wait for me a moment. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he quickly freshened up. Just as he was about to head back to school, he noticed Lu Shaolin had taken the electric bike. He decided to drive his Wuling and made his way to the dormitory. Upon seeing Yin Xuezhing, Yang Fan asked, what brings you here today? Yin smiled. Fangu, have you forgotten? We agreed during military training to have a meal with Xunyu and the class monitor. Yang smacked his forehead. Right, I completely forgot. Have you decided where to eat? We've settled on a barbecue buffet in the city. They've already left. Then let us depart as well. Once downstairs, Yin Xuezhing marveled at the brand new Wuling Rongguang, exclaiming, is this your car? Yang replied, indeed. Where did you get the money to buy a car? Why, of course, I earned it myself. Do you expect money to fall from the sky? Yin Xuezhing took his seat in the passenger side, feeling both envious and reflective. They were both university students, yet he relied on his parents for tuition and living expenses. While Yang Fan had already purchased a car, he knew that Yang's parents were farmers with modest means, unlikely to afford a car for their son attending university. Yin exclaimed, Fangu, you are quite impressive. I don't even have a bicycle, and you're driving a four-wheeled vehicle. As he turned the key to start the engine, Yang replied, what is so impressive about it? It's merely a means of transportation. Well, when I go home, I'll ride in your car. Absolutely. There is plenty of space. 40 minutes later, the Wuling Rongguang arrived at the basement of a shopping mall. As soon as they exited the vehicle, Yin Xuezhing exclaimed, ugh. Yang handed him a bottle of mineral water, saying, I told you to keep the air conditioning on and roll down the windows. But you wouldn't listen and insisted on toughing it out. How do you feel now? Yin waved his hand dismissively. I must endure this discomfort. I cannot allow motion sickness to conquer me, or I will be unable to travel anywhere in the future. Yang gave him a thumbs up. For young people venturing out, traveling by car was inevitable, and dealing with motion sickness was indeed a troublesome matter. Yin rinsed his mouth with the mineral water, splashed some on his face, and then took out his phone to make a call. They are still on the bus. Let us head upstairs and wait for them. All right. The two of them took the elevator up together. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they settled onto the chairs by the entrance of the buffet restaurant. Yang Fan inquired, what is the cost per person for this buffet? Yin Xuezhing replied, 56. Yang Fan nodded. Considering the current consumption level in Hongqing, this price for a buffet is quite reasonable, and the quality of the dishes should be assured. In his previous life, during his freshman year, he had dined at a buffet with several roommates, relishing grilled lamb skewers for merely 22 yuan each. They were quite pleased at the time, as lamb was nearing 20 yuan per jean, making the all-you-can-eat lamb skewers an exceptional bargain. That evening, they indulged in dozens of skewers and consumed several bottles of beer, the name of which he could not recall. However, upon returning, every dormitory member inevitably suffered from severe diarrhea, leading to dehydration. Ultimately, they spent half a day at the clinic receiving intravenous fluids to recover. Spending 22 yuan on the buffet only to spend 76 on 4 fluids was a substantial loss. Yin Xuezhing continued, Brother Fan, after we finish our meal, could you take me to the normal university? Yang Fan chuckled, missing your girlfriend, are you? Yin Xuezhing, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head. I do miss her a little. It's been half a month since the semester started, and we haven't seen each other. All right, I'll take you, Yang Fan replied. But I must inform you, I have other matters to attend to afterward, so I won't be able to stay long. If you wish to linger at the university, you'll need to return by bus on your own. No problem, I can transfer to the bus then. It's just the remedy I need for my motion sickness. As they conversed, a young couple approached them. The young man was tall and slender, sporting black-framed glasses, dressed in a white shirt and jeans, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, with a neat short haircut and adorned in a green dress, radiating a refreshing and natural charm. Yin Xuezhing stood and called out, Class monitor, Xunyu, why are you two so slow? Brother Fan and I have been waiting for quite a while. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear and replied, That is strange. The distance from here to our school and yours is about the same. We set off first, yet how are you faster? Yin Shuezhing turned to Yang Fan, saying, Of course we are faster. Brother Fan drove me here. The girl exclaimed in surprise. Yang Fan has a car? Yin Shuezhing confirmed, Of course. Yang Fan interjected, Let us eat first. We can chat while we dine. The girl glanced at him and nodded. All right, I'm feeling a bit hungry too. After paying and entering, the four of them settled at a table by the window. Once the electric grill was opened, Yang Fan rose to fetch ingredients from the food area. The class monitor turned to Yin Shuezhing and asked, Yang Fan bought a car? Yin Shuezhing replied, Yes, a brand new Wuling van. The class monitor sighed in relief. Oh, a van. He then turned to Xinyu and asked, Yeah, what would you like to eat? I can get it for you. Xinyu shook her head. I haven't decided yet. Just get what you want. All right, but let me know if you think of something you'd like. The class monitor said before leaving to gather food. Yin Shuezhing then asked, Are you with the class monitor? Xinyu quickly responded, We have no relationship whatsoever. He calls you Yaya. How can there be no relationship? I don't want him to call me that. He insists on it. It's so annoying. Yin Shuezhing let out a soft sigh and continued, In truth, the class leader is quite a decent person, especially since you are all in the same campus. Xinyu shot him a glance, saying, Mind your own business, you silly Jinjin. All right, I promise to stay silent, he replied. Shortly after, Yang Fan approached with a tray laden with fruits and sliced pork. Yin Shuezhing remarked, Brother Fan, you should grab some more steak. It's their signature dish. Yang Fan responded, I'm not fond of duck meat. What duck meat? I'm referring to the steak. Yang Fan chuckled but remained silent. The offerings at this buffet restaurant were generally acceptable and quite fresh. However, the signature grilled steak seemed somewhat disingenuous, laden with a high content of duck meat. In fact, it wasn't just this establishment. At present, in Hangzhou, the buffet restaurants charging under 100 yuan often featured steaks composed largely of duck meat. Chapter 68. Second-tier and first-tier universities at the age of 18 or 19, one is in their prime for indulgence. Within just 20 minutes, a towering stack of plates accumulated on the table. Yin Shuezhing called for a waiter to clear the empty plates, and then suggested, I find this place quite delightful. How about we return here during the National Day holiday? Xinyu replied, I'm on board. The class leader chimed in, If you go, I'll go too. Yin Shuezhing then inquired, What about you, Brother Fan? Yang Fan, munching on a cherry tomato, responded, I might be heading out of town during the National Day, so I probably won't make it. He intended to visit Pengcheng to observe the actual production conditions of the electronic wristbands at Yixintao's place. Of course, a few days of relaxation were also quite necessary. Yin Shuezhing shrugged, I was counting on riding with you. The class leader interjected, Yang Fan, could you give me and Yaya a ride back to school after we finish eating? The bus requires too many transfers, which is quite troublesome. Yang Fan nodded, no problem. The class leader expressed her gratitude and got up to fetch some drinks. Yang Fan tugged at Yin Shuezhing's sleeve and whispered, By the way, what is the class leader's name? Yin Shuezhing rolled his eyes. You really have a terrible memory. His name is Li Chuanfei, with Chuan as in rivers and Fei as in to fly. Yang Fan acknowledged with an O and resumed his meal. After finishing lunch, it was a little past 1 in the afternoon. Yang Fan initially planned to drop Yin Shuezhing off at the normal university before taking Li Chuanfei and Xinyu back. However, Yin Shuezhing proactively suggested, Brother Fan, why don't you take them first? I'm not in a hurry. Thus, Yang Fan drove towards the new campus of Hangzhou University. En route, Li Chuanfei felt the fabric of the seat beneath him and inquired, How much did this car cost? Yang Fan replied, 46,000. Did you pay in full? Yes. Li Chuanfei fell silent. Earlier during their meal, he had heard that Yang Fan purchased a minivan and thought little of it. After all, a minivan was regarded as the most basic of private vehicles, lacking any prestige. Yet, once he actually sat in it, that perception gradually faded. A minivan is still a vehicle. It offers ample space, numerous seats, and the freedom to go wherever one pleases, far surpassing the limitations faced by those on foot. Li Chuanfei, who had served as class leader for 3 years in high school, carried an inexplicable confidence within him, believing he was inherently superior and more capable than his peers. Upon observing the once average student Yang Fan, now silently acquiring a car, a sense of disparity surged within him. Especially with the girl he admired so closely present, an inexplicable feeling of frustration enveloped him. He felt an urgent need to validate his worth. After pondering for a moment, Li Chuanfei seized upon a suitable pretext. He cleared his throat and inquired, "Young Fan, there is something I'm quite curious about. Could you enlighten me?" Young Fan casually replied, "What is it? When we graduate, will your diploma be the same as ours?" The classmates were well aware that Yang Fan was the only student from their school admitted to Hongqing University with a second-tier major. The distinction between first-tier and second-tier was a matter of several points. The mantra "one more point defeats 1,000" had echoed in their ears just a few months prior. After posing this question, Li Chuanfei naturally felt far superior to Yang Fan. That confidence surged back within him. At that moment, Yin Shuijing chimed in. "Of course it will be the same. Brother Fan was admitted through legitimate means. How could his diploma possibly differ?" Li Chuanfei replied nonchalantly, "That's good to know. I was worried that since Yang Fan is from a second-tier school, his diploma might be different, making it harder for him to find a job later." Yang Fan, who was driving, shook his head. Had he been the honest and introverted Yang Fan of his previous life, such remarks would likely have embarrassed him. He might have even engaged in a debate with Li Chuanfei. However, for the current him, those words were hardly worth a smirk. Regardless of whether Li Chuanfei was a first-tier student from Hongqing University or even a PhD from Harvard, Yang Fan would not regard him with any esteem. In just a few years, Yang Fan would ensure that Li Chuanfei understood that, absent their student connection, he wouldn't even qualify to converse with him. After a moment of silence, Xinyu spoke up, "Yang Fan, once we reach school, don't rush off. I'd like to treat you to some milk tea." Yang Fan waved his hand. "Perhaps next time. I need to take Xinjin to the normal university, and I have other matters to attend to afterward." Xinyu nodded. "All right then, next time you come to our side for class, I'll treat you to a meal." Hongqing University operates across multiple campuses, with various quality educational resources dispersed among them. Students from different campuses often have opportunities to attend classes at others. After dropping off Xinyu and Li Chuanfei, Yang Fan turned towards the normal university. Yin Shuijing remarked, "Brother Fan, I just realized today that the class monitor can be quite annoying." Yang Fan chuckled. "What is there to find annoying? He merely stated a few truths. It's just his self-important demeanor that is intolerable. Really, what is so impressive about him? I won't hang out with him anymore." "Do as you wish, as long as you're happy." After driving for over 20 minutes, the gates of the normal university appeared before them. Yin Shuijing, a hint of excitement in his voice, said, "Brother Fan, just stop up ahead. I've arranged to meet Mingwei right at the entrance." Yang Fan guided the car to the side, and before he could even come to a complete stop, he spotted a girl in blue overalls with a long ponytail approaching. It was Cheng Mingwei. The moment Yin Shuijing saw her, he flung open the car door, joyfully rushing out to embrace her waist, spinning her around. With a melodious laughter akin to silver bells, Cheng Mingwei giggled. After Yang Fan disembarked from his vehicle, he could not help but feel a pang of envy upon witnessing this scene. Such is the essence of youthful romance, devoid of ulterior motives, untainted, and beautifully pure. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated, perhaps I should embark on a romantic venture as well? Yet, upon reflection, he deemed love to be but an ethereal concept. Tangible wealth seemed far more pragmatic. "Brother Fan, since you're here, why not join us for a little stroll?" Yin Shuijing approached, holding Cheng Mingyue's hand. Yang Fan smiled, replying, "You two carry on. I shall abstain from being a third wheel." Cheng Mingyue retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag and offered it to him, saying, "It's fine if you don't come in, but surely you must hydrate." "Thank you," Yang Fan responded, twisting off the cap and gulping down a generous mouthful. He then waved goodbye to the pair, started his engine, and drove away. Yin Shuijing gazed after the departing vehicle and remarked, "Mingyue, why not introduce Brother Fan to a girlfriend? Preferably someone from your school." Cheng Mingyue inquired, "Why from our school? There are plenty of girls at the normal university. Plus, that way, I could conveniently hitch a ride with him to see you more often." "Then you should ask Yang Fan if he's agreeable. I have a few roommates who are single." Chapter 69. The electric bicycle was stolen after the Mid-Autumn Festival. The freshmen officially commenced their classes. At 6:20 in the morning, before the alarm had even sounded, Yang Fan was roused by the chatter of his roommates. Lu Jinghao declared, "Today marks our first class in college. Let us arrive a bit early to make a good impression on the teacher." As Xiang Fei laced his shoes, he remarked, "I couldn't care less about making a good impression on the teacher. My aim is to leave a favorable impression on the girls in our class. To better pursue them." Wu Bail chimed in, "Second bro, you've already made quite an impression. Your name resonates throughout our department." Xiang Fei shot him a glare. "You old six, why must you bring that up? I swear, if I hear about Big Fei one more time, It'll drive me mad. Understood, Big Fei, came the cheeky reply. After finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, the group from room 406 made their way to the School of Economics and Management's lecture hall. It was now 7:25, leaving more than half an hour before class began. Yet, the classroom was already populated with dozens of students, all dutifully seated and perusing their pristine textbooks. There was no laughter or whispers. The atmosphere was studious, almost reminiscent of the late-night study sessions in their final year of high school. Yang Fan found himself chuckling at the sight. It was merely the beginning of the semester, and the novelty still lingered. However, after a month or two, as they acclimated to university life, it would be quite a challenge just to arrive on time, let alone an hour early to study. As the class bell rang, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a polo shirt and dress pants, entered the room. He placed the textbooks on the podium and announced, "Hello everyone. I am Huaqiangbei, and I will be teaching you the course management this semester. In the days to come, I hope to enjoy harmonious interactions with my classmates. Now, enough of idle chatter. Let us commence our lesson. Please turn your textbooks to page 8. After the morning class, the group from room 406 made their way to the cafeteria. Xiang Fei took a sip of his chilled cola and remarked, "Gentlemen, have you noticed how somewhat casual the professors in university seem? They arrive, conduct their lectures, and depart without a trace. Not only are there no assignments, but they also seem indifferent to whether we comprehend the material." Zhong Hui interjected, "That is how university operates. Everything relies on self-discipline. If you struggle to understand the lecture, you can proactively seek the professor's guidance, and if you wish to delve deeper into the subject, the library awaits." Lu Jinghao concurred, "I find this approach rather advantageous. It promotes efficiency." Xiang Fei burped and replied, "Efficiency, my foot. I'm still somewhat dazed. When I return, old C, may I borrow your notes for reference?" After their meal, the group returned to their dormitory. Along the way, Lu Zhengchang spoke up, "Third brother, may I borrow your electric bike for a moment? I need to purchase a few items from the back street." Yang Fan promptly handed over the keys. Minutes later, before Yang Fan could even enter the dormitory, he received a call from Lu Zhengchang. With confusion, he asked, "Third brother, where is your electric bike?" Yang Fan responded, "It's in the bicycle shed downstairs. Just press the key, the bike will make a sound." I pressed it, but there is no response. I searched the shed as well, but your bike is nowhere to be found. It hasn't been stolen, has it? Yang Fan exclaimed, rushing downstairs. Upon reaching the shed, he and Lu Zhengchang searched thoroughly, only to discover a thick iron chain lock, severed in two, lying by the roadside a short distance away. He recognized it as the lock gifted by the shopkeeper when he purchased the bike. The shopkeeper had advised him, with the rise in bike thefts, exercise caution. Unless it's within your sight, ensure it is locked. Yang Fan had not anticipated that even with a lock, his bike would still be stolen. Lu Zhengchang examined the broken lock closely and remarked, "This was cut with bolt cutters. That thief was a professional." "Of course, they must be," Yang Fan replied. Besides the iron chain lock, the bike itself is equipped with an electronic lock, which emits a loud alarm if tampered with without the key. Moreover, the bike was still there this morning, and it was stolen within a few hours of the lecture. To steal a bike in broad daylight from a bustling campus, the thief must have had a thorough understanding of its mechanism. Lu Zhengchang then suggested, "Third brother, should we report this to the authorities?" Yang Fan surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any surveillance cameras. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that reporting in such situations would only serve to squander their time, yielding little to no results. Not only in the year 2008, when surveillance networks were not yet widespread, but even a decade later in 2018. Recovering a stolen electric bike remained a formidable challenge. Sighing, Yang Fan concluded, "Reporting it is futile. Let us remain vigilant and see if anyone at the university is riding a similar electric bike." Deep down, he understood that the likelihood of this was slim. Riding a stolen bike nearby would be an act of sheer foolishness. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, his electric bike was likely already many miles away, perhaps even tens of miles distant. Yang Fan rubbed his face and turned to head back to his dormitory. Lu Zhengchang stopped him, saying, "Brother San, over 4,000 yuan. And you just going to let it go?" Yang Fan replied, "Do you have any good ideas?" Lu Zhengchang admitted, "I don't. But it wouldn't hurt to report it to the police, right?" Yang Fan retorted, "Go ahead and report it. If the police can recover it, then you can ride it whenever you want." "All right, I'll go," Lu Zhengchang said, turning to leave. An hour later, he returned to the dormitory, holding a piece of paper. Looking dejected, Xiang Fei inquired, What's wrong, Lao Wu? Lu Zhengchang weakly explained. Brother San's electric bike was stolen. I went to the police station to file a report, and they just handed me a form and sent me away. What? Brother San's bike was stolen? Xiang Fei sat up abruptly, glancing at Yang Fan before continuing. Why didn't you tell us about such a big deal? Yang Fan shot him a look and said, what good would it do to tell you? Can you find the bike? Xiang Fei patted his chest, declaring, I have a fellow townsman in the student council who knows a lot of people. I can ask him for help. Yang Fan scoffed, the student council is useless. Even if the principal were your townsman, it wouldn't matter. After class that afternoon, Yang Fan went to the back street, returning to the shop where he had previously bought the electric bike and purchased another one of the same model. After the owner assembled the bike, he remarked, you're a regular customer. This time, I'll gift you a quality lock. He then retrieved a thick, shiny steel chain lock from a box in the corner. Yang Fan lifted it, finding it to weigh at least 6 or 7 pounds. This lock would certainly resist cutting unless someone used hydraulic pliers. Satisfied, he nodded, thanked the owner, and left after making his payment. Chapter 70. Zhong Hui finds love on the first weekend after classes officially began. Yang Fan's online store hired a customer service representative. The individual, named Li Meiwan, was 32 years old and a former student of Nanjing University of Technology, an alma mater she shared with Yang Fan from his previous life. Her previous occupation was that of an accountant, but she resigned after having her second child. Recently, due to some family changes and financial strain, she sought employment. The reason she chose this position was its proximity. She lived in the adjacent building and could walk to work in under 2 minutes. The job required her to work 9 hours a day, 6 days a week, with a salary of 100 yuan, including 1 meal during work hours. While this remuneration was considerably less than her previous role as an accountant, Li Meiwan accepted it. Her only condition for the job was that every 2 hours of work, she could return home to feed her child, with the feeding time not counting towards her working hours. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and agreed. While this decision was partly influenced by sympathy, it was also driven by the understanding that, as she had a child to support, she needed a stable source of income. Given the proximity of this job to her home, it was likely she would stay long-term. Finding a customer service representative was not difficult, but securing a stable and long-term employee was quite a challenge. Li Meijuan's first day of work happened to fall on a Saturday. With no classes, Yang Fan went to observe her for a while to see how she performed her duties. After the conclusion, Yang Fan immediately proposed a salary increase of 300 yuan for her. The ability to adeptly utilize various office software, coupled with a swift typing speed and clear, logical communication with customers, warrants a salary of 3,000 yuan at the very least. Yang Fan reassured Li Meiwan, stating that as long as she performed diligently, there would certainly be further raises in the future. Returning from his rented apartment to the dormitory, it was already past 8 in the evening. Upon entering, Xiang Fei approached him eagerly. Old 3, you must judge this fairly. Is it honorable for old 5 to act like this? Lu Zhengchang retorted, how am I being dishonorable? Just because you fancy a girl, does it mean I cannot pursue her? Goodness, in our class, there are only 20 female students, and you have your eyes on 6 of them. Do you think you are a king? Xiang Fei exclaimed defiantly. That's nonsense. Who doesn't know that the 6 were just a joke? I am truly interested in Li Ruyun. You secretly asked for her number behind my back. Isn't that undermining me? You are interested? Why haven't you pursued her then? 2 weeks of military training and a week of classes. What have you been doing all this time? That's nonsense. If it weren't for the wounds on my face not being fully healed, I would have won her over long ago. You win over nothing. If I don't act soon, she'll surely be taken by someone else. No way, you cannot pursue her. I will, I absolutely will. As their voices grew louder, Yang Fan intervened, tapping the table. Hey, gentlemen, let us pause for a moment. Once they quieted down, he looked at Lu Zhengchang and asked, have you managed to win her over? Not yet. Have you obtained her contact information? Not that either. Yang Fan then glanced at Xiang Fei. What about you? When will your facial injuries heal? Soon. In about 5 or 6 days, it should be fine. Are you sure you'll be able to win her over once you're healed? I am not certain. Yang Fan shrugged. The swan is still soaring in the sky, and you haven't even prepared the pot, yet you're clamoring to be the first to feast on swan meat. Are you out of your minds? Both Xiang Fei and Lu Zhengchang were momentarily stunned. Indeed, she might not even know my name yet. Why am I getting so worked up? That's right, I haven't even asked for her phone number, so what's there to argue about? They then casually strolled to one side. After a while, Xiang Fei suddenly shouted, Old 3. Who the hell are you calling a toad? Yang Fan, in the bathroom, replied while rinsing. Just look in the mirror, and you'll know. What surprised the group in room 406 was that the first among them to end their single status was actually Zhonghui. On Sunday morning, as Yang Fan and the others were enjoying the large meat buns brought back by Lu Jinghao from the cafeteria, Zhonghui entered with a beaming smile. Brothers, I'm in a relationship, he announced. The others paused mid-bite. Xiang Fei was the first to respond. Boss, are you joking with us? Zhonghui raised his right wrist to show a watch, saying, No, it's real. This was a gift from Li Ping. Li Ping from our class. Xiang Fei gestured with his hands. The one with particularly long legs? Zhonghui nodded. Exactly her. Goodness, you must be kidding. Xiang Fei collapsed onto his bed, rolling with laughter. Wu Liping is the tallest girl in her class, possessing a pair of legs that could be described as extraordinary, despite her average looks. When she stands among her peers, she exudes a striking presence, akin to a crane among chickens. Xiang Fei once remarked, if Wu Liping were my girlfriend, I could never tire of those legs for 3 years. Now, those legs are destined for Zhong Hui's admiration, igniting a wave of jealousy that makes him tremble. Wu Bail exclaimed, You're impressive, boss. Quietly launching such a significant endeavor. Do tell, when did this romance begin? Zhonghui shot him a glare, retorting, What do you mean by launching? How vulgar. We are engaging in a touching of hearts. All right, a touching it is. Do elaborate on how this connection blossomed, so we may learn from you, Wu Bail urged. Zhonghui then shared his romantic journey. According to him, he has a penchant for tall girls, and upon first encountering Wu Liping, he was immediately captivated. Initially, they were strangers, both new to their surroundings. Although Zhonghui harbored feelings, he kept them to himself, refraining from taking any action. Later, when it came time to elect class officers, he became the class president, which invigorated his resolve. In university, instructors, out of concern for their students, gather pertinent information such as contact details, identification numbers, family backgrounds, and religious beliefs. Seizing this opportunity, he successfully obtained Wu Liping's phone number and exchanged a few words with her. During military training, he, under the guise of caring for his female classmates, spent his own money on refreshments, tissues, and fruits, which he distributed generously, with Wu Liping receiving the lioness share. As college students, they were no longer children. Wu Liping understood the implications of his gestures. Unattached and open to romance during her university years, she found Zhonghui to be quite agreeable, leading to the commencement of their relationship. This morning, Zhonghui invited Wu Liping out for breakfast. After their meal, he presented her with a pre-prepared bouquet of roses and professed his feelings. Wu Liping accepted, and thus, a couple was born. Chapter 71. Zhang Tenggui arrives. What? He spent so little, not even 100 yuan, and he has a girlfriend now? Xiang Fei exclaimed, sitting up in astonishment. Zhonghui glanced at him, replying, How crass. This is love. Love cannot be measured in monetary terms. Xiang Fei smacked his forehead, as if a realization struck him. I see now. The reason you could win over Wu Liping is undoubtedly because you are the class president. Zhonghui smiled but remained silent. While he disagreed with that notion, he conceded that his position as class president did indeed afford him certain advantages in pursuing Wu Liping. Why have I been so foolish? Xiang Fei lamented, slapping his face in frustration. Had I known being class president made it easier to attract girls, I would have competed with you. Wu Bail chimed in. There is still a chance. I could relinquish the role of labor committee member to you. Your efforts are futile. Even a labor committee member would not take you seriously. Begone, for you are the true fool. At this moment, Lu Zhongchang suddenly interjected. Boss, if I recall correctly, Wu Liping and Li Rian share a dormitory, right? Zhonghui replied. Indeed, they are in the same dormitory. Lu Zhongchang continued. You must assist me then. Assist you with what? Help me pursue Li Ruoyan. Zhonghui scratched his head. Romance is a matter for two. It is inappropriate for others to meddle, is it not? He was currently preoccupied with his own budding romance and preferred to avoid such distractions. Xiang Fei chimed in. Count me in. I too wish to court Li Ruoyan. Zhonghui rubbed his face in exasperation. First, you both must determine who will pursue her, and once settled, we can discuss assistance. Lu Zhongchang asserted. What is there to discuss? We shall compete together. Whoever wins her heart shall claim the victory. Precisely, a fair competition. Xiang Fei nodded in agreement, then added, Boss, you should speak to Wu Liping and organize a gathering. Let both dormitory residents share a meal. Zhonghui contemplated for a moment and said, All right. I will speak to her shortly. After lingering in the dormitory until past 11, Yang Fan and several roommates headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Midway through, his phone abruptly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Yang Jinkai. Yang Fan immediately set down his chopsticks, answered the call, and greeted Dad. Yang Jinkai, forgoing pleasantries, got straight to the point. Third son, I wish to discuss a matter with you. What is it, Dad? I previously mentioned your cousin Tang Gui's situation. I wanted you to help him find a good job. At the time, I hesitated, fearing your second aunt would disagree, but now I have spoken with her, and she has consented to let Tang Gui work with you. Yang Fan acknowledged this with an O, but soon found himself in a dilemma. He had originally intended for Zhang Tinggui to work at the mobile phone store, yet that responsibility had now been handed over to his elder sister, Yang Xiaoqin, and he no longer intervened in operational matters. Moreover, being 200 to 300 kilometers away from Zhang Tinggui made arrangements quite challenging. Yang Fan pressed his temples and suggested, perhaps I should call my sister and have Tang Gui go to her. Yang Jinkai responded, you know well they cannot coexist. Every time your sister sees Tang Gui, she scolds him, and now, he avoids her like the plague. Yang Fan chuckled, acknowledging the truth in this. Zhang Tinggui had a reckless nature and generally disregarded everyone except for his mother and maternal uncle. However, there was one person he could not bear to face, Yang Xiaoqin. In his childhood, he spent much of his time at Yang Jinsai's home, alongside the 3 siblings. Although Yang Xiaoqin was merely a year older than Zhang Tinggui, girls develop faster, and until she entered middle school, she was the tallest among the children. During those years, their parents were preoccupied with farm work and had little time to care for them. As the eldest sister, Yang Xiaoqin took it upon herself to look after her brothers, administering discipline when necessary. Zhang Tinggui, being the most mischievous, received the most reprimands, leading to a lingering fear of Yang Xiaoqin. It is often said that there is a natural hierarchy among siblings, and the dynamic between Yang Xiaoqin and Zhang Tinggui exemplifies this perfectly. As time passed, both individuals matured. Zhang Tinggui entered the workforce while Yang Xiaoqin married. Ideally, one would expect that the opportunities for siblings to meet would diminish, and when they did encounter one another, they would be much closer. However, the reality was far from this expectation. Zhang Tinggui had become notorious in the vicinity for his unruly behavior, earning himself a tarnished reputation that spread far and wide. Consequently, each time Yang Xiaoqin saw him, she would seize the moment to lecture him earnestly, often for an hour or two. Her admonitions were straightforward. She urged him to commit to his job, encouraged him to learn a trade, or bluntly chastised him for his lack of ambition. This relentless scolding left Zhang Tinggui utterly disheartened. He recognized that Yang Xiaoqin's intentions were rooted in care, yet he felt incapable of changing his ways. After enduring this for 7 or 8 encounters, he grew weary of her words, but he could never express his frustration. After all, she was his cousin, the daughter of his maternal uncle, and he was acutely aware of the immense debt of gratitude he owed to her family. Eventually, he learned to be more prudent. Whenever Yang Xiaoqin appeared, he would promptly take his leave. While Yang Fan contemplated how to manage Zhang Tonggui's arrival, Yang Jinkai spoke up. Tinggui just texted me, saying he is already on the bus and will arrive in Hongqing this afternoon. He mentioned that if you have work for him, he'll stay with you. Otherwise, he'll seek employment on his own. Yang Fan responded in surprise. He is coming today? That seems rather rushed. That's just his temperament. No one can change him, Yang Jinkai replied thoughtfully. I heard from your second brother that you are now in partnership for business and earning quite well each month. Consider how you might assist Tinggui. He is your only cousin, and I have only this one nephew. You two are bound by blood. Yang Jinkai, a traditional man, typically refrained from soliciting his son's assistance, as he believed it undermined his dignity as a father. However, for the sake of his sole nephew, he made the call to Yang Fan. After a moment of reflection, Yang Fan agreed. All right, Dad, I will make the necessary arrangements. Yang Jinkai continued. Once Tinggui arrives at your place, do let me know. Understood, Yang Fan replied, and after hanging up, he promptly called Zhang Tinggui. Brother, where are you now? He inquired. Zhang Tinggui responded, I'm not quite sure, but the driver mentioned we'll reach Hongqing bus station in about an hour and a half. All right, I'll meet you at the station, Yang Fan assured him. No need for that. Just give me the address, and I'll find my way, Zhang Tinggui insisted. It's no trouble at all, really, Yang Fan replied, hanging up the phone and slipping it into his pocket. He quickly finished his remaining meal, bid farewell to his roommates, and exited the cafeteria. Chapter 72. Elopement. Upon arriving outside the bus station, Yang Fan was taken aback when he spotted Zhang Tanggui. He wasn't alone. Accompanying him was a young woman who appeared to be of similar age, with an attractive demeanor. Fan, this is my girlfriend Zhao Yumei. You should address her as sister-in-law, Zhang Tanggui announced before Yang Fan could utter a word. He nodded and greeted. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Yang Fan. Zhao Yumei shyly responded. Hello. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three of them entered the vehicle. Zhang Tanggui patted the seat beneath him and inquired, Did you purchase this? Yang Fan nodded, replying yes. It appears quite new. You haven't owned it for long, have you? Zhang Tanggui continued. I bought it during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yang Fan responded. Zhang Tanggui expressed his surprise as he surveyed the interior of the car. He was aware that Yang Fan had earned money from running a mobile phone store, but he had not anticipated that within a mere 2 to 3 months, Yang Fan would have acquired a vehicle. Though it was merely a van, it still cost several thousand yuan. As Yang Fan turned the key to start the ignition, he asked, Brother, sister-in-law, after spending an entire morning in transit. You must be hungry. What would you like to eat? I will take you out. Zhang Tanggui casually replied, Whatever is available, we are not picky. 20 minutes later, the trio found themselves seated in a modest restaurant. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Yumei stepped away to use the restroom, Yang Fan voiced his curiosity. Brother, what is going on? Why did you suddenly bring your girlfriend along? Do our second aunt and father know? Zhang Tanggui popped a peanut into his mouth and replied, No, I haven't informed them. What about your sister-in-law's family? Yang Fan pressed. I don't know. She ran away with me through the window. What? Yang Fan exclaimed. This is a blatant elopement. His head began to ache at the thought. Just imagine, such a young woman disappearing suddenly. How frantic her family must be. Given the current state of societal safety, with various criminal incidents occurring frequently in any moderately sized city, it was not uncommon to hear about homicides or unidentified bodies surfacing every 10 days or so. Zhao Yumei's family was likely in a state of turmoil, perhaps even having reported her missing to the authorities. Yang Fan contemplated urging Zhang Tanggui to at least contact Zhao Yumei's family to assure them of her well-being, even if she were not to be returned. However, Zhang Tanggui spoke first, letting out a sigh before saying, Fan, to be honest, you all are aware of my relationship with Xiaomei. Yang Fan looked puzzled, having only just met Zhao Yumei today. How could they possibly know? Zhang Tanggui continued. I was in a relationship with her before, and at that time, she was pregnant. Oh, now I remember, Yang Fan said, his expression shifting to one of realization. Among Zhang Tanggui's many indiscretions, the most notorious was the incident in high school when he had gotten a female classmate pregnant. It turned out that the young woman was indeed Zhao Yumei. Xiaomei was quite an excellent student, had it not been for me. She might have been able to attend university like you. However, due to that incident, she was expelled from school. I ruined her life. I am a scoundrel. Zhang Tanggui chastised himself, slapping his hand against his face. He continued, I know I have wronged Xiaomei, and I wish to make amends. The year she went out to work, I went to her family to propose, hoping to marry her. Her father refused, not only throwing out the gifts I brought, but also striking me with a carrying pole. As he reached this point, Zhang Tanggui paused momentarily, then, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, Let us be honest, not only does her father disapprove, but what father in this world would willingly entrust his daughter to someone like me? He told me, You are nothing but the muck at the bottom of Xishan Valley, utterly worthless even for building a latrine. My daughter is better off as a nun than marrying you. Get lost, just get lost. After that day, I vowed to make something of myself. I promised I would marry Xiaomei with dignity. Over the years, I have navigated through society, aspiring to establish a business, to earn money, to prove that I am not inferior to others. Yet, I am unsure how it came to this. Here I am today. Yang Fan shook his head. A teenager trying to make his way in society without guidance or counsel inevitably becomes a thug or a street ruffian, does he not? Zhang Tanggui sighed and continued. I visited Xiaomei's home several times afterward, kneeling before her father, bowing my head, pleading for him to allow me to marry her. Each time, I was met with a brutal beating. I was ready to give up and told Xiaomei to find a good family and forget about me. But she insisted that she had chosen me for life and would marry no one else. Zhang Tanggui patted Yang Fan's arm. You have no idea how humiliated I have felt over the years. Such a wonderful girl has been led astray by me. I am a beast. Observing his growing agitation, Yang Fan soothed him, Brother, do not speak of yourself that way. It is not uncommon to make mistakes in youth. What matters is to correct them moving forward. Let us set aside the past for now. Please tell me your plans with your wife. Zhang Tanggui wiped his reddened eyes and replied, Our plan is to work and earn money, then marry. What if her family still disapproves? As long as Xiaomei is willing. I would rather die than be apart from her. Yang Fan nodded. Brother, that's all that matters. For now, let your wife call home to assure them of her safety. By the way, do not mention that you are with me. Just say you have a classmate or friend who found her a job in Hongqiang. Zhang Tanggui hesitated. Will that work? Her family should know that a familiar face saw us boarding the bus together today. Knowing is one thing. Having a way out is better than none. All right. I'll tell Xiaomei shortly. Before long, Zhao Yumei returned, and the waiter began serving the dishes. As Yang Fan ate, he contemplated how to arrange their future together. Zhao Yumei was the simplest. There was a need for customer service at the online shop, and she could start working as soon as she arrived. However, Zhang Tanggui's situation posed a challenge. His temperament would certainly not suit customer service. Of course, even if it were feasible, Yang Fan would not agree. Work is work. A couple being all affectionate together is hardly appropriate. Yang Fan was determined to find Zhang Tanggui a different position. Yet, this matter could not be rushed. It required careful planning. After the meal, Yang Fan took Zhang Tanggui and Zhao Yumei to a community outside the school. He did not hurry to his rented room, but instead secured a small one-bedroom apartment for the two of them. After everything settled down, he finally took the two upstairs to tour his online store. Chapter 73, The Plan to Open a Store. Fancy, this place is truly vast. If you ask me, it might be better to forego the previous rental. Every little bit saved counts. I can stay here with Xiaomei, Zhang Tanggui remarked after surveying the room. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. This space is primarily for office use. Those rooms will be filled with office supplies in due time. He had already resolved that. Apart from himself and Lu Shaolin, no one else would reside here. After providing a brief introduction to the others, Yang Fan pulled Lu Shaolin aside. Monk, from this moment forth, you shall be the manager of the online store, and you'll oversee the two of them. Lu Shaolin scratched his head, somewhat apprehensive. Is that feasible? That Li Meiwan is a university student. Why not let her be the manager? Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder. What of university students? There are plenty out there. But a guy like you is one of a kind. It's settled then. Divide the tasks among them gradually. In time, we will introduce new products and need to hire more staff. When that happens, just manage the people, and if things become overwhelming, lend a hand. Lu Shaolin nodded vigorously. All right, if you want me to do it, I shall. Before returning to school, Yang Fan pulled out 2,000 yuan and handed it to Zhang Tanggui, saying, Brother, you and your wife have just arrived. Take a couple of days to rest. You needn't worry about work. I will certainly arrange everything. Here is some money for you. Buy some daily necessities, and don't forget to get your wife a couple of new outfits. She is a girl who has come out with you, so she deserves to be treated well. Zhang Tanggui hesitated. No need, we have money. In reality, he had only brought 800 yuan, and after purchasing the train ticket, he was left with less than 600. Zhao Yumei, due to their elopement, had no money at all. Yang Fan, noticing this, directly stuffed the cash into his pocket. Once you're here, you follow my lead. Rest assured, if you diligently work alongside me, by the end of the year, you'll return home with your pockets full. By then, you can proudly propose to your wife. All right, I will certainly heed your words. With that, he declared he would return to school and visit them again the following day. Upon arriving at the dormitory, night was fast approaching. After bathing, Yang Fan called Yi Xintao. Old Yi, what are you busy with? Yi Xintao chuckled. What else could I be doing? Just finished dinner and am chatting with Xiaoong. Subsequently, a peculiar sound emanated from Yang Fan's phone, one he recognized well from the clubs in Pengcheng. Shaking his head, he thought, this old Yi, aside from the factory work, spends his days indulging at the club. At this rate, in 3 to 5 years, he'll be as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Yang Fan continued, during the National Day holiday, I will bring a buddy to your place to visit your factory. Yi Xintao responded promptly, Brother, your buddy is my buddy too. Rest assured. I will make all the necessary arrangements. When you come, I'll take you to Dongguan. Let me tell you, it's quite lively there. All right, enough chit-chat. On a serious note, how is my sister-in-law adapting to her role there? Adapting quite well, in fact. She arrives at work with a smile and leaves with one too. She has even gained some weight. That's wonderful to hear. Let me share something with you. Please send over 50 MP3 players, 20 pairs of wireless Bluetooth headphones, and 10 electronic wristbands. Yi Xintao paused momentarily. Brother, are you embarking on another business venture? Just don't forget about your elder brother. Since he began producing wireless Bluetooth headphones, he not only extricated himself from the depths of bankruptcy, but also now nets a monthly income of 2 to 300,000. To put it into perspective, during the peak of his factory's business, he barely made 70 to 80,000 a month. To earn that money, he had to schmooze constantly, plastering on smiles. Nearly half of the year, he spent entertaining clients, to the point where his heavy drinking led to stomach issues. Now, collaborating with Yang Fan, he merely needs to ensure the quality of the products and manage a few minor after-sales issues, free from the burden of other troubles. The complexities of social relations and the obligations of banquets have all vanished. Not only does he earn significantly more than before, but he also has ample time to indulge in his passion for foot massages. In recent months, he has ascended from VIP to super VIP status in various establishments in the Guanlan area. Whenever he visits for a massage, the designated technician must attend to him immediately, regardless of what they were doing or if they had other clients. Such is the privilege of a super VIP. During this time, Yi Xintao frequently reminds himself, this is the life a man ought to lead. His greatest fear now is that Yang Fan might have other ideas and cease their collaboration. Yang Fan replied, it's not a major venture. I intend to open a small store selling mobile phones and electronic products like MP3 players. Additionally, I can promote the wireless Bluetooth headphones and electronic wristbands offline. Yi Xintao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. No problem. I'll call my team to arrange the shipment. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, brother, how are your electronic wristbands selling? Fairly average. About 20 to 30 units a day. Really? That's quite a lot, isn't it? That means you're making several thousand a day. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Selling 20 to 30 units a day was barely sufficient. He spends 1,000 yuan daily on promotions, a practice he has maintained for over a week. Yet sales remain stagnant. Compared to his previous success with wireless Bluetooth headphones, this is a stark contrast. Nevertheless, the sales of electronic wristbands, while modest, are on a steady rise, indicating potential. To put it this way, Old Yi, I have some matters to attend to. Let us discuss further during the National Day holiday. All right, it's settled then. Goodbye. After hanging up, Yang Fan resumed contacting suppliers in Huaqiangbei to procure mobile phone accessories. He plans to open a shop on the lifestyle street behind Hongqing University, selling mobile phones, MP3 players, wireless Bluetooth headphones, and electronic wristbands. If business flourishes, he intends to expand his inventory to include cameras, gaming consoles, learning devices, and even computers. In Yang Fan's grand design, the products he envisioned were not meant solely for online sales. He also intended to establish physical stores. While one might sell products exclusively online, to cultivate a brand, one must possess a tangible storefront. Initially, he planned to open a shop after he had developed 6 or 7 product varieties, sometime next year or the year after. However, with the arrival of Zhang Tanguay, he thought it prudent to expedite the process and open the store immediately. With a limited product range, he decided to supplement with other items. After all, the profit margins on electronic products were substantial. Selling just a few phones would easily cover the initial costs of the store. Chapter 74. The Affectionate Fool and the Green Tea Bitch. As the weekend came to a close, and after 2 days of classes, September 23rd arrived swiftly. That evening, in dorm room 406, everyone except Yang Fan was clamoring for the bathroom to shower and change. Xiang Fei was the first to finish washing up. Sitting beside Yang Fan and gazing into the mirror as he said, Old 3, at least put in some effort. You're dining with female classmates. There are 6 lovely ladies. Yang Fan chuckled. Even if there were 60, it wouldn't matter to me. I'm just going for a meal and we'll leave right after. Come on, Old 3. Be honest, you're not into guys, are you? Get lost. Yang Fan had little desire to attend this gathering. His mind was preoccupied with schoolwork and his burgeoning business, keeping him busily occupied all day long. Dating? Nonsense. He would rather spend that time washing his feet. Instead of being the one to pander, he preferred to be the object of affection. Besides, the skilled female technicians knew how to please. Yet, his roommates insisted that the dorm should maintain cohesion. They should either all attend or none at all. Unable to resist their persuasion, he reluctantly acquiesced. At 7 in the evening, the group of 6 boys and 6 girls, 12 in total, settled into a modest restaurant on the back street of the school. This establishment did not belong to any particular cuisine and had no grand facade. It was simply an ordinary eatery. Its charm lay in its affordability. with an average cost of merely 20 to 30 yuan per person, making it a favorite among students. Zheng Hui pushed the menu toward his girlfriend, saying, "Li Ping, you order, choose whatever you like." In a display of chivalry, when male and female dorms dined together, it was customary for the girls to select the dishes while the boys picked up the tab. The occupants of dorm 406 had already pooled 60 yuan to hand to Zheng Hui, who would settle the bill afterward. After selecting several homestyle dishes, Wu Liping passed the menu to a demure girl beside her, clad in a fitted dress that accentuated her waist. She was Li Ruoyun, the shared admiration of Xiang Fei and Lu Zhengchang. "You all go ahead and order. I'm not picky. Just don't order too much. It would be such a waste." Li Ruoyun gently pushed the menu back toward Zheng Hui. Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of tender whispers in Jiangnan opera. In an instant, Xiang Fei and Lu Zhengchang's eyes gleamed with fervor. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a pure and charming girl with a delightful manner of speaking? Yang Fan experienced a peculiar sensation as Li Ruoyun's voice evoked memories of Yu Wenhui from his past life, a person who had caused him considerable distress, yet whom he had not encountered in this lifetime. The manner in which Yu Wenhui spoke was characterized by a deliberate calmness, gentle and graceful, as if her words could flow like water. Yang Fan mused silently. Could she also be one of those deceptive individuals? Xiang Fei swiftly seized the menu, energetically drawing several circles on it. With a grand flourish, he called out, "Waiter, please bring us 2 bottles of coconut juice. We have female classmates here." Lu Zhengchang, having lost the initial opportunity, rolled his eyes in response, thinking to himself, "Only you know how to navigate social interactions, using our money to curry favor." Once the dishes were ordered, the group gathered around the table, engaging in a light-hearted conversation. As it was their first meal together, a hint of awkwardness lingered among them. Zheng Hui and Wu Liping, the organizers of this gathering, naturally took on the responsibility of enlivening the atmosphere. Zheng Hui remarked, "Xiang Fei, haven't you been saying you wanted to add our classmates on QQ? Now that these lovely ladies are here, why are you suddenly silent?" In their dormitory, everyone referred to Xiang Fei as Old Two, occasionally calling him Big Brother Fei. However, before leaving, Xiang Fei had stated that in the presence of female classmates, he preferred being addressed by his name or his second brother. Anyone who dared call him Old Two or Big Brother Fei would surely face his ire. Xiang Fei quickly caught on, first turning to Wu Liping and saying, "Sister-in-law, let me add you on QQ." After they exchanged contact information, he immediately turned his gaze to Li Ruoyun. "Classmate Li, shall we add each other as well?" Lu Zhengchang promptly chimed in, "Count me in. I also wish to connect with our classmates on QQ." With both of them achieving their goal, Zheng Hui then looked towards Yang Fan, Wu Bail, and Lu Zhenghao. Yang Fan had previously mentioned that he was merely there to dine and did not wish to be bothered. Lu Zhenghao was still engrossed in his small English dictionary, showing no interest in meeting female classmates. This left Wu Bail, whose eyes occasionally wandered towards the girls. Zheng Hui intended to assist him in making a connection, but before she could speak, Wu Bail subtly waved his hand under the table, signaling that he was not interested and that it would be futile to try. Zheng Hui shrugged in understanding. Such matters of affection often hinge on chemistry. If one is not attracted, there is no need to force it. After a few more casual exchanges, the waiter began to serve the dishes. The first platter was sweet and sour ribs, a dish favored by the girls. Xiang Fei was the first to place the dish in front of Li Ruoyun, beaming as he said, "Classmate Li, please enjoy, don't be shy." Lu Zhengchang, seated nearby, clenched his teeth in frustration, cursing himself for being a moment too slow. Li Ruoyun responded with a gentle smile, revealing her dimples as she said, "Thank you. You eat as well." "No need. You go ahead. I'm not hungry." "Hee hee, you're quite a nice person." For the next 20 minutes, Xiang Fei and Lu Zhengchang took turns fawning over Li Ruoyun, serving her food, pouring drinks, and handing her napkins without pause. Yang Fan watched the scene unfold, shaking his head in disbelief. The two individuals exuded a rich and familiar aroma. Indeed, it was the unmistakable scent of sycophancy. In his previous life, during his inaugural meal with Yu Wenhui, it was precisely this ambience. Observing Li Ruoyun's adept navigation between the two, Yang Fan could only sigh. The essence of this green tea persona was hardly inferior to that of Yu Wenhui from his past life. When a sycophant encounters a green tea type, they are inevitably at her mercy. If Xiang Fei and Lu Zhengchang do not rein in their behavior, they are bound to face repercussions in the future. Yang Fan hastily finished the rice in his bowl, nudged Xiang Fei's arm, and inquired, I'm heading back to school. Would you care to join me? He wished to extend a lifeline to this sycophantic roommate. Yet, Xiang Fei merely waved his hand, somewhat impatiently remarking, No, can't you see I'm in the midst of a conversation with Ruoyun? Having already addressed her as classmate Ruin. It was evident he had become quite engrossed in his flattery. Yang Fan then kicked Lu Zhengchang's foot, saying, What about you, Lao Wu? Would you like to ride back with me on my electric bike? Lu Zhengchang shook his head and immediately turned his attention to Li Riyun. Indeed, there was not a single sycophant who was innocent. Yang Fan, uninterested in their antics, stood up and declared, You all take your time eating. I'm full and will head back to school first. Wu Bail followed suit, standing up and saying, Third brother, I'll accompany you. The two pulled out their chairs and turned to exit. Chapter 75. The electric bike has been stolen again. What the hell? Where's my bike? At the entrance of the restaurant, Yang Fan, normally not one to curse, could no longer contain himself as he gazed upon the solitary electric bike, locked to a lamppost with a glaring steel chain. Yes, his electric bike had been stolen once more. Wu Bail crouched down for a closer look, commenting, Third brother. The thief was quite professional. Look how neatly those screws were removed. Yang Fan shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, Don't just stand there. Hurry and ask the nearby people if anyone saw anything. Subsequently, the two began inquiring with local vendors and passers-by. Yang Fan asked over a dozen individuals, all of whom claimed ignorance. At that moment, Wu Bail, across the street, called him, Third brother. There's an elderly lady here who just mentioned she saw a van parked at the restaurant entrance. Two individuals emerged from the van, seemingly loading something into it. Yang Fan immediately rushed over. Upon reaching the old woman's fruit stall, he asked, Ma'am, did you happen to see the license plate of that van? She shook her head, remaining silent. Yang Fan pressed on, Did you see it or not? The old lady merely pointed at the fruit before her, still silent. Yang Fan understood. He picked up a bunch of bananas and said, Could you please help me weigh these? The old woman's face brightened, and she placed the bananas on the scale, then, with a blend of dialect and Mandarin, stated, Young man, 4 pounds, 10 yuan. Yang Fan handed over the money and continued, Did you see the license plate of the van? The old lady replied, I did see it. There were several numbers. Just like a phone number. Yang Fan paused. Did you manage to catch any of the numbers clearly? How could I possibly see clearly at my age? Yang Fan almost laughed in exasperation, realizing he had been outwitted by a woman in her 60s or 70s. He gritted his teeth and addressed the old woman. I wish you prosperous business and longevity. After uttering these words, he pulled Wu Bail back to the entrance of the restaurant. At that moment, Zhong Hui and Wu Liping, having just finished their meal, emerged from inside. Xiang Fei, with a curious expression, inquired, Lao San, aren't you supposed to return to school? Why haven't you left yet? Wu Bail responded, Leave. My brother's electric bicycle was stolen. What? Stolen again? Xiang Fei jogged over, gazing at the fallen bicycle wheel on the ground, and remarked, Quite considerate of them. They even left you a wheel. Yang Fan shot him a glare and retorted, Consider it my foot. Wu Bail continued, Brother, let us report it to the police. Yang Fan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Reporting is futile. If you don't believe me, go ahead and file a report. If they manage to retrieve the bike, you can ride it whenever you like. Fine, I'll go, Wu Bail said, turning to leave. Lu Zhengchang, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This scene felt all too familiar. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Wu Bail returned, dejectedly clutching a receipt. Just like last time, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, took out his keys, and unfastened the steel chain from the lamppost. He then carried the wheel in one hand and the chain in the other, heading to the right. Xiang Fei called out from behind, Lao San. The school is to the left. Where are you going? Without turning his head, Yang Fan replied, To buy an electric bicycle. Zhong Hui remarked, observing his retreating figure. How much does Lao San's electric bicycle cost? Lu Zhengchang answered, Over 4,000. This is the third one, right? Yes. Zhong Hui lamented. In less than a month since school started, he has already spent more than 10,000 just on electric bicycles. The tuition for their school is only around 5,000 a year. The money Yang Fan spent on 3 electric bicycles could cover a college student's tuition and living expenses for an entire year. Wu Liping expressed her astonishment. Spending over 10,000 on an electric bicycle? Where does he get that much money? Wu Bail chimed in, Brotherson runs an online store. Business is quite good. Wu Liping responded with admiration. He is really impressive. It was hard not to be impressed, while she, a freshman, still relied on her parents for support. He was already earning money through his own business. When the owner of the electric bicycle shop saw Yang Fan, he was taken aback. Squinting, he asked, "What is going on here?" Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, "What do you think? The bike was stolen again. Why is there only a wheel left? Your lock is of good quality. They couldn't cut it, so they just took off the wheel." The owner paused in surprise, then burst out laughing. After a while, he composed himself and sheepishly said, "Apologies, I couldn't help but speak the truth. I've seen many stolen electric bicycles, but I've never encountered someone like you who has had 2 stolen in just 10 days. Yang Fan rolled his eyes and said, "Enough with the nonsense. This is my 3rd time buying a bike from you, so you should offer me a discount." The owner slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "No question about it. 10% off." Yang Fan pushed the wheel toward him, saying, "This one's for you. Give me 20% off. If you don't agree, I'll buy from another shop." The owner pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us do this. No need for percentages." On 2 previous occasions, the purchase was made at 4,200, but this time, the price is set at a flat rate of 3,600. "I assure you, I am not profiting from this. It is merely a matter of moving inventory." "Very well, it is settled." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Li Ryun, freshly emerged from her shower and clad in a pink spaghetti-strap nightgown, approached Wu Liping. She inquired, "Liping, does Yang Fan from the class leader's dormitory have a girlfriend?" Wu Liping glanced at her and chuckled. "What's this? Are you interested?" "Not particularly interested, just curious and wanted to ask. I heard from Zhong Hui that none of his roommates currently have girlfriends. If you're interested, I could set you up. With your beauty, Yang Fan would likely be agreeable." Li Ruyan smiled. "It's only the beginning of the semester. There's no rush. We can discuss it later." When Yang Fan returned to the dormitory, it was already 9:30 in the evening. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiang Fei asked, "Old 3, have you bought the car?" Yang Fan raised the keys in his hand. "Indeed, I have. Based on my experience, it seems you might have a conflict with electric bikes. Why not let me ride your electric bike while you use my second-hand bicycle? With your knack for calculations, why not pursue accounting?" "What calculations? I am merely being kind." "Your kindness is wasted. Even a dog would refuse it. If the dog refuses, you should eat it instead." Scram. As the 2 exchanged banter, Wu Bail returned, looking disheveled, holding a receipt. Yang Fan approached, snatched the receipt, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash. "Go wash up and sleep," he remarked. Lu Zhengchong, already lying in bed, chuckled maliciously at the scene. Chapter 76. Believe it or not, on Friday afternoon, with no classes, Yang Fan called upon Zhang Tenggui, and they ventured to the life street behind the school. Their purpose was not to shop, but to rent a storefront. After searching for several minutes, Yang Fan selected a shop located at a crossroads. The location was prime, with significant foot traffic, making it ideal for business. He called the landlord and haggled for half an hour, ultimately securing the 26-square-meter shop for a monthly rent of 4,800. It is worth noting that other shops of similar size and equal locations only required a little over 3,000, making this one nearly half again as expensive. Zhang Tenggui remarked, "Fan, this is rather exorbitant. I assent it. If we rent this place, we might not even recoup our investment." Yang Fan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, we will certainly turn a profit." He then took the rental agreement to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for a business license. Initially, the staff cited incomplete documents, mentioned issues with his rental contract, and insisted that out-of-towners needed a temporary residence permit. It was a barrage of excuses to deny him service, which infuriated Zhang Tenggui, who was ready to confront them at the counter. Yang Fan restrained him and stepped outside, spending 600 to hire a broker. Within 20 minutes, everything was resolved. They could return the following Monday to collect the certificate. After securing the permit, they went their separate ways. Yang Fan headed to the furniture store to order a counter and shelves, while Zhang Tenggui purchased putty to paint the shop walls. Once all was set, it was 8 in the evening. Zhang Tenggui lay on the ground, covered in white specks. With a heart full of aspirations, he said, "Fanzi, are we about to embark on a business venture in the city?" Yang Fan nodded. "Yes, we will officially open next week." Zhang Tenggui let out a long sigh. "I feel as though I am dreaming. Just a few days ago, I was working as a security guard at the town school, and now, in the blink of an eye, I find myself in the provincial capital opening a store." Yang Fan chuckled. "Such is life. It is replete with changes and opportunities. Fanzi, do you think I can truly manage this store well? I have never engaged in legitimate business before." "You absolutely can. Running a store and selling goods is quite straightforward. You will master it in a matter of days. However, I must forewarn you, never argue with customers, and certainly do not resort to violence. Otherwise, you might as well return to the town school as a security guard. Yang Fan expressed his concerns, worried that Zhang Tanggui might not be able to control his temper. If he were to strike a customer shortly after opening, it would lead to considerable trouble. Zhang Tanggui sat up and declared, I assure you, I will not. Xiaomei has told me that if I continue with my old ways, I will never win her heart. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and reassured him, Brother, rest assured. As long as you heed my advice and work diligently, you will surely win sister-in-law's affections. After chatting for a while, the two brothers went to a roadside eatery to enjoy a plate of fried noodles before heading home. Upon reaching the dormitory, Yang Fan noticed Xiang Fei, Lu Zhengchang, and Wu Bail gathered around, seemingly engrossed in something. As he approached, he realized they were watching a film. Yang Fan remarked, What are you all doing with your time? Don't you have any serious matters to attend to? Xiang Fei replied without blinking, We are studying the physiological structure of the human body. This is indeed a serious matter. Wu Bail chimed in, Third brother, come take a look. It's a remarkable scene. Intrigued, Yang Fan leaned in closer. After a few minutes, the film concluded, and Xiang Fei pondered aloud. Do you think those actors are really that well endowed? Lu Zhengchang stroked his chin and responded. I once read a report stating that actors are specifically selected for such roles, and some may have undergone surgery. Seriously? They can actually perform surgery for that? Yang Fan exclaimed. Of course. Modern medical technology is quite advanced. You can enhance or elongate as you wish, Xiang Fei remarked while tugging at his pants. Which hospital can perform such procedures? I could use an extra half meter. That would save me the trouble of wearing a belt. Lu Zhengchang replied. Half a meter is excessive. I doubt any hospital can reach that standard. I suggest you visit a stainless steel fabrication shop and have them weld a steel pipe onto you. You've got to be kidding me. After a few more light-hearted exchanges, Yang Fan removed his outerwear and headed to the bathroom for a shower. When he emerged, Zhonghui had just returned from outside. Xiang Fei immediately approached her, asking, Boss, did you kiss? Tell us what it felt like. I've heard that girls' lips have a sweet taste. Is that true? Zhonghui pushed him away, exclaiming, Go away. What kiss? We were studying in the classroom the whole time. Oh, please. You didn't even bring your books. What studying are you talking about? Can't I read Li Ping's book? All right. I don't care whose opinions you seek. Just tell me if it's sweet or not. He chuckled. No, I shan't divulge. If you're curious, go find love for yourself. With that, Zhonghui picked up the basin and towel and headed to the bathroom. Xiang Fei muttered, What is so special about it? In the future, I'll date 10 girls and savor each experience. As the clock approached 10, the dormitory lights were extinguished. Yang Fan lay in bed, nearly drifting into slumber when suddenly, Lu Zhengchang spoke up. Second brother, what did you say to Ruoyin today? Xiang Fei replied. What you mentioned to Ruoyin yesterday, I echoed today. Second brother, I believe it is best you refrain from pushing it further. Ruoyin has already agreed to dine with me this Saturday. How coincidental, she also agreed to dine with me this Sunday. Lu Zhengchang continued. Let me give you a piece of advice. You and Ruoyin are not suited for each other. Xiang Fei scoffed. How peculiar. If I am unsuitable, does that mean you are? Of course, I am compatible. When Ruoyin and I stand together, everyone says we make a fine pair. A fine pair, my foot. How have I not noticed that? Your inability to see it suggests a problem with your eyesight. You ought to get glasses. Old 5, your words are rather unamusing. Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. These two were making considerable strides on their path of infatuation. He turned over, covered his ears with his hands, and prepared to drift back to sleep. Lu Zhengchang spoke again. Third brother, tell me, between me and second, who is more suitable for Li Ruoyin? Hearing his name, Yang Fan rubbed his face and said, In my opinion, neither of you is suitable. It would be wise to conserve your energy. Xiang Fei protested. On what basis do you claim we are both unsuitable? Yang Fan yawned. No basis at all. I simply feel you both are ill-fitted. Believe it or not. Zhonghui interjected. Enough of this chatter. We have classes tomorrow. Let us sleep. Yang Fan closed his eyes and soon fell asleep, dreaming of becoming a billionaire. He navigated the business world with confidence, spending lavishly. Those once unattainable goddesses had all transformed into his admirers. Chapter 77. With such wealth, can you spend it all? When the mobile phones, MP3 players, wireless Bluetooth headphones, and electronic wristbands arrived, Yang Fan meticulously introduced each item to Zhang Tanggui. How much do they sell for? What features do they possess? What are their characteristics? For an entire half-day, Zhang Tanggui filled 2 pages with notes. Observing his earnest note-taking, Yang Fan nodded repeatedly. Learning is thus. It matters not how slowly you progress, but rather that your attitude is earnest. Zhang Tanggui's diligence now would enable him to navigate customer interactions with ease in the future. After the brothers spent the morning in the store, Zhao Yumei arrived carrying a lunchbox. Yang Fan greeted her, sister-in-law. What brings you here from such a distance? We could have eaten something simple outside. Zhao Yumei smiled. It's just a few miles, not far at all. I happen to have a day off with nothing to do, so I quickly cooked a few dishes. Come, let us eat before it cools. With that, she opened the lunchbox and carefully arranged the food. Zhang Tanggui approached, eagerly grabbing chopsticks to eat. Zhao Yumei lightly struck his hand, saying, What is the rush? Let us wait for Fancy. After washing his hands, Yang Fan shook off the droplets and replied, It's fine. We are among ourselves, no need for formality. Once they finished their meal, Yang Fan intended to check the sales data with Lu Shaoan. Zhang Tanggui inquired, Fancy, when are we opening? Yang Fan responded, In another 2 or 3 days, I believe everything is ready. We might as well open tomorrow. The sooner we start, the sooner we earn. No, the signboard isn't ready yet. We can afford to wait a couple more days, Yang Fan decisively countered. In retail, the storefront holds great significance. It should at least inform potential customers of what we offer, if not captivate them at first glance. Zhang Tanggui scratched his head, conceding. All right then. Yang Fan patted his shoulder, advising, Don't rush. Patience is essential in business. You will have plenty of waiting to do when you manage the store. After spending an afternoon in his rented room, Yang Fan returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, Xiang Fei approached him, saying, Lao San, the student union is recruiting. Shall we go for an interview together? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan replied, Not interested. He held a certain disdain for the student union. In his previous life at the South Jiangsu Institute of Technology, he had encountered members of the student union who often carried an air of superiority. They not only bossed around their classmates, but occasionally even disregarded the teachers. Yang Fan recalled one instance during a professional class when a student union member abruptly stood up and, in a commanding tone, informed the teacher, The minister has summoned me for a meeting, before striding out of the classroom. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, believing one of his students to be a figure of great importance, only to later realize it was merely a student union minister, prompting him to pound the lectern in frustration, exclaiming, What is this nonsense? Online, individuals have described student union members as 3 parts resemblance to a person yet lacking complete understanding, 7 parts the vivid appearance of a bureaucrat. Xiang Fei continued, Why the disinterest? There are many benefits to joining the student union. I have a fellow townsman who is the head of the external relations department. If we treat him to a meal, we could easily gain entry into his department. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, reiterating, I truly have no interest. You should go if you wish. Upon sensing Yang Fan's resolute stance, Xiang Fei ceased to persuade him and turned to find Wu Bail. Lao Lu, come with me. Wu Bail looked up and asked, Does joining the student union pay? Xiang Fei shook his head. No. Does it come with a girlfriend? No. Then forget it. I'd rather catch up on sleep. Before long, Lu Zhengchang returned, carrying a transparent plastic bag containing 2 disposable lunchboxes. He called out, Lao Lao Lu. Hurry up and come eat. Xiang Fei took the meal, eating while exclaiming, Lao Wu, once I make it big, I will surely repay you. Lu Zhengchang shot him a glance. No need to wait to make it big. You can repay me now. Xiang Fei paused momentarily, asking how? Facilitate my relationship with Ruoyun. That's out of the question. That's a separate matter. Although you have treated me to a meal, I have etched it in my memory. However, love is inherently selfish. It cannot be shared, nor can it be relinquished. Wu Bail took a bite of eggplant and interjected. Lao Wu, there's something I have always been curious about. How much is your monthly living allowance? Lu Zhengchang casually replied, 1,500, just like my brother. Wow, that is quite a sum. Xiang Fei instantly felt that his own meal had lost its appeal. His monthly allowance was a mere 500, while others had 1,500, a stark disparity of threefold, akin to one being in the heavens and the other in the depths of the earth. In fact, when considering universities nationwide, the cost of living at Hongqing University is not excessively high. One can enjoy a meal with meat and vegetables in the cafeteria for just 4 yuan. Although 500 yuan a month may not be abundant, it suffices for maintaining daily life. Of course, if one wishes to dine out occasionally or explore nearby attractions during holidays. That amount would certainly fall short. Wu Bail enviously remarked, with such a sum, do you even spend it all? His monthly allowance was 600, allowing him to afford most of his culinary desires. The notion of living on 1,500 per month was beyond his imagination. Lu Zhengchang replied nonchalantly, if I can't spend it all, I can save it. My brother has saved nearly 100,000 over the years. Xiang Fei looked at Lu Zhenghao, who was diligently taking notes, with a shocked expression and asked, Lao Si, is he telling the truth? Without pausing his writing, Lu Zhenghao responded, indeed, he has saved 98,000. By this winter break, it will likely reach 100,000, and then I can purchase a telescope. Wu Bail inquired, how long did it take you to save such a sum? Lu Zhenghao replied, I started saving in my first year of high school, so it has been nearly 3 years. However, he realized, with a perplexed frown, hold on, 1,500 per month for 3 years? Even without spending on food. You couldn't possibly save 98,000. Lu Zhengchang remarked lightly, living expenses are just a small part. The bulk comes from the New Year's money. And how much do you receive in New Year's money each year? It varies. Sometimes it's around 10,000 to 20,000. Other times it can reach 30,000 or 40,000. Xiang Fei and Wu Bail simultaneously gasped in disbelief. In their understanding, receiving 300 to 500 was already considerable. 10 to 20,000? 30 to 40,000? They had never even heard of such amounts. At this moment, Yang Fan, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. What do your parents do? Lu Zhengchang replied, my father owns a factory and my mother runs a beauty salon. Yang Fan mused, no wonder. He then recalled that these brothers hailed from Zhejiang province, which is among the wealthiest in China. Given such family circumstances, it wasn't entirely outrageous. Chapter 78. My ambition is to earn money. The disparities between individuals are striking. In the same dormitory, one person survives on a monthly allowance of 500, while another thrives on 1,500. Some haggle over a second-hand bicycle costing a couple of hundred yuan, while others save 100,000 in New Year's money to buy a telescope. This is the uneven reality of life. After learning of his roommate's affluent family background, Xiang Fei remained silent for a considerable time before turning to Lu Zhengchang and saying, Lao Wu, I would like to discuss something with you. Lu Zhengchang inquired, what is it? When we pursue Ruoyun, let us compete fairly. Refrain from using money as a means to an end. Promise me, do not tarnish love with wealth. Rest assured, even if I wished to, I could not afford to, came the reply. Aside from my living expenses, I barely have over 1,000 yuan left each month. Do you not receive several thousand yuan as New Year's money each year? Where is it? I spend it all on travel annually. It's long gone. With a sigh of relief, Xiang Fei said, then I am at ease. Yang Fan remained silent, quietly amused. The keen observational skills of girls often surpass those of boys. He could discern at the start of term that the Lu brothers hailed from an affluent background, and how much more so for the seemingly superficial Li Ruoyun. Unless unexpected circumstances arise, Xiang Fei would undoubtedly fall short in this competition against Lu Zhengchang. At around 9 in the evening, Zhong Hui returned with news. The school was to host a sports meeting following the National Day holiday. The counselor has expressed hope that our class will participate enthusiastically and register for multiple events, Zhong Hui announced. Xiang Fei asked, is it mandatory for everyone to sign up? Zhong Hui shook his head. Then I shan't attend. Those who wish to go may do so. Come on, show some support. This is my first task as class leader given by the counselor. If even you all do not participate, my future endeavors will be hindered, Zhong Hui pleaded. Wu Bail stood up, declaring, what the leader says is true. If our own dormitory brothers do not back him, who else will listen? I will register. Zhong Hui approached and patted his shoulder. Good man, old 6. After Wu Bail spoke, the others promptly expressed their agreement. Count me in. After lights out in dorm 406. The group convened a discussion. Xiang Fei initiated the topic, asking, brothers, what do you aspire to do after graduation? Wu Bail was the first to respond. I wish to start a company and be a boss. Zhong Hui said, I want to return to my hometown and become a civil servant. Lu Zhengchang expressed, I wish to travel the world. Lu Zhenghao mentioned, I aim to pursue a master's degree at Zhejiang University and then continue on to a doctorate at a university in the capital. Yang Fan stated, I wish to earn money. Xiang Fei smacked the bedboard, saying, Old 3, do not be so mundane. share your aspirations. Many university students, untouched by the harsh realities of society, often feel embarrassed or even disdainful when discussing money. They believe that with their capabilities, earning money post-graduation will be effortless. The notion of a 1 million yuan annual salary, luxury cars, and grand homes seems like the bare minimum in life. However, within 2 years, once they witness the true nature of life, they will realize the folly of their naivety. Anyone who has struggled in society can profoundly appreciate that money is strength. Money is dignity, money is everything. Yang Fan chuckled. I have no grand aspirations. If I must articulate something, it is merely to earn money. He recalled that in his previous life, he once held ideals. In his early 20s, during the prime of his life, he aspired to be an engineer, to create a product that could transform society, perhaps even the world. Yet, as the years passed, he gradually began to feel the weight of existence. He was acutely aware that he was but an ordinary individual, incapable of altering society or transforming the world. He understood the profound difficulty faced by a child from rural origins in establishing a foothold in the city, to accumulate a down payment for a home. He donned inexpensive clothing purchased from an online retailer and resided in a city village that seldom saw sunlight throughout the year, even devising ways to share takeout expenses with others. In such an environment, his aspirations gradually withered away, ultimately succumbing to oblivion. He no longer held any dreams. All he desired was money. It has been said that in this society, the hallmark of a man's maturity is the complete relinquishment of pride in the face of financial matters. Yang Fan wholeheartedly concurred. Who regards earning money as a dream? Rephrased that, he was urged. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan replied, then my aspiration is to become a billionaire. Lu Zhengchang inquired, a billionaire? Which one? The world's richest or the richest in China? Yang Fan exhaled deeply. Those goals are far too ambitious. I would be content to be the wealthiest in Jiangnan province. To become the world's richest, one must possess assets exceeding trillions. As for the richest in China, one needs at least 200 to 300 billion. Such astronomical figures involve far too many complexities for him to even contemplate at this stage. However, being the wealthiest in Jiangnan province, with merely 100 billion, is within his grasp, given his prophetic advantages. Lu Zhengchang applauded, saying, the wealthiest in Jiangnan province is indeed an extraordinary figure. If that day comes, don't forget about me, third brother. Coming from a business-oriented family, he understood the magnitude of a billionaire. He instinctively thought Yang Fan was jesting. Wu Bail chimed in. When that day arrives, we will be your bodyguards, third brother. Xiang Fei scoffed. With your frail physiques, how could you be bodyguards? Are you protecting third brother? Or is he protecting you? We are willing. Does it concern you? Wu Bail retorted, flipping over. He then asked, what about you, second brother? What is your aspiration? Xiang Fei grinned. I am different from you all. I desire no frills. I simply wish to spend time with as many beautiful women as possible. The more, the better. The more beautiful, the better. Lu Zhengchang replied, that's easy to facilitate. I can offer you a suggestion that allows you to not only enjoy the company of beautiful women, but also earn money. Xiang Fei leaned in eagerly. What is the suggestion? Go to Japan and become an adult film actor. Thousands of stunning women would line up for the opportunity. To his surprise, Xiang Fei found the idea intriguing. If I were to pursue this line of work, what are the requirements? Lu Zhengchang paused, taken aback by Xiang Fei's seriousness. He was contemplating rebuking him to bring him back to reality. Suddenly, Lu Jinghao interjected, there aren't many requirements. Just be well endowed, capable, and physically strong. If your tongue and fingers are agile, that would be even better. Fourth brother, haven't you been diligently studying and striving for improvement? How do you know about this? While studying, I inadvertently came across a detailed investigative report on the Japanese adult film industry. A friend of mine expressed interest in viewing that report as well. Unfortunately, after reading it, I accidentally misplaced it. Chapter 79. The most important thing in business is a harmonious atmosphere for prosperity at the end of September. Yang Fan's digital product store opened on the Life Street behind Hongqing University. Zhang Tenggui stood at the entrance, gazing up at the newly hung sign above, his heart brimming with excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he suggested, Fan, why don't we set off some fireworks to celebrate, add a touch of festivity? Yang Fan shook his head, responding, we would incur a fine. When renting this store, the landlord had warned him that if they wished to hold an opening ceremony, they would need to notify the relevant authorities, which entailed a gift. The amount was not substantial, between 1,000 to 2,000. Yang Fan decided against it, not out of reluctance to part with the money, but rather from a desire to avoid giving the impression of ostentation and inviting unwelcome scrutiny in the future. He had no intention of having individuals frequently come to oversee the operations of his store. Zhang Tenggui continued, "Is a fine necessary for such a trivial matter? The people in this city are truly ruthless." Yang Fan chuckled softly. "Whether they are ruthless or not, we have no choice. Conducting business on their territory means we must adhere to their rules." Just as he finished speaking, a pickup truck emblazoned with the words "City Management" halted on the road in front of the store. 3 men in uniforms swiftly exited the vehicle and approached them. The stoutest among them spoke first. "Call your boss over." Yang Fan produced the cigarettes he had prepared in advance, offering one to each of them with a smile. "I am the boss. May I assist you, gentlemen?" The rotund man glanced at him in surprise, clearly not expecting the proprietor to be so young. There were no other matters to discuss. They simply came to collect the renovation management fee. "But we haven't renovated. We merely hung up a sign," Yang Fan replied. The stout man lit a cigarette, took a puff, and stated, "According to the latest regulations, hanging a sign is also considered renovation." Zhang Tenggui interjected, "What regulation? May we take a look?" The stout man shot him a disdainful glance. "Do you think regulations are available for your perusal?" Zhang Tenggui was about to retort when Yang Fan pulled him back. He rubbed his face and inquired, "How much is it?" 800. The stout man indicated the surroundings and added, "Every shop on this street pays the same." Yang Fan retrieved the money from his pocket and handed it over. The stout man counted it, nodded in satisfaction, and continued, "There's also a garbage disposal fee, 200 per month, payable every 3 months. Today being the end of the month, you need to pay an additional 600. Zhang Tenggui could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly, "There isn't even a garbage bin at the entrance. How can you charge a garbage disposal fee?" The stout man snorted coldly. "Whether there is a garbage bin or not is a matter for sanitation. It has nothing to do with us. We only collect the fees. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint." Zhang Tonggui's face flushed with indignation. "Do you think I would hesitate?" "Brother, please don't say anything further," Yang Fan urged, pushing him into the store and advising, "Wait until I handle this before coming out." Zhang Tenggui sat in a chair, his expression rife with discontent. Charging 800 for merely a sign was already excessive, and to demand an additional 200 each month without even providing a garbage bin was nothing short of extortion. Had Yang Fan not intervened, he would have certainly filed a complaint. "I apologize for the inconvenience. My brother can be rather obstinate. Esteemed leaders, please do not take offense." After Yang Fan left, he distributed a cigarette to each person and handed 600 yuan to the stout man. At that moment, the tallest man spoke up. "Being obstinate is forgivable, but your temperament must be adjusted. Today marks the opening of your new store. We shall overlook this incident for now. However, should such behavior persist in the future, do not expect us to show leniency." Yang Fan forced a smile and assured them, "Rest assured, esteemed leaders, it shall not happen again." The tall man nodded and said, "Let us depart." The 3 men climbed into their vehicle and swiftly drove away. Yang Fan then concealed his smile and turned back to enter the store. He regarded Zhang Tenggui with a serious expression and stated, "Brother, I believe you may not be suited for business. Perhaps I should find you another job." Zhang Tenggui immediately sprang up from his chair. "No, Fanzi. If I have erred in any way, please let me know, and I shall certainly amend my ways. I will heed your advice." With a sigh, Yang Fan contemplated the situation. Zhang Tenggui was the quintessential passionate youth, having grown accustomed to a carefree lifestyle back in their hometown. Such a personality has its advantages and disadvantages when it comes to running a business. The advantage lies in his ability to handle the peculiarities of various customers, unreasonable patrons, malicious competitors, and thuggish extortionists. However, the drawbacks are glaringly apparent. He is likely to escalate minor issues into significant conflicts. If left unchecked, the incident from earlier could have jeopardized the grand opening of their new store. After some contemplation, Yang Fan spoke. "Brother, do you realize you nearly caused a disaster just now?" Zhang Tenggui stammered, "I understand." He was not foolish. Upon reflection, he quickly grasped that if Yang Fan had not held him back, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Yang Fan continued, "The fundamental principle of running a business is to foster goodwill for prosperity. If you argue with the city management today and with customers tomorrow, you might as well return home and continue your job as a security guard. I acknowledge my mistake. I was infuriated by their extortion and feared you would incur losses. He replied, some payments are inevitable. It's not just us. Others are in the same boat. You must understand, this place is not our hometown. We are outsiders. To earn a stable livelihood, we must remain discreet. In 2008, such occurrences were commonplace, not only in inland cities like Hangzhou, but even in pioneering reform areas like Pengcheng. It was no exception. For instance, Yi Xintao's factory had consistently engaged in various forms of gifting during festive seasons over the years. Zhang Tenggui lowered his head and said, I understand now. I will certainly refrain from being impulsive in the future. Observing his demeanor resembling that of a remorseful schoolboy, Yang Fan could not help but shake his head. He took out his phone and called Zhong Hui. Hello, boss. I have encountered an unexpected matter and cannot attend class. Could you please excuse me? Initially, he had intended for Zhang Tenggui to manage the store alone, but the latter's earlier behavior left him uneasy. Thus, he decided to take a day off to oversee matters personally. After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan continued to speak to Zhang Tenggui, saying, Brother, over the next few days, I will take you under my wing. Observe closely how I interact with customers. If you cannot temper your temper, then this shop will no longer be your concern. Zhang Tenggui nodded fervently. I will change, I promise. His greatest fear was that Yang Fan would cease to mentor him, or worse, send him back to his hometown. In such a scenario, his hopes of marrying Zhao Yumei openly would be nearly extinguished. Before long, the first customer entered the shop. After pouring a glass of water for the guest, Yang Fan cheerfully began to introduce the products available in his store. Chapter 80. Of course, it's about money to Yang Fan's astonishment, yet delight. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Tenggui truly managed to temper his temperament, seemingly transforming into an entirely different person. Gone was his previous brusqueness. Even his tone of voice had softened considerably. Whenever a customer arrived, he would eagerly serve tea and water. While Yang Fan introduced the products, he listened attentively, refraining from uttering a single unnecessary word. During a surprise inspection by officials from the neighborhood office, he even courteously moved chairs for them and offered cigarettes. Yang Fan was taken aback. It was undeniable that people could change, but Zhang Tenggui's transformation was remarkably swift. In truth, this change was due to Zhao Yumei's influence. On the day of the shop's opening, Zhang Tenggui returned home and recounted the day's events to her. Zhao Yumei immediately advised, if you wish to marry me and aspire for a better life together, you must heed your cousin's advice. Do as he instructs, and refrain from concerning yourself with anything else or asking questions. Zhang Tenggui complied without hesitation. On the evening of October 2nd, Yang Fan drove Lu Shaolin toward Pengcheng. Yi Xintao had called 2 nights prior, urging them on, stating that the technician had already been arranged and was merely awaiting their arrival. Initially, Yang Fan had intended to fly, but he was unable to secure a ticket. He then attempted to purchase train tickets, only to find that they were sold out, leaving him with standing tickets. Thus, he opted to drive instead. The distance from Hangzhou to Pengcheng is approximately 800 to 900 kilometers. The train would take a longer route, requiring 16 hours. However, by car, they could arrive in about 10 hours, and with both of them taking turns driving, it was not overly exhausting. During the journey, Lu Shaolin remarked, "Ah Fan, I truly do not understand you. Your online store has only just opened, and yet you have launched a digital shop. What is it that you hope to achieve with all this hustle?" Yang Fan chuckled and replied, "What else could it be? Of course, it's about money. Presently, his online shop generates tens of thousands each month. Surely that is not sufficient? Not at all. Even if I were to earn several million in a month, I would still find it lacking. His current income streams are threefold. The primary source is his online store, selling wireless Bluetooth headphones and electronic wristbands, which nets him around 13 to 14,000 daily. The second source is the mobile phone shop in his hometown, managed by Yang Xiaoqin, which provides him with a monthly allocation of 20 to 30,000. The final source is the newly opened digital store, which has only been operational for 3 days, and its profitability has yet to be assessed. Consequently, his monthly income has reached over 400,000, a figure that is, for the average person, utterly unattainable. At Hangzhou University, and indeed throughout the entirety of Nanjing province, he is arguably the most financially astute student among his peers. However, once thrust into the real world, his acumen pales in comparison. Yang Fan is acutely aware that the road ahead remains long and arduous. Lu Shaolin shook his head, commenting, "Your ambitions are rather grand. A few 100,000 a month? If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Yang Fan replied calmly. One must adopt a long-term perspective. Who knows, perhaps one day we shall strike it rich. In such a case, a few 100,000 would merely equate to the price of a car in your eyes. A car worth a few 100,000? I fear I may not live to drive it, Lu retorted. If others can drive it, so too can we. As they conversed, Yi Xintao called again. Brother, have you set off yet? Yang Fan activated the speakerphone, placing it in the armrest compartment, and replied, We have departed, already on the highway. We should arrive around 6 or 7 tomorrow morning. Yi Xintao replied cheerfully, No problem, I'll call the club to make the necessary arrangements. Is it really appropriate so early in the morning? Yang Fan questioned. What is inappropriate about it? Mornings are when one is most spirited, perfect for a good chat. Indeed. It had been some time since Yang Fan had engaged in a meaningful conversation, and he found himself yearning for it. He agreed, All right then. But let us not change the people. I still want to chat with Lily. Yi Xintao explained, We can't keep Lily. She resigned last week. She resigned? Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, recalling their last conversation, where she had been gentle and soft-spoken. Although there was a tinge of regret, there was little to be said. This industry was marked by high turnover. One day in this club, the next in another was quite commonplace. The roads of the world are long. Perhaps fate will allow them to meet again. After hanging up, Yang Fan returned his full attention to driving. Lu Shaolin, with a hint of excitement, asked, Tomorrow morning. Are we going to do that? Although lacking practical experience, he was well versed in various theoretical concepts. He had even joined 2 chat groups for seasoned drivers, filled with knowledgeable individuals who spoke eloquently, from whom he had learned much. He immediately understood the implications of their earlier discussion. Yang Fan tousled his hair and smiled knowingly, replying, Indeed. At 8:50 in the morning, the Wuling Rongguang came to a halt outside Yi Xintao's factory. They had initially anticipated arriving around 6. But a late-night snack at a service area had delayed them by 2 hours. Haha, brother, I finally awaited your arrival. Yi Xintao exclaimed as he approached, even before the vehicle had fully stopped. After shaking hands with Yang Fan and Lu Shaolin, he snapped his fingers at 2 employees behind him. With a resounding boom, 2 ceremonial cannons fired several rounds, and colorful ribbons cascaded from above. Yang Fan offered a somewhat awkward smile, remarking, Old Yi, why are you still engaging in such theatrics? Yi Xintao chuckled, Brother, you are an esteemed guest. And so is your companion. When distinguished guests arrive, it must be celebrated. Let us forego the flamboyant display. Let us head to the workshop and inspect the production status of the electronic wristbands. What kind of sense is it to jump straight into work? That would be embarrassing for me, Old Yi. Everything has been arranged. Let us first indulge in a delightful breakfast, and once we have finished, we shall take a moment to relax. We can discuss production matters in the afternoon. There is no urgency at this moment. With that, he took Yang Fan by the arm and led him towards his vehicle. Yang Fan, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, While the pressing matters can wait, I must at least greet my sister-in-law. Yi Xintao released his grip and replied, Very well, make haste, and we shall await you in the car. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and ascended the stairs. Upon encountering Lu Yingying, he proactively greeted her, Sister-in-law, how are you adjusting to your job here? She smiled broadly. With such a wonderful position, of course, I am adapting. I start at 9 and finish by 5. It's almost like being a government official. Lu Yingying beamed with delight. Previously, she had worked as a nurse in a hospital, enduring long hours from 8 in the morning until 8 at night. Not to mention the exhausting politics among colleagues. It was a truly taxing experience both physically and mentally. Now, in her current role, the hours are shorter. The tasks are lighter, and her employer treats her with exceptional kindness. It is a vast improvement over her previous circumstances. She knows that all of this is thanks to her little brother-in-law. Yang Fan nodded, That's wonderful. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to call me anytime. Chapter 81. A man should treat himself well in the most expensive Hong Kong-style tea restaurant in the Guanlon area. The 3 of them had already ordered their dishes and were now engaged in conversation. Yi Xintao picked up the teapot, pouring tea as he inquired, Brother, why did you purchase a van? With your stature, you should at least be driving a vehicle that embodies the azure skies and white clouds. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a means of transportation. I have no particular preferences. At this moment, every penny counts, and saving where I can is prudent. Yi Xintao gave him a thumbs up, insightful. He was aware that Yang Fan earned a substantial income, around 300,000 to 400,000 a month. Young people, in general, tend to be vain and concerned with appearances. Logically, with such a high salary, purchasing a car worth 5 to 600,000 would be a trivial matter. He knew someone 2 years older than Yang Fan who, after a fortunate month, secured a large order and earned over $1 million, promptly buying an X5, flaunting it around town. However, his ostentation led to his downfall as he was reported and subsequently imprisoned. In Yi Xintao's eyes, Yang Fan's ability to earn at such a young age was impressive, and maintaining clarity of mind after acquiring wealth was even more remarkable. Yang Fan took a sip of tea and said, "Old Yi, please call old Zhang. I need him to draft a design blueprint." Yi Xintao perked up. "Brother, are you launching a new product?" Yang Fan nodded affirmatively. Yi Xintao continued, "What is it this time?" Yang Fan responded, "An electric toothbrush." "An electric toothbrush? That's hardly novel. You can find many in stores. Novelty is irrelevant. What matters is profitability." Yang Fan had conducted thorough research and found that the market for electric toothbrushes exhibited an intriguing polar distribution. High-end brands were predominantly foreign, with prices often ranging from 3 to 600. In contrast, the domestic low-end products were priced between several dozen and just over 100. The middle segment was virtually barren. This phenomenon arose because electric toothbrushes are not considered a necessity in daily life. To put it plainly, while its actual functionality surpasses that of a conventional toothbrush, it remains rather limited in its capabilities. Consequently, the majority of individuals purchasing electric toothbrushes do so merely for novelty. Those with average means might spend a modest sum on a reasonably good model for a brief experience. Conversely, those with greater financial resources, indifferent to the cost, would directly opt for high-end versions. Thus, a gap emerges in the mid-range market. Upon recognizing this, Yang Fan was instantly intrigued. His vision was to design a new electric toothbrush, drawing inspiration from future aesthetics and functionalities, and to target the mid-range market with a price point between 200 to 300. If executed well, the prospects would be as promising as those of wireless Bluetooth headphones. Yi Xintao stroked his chin and inquired, "Brother, how much will this investment approximately require?" Yang Fan responded, "I'm uncertain at present. We will need to await the blueprints and mold development for precise figures. However, I estimate it will not be less than that of an electronic wristband. May I join in this venture?" "Of course," Yi Xintao replied. Rubbing his hands together, he continued, "As you know, I recently invested in a car navigation system, and funds are somewhat tight. Would it be possible for me to contribute through processing fees?" After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan agreed. "All right, once we ascertain the overall costs and processing fees, we will divide the shares accordingly." Yi Xintao gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That's generous." He then took out his phone and called Zhang Zhixin. "Old Zhang, Yang is here, and there's work for you. I must emphasize, this time we cannot have the exorbitant prices like last time." "What? Market price? Let me be clear, if we don't apply in 20 discount, I will have your head." After hanging up, Yi Xintao added, "I've arranged with old Zhang for the design fees to be calculated at an 20 discount. Yang Fan replied, "The design fee is discounted, but we cannot afford delays. I need the samples immediately. Rest assured, I will ensure he is kept on his toes. Then it's settled. I shall treat him to dinner tonight." A satisfied smile spread across Yang Fan's face. Collaborating with a seasoned businessman like Yi Xintao offered a significant advantage. Once the objective was set and the funds secured, he could handle the rest seamlessly. Having navigated the business landscape in Pengcheng for over 20 years, Yi Xintao might not have achieved monumental success, but he had built a network of acquaintances from various walks of life and possessed an understanding of diverse channels. Furthermore, his adeptness in social matters made partnership with him remarkably worry-free. Soon after, the waiter brought the dishes to the table, and the three began to dine. After more than half an hour of feasting, Yang Fan leaned back in his chair, contentedly patting his belly. Just as Yi Xintao was preparing to rise to settle the bill, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a flicker of annoyance crossed Yi Xintao's face as he abruptly dismissed the call. Yet, within moments, the phone rang again. Answering it, Yi Xintao raised his voice. "What are you hurrying me for? I already told you, a distinguished guest is coming today. You can take a taxi yourself. I have no time for this." Yang Fan glanced up at him and inquired, "Old Yi, do you have something on today?" Yi Xintao waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, just a trivial matter. My wife's sister is visiting Pengcheng and wants me to pick her up. Damn it, a few months ago, when I was short on money and needed to borrow 5,000 yuan urgently, she wouldn't lend it to me and even had the audacity to belittle me. Now that she has heard I am doing well, She pretends to be kind, bringing local specialties to visit me. It's utterly disgusting. Yang Fan shook his head upon hearing this. Such situations are all too common. Many relatives behave this way. When you are in distress, they keep their distance, fearing you might ask for financial help. Once you regain your success, they come crawling back, eager to preach about familial support. After settling the bill, Yi Xintao sat down and said, "Brother, when you look for a wife in the future, be cautious. Do not make the same mistake I did by marrying someone who is solely focused on money. When you are financially stable, they will smile and welcome you. But once you are no longer prosperous, they will treat you like refuse, and you might even return home to find no warm meal waiting for you. I have come to realize that love, marriage, and family are all nonsense. A man should prioritize his own well-being in this life, earn more, pamper oneself, and live each day to the fullest." Yang Fan stood up and stretched. "You are absolutely right. Let us go wash our feet." Lu Shaolin immediately stood up alongside him, having been eagerly awaiting this moment. Chapter 82. You've spent quite a bit, haven't you? After exiting the Hong Kong-style tea restaurant, they hurried towards Guanqing. Several kilometers away, Yi Xintao remarked, "Visiting the same place for foot washing is rather mundane. Let us try something different today." He had already made arrangements for Yang Fan and Lu Shaolin. Upon arrival, Yi Xintao called out to the receptionist dressed in a suit and equipped with a walkie-talkie. "Hurry up, prepare them well, and showcase your best skills. I warn you, don't serve me any half-hearted efforts, or I'll ruin your reputation. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, we will provide you with the utmost service." The receptionist nodded vigorously before swiftly communicating over the walkie-talkie. As he had been instructed by the manager to show the highest level of enthusiasm upon encountering Yi Xintao. After a while, the three of them took the elevator upstairs. Upon reaching the private room entrance, Yi Xintao squinted his eyes and said, "Gentlemen, I've ordered a package with numerous options. Don't rush, take your time to enjoy." Subsequently, the receptionist brought in disposable bathrobes for each of them, and they entered the room with their attire in hand. After Yang Fan finished bathing and had barely settled down, a tall and stunning woman walked in. She wore a pair of rectangular glasses, a tailored skirt suit, and sky-high heels. Her gait exuded both elegance and authority, reminiscent of a secretary to a domineering CEO in a romantic drama. After exchanging greetings, they began to engage in a leisurely conversation. On the other side, in the adjacent private room, Lu Shaolin was engaged in a lively conversation with the technician. He inquired, "Pipping, may I ask how old you are this year?" The young lady, slightly bashful, replied, 19, "And you?" "I am 20. Then I can call you brother, right?" "Of course. You may. I shall call you Ping Mei in return." "Brother, you look like a university student." "Indeed, I am a junior at Hongqing University. As the saying goes, one's identity is self-assigned when away from home." Although merely 2 months prior he was a mere automobile mechanic, in the presence of the technician, he effortlessly presented himself as a student from a prestigious 211 university. Ping Ping, however, keenly observed that his hands were rough and calloused, resembling the parched bark of a tree, an unmistakable sign that contradicted his claim of being a university student. Such hands were more befitting of a laborer. Yet, she chose to remain silent on this observation. Whether laborer or student, as long as he was a customer, he was to be treated like a deity. "Where are you from, brother?" she asked. "I hail from Nanjing province. And you, Ping Mei?" "I am from Hunan province." "Ah, Hunan is delightful. I adore Hunan cuisine." They continued their banter, calling each other brother and Ping Mei, thoroughly enjoying their interaction. Around 3 in the afternoon, the three of them settled in the lounge after their foot bath, sipping tea. Yang Fan sighed contentedly and remarked, "Old Yi, I trust you've spent quite a sum today?" He had been engrossed in delightful conversation earlier, relishing the experience. Yi Xintao waved his hand dismissively. "What does money matter? As long as you, my dear brother, are happy, I am pleased to have you here every day." Yet, despite his words, a twinge of concern lingered in his heart, for the three had expended over 2,000 that morning. Typically, he would spend merely 300 or 400 when out alone. It was only due to Yang Fan's presence that he was willing to part with such a sum. Lu Shaolin, still yearning for more, exclaimed, "What a thrill! I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life to come here every day." Yang Fan playfully punched his arm. "If you come every day, it's doubtful you'll even reach 40. Lu Shaolin responded with conviction, "If I could live such a life daily, I'd say living to 30 would be worth it." Yi Xintao clapped his hands and declared, "Brother Lu, it seems we share the same sentiments." One was a seasoned connoisseur, while the other was destined to become one. They felt an instant camaraderie in their shared enthusiasm for foot baths. Yang Fan then shifted the topic. Where's old Zhang? Why hasn't he arrived yet? It's been the entire morning. Yi Xintao yawned and replied, I just inquired. That fellow's bus broke down midway, causing a delay. He is now taking a taxi and should be here soon. Yang Fan nodded. Then I shall take a brief nap. Awaken me when he arrives. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Xintao's phone vibrated. Glancing down, he chuckled, Speak of the devil. He has just arrived downstairs. I'll go fetch him. After Yi Xintao departed, Lu Shaolin turned to Yang Fan and asked, Fan, why does Boss Yi seem so eager to curry favor with you? Indeed, it was an apparent attempt at flattery. From the moment he alighted from the vehicle, Yi Xintao's grand reception, followed by his invitations for meals and foot massages, as well as his tone and demeanor while conversing with Yang Fan, led Lu Shaolin to conclude that mere enthusiasm or generosity could scarcely encapsulate the sentiment. Yang Fan shook his head, asserting, Our partnership in business is mutually beneficial. There is no question of one being subservient to the other. His courtesy stems from the assistance I extended when his factory teetered on the brink of collapse. Lu Shaolin uttered an understanding "oh" in response, thinking to himself, no wonder. Rescuing a factory from the brink of bankruptcy is akin to saving a life in a certain sense. In a parallel existence, devoid of Yang Fan's intervention, Yi Xintao's factory, as anticipated, succumbed to failure. Burdened with insurmountable debt, he chose to end his life to spare his son, who was still in middle school, from the ramifications of his financial ruin. However, in this life, Yang Fan had reincarnated, employing his foresight to rescue the factory from bankruptcy, thereby also saving Yi Xintao from the ledge of a hotel rooftop. Such benevolence was tantamount to a rebirth. A few minutes later, Yi Xintao and Zhang Zhixin approached. Just as Yang Fan was poised to discuss serious matters, Zhang Zhixin interjected, Let us postpone the conversation. I must first indulge in a foot wash. He promptly accepted a disposable garment from the welcoming attendant and made his way to the private room. As a seasoned aficionado of foot massages, his priority upon entering the establishment was to ensure his feet were attended to before addressing any other matters. Yang Fan nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of such rituals. Yi Xintao chuckled, Brother, let us continue enjoying our tea. Old Zhang is certainly going to extend his stay. Yang Fan rose, stretching lazily, and suggested, Drinking tea alone is rather dull. Let us procure some food. Yi Xintao thumped his chest, proclaiming, Not a problem. I will call the barbecue restaurant downstairs to order several dozen oysters. Lu Shaolin chimed in, and have them grill some kidneys, sprinkling plenty of cumin, while also securing a few skewers of chives. Absolutely, Yi Xintao affirmed, retrieving his phone to place the order. After hosting Zhang Zhixin for a meal and concluding discussions on circuit board design, the clock struck 8:30 in the evening. The trio returned to Yi Xintao's factory. Yang Fan generously provided each night shift worker with a bottle of Red Bull and a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes. Before, accompanied by Yi Xintao, he began inspecting the production process of electronic wristbands. Old Yi, your employees must wear anti-static wristbands during production, otherwise, they risk damaging the chips, Yang Fan remarked. Moreover, your machinery is excessively dirty. Look at this conveyor belt, it's covered in oil, promptly arranged for cleaning. He continued, the assembled products cannot be haphazardly piled. They could easily be damaged if accidentally knocked over. Yang Fan enumerated 7 or 8 requirements in one breath. Based on his 7 to 8 years of experience working in factories, he noted numerous deficiencies in Yi Xintao's operations, whether considering the production process or employee management. It was evident that standards were lacking. He did not expect Yi Xintao to rectify every issue. Such expectations were unrealistic, but at the very least, he hoped to instill a sense of urgency regarding the most critical problems. Yi Xintao chuckled, Brother, you truly are an expert. To be candid, when you were nitpicking earlier, had you covered your face, I would surely have mistaken you for an engineer from a prominent corporation. Yang Fan chuckled. At this moment, he could indeed be considered an engineer. After spending over half an hour in the workshop, they turned towards the office. Yi Xintao brought out his prized tea and brewed a cup for Yang Fan and Lu Shaolin. He remarked, Gentlemen, do indulge in this. It's authentic Biluakan, procured from Suzhou through a friend of mine. Lu Shaolin took a sip and nodded, saying, Indeed, it is fragrant. If only I could have a cup after my foot bath this morning. That would be delightful. Yi Xintao slapped his thigh. Lu, you have taste. This is how I usually enjoy it. Let me tell you, adding a bit of American ginseng and some goji berries. Heh, the effect is phenomenal. Is that so? Perhaps we should try it tonight? Absolutely. I'll call the club and have the technician on standby. After finishing his sentence, Yi Xintao took out his phone, preparing to dial. Yang Fan pressed his hand on his, saying, playing all day and then continuing into the night. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Yi Xintao waved dismissively. What is there to fear? At worst, I'll just take a couple more pills. Besides, if we don't indulge now, we won't have the energy when we're older. Let us skip tonight. We have serious matters to attend to tomorrow. It won't be a delay. We can rest at the club afterward, saving the cost of a hotel room. Yang Fan wore a peculiar expression. A room with air conditioning costs only 50 or 60 yuan, but at the club, it would be at least 298 per person. If the projects went well, they might even need to extend their time. 1,000 yuan could easily vanish in one night for the three of them. Yi Xintao took a sip of tea, squinting as he said, in the future, we should go to Guangxing. There, they have grand shows. Dozens of people gathered together, allowing you to savor and select at your leisure, akin to an emperor of ancient times. Lu Shaolin's eyes widened. Is it truly that impressive? Yi Xintao rubbed his hands together. What is this? There is even more. Some club owners rent out entire parks during the day, setting them up for guests who merely need to pay 1,000 yuan for entry, and then they can enjoy themselves to their heart's content. Yang Fan was astonished. He knew Guangxing was wild, but not to this extent. Lu Shaolin nodded eagerly. This sounds fantastic. I want to experience that. Yi Xintao patted his shoulder. Brother, it's not that I'm reluctant to spend money, but rather that one should approach such pleasures gradually. You are just beginning to explore this world. Diving straight into the most exhilarating experiences might render even foot baths mundane in the future. Trust me, let us take it easy this time. When you return next, I'll take you along. Lu Shaolin exhaled. All right, I'll heed your advice. After finishing their tea, the three stood up, preparing to head to the Blue Moon Club. In truth, Yang Fan was reluctant to go, yet Yi Xintao's enthusiasm was infectious. There was no choice but to acquiesce. Just as they exited the office, before they could leave the workshop, two women approached them. Upon seeing them, Yi Xintao's expression immediately soured. He coldly asked, What do you want? I did mention that today we have esteemed guests to entertain, did I not? A woman of slightly advanced years lifted the lunchbox in her hand and said, Brother-in-law, Mei-chun knows you haven't returned home for dinner, so she specially prepared chicken soup for you. Yi Xintao retorted disdainfully. So now she knows how to make chicken soup? What was she doing all this time? Step aside. I have no desire to drink it. The woman continued, Brother-in-law, Mei-chun realizes her mistake. She has come to offer her apologies. Yi Xintao scoffed. What do I need her apologies for? Can they be consumed or drunk? Who Mei-chun? I will be frank with you today. For the sake of our son, I will not pursue a divorce. Tomorrow, you shall return to your hometown to accompany our son in his studies. Besides the living expenses, I will give you an additional 3,000 yuan each month. If you wish to support your family, I have no objections. I only have one request. If our son loses even half a kilogram, I will not let this matter rest. Do you understand? The younger woman murmured, I heard you. If you drink the soup, I will leave. Drink it, my ass. Yi Xintao seized the lunchbox from the woman's hands, preparing to throw it to the ground. Yang Fan exclaimed, Old Yi, this is the workshop. So many people are watching. It wasn't he that he was meddling, but a smash would surely send soup splattering, potentially ruining the products. Yi Xintao took a couple of deep breaths and said, Fine. I am too enraged to think straight. I will drink it. It will be good to finish it before heading out to have some fun. He opened the lunchbox, tested the temperature with his hand, and once satisfied it wasn't he scalding, gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. Then he shoved the lunchbox into the woman's arms and pointed towards the stairs, saying, You may leave now. Take care of yourself. The younger woman softly said before turning to head downstairs. The older woman remained, looking at Yi Xintao with an ingratiating expression, saying, Brother-in-law, since I'm here, could I perhaps come to work at your factory tomorrow? As for the salary, I would be content with 3,000 to 4,000 a month, being family and all. Yi Xintao shouted, Damn it. I would employ such a worthless person for 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Get lost, hurry up and leave. The woman mumbled, My mother is your mother-in-law. Before she could finish, Yi Xintao pushed and shoved her down the stairs. Chapter 84, Get Out. At 11 o'clock that night, they lay in the lounge, snacking on fruit while chatting. Yi Xintao remarked, I truly envy you all. You can eat, sleep, and play. At my age, I often find my will greater than my ability. Yang Fan replied. Don't speak so poorly of yourself. You're only in your 40s, still in your prime. Yi Xintao continued. Life expectancy of 70 is rare. I am already in my 40s, inching towards my demise. If you feel that way, you might as well stay home and focus on health. What is the point of living to 100 if you do nothing? Lu Shaolin chimed in. Indeed. One must seize the joys of life while they can. Living 100 years in mediocrity is less appealing than enjoying a vibrant 40 years, then departing. Yi Xintao grimaced. Lu, I have already surpassed 40. Lu Shaolin tapped his forehead and remarked, My apologies, I would rather live a vibrant 50 years than languish through 100 in mediocrity. After all, once I've savored life, I can gracefully depart. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lu Shaolin suddenly inquired, Brother, have you and your wife been at odds? This question had lingered in his mind since his days at the factory, but he had not had the opportunity to address it then. Now, with his feet washed, his curiosity was once again ignited. Yang Fan, upon hearing this, wore a look of intrigue. His curiosity stemmed not solely from gossip. He was more concerned about the collaboration with Yi Xintao. If the latter's family was discontented, his personal emotions could easily spiral out of control, potentially impacting Yang Fan's earnings. Yi Xintao let out a deep sigh and responded, Initially, this matter is a family disgrace, and I have been reluctant to discuss it publicly. However, since you've asked, I shall divulge the details. He then succinctly recounted the situation. Yi Xintao's wife, Huaqiangbei, had been married to him for 15 years, and they had a son who was currently in middle school. Over the years, he had been operating a factory and earning a living for the family, while Huaqiangbei managed their son and took care of his daily needs. Although the couple occasionally faced misunderstandings, their life was relatively comfortable. As the saying goes, no gold is without blemish, and no person is perfect. Yi Xintao was adept in his work and socially savvy, embodying the archetype of a quality man by societal standards. However, he had one flaw, a penchant for foot bathing. In his defense, Yi Xintao explained, In this day and age, what capable man does not indulge in leisure? Once the business is concluded, one simply needs to return home. Why dwell on trifles? This habit had led to numerous quarrels with Huaqiangbei, yet each time, the disputes ended without resolution. It would be unfair to lay the blame solely on Yi Xintao. In 2008, the manufacturing landscape in Pengcheng and Guangxing was such that mutual indulgences were commonplace. One would treat another to a meal while the other would reciprocate with foot washing, fostering a harmonious business atmosphere. Those who attempted to maintain a facade of superiority found it exceedingly difficult to thrive, as camaraderie was essential in the social fabric of commerce. After all, if one were to adopt an air of exclusivity, who would wish to associate with them? In many instances, Yi Xintao's foot baths were a necessary form of social engagement. Conversely, while Huaqiangbei was frugal and maintained a clean lifestyle, she harbored a flaw of her own, a tendency to financially support her family of origin. Unlike most, her generosity extended even to her married sisters, and she would provide them with substantial amounts of money. According to Yi Xintao's estimates, during his 7 years of running the factory, his sisters-in-law had received no less than 150,000 yuan from Huaqiangbei. When combined with the support given to her parents and brother, the total certainly exceeded 350,000 yuan. This amounted to an annual expenditure of approximately 50,000 yuan. A considerable sum, especially when the average monthly wage was merely 1 to 2,000 yuan. Such an amount could sustain 2 individuals for an entire year. For this reason, Yi Xintao had confronted Huaqiangbei on numerous occasions, yet each argument culminated with her resolute statement, When I married you, my family did not receive a bride price. Yi Xintao found himself unable to prevail. There was no denying it. He had indeed incurred a monumental favor from his wife's family. Thus, an unusual compromise was reached between the couple. I shall turn a blind eye to your outings, and you shall refrain from voicing objections regarding my financial support to your family. If life were to continue in this manner, it would not be too bad. Yi Xintao would merely be spending a bit more each year, a burden he could certainly bear. However, in March of this year, due to a grievous error made by an employee, his factory faced imminent closure, abruptly severing his financial lifeline. Consequently, Huaqiangbei could no longer tolerate the situation, or rather, her family could not. In that moment, Yi Xintao profoundly experienced the fickleness of human relationships and the harshness of societal realities. Previously, When he visited his wife's family, he was greeted with exuberance. They would celebrate with feasts, and his father-in-law would personally toast with him. Now, however, he was met with indifference, even denied a glass of water. When he attempted to borrow 20,000 yuan from his father-in-law to address his urgent needs, he was not only refused but also subjected to a scathing reprimand. His father-in-law exclaimed, "You wretch, how could I have married my daughter to someone like you? Other men live modestly after marriage, yet look at you, parading around, thinking yourself important with a few trifling coins, indulging in excesses and women. Now you are reaping what you have sown." Yi Xintao was left bewildered by the harsh words. Just before, his father-in-law praised him as a capable man, a good husband, and a fine son-in-law. Now, due to his financial woes, he was reduced to nothing more than a disgrace. Is this truly the same father-in-law he had known? Doubtful. He sought out his mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and sisters-in-law, only to be met with the same derision. Even his own wife began to regard him with coldness. From that day forth, Huaqiangbei not only ceased to show him kindness, but also took their son back to her family. The dual failures in his career and home life struck Yi Xintao profoundly. He even contemplated suicide multiple times, yet the thought of his son, who was just entering his teenage years, compelled him to endure. He could not allow his child to grow up without a father. Thus, he spent his days in Huaqiangbei, searching for anyone willing to buy his MP3 player, and his nights making desperate calls to borrow money. He struggled between disappointment and despair until he encountered Yang Fan. With Yang Fan's assistance, Yi Xintao revived his factory, managing it even more successfully than before. He rose once more. Upon hearing of his resurgence, his wife's family inundated him with calls, claiming that previous misunderstandings had occurred, that he was still the capable man, devoted husband, and fine son-in-law he had always been. To this, he responded with a resounding, "Get lost." Lu Shaolin, upon hearing this, gave him a thumbs up and remarked, "Brother, that's the way to go. Your wife's family is utterly despicable." Chapter 85. Zero down payment for a house on the morning of October 4th at 8:30. While Lu Shaolin was engaged in his morning exercises, Yang Fan and Yi Xintao arrived in Guangqing. Similar to their previous endeavor with the electronic wristband molds, this time they sought to resolve the electric toothbrush molds at the factory where Yang Yuan worked. Under the coordination of Yang Yuan, the matter concerning the molds was settled within a morning. Yi Xintao remarked, "Brother, the molds alone will cost over 130,000. This investment won't exceed 300,000, will it?" Yang Fan replied, "It should be about that." Once the costs for the molds were established, the overall expenses became clearer. He estimated that producing 2,000 electric toothbrushes would require an investment of approximately 320,000. Yi Xintao continued, "So, in the past 2 months, you must have spent around 500,000 to 600,000. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. This amount did not include his car purchase and the opening of a new store. If everything were accounted for, it would exceed 600,000. Yi Xintao exclaimed, "It's truly disheartening. When I was your age, I couldn't even boast a single bill of large denomination, let alone 500,000 or 600,000. Yang Fan smiled and responded, "Times have changed. Had I been born in your era, I could not have achieved what I have today, regardless of one's brilliance or prowess. In the face of the tide of time, every individual is insignificant and powerless." The reason Yang Fan could manage such a large endeavor within 3 months was not due to his foresight, but rather the abundant opportunities presented by this era. As mealtime approached, Yang Yuan announced, "Boss Yi, third brother, let us go. I shall treat you to dinner." Yang Fan waved his hand. "No, second brother. Allow me to treat. You have been of such great assistance today, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Silly boy, why speak of thanks with your brother? No matter when you come, I will always take care of your meals. Your sister-in-law has already ordered the dishes," Yang Yuan reassured him. A few moments later, the group settled at a nearby Sichuan restaurant. Taking advantage of Yi Xintao's trip to the restroom, Yang Fan inquired, "Second brother, sister-in-law, have you looked at any houses?" Lu Yingying promptly replied, "I visited some during my time off. There's one near a park. The community is lovely. And it's close to where you and your brother work, with schools nearby. However, the price is a bit steep, 5,200 per square meter. In 2008, the average housing price in Guangqing was around 5,000 to 6,000. Lu Yingying considered it expensive because the area was suburban, lacking the vibrancy of the city center. Yang Fan then stated, as long as the house is good, a higher price is acceptable. Sister-in-law, how large did you have in mind? Lu Yingying quietly responded, 90 square meters, 3 bedrooms, and a living room. Yang Fan stroked his chin and remarked, that's too small. You should consider a larger one, at least 120 square meters. Otherwise, when you have children, there won't be enough space for them to play. Although a 90 square meter apartment is typically adequate for a family of 3 or 4. This measurement includes common areas, meaning a 90 square meter unit would likely yield only about 70 square meters of usable space. Lu Yingying's face lit up with unexpected joy. After more than a month of working at the factory, she had learned of the partnership between Yang Fan and Yi Xintao, with both earning substantial sums monthly. She was aware that her future brother-in-law was not lacking in funds. Yang Yuan interjected, third brother. Your sister-in-law and I can earn well enough to buy our own house in the future. You are in a crucial phase of investment. Do not worry about us. Lu Yingying cast a lingering glance at him. Yang Fan took a sip of water and remarked, second brother, delaying the purchase of a house is unwise. The longer you wait, the less affordable it becomes. Trust my judgment, secure the property this month. I shall provide you with 30% of the down payment, and you can manage the remaining loan. No, how can a brother accept money from his younger sibling? That simply doesn't make sense. You're not taking my money. Last time I borrowed 15,000 from you. Consider this a repayment. Then just return the 15,000. I do not require more. Noticing Yang Yuan's resolute stance, Yang Fan ceased to press the matter further. He turned to Lu Yingying and said, sister-in-law, disregard my brother. Focus on your search. Once you find a suitable place, give me a call, and I will transfer the funds before the month concludes. In truth, aside from the expenses for the electric toothbrush, he had over 200,000 remaining, more than sufficient for the down payment. However, in business, it is prudent to retain some reserve funds for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he planned to delay the transfer until the end of the month. All right, I will visit properties whenever I have free time and negotiate as much as possible. Lu Yingying exclaimed, her face radiating joy. This was a house in the city. She was about to become a city dweller. Yang Yuan rapped the table and interjected. What is there to be so pleased about? This is not feasible. Yang Fan interrupted, second brother, listen to me. This amount is trivial for me. I can manage it. You've always spent on me since childhood. Now, allow me to contribute in my own way. You know I partner with Old Yi in business, and I will frequently travel to Pengqing and Guanxing. If you establish a home here, I can stay with you and save on hotel expenses. Lu Yingying quickly added, that's right. You can stay at our place. I will do your laundry and cook for you. Yang Yuan glanced at his fiancée and then at his brother, remaining silent but acquiescing. After the meal, Yi Xintao drove Yang Fan back to the factory. Midway, he suddenly spoke up, little brother. Why not purchase a flat in Pengqing as well? Yang Fan looked at him. Did you overhear my conversation with my brother and sister-in-law? Yi Xintao nodded. You two spoke with such vigor, I could hear you from outside. Yang Fan rubbed his face and replied, let us discuss it later. My current funds are somewhat limited. In truth, he had considered buying a property in Pengqing. His plan was to secure a loan for 1 or several units before year-end. The rationale was straightforward. It was incredibly advantageous. Due to the financial crisis, the housing prices in Pengqing are at their lowest in years. Taking the Longhua district in Guanlan as an example, the average price has fallen below 10,000. In Yi Xintao's neighborhood, prices are as low as 6,500. This is a genuine property in Pengqing, priced at only 6,500 per square meter. Once the year passes, such opportunities will be mere dreams. Yi Xintao continued, financial matters are easily resolved. I have channels that allow for 0 down payment on properties. The interest rates may be higher, but I wonder if you would be interested? 0 down payment? Yang Fan was initially taken aback before exclaiming, I am very interested. Absolutely. He didn't even inquire about the interest rates. Compared to the soaring housing prices of the future, the marginal interest charged by banks is utterly negligible. When opportunity knocks, one must seize the chance to invest in real estate. Chapter 86. My aspiration to become a landlord in society. There exists a profession that surpasses the financial stability of the average employee, offers more comfort than entrepreneurship, and provides greater tranquility than a career in public service. Indeed, this profession is that of a landlord, particularly in the 4 major first-tier cities. Landlords with a portfolio of dozens, if not hundreds, of properties enjoy a life of unparalleled luxury and abundance, provided they refrain from venturing into entrepreneurship or gambling. Many believe that landlords in our country simply ride on the coattails of fortune, having inherited wealth from their forebears or benefited from government buyouts. This perception, however, is not entirely accurate. There exists a segment of the population in China who have ascended to the status of landlord through their own diligent efforts. In the early 2000s, numerous regions in China implemented policies allowing for zero down payment on home purchases, including all 4 first-tier cities and a majority of second- and third-tier cities. In a previous life, Yang Fan had encountered reports of ordinary workers, earning a modest salary, who managed to acquire 5 to 10 properties in Pengcheng through these zero down payment policies. One might wonder how individuals with such modest incomes could possibly afford multiple mortgages. The answer lies in the strategic use of credit cards. While the average person might possess 1 or 2 credit cards, or at most 6 or 7 for those prone to overspending, these individuals wield an entire wallet filled with credit cards. After purchasing properties with zero down payment, they would first use one credit card to pay the mortgage, then utilize another to pay off that card, perpetuating this cycle and extending their repayment timelines to the utmost limit. Ultimately, they would wait for property values to skyrocket, at which point selling just a few of their holdings would allow them to cover their credit card debts, leaving them with a significant profit. This method requires no initial investment, yet yields substantial wealth, all within the bounds of legality. The sole risk lies in a potential decline in property prices. However, as long as the market continues to rise, profits are virtually guaranteed. This explains why, despite an ample supply of housing, domestic prices continue to ascend at an alarming rate. The purchasing power of one individual can rival that of 10 or even dozens, making it inevitable for prices to increase. Yang Fan's current ambition is straightforward: to join the ranks of property speculators through the zero down payment strategy. After all, many are already engaged in this practice, and his participation would hardly be missed. If others can profit, so too can he. Moreover, unlike typical speculators, he possesses an advantage. He is acutely aware of the lack of risk involved, free from any psychological burdens. He is confident that, in the next decade, housing prices in Pengcheng will continue to climb, a trend substantiated by historical data. The following morning, Yi Xintao introduced a man dressed in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, to Yang Fan. He introduced, "Brother, this is Wu Hai, the sales manager from the developer." Yang Fan rose to shake hands with him, exchanging pleasantries. After a few moments of small talk, Wu Hai straightforwardly inquired, "Mr. Yang, how many units are you considering purchasing at Guanhu Rinjia?" Guanhu Rinjia is the name of the community where Yi Xintao resides. The second phase of the project is nearing completion and is now open for sales. Yang Fan countered with questions. "What types of floors does your second phase have? How many units are there? What is the distribution of the apartments?" Wu Hai chuckled, producing a printed brochure and placing it before him, stating, "There are 2 types of floors. One is 23 stories high, and the other is 11 stories. The total number of apartments is approximately 900. Each building contains 2 units, with 2 households in each unit." Yang Fan opened the brochure, revealing a total of 13 buildings. Buildings 1 to 5 are 11 stories high, while buildings 5 to 13 stand at 23 stories. He pointed to the third building, saying, "I'll take 1 unit from that one." Wu Hai then asked, "Which floor's unit would you like?" Yang Fan exhaled, "The unit for the entire building." Suddenly, Yi Xintao, who was sipping from a thermos, choked momentarily as 2 bright red goji berries shot out of his nostrils. "Brother, how many are you looking to buy?" he asked, disbelief etched on his face. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, "I want all 22 units in the third building." Wu Hai sprang up from the sofa, astonished. "Are you joking with me?" After 2.5 years in this profession, it was the first time he encountered someone wishing to purchase half a building in one go. This amounted to 22 apartments, valued at over 10 million. Even with zero down payment, the monthly mortgage would still need to be repaid. What astonished him even more was the youthfulness of the individual making such an audacious request. He appeared to be merely in his 20s. Could someone so young afford so many properties? He felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. In truth, had Yang Fan not been introduced by Yi Xintao, Wu Hai would have dismissed him as delusional and walked away without uttering a word. Yang Fan smiled and said, "I'm not joking. If you have any doubts, you can ask Lao Yi if I can afford the mortgage for 22 apartments." Initially, he had intended to acquire an entire building. However, with each apartment requiring nearly 3,000 in monthly payments, the burden of a total of 44 units would amount to approximately 1,200,000. an overwhelming pressure. Thus, he took a step back. As Yi Xintao regained his composure, he patted his chest and reassured, "You can trust in Yang's capabilities. There's absolutely no problem." Wu Hai rubbed his face, feeling a surge of excitement. Whether Yang Fan could handle the mortgage was of little concern to him. His earnings were based on the commission from each sale. If this deal went through, he would fulfill his annual quota. Beyond his salary and commission, the company would also offer him additional bonuses. Wu Hai took a deep breath and proposed, "How about this? Yi, please take Mr. Yang to our office this afternoon. We can sign a few contracts, and I'll head to the bank to smooth things over in advance." After speaking, he stood up and shook hands with Yang Fan and Yi Xintao before turning to exit. Once Wu Hai had walked away, Yi Xintao widened his eyes and inquired, "Brother, what prompted you to suddenly purchase so many properties at once?" Yang Fan, with a hint of nostalgia, replied, "Because I aspire to be a landlord." In that moment, he recalled his past life, where he scrimped and saved to afford a down payment. He lived in a dim, damp urban village, subsisting on cheap takeout, and hesitated all year to buy even 2 decent articles of clothing. It is no exaggeration to say that his greatest anguish in his previous life stemmed from housing issues. Now, fate had presented him with the opportunity to effortlessly acquire dozens of properties. He simply had to seize it. The losses he endured regarding housing in his past life, he would reclaim in this lifetime. Chapter 87. Brother, you are still young. At noon, Yang Fan and Yi Xintao were enjoying boxed lunches in the office when Lu Shaolin, sporting dark circles under his eyes and a weary stride, entered. Yang Fan set down his chopsticks, astonished, and exclaimed, "What on earth happened to you, monk?" Lu Shaolin plopped down on the sofa and replied, "A dancer from Blue Moon came. I went to see her perform, and she was quite impressive." Yi Xintao immediately inquired, "Which one?" Lu Shaolin responded, "She just arrived yesterday." Yi Xintao stroked his chin thoughtfully, "I'll go see her too." Yang Fan interjected, "You should wait until tomorrow. We have important matters this afternoon." Yi Xintao nodded, "Don't worry, it won't be delayed." Lu Shaolin exhaled deeply, "Make sure to call me when you go." "Really, brother? You're in this state and still want to go? Just give me 2 of those little pills." Yang Fan shook his head. "I suggest you take it easy. One must relish life's triumphs and not leave the technician waiting idly." "Well said, brother." As the three engaged in light banter regarding poetry, a sudden loud crash echoed from the workshop outside. "Goodness!" Yi Xintao immediately stood up and rushed out. Yang Fan and Lu Shaolin exchanged glances and followed suit. Half a minute later, Yi Xintao stared at the smoking machine and the timid employee standing by it, his face twitching with frustration. Containing his anger, he said, "Aren't you new? Who authorized you to operate the machine?" The employee murmured, "The team leader went to the restroom and asked me to monitor the machine. I noticed it had stopped, so I pressed a button to see what would happen, and well, it crashed." Upon hearing this, Yi Xintao raised his voice, "Deshan, where the hell have you been?" Moments later, a bespectacled young man hurried over, pants askew. It was Zeng Deshan, a seasoned employee who had followed Yi Xintao for 4 years. Flustered, he asked, "What happened?" Yi Xintao shouted, "Are you blind? Can't you see what condition the machine is in? You let a newcomer operate it, and now look." Zeng Deshan glanced at the smoking machine and then at the new employee, saying, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have let this rookie handle the machine." "Nonsense. Do you think I'm unaware of that? Now what do we do? What else can we do? We'll have to shut it down for repairs." "You speak so lightly of it. With the damage done to the machine, it cannot be repaired. It must be replaced. Such a replacement will cost 20 to 30,000. Are you suggesting I sell my blood? At the very least, I'll have to wash my feet less often." Yi Xintao exclaimed, his face flushed. "Nonsense. When have you ever not been the first to wash your feet during breaks?" Zeng Deshan scratched his head awkwardly, remaining silent. The new employee timidly spoke up, "Boss, it was I who damaged the machine. Please deduct the repair costs from my salary." "Enough of that. How long will we be deducting from your wages?" Yi Xintao waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, you will not have to pay a single penny. Work diligently, and once you learn to operate the machine, I'll treat you to 3 days of foot washing." He then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Zeng Deshan and another to the new employee. Afterward, he took out his phone and called the repair personnel. A little over 10 minutes later, Yi Xintao returned to the office. Lu Shaolin inquired, "Brother, are you really not going to deduct the new employee's wages?" Yi Xintao replied, "His monthly salary is just over 1,000. How could I deduct anything from that?" "You truly are a magnanimous boss," Lu Shaolin remarked. Yi Xintao sighed, "It's not generosity. It's simply a necessity. Believe me, if I had even hinted at deducting his pay, that employee would certainly not return tomorrow. Lu Shaolin exclaimed, no way. Didn't he say he would compensate with his salary? Yi Xintao patted his shoulder. Brother, you are still too young. After 7 years of running this factory, I've encountered this situation at least 10 times. The first time it happened, I didn't penalize the employee financially, but scolded him severely. That evening, he left and maliciously damaged a batch of finished products on his way out. Since then, I've learned that sometimes the boss is actually in a passive position compared to the employees. As long as employees are not lazy or foolish, they can find work anywhere. If they are dissatisfied, they can leave at any time. The boss, however, has to remain. The factory is here, and while the monks can run away, the temple cannot. Around 2 in the afternoon, Yang Fan and Yi Xintao arrived at the sales office of Guanghu Rinjia. Wu Hai was already waiting for them. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Fan said, please take me to see the property. Wu Hai responded, no problem, but we can only view it from the ground as it is still under construction. We need to file a report to go inside. Yang Fan nodded. All right, let us just view it from below. Before long, the three stood before a building under construction. As with most construction sites, it was noisy, filled with dust, and surrounded by haphazardly stacked building materials. Despite the less-than-ideal environment, Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement. This was Pengcheng, where he would own 22 properties. Just from these properties alone, in 10 years, he could become a billionaire. Moreover, after acquiring these properties, there was an added benefit. He could use them as collateral to secure a bank loan. After this year, property prices in Pengcheng were set to soar. By then, he could easily obtain loans of 10 to 20 million. Yi Xintao suddenly spoke up. Brother, do you think I should purchase a few properties as well? Witnessing Yang Fan poised to acquire such an impressive number of houses stirred his own aspirations. Deep-rooted within the Chinese psyche is an obsession with real estate, given the opportunity. Everyone yearns to become a landlord. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. I suggest you do buy. If possible, acquire as many as you can. Yi Xintao bit his lip. But what if I incur losses? His desire to invest clashed with his apprehensions. Since the financial crisis, property prices in Pengcheng had significantly dropped, and his own residence had depreciated by nearly 20%. Yang Fan calmly replied, I believe you will not face losses. Why? Because I am optimistic about the future development of Pengcheng. I am confident that more and more people will flock here. As the population increases, property prices are bound to rise. Yi Xintao clapped his thigh. Then I shall also purchase 5 units. Wu Hai's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you. He earned a commission of 5,000 for each property sold, and selling 5 more would net him over 20,000. Yi Xintao patted his shoulder. Don't just express gratitude verbally. Since I am buying so many with Brother Yang, you must offer us a discount. Needless to say, discounts are a must. We will apply a group purchase price, offering a 3% reduction. Chapter 88. Given the circumstances, let us pamper ourselves that afternoon. Yang Fan and Yi Xintao both signed the purchase contracts. Due to the volume of their purchases, they secured a 4 discount, concluding at a rate of 96. They had intended to visit the bank for mortgage processing, but with the National Day holiday underway, the bank was not accommodating such transactions. Thus, they departed directly. On their way back to the factory, Zhang Zhixin called to inform them that the design drawings for the boards were complete and had been sent to Yi Xintao's QQ. After ending the call, Yang Fan immediately said, Old Yi, turn around. We need to buy materials. Yi Xintao complied, steering the car towards the electronics market. By 8 o'clock that evening, after their errands, the two returned to the factory. Lu Shaolin was dozing on the sofa. Upon noticing their return, he immediately stood up. Off Fan, brother, let us go for a foot bath. Wait a moment, I'll grab something. Yi Xintao retrieved a small blue pill from his drawer. Placing one in front of both Lu Shaolin and Yang Fan, he added, take it 40 minutes in advance. The effect is remarkable. Lu Shaolin hurriedly tucked it into his pocket. Yang Fan waved his hand. I shall pass. You two go ahead. Yi Xintao inquired. What's the matter, brother? Are you feeling unwell? No, I simply wish to rest for a bit. A foot bath is the perfect way to unwind. Lu Shaolin interjected. Indeed. Let the technician work on you while you lie back and sleep. It's incredibly comfortable. Never mind. You two go. I'll just lie down for a while. Despite Yi Xintao's enthusiasm and Lu Shaolin's eagerness, Yang Fan ultimately declined the invitation. He settled onto the sofa in the office and called Zhong Hui. Hello, boss. I may need to delay my return to school by 4 or 5 days. Could you assist me in requesting leave? Today is already October 5th, with only 2 days left of a National Day holiday. In Pengcheng, he still needed to process the mortgage and finalize the sample for the electric toothbrush, making it impossible for him to return on time, requesting a leave of 4 or 5 days. On the other end of the line, Zheng Hui found herself in a bit of a predicament. It was not that she was unable to make the request, but rather that immediately following the National Day holiday, the sports meet would commence, and Yang Fan had registered for 2 events, the long jump and the 800 meters. If he were to be absent, who would participate in the competition? Clearing her throat, Zheng Hui remarked, taking leave is not an issue, as there are no classes apart from the class meeting. However, what about your competitions? Each of us in the dormitory has at least 2 events. It would be difficult to find a substitute for you. After some contemplation, Yang Fan responded, I will pay 200 for each event. Whoever goes in my stead will receive the money. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the line. Lao San, leave this to me. I will handle it with utmost clarity. It was Xiang Fei. Yang Fan replied, that works. Find me 2 reliable individuals, and I will give you 400 yuan when I return. All right, just you wait, came the reply before the call ended. In dormitory 406, Zheng Hui looked at Xiang Fei and said, Lao Air, this is my phone. Why did you hang up? I was merely trying to save you some phone credit. He chuckled. Once Lao San's 400 yuan arrives, I'll treat you to barbecue. Just so we are clear, there must be plenty of food and drink, she insisted. Absolutely. Xiang Fei replied, rubbing his hands together. He was well aware that at their school, there were those who could attend classes on behalf of others, complete assignments, and even take exams. Participating in the sports meet was a trivial matter. The fee for each event was at most 50 yuan, and if 2 were taken together, a discount applied. With that 400 yuan, he could easily pocket 200, enough for several delightful meals. Meanwhile, Yang Fan lay on the sofa, having drifted into slumber. Late into the night, around 11 o'clock, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder, followed by a fierce wind and torrential rain. The large raindrops, enveloped by the gusts, pelted against the window glass. Yang Fan was jolted awake. After a moment of daze, he rose and approached the window, gazing out into the dismal rain-soaked night. The city's darkness was far from silent. He observed clusters of lights swaying amidst the storm. The sounds of wind, rain, and the distant hum of machinery from the workshops intertwined harmoniously. In such a moment, sleep was elusive. He thought about reading, but the book was not with him. He considered taking a stroll, but the rain was too heavy. He contemplated finding someone to converse with, but there was no one nearby. Ultimately, he resigned himself to washing his feet. Yang Fan called Yi Xintao. Old Yi, please summon a technician for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Yi Xintao, busy with his tasks, instantly paused and cheerfully replied, no problem. I'll save the most beautiful one for you. Yang Fan stretched, then walked into the workshop. Approaching the night shift supervisor, he pulled out 100 yuan and stated, let us treat the brothers to a late-night snack. He then descended the stairs and drove his Wuling Rongguang towards the Blue Moonlight Club. The next morning, after a long night, Yang Fan and Yi Xintao sat in the lounge enjoying rice rolls while Lu Shaolin engaged in his morning exercises. Yi Xintao remarked, I truly admire Lu. While we are out having fun, I simply enjoy my night and call it a day. Yet he manages to set an alarm to rise early and continue the revelry. He is quite the talent. Yang Fan took a sip of soy milk and remarked, how can you still speak? How many pills did you give him yesterday? Just 2. One of which was yours, which you refused, and he took it instead. Don't give him any more. That stuff is detrimental to health if consumed excessively. It's fine. I've been taking it for over a year without any adverse effects, came the reply. You can barely walk straight, yet you remain stubborn? As they conversed, Lu Shaolin staggered over. Yi Xintao waved and said, brother, come sit down. I've got black chicken and goji berry soup just for you. Lu Shaolin sat down, wiped the sweat from his brow, and gulped down the soup in one go. He exhaled and said, it seems I should take a proper rest. I was seeing little stars while walking just now. Yang Fan patted his shoulder. As long as you know, hurry up and eat, then get a good night's sleep. Don't go out to play for the next few days. After leaving the Blue Moon Club, Yang Fan and Yi Xintao set off for Guanxing. Yang Yuan had just called to inform them that the molds for the electric toothbrushes were ready for collection. Halfway there, Yi Xintao inquired, brother, have you ever considered letting your brother go solo? Yang Fan rubbed his chin and replied, my brother possesses the skills, but he lacks connections. He had contemplated this issue during his second visit to Pengcheng, but it had merely remained a thought. In the mold industry, securing a decent job merely requires technical expertise. However, to venture into entrepreneurship, one must be adept at networking to secure orders. In truth, this principle applies to the vast majority of industries. Yi Xintao, with a hint of excitement, said, "I can assist. I've worked in factories for years and know dozens of plastic factory owners, two of whom are quite close to me. If your brother decides to go solo, I assure you he could easily secure orders worth tens of thousands every month. We'll see about that." Chapter 89. Don't you have principles? On the morning of October 9th, after spending an entire week in Pengcheng, Yang Fan and Lu Shaolin drove back to Hongqiang with 20 electric toothbrushes. Following final calculations, Yang Fan's total investment, having produced 2,000 electric toothbrushes, approached 340,000 yuan. Yi Xintao had invested 40,000 yuan for a 10% stake in the venture. In the passenger seat, Lu Shaolin, holding an electric toothbrush, weakly asked, "Oh, Fan, how much do you plan to sell these for?" He had been working tirelessly, scarcely having a free evening. Yang Fan replied, 298 yuan. That's rather steep. Will anyone buy them? I can't say for certain. We'll see once they're sold. Yang Fan had compared his batch of electric toothbrushes, finding their functionality on par with those priced at 500 or 600 yuan abroad. Furthermore, they boasted a more stylish appearance and a superior tactile experience. What he lacked was merely a brand. However, with prices lowered by nearly half, the brand effect could certainly be compensated for. Lu Shaolin yawned and said, "Drive slowly. I'm going to take a nap. If you get tired, remember to wake me." Yang Fan nodded, "Sure, I'll call you if I get exhausted." Yet, he was well aware of the road ahead. Given Lu Shaolin's demeanor, one could hardly imagine him driving, even seated in a vehicle without a seatbelt. He seemed destined to slide onto the pavement. The Wuling Rongguang sped along the highway, with Yang Fan tuning the radio to the melodies of music. By chance, the station played Blue Lotus. Nothing could impede one's yearning for freedom, a life unbridled, with my heart unencumbered. The world of liberty within me, so clear and lofty. The ever-blooming, never-fading Blue Lotus. Su Wei's deep, husky voice resonated, igniting in Yang Fan an urge to accelerate. Regrettably, no matter how forcefully he pressed the pedal, the Wuling Rongguang's maximum speed was a mere 130. Before the song could conclude, his phone rang. Glancing down, he saw it was Xiang Fei. Yang Fan silenced the music and answered, "Hey, what's up?" Xiang Fei replied, "Nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that your long jump competition has concluded, and the person I found for you secured 6th place." Yang Fan chuckled, "Great. I'll settle the payment with you when I get back. When will you arrive? Tonight or tomorrow morning should suffice. I must go now. I'm driving on the highway." In dormitory 406, Xiang Fei listened to the busy tone emanating from his phone, a puzzled expression on his face. Driving on the highway? How could the third have a car? He resolved to inquire upon Yang Fan's return. Youthful exuberance and boundless energy marked Yang Fan, who drove for 4.5 hours straight before pulling into a service area. By then, Lu Shaolin had awakened, and they alternated visits to the dining area. Their caution was not unwarranted. The current highway service areas were a melting pot of individuals. Thieves smashing windows, fuel siphoners, tire slashers posing as mechanics, and even desperate criminals brazenly robbing in broad daylight. Having completed his morning exercise, Lu Shaolin felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him, prompting him to eat first. Yang Fan reclined his seat. After a while, he heard someone rapping on the car door. He sat up to see a woman in her 30s, curvaceous and assertive. "Hey there, want to have some fun?" "Just $50, she proposed. Yang Fan waved her off. "No thanks, I'm about to leave." Undeterred, she pressed on. "When will you be going?" "In 5 minutes. That's enough time. It won't take 5 minutes. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. "Really, I don't need it. If you don't leave, I'll call for help." The woman departed, grumbling. "Honestly, you look imposing. But you're just a waste of my time." Yang Fan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, tempted to confront her for a moment of reason. Yet, such matters seldom yielded fruitful discussions, unless he was willing to provide personal evidence. Truth be told, based solely on her appearance, he wouldn't engage in such a demonstration, even for free. Thus, he chose to endure. After another 10 minutes, Lu Shaolin returned, patting his stomach. "A Fan, you should go eat. The dan dan noodles inside are quite good." Yang Fan stepped out of the vehicle and, after taking a few strides, turned back and said, "If any unsavory women seek you out, do not engage with them." Lu Shaolin was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by unsavory women? Yang Fan replied. The kind that sell themselves. Are they beautiful? Beautiful? Nonsense. Rest assured, I am a man of principle. I wouldn't even glance at a woman who isn't attractive. Yang Fan nodded and went off to have a meal. Half an hour later, Yang Fan witnessed Lu Shaolin descending from a van, followed closely by a voluptuous woman who adjusted her attire and accepted a green bill from his hand. As Lu Shaolin departed, he even had the audacity to touch the woman. After he got into the vehicle, Yang Fan stared at him incredulously. Aren't you a man of principle? Lu Shaolin, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, I do have principles, but I covered her face with clothing just now. I couldn't see whether she was pretty or not. You truly are a character, Yang Fan remarked. The two took a brief respite before continuing their journey. This time, Lu Shaolin remained awake, engaging Yang Fan in conversation. He pondered aloud. Ah Fan, what do you think will become of those beautiful technicians we encountered in Pengcheng? Yang Fan responded, what else could they do? They will surely marry. Is that really possible? Can one marry after doing such work? Nonsense. If they don't disclose it, who would ever know? Lu Shaolin nodded in agreement. That's true. The last time I met Xiaoling, she was incredibly innocent. Had I not seen her at the club, I would have assumed she was a university student. Yang Fan shot him a glance. You may very well be right. She might actually be a university student. Is that possible? Why wouldn't it be? A diligent university student struggles to earn even 3,000 yuan a month. Yet in a club, one can easily make over 1,000 in a single day. It is no longer a novelty for female university students to take part-time jobs at clubs. The establishment we visited in Pengcheng was merely mid-range. The likelihood of encountering them there is relatively low. In high-end venues, university students abound, and patrons can even request a companion from a specific school or major. They even bring their student IDs to work. Lu Shaolin's expression turned wistful. I must earn well. If I can't attend university, I can still meet university students. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at him. Listen, you cannot continue like this. Otherwise, you will be playing with fire. No worries, I am aware of what I am doing. You have no clue. Chapter 90. Zhang Tonggui's thoughts the following morning. Shortly after 7, Yang Fan returned to dormitory 406. In truth, he had arrived the previous night, but after driving for over 10 hours, he was exhausted and went straight to sleep after a shower. Due to the sports event, the school had no classes. At this moment, aside from Lu Zhenghao, who had gone out to study English, the others were still lying in bed. Yang Fan approached Xiang Fei's bunk, produced 4 red bills, and handed them over. Here you go, old two, for the bill. Absolutely, that's generous of you. Xiang Fei accepted the money and counted it several times, wetting his fingers. Yang Fan proceeded to strip the sheets and duvet from his bed, stuffing them into a bucket in preparation to wash them in the bathroom. Xiang Fei suddenly remarked, Third brother, when we spoke on the phone yesterday, you mentioned you were driving on the highway? Yang Fan casually replied, Indeed. Where did you get the car? I bought it. Yang Fan had no intention of hiding the fact that he had purchased a vehicle, as his roommates would inevitably find out. Moreover, it wasn't an extravagant car, thus there was no need for concealment. Xiang Fei sat up abruptly, exclaiming, Wow, you bought a car? What kind? Zhong Hui and Wu Bailu also turned their attention towards him. For a university student to own a car was quite a remarkable feat. Yang Fan responded nonchalantly. A Wuling minivan. Xiang Fei visibly relaxed. He had been somewhat worried that Yang Fan might have purchased a Mercedes or a BMW. In that case, he would feel significantly outclassed. Wu Bailu interjected, Third brother, why don't you drive it to school? As Yang Fan carried a bucket towards the bathroom, he replied, Riding an electric bike is more convenient on campus. In truth, there was another reason for not driving to school. The campus had restricted access. External vehicles had to register upon entry and were subject to fees. Zhong Hui inquired, I recall that a Wuling minivan has 7 seats, right? As Yang Fan poured laundry detergent into the bucket, he replied, Most of them do, though there are also 5-seat and 8-seat versions. What about yours? Mine has 7 seats. Zhong Hui said with a hint of excitement. So whenever we have an activity in our dorm, you can take everyone in one trip. Yang Fan chuckled, Not just that. I can even leave a spot for your girlfriend. Zhong Hui laughed along. Those who have attended university understand that when a roommate owns a car, the entire dormitory benefits. Whether it's for casual outings or traveling to the station during holidays, it becomes exceedingly convenient. Xiang Fei immediately suggested, Tomorrow is Saturday. Let us take third brother's car to Mei Ling for a picnic. I've heard the scenery there is splendid. Wu Bailu clapped his hands. That's a great idea. We should buy plenty of food. Yang Fan, barefoot, stepped on the bedding in the bucket and said, "Perhaps next time. I just got back and have some matters to attend to." He indeed had matters to handle, as the digital shop on Back Street had just opened a few days prior, and he needed to check on its operations. Xiang Fei, feeling deflated, said, "Well, forget it. Pretend I never mentioned it." Yang Fan clarified, "I'm not shirking. I genuinely have things to do. How about this? Next Saturday we all go? And I'll take care of the food." Even if it required time and money, he hoped to foster good relations with his roommates, especially since they would be living together for over 3 more years. Furthermore, balancing classes and entrepreneurship would often leave him with little time to spare, and having roommates who could cover for him would be advantageous. Xiang Fei immediately brightened up. "Third brother is generous." Wu Bai Lu chimed in, "What third brother? That's too informal. He should be called San Ge." Yes, San Ge is generous." After leaving the dormitory, it was already past 9 o'clock. Yang Fan rode his electric bike towards the digital store on Life Street. Upon his arrival, Zhang Tinggui was busy wiping down the counter. Yang Fan greeted him, "Brother, how has business been these past few days?" Zhang Tinggui, upon seeing him, immediately smiled and replied, "Fanzi, you're back. Business has been quite good. Just wait. I'll fetch the ledger for you." After speaking, he crouched down and retrieved a small notebook from the drawer beneath the counter. Yang Fan opened it and observed the scrawled entries. October 3rd, sold 2 mobile phones for a total of 2,860 yuan. Sold 3 MP3 players for 280 yuan. Sold a pair of wireless Bluetooth headphones for 120 yuan. October 4th, sold 1 mobile phone for 1,540 yuan. Sold 1 MP3 player for 90 yuan. Yang Fan had departed for Pengcheng on the evening of October 2nd, and the ledger recorded transactions from October 3rd up until yesterday, October 9th. Over these 6 days, the store had amassed revenues exceeding 19,000 yuan, with a gross profit approximating 13,000 to 14,000 yuan. After closing the ledger, Yang Fan commended, "Brother, you've done remarkably well, far exceeding my expectations." Zhang Tinggui scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful, and replied, "I merely followed your instructions." After a brief exchange, Yang Fan produced the components of a mobile phone and began instructing Zhang Tinggui on how to assemble it. This was something he had intended to do since the opening day, but had never found the time until now. However, a few minutes later, Yang Fan furrowed his brow as he noticed Zhang Tinggui seemed somewhat distracted. He had explained multiple times how to identify the positive and negative terminals of the power supply. Yet Zhang Tinggui would respond with a vague acknowledgement and then forget. After a while, when asked, he still professed ignorance. Such an attitude was unacceptable when it came to learning. Yang Fan set down the items in his hands and inquired, "Brother, is something bothering you?" Zhang Tinggui replied, "No, nothing at all." Yang Fan pressed, "If there is something, just say it. We can discuss anything as brothers." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tinggui rubbed his face and continued, "Fan, I have an idea, but I am uncertain if it will work." Yang Fan glanced at him and urged, "What idea? Speak." The day before yesterday, 3 small ruffians came to the store demanding protection money, but I managed to intimidate them. They wanted to ally with me, but I refused. Now that I'm learning from you, I have no intention of engaging in any chaotic activities. Zhang Tinggui paused, cautiously glancing at Yang Fan. Seeing no adverse reaction, he proceeded, "One of these ruffians claimed to know individuals from several nearby schools and offered to help us sell our store's merchandise. He said that as long as we provided him with a commission, he could sell several mobile phones and MP3 players each week. I find this prospect intriguing. I know these ruffians, and while they may lack value in society, they possess considerable influence in schools. Many students heed their words. Thus, I thought, why not recruit more individuals like them and form teams dedicated to promoting our products in nearby schools?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He had not anticipated that his cousin possessed such entrepreneurial acumen. It was uncommon for someone to consider having small ruffians sell products in schools. However, upon reflection, the feasibility of the plan indeed appeared high. As Zhang Tinggui had articulated, while these ruffians might be deemed worthless in society, they held a certain prominence within the school environment, where many students would readily buy into their influence. Having them spearhead the sales initiative could potentially yield remarkable results. Chapter 91. You can handle it after lunch. Yang Fan encountered the 3 small ruffians that Zhang Tinggui had mentioned. Dyeing his hair and tall and slender, he is known as Zhao Xinji, nicknamed Yellow Hair. Another, with a stout physique and a beret atop his head, is named Duan Shihong, affectionately called Fat Pig. The most refined-looking among them, adorned with black-framed glasses, is Zhang Hong, who bears the moniker Cannon Brother. After Zhang Tanguay introduced them, Yang Fan turned to Zhang Hong and inquired, "I can comprehend the nicknames of the other two, but why are you called Cannon Brother?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Hong scratched his head and replied, "It's just a whimsical name." Yellow Hair interjected, "Not whimsical at all. The title of Cannon Brother is renowned throughout our school, known by all." Intrigued, Yang Fan asked, "What is the story behind it?" Yellow Hair then elaborated on the origins of the nickname. In their school, there existed a particularly stern headmaster, a nemesis to mischievous students, often referred to as the living Yama. Besides his penchant for reprimanding students, he harbored a peculiar habit of inspecting dormitories by lifting the students' blankets. Whenever he conducted his inspections, should he find a student with their head hidden beneath the covers, he would unceremoniously pull the blanket away, checking for any forbidden items. Regardless of whether a student was bare-chested or otherwise, he would not offer a word of warning before yanking the covers aside. This behavior was loathed by many students of the third middle school, prompting them to seek the principal's intervention, yet to no avail. The living Yama continued his ways unabated. Then came a fateful night when he encountered Zhang Hong. Under the cloak of darkness, Zhang Hong had solicited the assistance of an off-campus classmate to download a wildly popular novel on his mobile phone. It was widely known that the protagonist of this novel was not academically inclined, and neither was Zhang Hong. That evening, after lights out, with a critical mindset, he nestled into his bed and began to read intently. Being a young man with a passion for literature was entirely natural, especially since he approached the work with a critical eye, becoming fully engrossed in the narrative. As fortune would have it, the living Yama chose that very moment to conduct his inspection, arriving at their dormitory. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the entrance, "What are you doing?" In an instant, Zhang Heng's blanket was yanked to the floor, and a beam of flashlight illuminated him. Startled, Zhang Heng found himself momentarily frozen, while the living Yama stood there, paralyzed. The imposing figure, usually commanding respect from students, appeared at that moment like a bewildered child, momentarily forgetting his identity and purpose. After a silence that stretched for over a minute, the living Yama finally regained his senses, his eyes wide with shock, and stumbled out of the room. In the aftermath, the living Yama did not return to school for 2 weeks. Those in the know claimed he spent his days at home washing his face, scrubbing vigorously. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Following this incident, the name of Cannon Brother echoed throughout the halls of the third middle school, and he became a veritable celebrity. Strolling along the school pathways, it was common to encounter fellow students who would approach him to greet him. In the cafeteria, those in line would hold their lunchboxes in one hand while pointing at him with the other, critiquing him. In classrooms, curious students, and even teachers, would come to catch a glimpse of the renowned Cannon Brother. Zhang Hong, unable to endure the situation any longer, voluntarily withdrew from school and became a small rogue. Surprisingly, after achieving a remarkable victory over the notorious living king of hell, he gained considerable recognition within the underworld, establishing a reputation for himself. Many petty criminals, especially those who had previously suffered at the hands of the living king of hell, showed Zhang Hong great deference. Upon meeting him, they would eagerly share cigarettes and call him Brother Pow incessantly, seemingly in gratitude for the revenge he had exacted on their behalf. Yang Fan, after listening to this, was left in a state of shock for quite some time. To be honest, having spent over a decade in school, he had encountered numerous mischievous students, witnessing all sorts of mischief, from petty theft to brawls. However, he had never before encountered a scenario that stretched the bounds of imagination quite like this. Zhang Tanguay, unable to contain himself, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Pow, this nickname suits you perfectly." Zhang Heng's face flushed with embarrassment. Even though this incident had transpired over 6 months ago, he still felt a twinge of shame whenever it was mentioned. Yang Fan regarded him with a hint of admiration and then said, "Brother Pow, I can agree to your proposal for selling at school, but I have one condition." Zhang Heng immediately inquired, "What condition?" "You must not engage in coercive sales tactics or intimidate the students. It has to be voluntary, understood?" "Understood, boss. You can rest assured. I won't do that. Just call me Little Pow." "No worries. I shall call you Brother Pow. It suits you well." Yang Fan waved his hand for Zhang Tanguay to bring over a mobile phone, 2 pairs of wireless Bluetooth headphones, and 4 MP3 players, and continued, "First, sell these items, and I will provide you with more stock later." Zhang Heng rubbed his hands together and asked, "How is the commission structured?" Yang Fan replied, "For each mobile phone, the commission is 100. For each pair of wireless Bluetooth headphones, it's 30, and for each MP3 player, it's 20. Let me make this clear. The prices I give you are fixed, and the price tags are affixed to the items. You are not allowed to remove them or raise the prices. Otherwise, the partnership will be terminated." Originally, he shouldn't have had to mention this, as the pricing in a distribution model is typically at the seller's discretion. However, given the nature of these individuals, who were petty criminals, it was essential to impose some restrictions to prevent potential trouble. After all, within the student demographic, there are many hot-headed individuals who might resort to violence or even drastic measures over trivial matters. Yang Fan had no desire to end up in prison due to the misconduct of these individuals inflating prices and coercing students into paying exorbitant sums for mobile phones. Zhang Heng nodded vigorously, stating, "With such a high commission, I definitely won't raise the prices." His monthly allowance was only 200, and he often had to endure scolding whenever he asked for more. Now that he had such a lucrative opportunity, he was determined to seize it. Yang Fan added, "When you sell, don't forget to inform the students that any quality issues arising within a year will be covered by warranty and replacement." Zhang Heng agreed. "Got it. All right. Off you go. I await your good news." The group hastily gathered their items and rushed out. Zhang Tengue stroked his chin and remarked, "Fan, do you think these guys will manage to sell everything? What if they just run off with the goods?" Yang Fan chuckled, "That's their affair. As long as the deal goes through, we shall continue our collaboration. If it fails or they abscond, then so be it. We shall consider it as being bitten by a dog. Business always entails risks, and this modest expense is something he can bear." Chapter 92. The privilege of being a rich second generation. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yang Fan returned to dormitory 406. Upon entering, he found Xiang Fei and Lu Zhengchang standing with their arms crossed, locked in a standoff. They glared at each other like two bulls ready to clash. Yang Fan inquired, "What is going on? You both look as if you've swallowed gunpowder." Xiang Fei kicked the leg of a chair and said, "Just in time, third brother. You need to mediate. Is it fair for fifth brother to act this way?" Lu Zhengchang scoffed, "What have I done? Is it wrong for me to pursue a female classmate?" Xiang Fei retorted, "Didn't we agree that no money should be involved?" Lu Zhengchang replied loudly, "I didn't use any money. That's nonsense. If you didn't spend any money, how did she end up going out with you? Only to return and reject me? That's because I have charm. Stop deluding yourself. Your charm is negligible." The two engaged in a back-and-forth argument. Wu Bail pulled Yang Fan aside and said, "Li Ruyun has agreed to go to the movies with fifth brother tonight, and they are watching Titanic. Between a man and a woman, attending such a film together, even if they are not a couple, signifies a significant step forward. It can only be said that Lu Zhengchang's speed is remarkable. Within just a month of the semester, he is on the verge of winning over the class beauty. Unfortunately for Xiang Fei, he is left with nothing but empty hopes." Wu Bail continued, "In this matter, fifth brother employed a bit of cunning." Yang Fan, intrigued, asked, "What kind of cunning?" He showed Li Ruoyan pictures from his overseas travels, some taken at Mount Fuji in Japan, others at the Seoul Tower in South Korea, and even at the Arc de Triomphe in France. He mentioned that he plans to take her abroad for travel in the future. Yang Fan chuckled silently, realizing that Lu Zhengchang's tactic was quite astute, possessing a significant allure for young women. It is not just an 18 or 19-year-old female university student. Even many women in their 30s and 40s would be captivated by the prospect of international travel. Xiang Fei's voice grew increasingly loud. "Fifth brother, you and Riyun will not have a happy ending." Lu Zhengchang retaliated, "Who says we won't? I intend to marry her. Even if you marry, divorce is inevitable. I want divorce. I'll drive you mad." After a while, both exhausted from the argument, they retreated to their respective beds, ignoring one another. Zhong Hui interjected, "What is the point of this? There are more girls in our class than just Li Riyun. Is it worth quarreling to this extent over her?" Xiang Fei snorted, "A full man doesn't understand the hunger of the starving. You have a girlfriend with such long legs. Of course, you can afford to be bold." Zhong Hui shot him a glare. "If you have the capability, go find one too. If you don't, then remain single." Xiang Fei sulkily fell silent. After a moment of quiet, Lu Zhengchang received a text message. Upon reading it, a smile spread across his face. He then approached Yang Fan and said, Third brother, I have a favor to ask. Yang Fan replied, what is it? Lu Zhengchang rubbed his hands together and remarked, it's quite difficult to hail a cab around our school. Would you mind giving me and Ruiyun a ride to the cinema later? Before Yang Fan could respond, Xiang Fei interjected, old three, you can't take them. Lu Zhengchang shot him an incredulous glare. What does it matter to you if I ask third brother for a ride? Xiang Fei retorted promptly, I'm telling old three not to take you. What is your concern? Old two, I advise you not to go too far, Lu Zhengchang replied defiantly. And what if I do? Sensing another argument brewing, Yang Fan quickly intervened. He turned to Lu Zhengchang and said, I'll drive you. Just call me when you're ready to leave. He then looked at Xiang Fei, adding, if you ever have a girlfriend, I'll offer the same courtesy. Lu Zhengchang expressed his gratitude and returned to his bunk. At 5:30 p.m. After finishing dinner in the cafeteria, Yang Fan drove Lu Zhengchang and Li Ruiyun to the cinema, situated 7 kilometers away. During the ride, Lu Zhengchang, with a hint of excitement, remarked, third brother, I must say, after getting used to the Mercedes at home, sitting in a van is rather amusing. Yang Fan felt a stir of curiosity. He wondered if Lu Zhengchang's comment was unintentional or deliberately aimed at Li Ruiyun. If it were the latter, it indicated that this fellow was quite shrewd and knew how to charm a girl. Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Ruiyun's face. Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, she was aware that a Mercedes typically costs several $100,000, if not millions. Li Ruiyun asked softly, what does your family do? Lu Zhengchang casually replied, my father runs a factory and my mother owns a beauty salon. Most of our relatives are in business. Yang Fan confirmed to himself that Lu Zhengchang was indeed being intentional. Li Ruiyun continued, I know about the factory, but I've never been to a beauty salon. Do they just do facials and massages? Lu Zhengchang leaned a bit closer and explained, facials and massages are just minor services. There are also major offerings like skincare, maintenance, and wellness. Each major service includes several smaller ones. Oh, I see. That sounds fascinating. When the holidays come, I'll take you there. And you can experience all the services for free, Li Ruiyun exclaimed enthusiastically. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile at the unexpected turn of events. Initially, he had thought Lu Zhengchang was merely a sycophant, but today he realized he had misjudged him. This was no mere sycophant. He was clearly a seasoned charmer. After about 20 minutes, the Wuling Rongguang came to a halt beside a shopping mall. Lu Zhengchang and Li Ruiyun exited the vehicle in quick succession. Yang Fan waved Lu Zhengchang over to the driver's side window and inquired, are you coming back tonight? Lu Zhengchang licked his lips and replied with a grin. Let us see. Yang Fan gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, saying, stay safe. Lu Zhengchang nodded, I've got protection. Yang Fan gave him a thumbs up. For your first date to be so well prepared, this can't be your first time. Lu Zhengchang chuckled, third brother, I'll head in first. Let us do dinner together sometime. He then walked into the mall, shoulder to shoulder with Li Ruiyun. Yang Fan sighed. Ah, being a rich second generation is truly wonderful. At this moment, Xiang Fei is likely engulfed in a fit of impotent rage in his dormitory, while Lu Zhengchang is already prepared for action. Such is the reality. The disparity in family backgrounds is acutely reflected in the outcomes of courtship. This is still within the confines of school. Once they step beyond its gates, the ramifications of this gap will only multiply exponentially. Yang Fan mused to himself, I must earn more money, so that my children may also enjoy the privileges of the affluent. He gripped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, directing his vehicle toward Huaqiangbei University. Meanwhile, in dormitory 406, Xiang Fei sat on his bed, repeatedly slapping the bed frame, muttering under his breath, Old 5, you bastard. The following morning, shortly after 8, Yang Fan was lazily sprawled in bed when Lu Zhengchang returned to the dormitory carrying a large bag of buns. He cheerfully announced, brothers, it's bun time. I specifically brought these for you. The others quickly rose to partake in the meal, except for Xiang Fei, who remained seated. Looking at Lu Zhengchang with a complex expression, Old 5, did you guys? Lu Zhengchang replied, if I told you we did nothing, would you believe me? Xiang Fei gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe you. Are you trying to fool me? Lu Zhengchang shrugged. Well, we didn't do anything at all. Damn it. Xiang Fei cursed vehemently before putting on his shoes and heading out. Wu Bail expressed his concern. Do you think the second one is being foolish? Zhang Hui took a bite of her bun and replied, we are all adults. If someone can't handle such trivial matters, there's little to be done. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Wu Bail turned to Lu Zhengchang and asked, Did you really do nothing last night? Lu Zhengchong rolled his eyes. We truly did nothing. We booked 2 rooms and slept separately. I would have liked to, but Li Ruoyun simply wouldn't give me the chance. Last night, aside from holding hands during the movie and a couple of hugs after our late-night snack, we genuinely did nothing. After finishing the buns, Yang Fan made another trip to the cafeteria for a bowl of clay pot soup and was just about to head to the digital store on the street when Lu Shaolin suddenly called. His tone was urgent. Hey, a fan, this is bad. There's a store on Taobao selling wireless Bluetooth earphones, just like ours. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, since the day he embarked on creating wireless Bluetooth earphones, he had anticipated that imitation would inevitably follow. The appeal of such products lies primarily in their design, which lacks significant technical complexity. Anyone familiar with the industry would easily discern the mechanics upon inspection. What surprised him was the swiftness of the imitation. It had only been a little over 2 months since the earphones were listed on Taobao. In that time, many have yet to grasp the market trends. Yet competitors were already emerging with replicas. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had managed to develop this product in just over a week, which put his mind at ease. Although the Chinese market is vast, the competition is equally fierce. It is only natural for others to be tempted when they observe wireless Bluetooth earphones selling for tens of thousands on Taobao. Yang Fan exhaled deeply and said, I will head over shortly. Let us discuss matters in person. After ending the call, he exited the cafeteria. A few minutes later, in the modest office of their rental space, the two sat facing each other. Yang Fan initiated the conversation. Lao Sung, how long has the imitation of our shop been operating? Lu Shaolin replied, I checked their shop's information. It was launched during the National Day holiday. So it has been nearly a week now. What are their sales figures? They managed to sell over 20 pairs a day. Yang Fan calmly stroked his chin, considering that this volume was not particularly alarming and did not yet pose a threat to them. Lu Shaolin continued, damn it, that scoundrel is making money by robbing us. He felt a surge of indignation, realizing that they were the sole sellers of wireless Bluetooth earphones. Those in need had no choice but to approach them. Now, with the emergence of a counterfeit, a portion of their business had been snatched away. 20 pairs of earphones amounted to more than 2,000 yuan. Yang Fan chuckled. We cannot view it that way. A unique business cannot endure indefinitely. If we can sell, so can they. Lu Shaolin thumped his thigh and remarked, if it were a fair competition, I would have no objections. But their shop, from the layout to the product images, is an outright copy of ours. Even the shop name is strikingly similar, merely altering one character. We Huaqiangbei Digital Electronics, and they Huaqiangbei Digital Electronics. Isn't that infuriating? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's brow furrowed. It was indeed a targeted affront. Lu Shaolin pressed on. Ah Fan, don't you hold a patent for the earphones? We should hire a lawyer and sue that bastard. Yang Fan sighed. It would be futile. Proving infringement on design patents is exceedingly difficult. Not to mention, can we even win the case? Even if we do, they might only face a fine of a few thousand yuan and offer an apology, and that would be the end of it. In truth, he had not finished his thoughts. Not only is it challenging to establish infringement on design patents, but the vast majority of technical patent infringements are equally hard to prove. The effectiveness of the patent law from 2008 is not even comparable to the labor law that emerged a decade later. Lu Shaolin exclaimed, is that so? Then is your patent essentially useless? Yang Fan shook his head. It is not entirely in vain. It simply holds little value against domestic competitors at present. Lu Shaolin nodded, somewhat understanding, and then asked, so we have no way to combat this? Yang Fan pondered for a moment before replying, there are methods, though I am uncertain of their efficacy. How about this? You should purchase a few pairs of their earphones for us to examine. Before he could finish, Lu Shaolin shouted, what? We have to buy their products? Isn't that aiding the enemy? Haha, I didn't expect you to be aware of that concept. Rest assured, it's not that severe. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. And you can fight 100 battles without disaster. We must first understand their products to devise suitable countermeasures. Very well, I will buy 2 pairs. Let us be generous and get 5 or 6. Understood. Lu Shaolin opened his computer, logged into his Taobao account, and began placing orders. After completing the purchase, the two engaged in casual conversation. Lu Shaolin abruptly shifted the conversation and inquired, Ah Fan, what shall we do if the number of imitators continues to grow? Yang Fan cast a commendatory glance at him. Although wireless Bluetooth earphones are not particularly popular electronic products, they are certainly beyond the capacity of their single company. and it is inevitable that more individuals will begin to sell such items. Lu Shaolin's awareness of potential risks in times of stability is commendable. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan replied, ultimately, the key to success lies in quality and service. We must excel in both. Lu Shaolin scratched his head and posed another question. But what if others also excel in quality and service? Yang Fan responded nonchalantly, then we shall cultivate our own brand. Indeed, the notion of brand cultivation had germinated the moment he sketched the design for the wireless Bluetooth earphones. His subsequent ventures into electronic wristbands and electric toothbrushes were all supplementary to that overarching goal. In this era of rapid economic development, even superior product quality can only achieve fleeting popularity. To withstand the relentless tides of the market, one must possess a distinctive brand. Chapter 94. A worthy strategy before his rebirth. Yang Fan's favored brand was Xiaomi. Every device he owned, from his mobile phone, razor, and hairdryer to the refrigerator, air conditioner, and water purifier at home, was from Xiaomi. Were it not for the need to save for a house, he might have even considered purchasing a Xiaomi car. Yang Fan's admiration for Xiaomi stemmed not only from the exceptional quality of its products, but also from the brand image that had become deeply ingrained in public consciousness. In the eyes of countless individuals, Xiaomi epitomizes affordability and high-cost performance. One must not underestimate this aspect. China is the largest developing country in the world, boasting an expansive market for mid to low-end electronic consumer goods. Leveraging this brand effect alone, Xiaomi sells hundreds of billions, if not over $1 trillion, worth of products annually. In Yang Fan's perspective, Xiaomi's true strength lies not in its technological reserves, but in the prestigious brand it has cultivated over more than a decade. His aspiration is simple: to emulate Xiaomi and establish a brand that people trust and rely upon. Lu Shaolin took a sip of water and remarked, in our online store, counting mobile phones and MP3 players, we have merely 5 products. With such a limited offering, are we not rather far from building a brand? Yang Fan rubbed his face and replied, we will take it step by step. Our product range will expand. And what will your brand be called? Lu Shaolin inquired. I have yet to decide, Yang Fan admitted. Lu Shaolin rolled his eyes in response. So it seems you haven't even begun to consider it. Yang Fan chuckled softly, acknowledging that he indeed had not made any concrete plans. In truth, prior to establishing his own factory, the idea of brand cultivation was merely a fanciful dream. He could not compare himself to Xiaomi. When Xiaomi was founded, Lei Jun was already a well-known figure, with countless suppliers willing to earn less, or even nothing, to produce for Xiaomi. Yang Fan, however, lacked such bargaining power. To manage costs effectively, he must have his own factory. For now, with a limited product range and small scale, he could still rely on Yixintao. As the variety of products increases and the scale expands, a single small SMT assembly factory is far from sufficient to address the challenges at hand. Of course, it is still premature to discuss this matter. Currently, he has merely a little over 200,000 in his account. Not only is building a factory unfeasible, but even acquiring a decent piece of equipment is beyond reach. The primary objective at this moment remains focused on generating profit. After leaving the rental apartment, Yang Fan arrived at his digital store. Upon seeing him, Zhang Tenggui immediately approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Fan, I have wonderful news. Those 3 fellows, including Pao Gu, have sold all the goods. Yang Fan was taken aback for a moment, inquiring, they sold everything in just one day? Zhang Tenggui nodded affirmatively, indeed. They just called to inform me that they will return this afternoon to collect more stock. I was just about to share this with you when you walked in. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Fan, prompting him to say, call them and tell them I'll treat them to a meal. Zhang Tenggui promptly took out his phone to make the call. After a short while, he hung up and asked, what is the reason for treating them to a meal? Yang Fan replied, I just had a rather intriguing idea. What idea? He queried. Let us discuss it once they arrive. A little over half an hour later, Zhang Hong, Zhao Xinji, and Duan Shihong, 3 young rascals, arrived on 2 bicycles. Yang Fan instructed Zhang Tenggui to fetch a few dishes from a nearby restaurant, and they settled down to enjoy their meal. Zhang Hong took a sip of Sprite and asked, Boss, could we possibly take more stock this time? Many students at school are interested in buying. Zhao Xinji added, several students have already approached us to place orders. Yang Fan picked up a piece of cured meat and inquired, how much do you wish to take? Zhang Hong cautiously glanced at him and tentatively suggested, if possible, I'd like to take 3 mobile phones, 10 MP3 players, and 5 pairs of wireless Bluetooth headphones. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, "No problem. You really agreed? That's merchandise worth several thousand." Zhang Heng exclaimed, "I trust you." Zhang Heng immediately raised his glass to toast Yang Fan, feeling an unprecedented sense of trust. Unbeknownst to him, while the goods indeed sold for several thousand, Yang Fan's actual cost was only around 15 to 1600. The over 1,000 yuan in cash they provided today had perfectly covered that cost. Sipping his seaweed egg drop soup, Yang Fan suggested, "How about I offer you some advice?" Zhang Heng responded eagerly, "What advice?" Yang Fan continued, "I recommend that you not limit your focus solely to your former school. Consider exploring other avenues as well." "But we don't know anyone at other schools," they protested. Yang Fan rapped his fingers on the table and said, "If you don't know anyone, find a way to meet them. Seek out individuals like yourselves, especially those in need of money." Zhang Heng hesitated, asking, "What kind of commission should I offer them?" Yang Fan cleared his throat. "Give them the entire commission, and I will provide you with a rebate. For every mobile phone sold through someone else, I'll reward you with 4% of the sale price in cash. For MP3 players and wireless Bluetooth headphones, the reward will be 10%. It need not be so complicated. You could simply hand over the products to them for sale." Yet he remained apprehensive that those petty thugs might deem the commission insufficient, opting to raise prices arbitrarily and resort to coercive sales tactics. Thus, he decided to set a fixed price directly. Zhang Heng adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Boss, may I step outside to discuss with those two?" Yang Fan nodded in agreement, replying, "Of course." Zhang Heng led the two individuals outside. On the roadside, the trio huddled together, whispering. Zhao Xianji was the first to speak, asserting, "In my opinion, we should forego any elaborate schemes and simply sell within our own school. Selling one mobile phone a day would suffice for our expenses." Duan Shihong concurred, stating, "I share Huang Mao's perspective. Venturing into other schools poses excessive risks, and we might even face violence. Those with experience understand that delinquents possess a strong sense of territoriality. Except for particularly notorious gang members, lesser thugs who stray from their own territory risk being beaten by local ruffians if they do not tread carefully." Zhang Heng squinted and remarked, "Huang Mao, fat pig, have you considered this? Our school has over 500 students, and the number of those interested in purchasing mobile phones, MP3 players, or wireless Bluetooth headsets barely reaches 70 or 80. Once these 80 individuals have made their purchases, what shall we do then?" This was the crux of his contemplation regarding the proposal. Zhang Heng understood that relying solely on a single school would lead to market saturation in a short time. Zhao Xianji and Duan Shihong exchanged glances, each perceiving confusion in the other's eyes. They too were at a loss. Zhao Xianji stammered, "Once we finish selling at our school, we should have earned several thousand yuan. If need be, we can seek other ventures." Zhang Heng immediately countered, "What other endeavors are as lucrative as this? It seems there are none. So what do you propose?" "I shall heed your counsel,"